See Circle Calendar 1492. Dumas Island. An ordinary small island located in the first half of the New World. Hey Jesse, you wouldn't want everyone to know that an 8-year-old like you still wets the bed, would you? In a cluttered narrow alleyway, a little boy with long black hair and a bare upper torso flashed an evil grin at the snotty-nosed child before him. Several other children stood at a distance, glaring angrily, but too afraid to speak up. Huh, I clearly washed it before dawn. How could you possibly know, Aussie? Realizing his slip halfway through the snotty-nosed child, Jesse quickly clamped his hands over his mouth, terrified his friends might have overheard. I've said it long ago, there's nothing in this world that can escape my eyes. He snatched the few hundred berries of pocket money from the little kid's hands. Under Jesse's furious glare, the long-haired boy pocketed the coins and strode away, laughing heartily. Only after he had gone did the other children dare to come over and console the robbed Jesse, cursing in unison, "That bastard. Once I grow up, I'll definitely get my revenge. Yeah, that Aussie guy keeps stealing our pocket money every day. If I get the chance, I'll definitely beat him up real good." But one child remained more rational, his face bitter as he watched the long-haired figure retreat into the distance. "There's no way we can do that, is there?" The mayor also said it. Aussie killed a wild boar with his bare hands at just 6 years old. The boy's eyes betrayed a trace of fear as he recalled the warnings adults had told him. "A born monster. Good, another 500 berries in the account. Now I can buy 2 more newspapers." Aussie pushed open the door of his home in high spirits. This was already the 9th year since he had come to the world of One Piece. Abandoned at birth and raised by the old town mayor, Aussie had long grown accustomed to this strange and wondrous world. However, he had yet to truly witness the vastness of this world. So he kept actively buying newspapers from the delivery seagulls, keeping himself informed of the great events unfolding across the sea. Today, just like any other day, he had come back for his midday meal. But for some reason, the old mayor was nowhere to be found at home. Looking around and finding no one, Aussie furrowed his small brows and glanced toward the neighbor's house, as if sensing something carefully. After a moment, he shook his head. That's not right. The widow next door isn't there either. Probably went drinking at the bar, Aussie figured. Without overthinking, he grabbed some bread and ham from the kitchen, sat down on a chair, and started eating while reading the newspaper he had just bought. The remnants of Rock's crew are developing their own forces, among them Golden Lion Whitebeard and others. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Though to be fair, young Charlotte Linlin really is gorgeous. Gazing at the curvy figure printed in the newspaper, Aussie chewed his food and silently sighed in awe. Then his eyes drifted further down the page. Roger pirates suspected of appearing on Sundrara Island. The Pirate King himself, alive and out there. Aussie chewed in awe for a moment, then continued reading downward. The next news item was, wait. Aussie's chewing came to an abrupt halt, as if sensing something was wrong. His eyes snapped wide open toward the headline about the Roger pirates. The bread fell from his mouth onto the floor without him even noticing. His entire body went rigid in shock. Sundrara Island. Isn't that the island just a few dozen nautical miles from here? Holy crap. In this current era, Roger hasn't even reached Laugh Tale yet. He isn't the Pirate King yet. Unbelievable. Aussie's eyes widened dramatically. In just a few seconds, an incredibly bold decision formed in his mind. I waited nearly 30 years in my past life, and still couldn't figure out what the One Piece really is. Now isn't this the perfect chance to actually see it? If I could sneak aboard the Roger pirates, what would that be called? Starting at the very peak. Ordinary pirates spend their whole lives searching for the great treasure, but I'll find it just 2 years after setting out to sea. Just thinking about it made Aussie's whole body tremble with excitement. Not to mention the world-class master fighters aboard Roger's crew. Just learning a couple of moves from them would be enough to make him the final boss of a movie arc. And then there's the identity bonus. Didn't you see how even Buggy in the future, just by having been a member of Roger's crew, got respected everywhere he went? Decided then and there. Old man, I'm off to join the Roger pirates. When I return in glory, I'll repay your kindness in raising me. He left behind a farewell note. Shouldering a wooden staff with a bundle tied to its end, Aussie made up his mind. Once he had risen to greatness, he would return to repay the villagers who had raised him. When that day comes, I'll take even the village dogs and enroll them as police hounds in the great kingdoms. Let them eat royal rations too. Surely that should be enough, right? Without a moment's hesitation, Aussie packed up the old mayor's few belongings and sprinted toward the harbor, his footsteps swift and sure all the way. Meanwhile, an ornate ship with a sharp red and gold bow carved with 2 mermaid statues came to a halt at Dumas Island's largest harbor. At the prow stood a man who looked every inch the captain, draped in a red coat wearing a captain's hat. Beneath his signature curled mustache was a bold, heroic smile, unique to the strong, and a natural kingly presence radiated from every fiber of his being. Truly extraordinary bearing, overwhelming dominance, worthy of the top fighters of the sea. Aussie could already sense through perception alone the abyss-like gap between his own strength and that of the man before him. This was the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. At this moment, he and his companions had already fought through the great battle of God Valley, and were now sailing the seas searching for the 4 scattered road poneglyphs for their final adventure. He had not yet contracted the incurable disease and freely enjoyed the freedom and travel of the ocean. At the harbor, members of the Roger pirates began to disembark one by one. They had only stopped here to resupply. However, among this crowd of burly men, 2 little figures stood out, clashing terribly with everyone around them. 2 brats, slightly red in their own way, one with red hair, one with a red nose. Who are you calling a red nose? Say that again if you've got the guts. The young Buggy was beside himself with fury, his entire face flushed crimson. Nobody called you a red-nosed, Buggy, Shanks said as he hopped off the gangway, pressing down his straw hat nearly blown off by the wind. He sounded helpless. You can even sense it without anyone saying a word. Is your observation Haki a red nose too? No way, someone definitely said it. This feeling can't be wrong. Buggy clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Then looking around, he suddenly spotted a figure sprinting toward them from afar. Hey, was that you, kid? Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Buggy, Shanks. Aussie laughed and waved his hand as he sprinted toward them. At the dock, numerous crew members watched the spectacle with amused smiles, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. Though he didn't know where this sudden brat had heard the name of the great Buggy, it didn't stop him from being annoyed by such familiarity. Flushing red with anger, Buggy mimicked the way Ace smiled and spoke, his performance vivid and animated, which made Shanks beside him double over in laughter. The surrounding companions couldn't help but throw arms around each other's necks and burst into hearty laughter. Don't say it like that, Buggy. Ace was thick-skinned. Facing a ship full of the world's top-tier powerhouses, he showed no fear, his face still carrying that smile. My observation Haki won't deceive me. We will definitely become good friends in the future. Ace's waist-length black hair swayed as he spoke. Though his face still carried youthful innocence, a certain handsomeness was already discernible, and the smile at his lips was infectious. He was bare-chested with faint scars and muscle lines visible, dressed in simple military trousers and boots, without any accessories save for the baggage slung over his shoulder. Vice Captain Dark King Rayleigh heard these words, and his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, awakened observation Haki at such a young age. It seems to be quite a special kind too. Like Rayleigh did back then. Roger found it interesting and chimed in, walking over to place his hands on the ship's railing as he looked toward the long-haired brat on the dock and laughed. Hey, brat, what did you come here for? Of course it's to join you. Knowing the temperaments of these top-tier powerhouses well, Ace smiled and answered. The man who hid the great secret treasure at the end of the ocean, the pirate King Joel D. Roger asked with a smile, brat, why must you board our ship? For this question, Ace happened to know a standard answer. Ha ha. Of course it's to turn this world upside down. Ha ha. Hearing Ace deliver this with a youthful face, Roger and Rayleigh were first dumbfounded, then exchanged a glance and burst into laughter together. Both recalled the scene when they had first met, the original reason the Roger pirates were founded. In this young man they saw their own younger selves. Ha ha ha, if you're not afraid of death, then come aboard boldly. Roger was a man of casual nature, deciding on whim and eye contact alone as he grandly waved his hand and agreed to Ace's request. Rayleigh rarely raised objections, simply allowing the captain his willful ways. But Jabba and others didn't quite understand, finding it all a bit sudden. Hey Captain, our ship is about to turn into a daycare for brats. Having a willful captain, what can you do? Other crew members shrugged helplessly, expressing resignation and acceptance. Among the Roger pirates, all crew members shared one belief, that in daily life they could laugh and drink freely, but once the captain issued a command or decision, the crew had to agree without condition. And this too was Roger's personal charisma. Watching this scene, Ace thought to himself, truly worthy of being the man who captivated even Golden Lion. His charisma is undeniable. And so Ace successfully snuck onto the Pirate King's ship as an intern. The former lackey under rocks, whose crew had been shattered by Roger and the others, now serving as a town elder back home. He had just returned to his house, still dreaming of training a monster like Whitebeard or Golden Lion to carry him to greatness. But seeing his house as if robbed and the note on the table, he fell silent, then exploded within that silence. Roger, you. Ace watched the coastline gradually receding, where a figure seemed to be jumping up and down in the distance. Though the range of his innate observation Haki wasn't enough, his sharp eyesight still allowed him to make out that it seemed to be the old town elder's silhouette. Oi, goodbye. I'll take good care of myself. Ace watched the old man hopping about to see him off, thinking he couldn't bear to part, and waved back just as hard, with the hint of tears surfacing in his eyes. After all, they had lived together for 9 years. Even a dog would have grown attached by now. Usually so strict, but finally showing tenderness when I'm leaving. You old fool. Ace's actions caught the attention of Shanks and Buggy. Seeing his sadness, the 2 fellow interns came over and patted Ace on the shoulder. Don't be sad. After this, we are your family and brothers. Shanks smiled sincerely. Buggy, sharp-tongued but kind-hearted, offered roundabout comfort. Men of the sea shouldn't cry so easily, you. Only Rayleigh, drinking nearby, had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, his eyes looking oddly at the old-era version trio, deciding ultimately not to voice his thoughts. With his observation Haki capable of crossing the calm belt, without losing direction, it wasn't hard for him to sense what the old man on shore was shouting. Something about cursing Roger, demanding justice, and someone's mother. But in the end this was a new crew member's family, so Rayleigh didn't act, pretending he hadn't heard anything at all. Roger you. Ace remembered to wear a shirt. Don't catch a cold. Old Kiku shouted through gritted teeth, wiping the tears from his eyes as he watched the Oro Jackson disappear beneath the sunset. The sun and moon turned, the sea breeze brushed gently, and in the blink of an eye several days had passed. To be honest, even with mental preparation, life at sea was still far more boring than Ace had originally anticipated. An endless expanse of blue ocean, occasional sea kings surfacing only to be lulled back to sleep by the Conqueror's Haki on board, endless banquets, and endless cleaning. If not for two little companions to chat and joke with, Ace felt he really might not be able to stand it. Hey Ace, how come you're slacking off again? Lying in my bed. The cabin door was suddenly kicked open. Buggy, having just finished tidying the deck, stormed in and grabbed Ace by the collar, speaking angrily with bared teeth. Don't be so uptight, Buggy. How about I give you some hardship pay? Being shaken by the collar, Ace didn't mind Buggy's attitude at all, though instead he pulled several berries from his pocket and tucked them into Buggy's with a smile. Watching Buggy's money-grubbing look, Ace adjusted his collar. On this ship, Buggy was probably the only real proper pirate, greedy, cunning, loyal. Each time, Ace only needed to pay a little to pacify him. This way he could occasionally sleep in. Just then a young voice called from outside, Ace. Buggy. Come out and train. Hearing the voice, OSS, who had been sitting on the bed, was the first to spring up excitedly and dash toward the door. Buggy, on the other hand, wore a bitter expression. He truly disliked grueling training. After all, the ship was packed with formidable fighters, and when it came time to plunder treasure, he was never needed as the main force. Yet watching OSS and Shanks race toward the stern, and not wanting to be left behind, he reluctantly pulled himself together and followed. Wait for me, you two. The three of them emerged from the cabin and headed to the stern, passing several burly men who had drunk too much and collapsed on the deck. Long accustomed to such impromptu feasts, the trio paid them no mind, and each found their weapon in the armory. Buggy chose throwing knives while Shanks favored a rapier. OSS, after a moment of consideration, picked up a sniper rifle and a blade. This was the result of careful deliberation. A sword was undeniably cool, but he did not take only a blade. Besides the fact that a gun suited his innate talent for observation Haki and allowed him to play the role of a sneaky opportunist, there was another reason. The competition in the swordsman arena was simply too fierce. In the past there were Gold Lion Roger and Rayleigh, in the present there were Red Hair and Hawkeye, and in the future there would be the three-sword Zoro. OSS felt that trying to stand out in the swordsman's circle was hardly worth the effort. If he was going to aim for something, it had to be the strongest in the world. That was the only way to do justice to his incredible start. But on the path of the great swordsman, setting aside whether he even had the talent for swordsmanship, even if he endured countless hardships and became the so-called world's greatest swordsman, he would probably be hounded by Hawkeye and Zoro forever, with their voices echoing in his ears every single day. Accept my challenge. I am the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. That would drive him insane with annoyance. He was not afraid of challenges, but he simply found them troublesome. So why not just become the world's greatest gunman instead? After all, as a former inhabitant of the Blue Star, OSS naturally harbored a longing for firearms. Moreover, he possessed innate observation Haki, and most importantly, this path was free of hassle. The snipers who would later make a name for themselves were none other than Usopp Van Augur, and at most Ben Beckman on top of that. A niche and uncrowded field. OSS believed he was second to none on any path. Once he developed Conqueror's Haki and fusion observation killing, or future sight, and bought some seastone bullets, taking down an emperor with a single shot might be out of reach, but one-shotting a right-hand man was not too much to ask. After all, Shanks could take out a 3 billion berry man in a single slash. Once his skills reached their peak and he attained the strength of an emperor, he would travel the world, enjoy life, and witness all the legendary moments. In his old age, he would buy a few maids, settle into a small estate, and live comfortably. Having toiled like a beast of burden in his previous life, he was determined to live this one to the fullest. But ideals are grand, while reality remains harsh. For now, he was merely a child born with awakened observation Haki and a slightly stronger physique than most. Though Rayleigh might indeed be a mediocre teacher who misleads his students, he should still be capable of laying a proper foundation. He would just make do with it for the time being. Thus began OSS's first lesson aboard the ship. Physical arts are the foundation of all combat styles, whether you use a sword or your fists. Even if you rely on a gun for ranged attacks, you still need sharp reflexes and Haki to stand on the field of battle without defeat. For the three youngsters who had grown up in the new world, the term Haki was hardly unfamiliar, so Rayleigh did not waste time explaining it. Instead, he turned his gaze to the weapons each of them had chosen. Beyond physical arts, everyone pursues the combat style that suits them best. So, Rayleigh looked at the three, took a sip of wine, and said, "Tell me what you wish to learn. If I know it, I can pass on my experience and techniques to you. I want to learn swordsmanship." Shanks had been single-minded from the very beginning, perhaps influenced by Roger and Rayleigh, and held a deep preference for the blade. Swordsmanship, is it? Rayleigh smiled. Then starting today you will swing the sword 5,000 times each day. First learn the most basic way to grip a blade. He then turned his gaze to Buggy. A short knife and a long sword are much the same. Begin by practicing with swings. Finally, he looked at OSS whose eyes were burning with intensity. Since he knew little about this child, Rayleigh asked in advance what he wanted to learn. Can I learn anything? Of course. Though if you wish to learn marksmanship, the ship's sniper Bidem never misses a shot. Then I want to learn Conqueror's Haki and fusion. OSS's bold declaration nearly sent Rayleigh's wine spraying 5 meters across the deck. It took him a while to wipe the corner of his mouth before he retorted irritably, Kid, I don't know where you heard that term, but let me tell you. This kind of advanced technique requires at least the aptitude for Conqueror's Haki. The implication was clear. OSS might not even possess Conqueror's Haki, so how could he talk about Conqueror's infusion? But OSS paid it no mind, holding the attitude of a gambling fisherman casting his line into whatever waters might hold fish. Then, if I do possess Conqueror's Haki, Uncle Rayleigh, would you teach me? Why not? Rayleigh casually agreed, taking it for a child's naive remark. The chatter did not last long, and OSS and the other two soon began their most basic training. Carrying a massive iron plate as weight, OSS lay on the ground doing one-armed push-ups while glancing at the newspaper spread before him. Meanwhile, he did not forget to exercise his observation Haki. In his perception, Shanks was drenched in sweat, swinging his sword with earnest effort, his young face filled with determination. Buggy was training too, though his deliberately slowed movements made it obvious he was slacking off. That's Shanks. Every swing seemed sharper than the last. By the time OSS finished his strength training, Shanks had finally completed his daily sword-swinging practice. Was this what it meant to be a swordsmanship prodigy? His improvement was visible to the naked eye. Like a scheming opportunist, OSS covertly observed Shanks's progress and silently recorded the techniques in his mind. When Shanks moved on to strength training, OSS picked up the sword Shanks had left on the ground, recalled the way Shanks exerted his strength and the flow of his movements, and began his own sword-swinging practice. What a greedy little brat. From the crow's nest, a long-haired burly man wearing small sunglasses watched OSS training diligently at the stern and remarked to a golden-haired fat man beside him, "He wants to learn both guns and swords. If he comes to me asking to learn the axe, I won't teach him. Although I don't approve of a sniper playing with blades, he's a bit different," said Bidem, the Roger pirate sniper and a master of observation Haki, who could perceive things others could not. That kid OSS is stealing Shanks's efforts. And that was exactly the truth. The improvement techniques that Shanks had summed up and mastered through 5,000 swings, OSS perfectly learned by imitating just 1,000 times. The discovery thrilled OSS. Woe is this observation Haki in the form of a Sharingan. The range of his innately awakened observation Haki was not actually that vast. Through years of relentless development, it had only reached a span of a few dozen meters. But OSS's observation Haki was different from others. While its precision could not rival a microscope, it had been at maximum level since birth. Every subtle change and technique could not escape his perception. Therefore, aside from sheer physical strength, he could learn any skill with twice the result and half the effort. Thus, in the days that followed, OSS devoted the vast majority of his training to building up his physique. Though he couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as those geniuses who trained with 200 times the effort, whether it was sniping skills, swordsmanship, or hand-to-hand combat, he could learn anything at twice the efficiency of a genius on Shanks's level. Monstrous by any standard. So getting his body strength and Haki developed early was better than anything else. Time flashed by. 2 months had already passed since leaving home, and OSS's life was both full and uneventful. Shortly after dawn, Buggy and Shanks dragged OSS up to clean the ship. Last night, because Captain Roger's bounty had gone up a bit again, the crew had thrown yet another banquet. Everyone had happily gotten drunk, except for the King's 3 stooges. Damn it. Who can throw a banquet every single day and not suffer from mental exhaustion? OSS could only shrug helplessly at these hot-blooded idiots, and at Roger, whose personality was somewhat similar to Luffy's. It wasn't that he didn't want to join the fun, it was simply that the so-called rum was really too unpalatable. Having never developed an addiction to alcohol, OSS declared he couldn't appreciate it. This wasn't anything like the thrilling, passion-drenched Pirate King voyage OSS had imagined. Apart from the occasional rainstorm, thunderstorm, hailstorm, and hurricane, there wasn't a single trace of the so-called passionate adventures. Sure enough, the so-called magnificent voyage of the Pirate King was in fact just a bunch of top-tier powerhouses being gay for one another. They kept cleaning until almost lunchtime, and OSS and the others finally cleared away all the bottles and leftover scraps. Just as they were about to eat a little bit of food, by which he meant an absurd amount, and then go train, OSS suddenly seemed to sense something and stopped in place, staring at the distant sky. Something was flying over. OSS had heard the sound first through his observation Haki. Buggy ran to the gunwale, took a closer look, and realized that it appeared to be a cannonball. Holy crap. He immediately looked further into the distance and was stunned to see a white sail appearing in his field of vision. What kind of cannonball could be thrown this far? Was it a missile? OSS had a vague guess as to who it was. Without bothering to shout a warning under the tense gazes of Shanks and Buggy, OSS immediately drew the long rifle from his back and aimed at the black dot in the sky. At the same time, Captain Roger's figure appeared at the bow at some unknown moment. Looking at OSS, who was aiming, he said, "Kid, that man's cannonballs are extremely fast. Can you hit one?" Roger grinned broadly, displaying his big teeth, watching OSS, who was still trying to find his aim. "Just who are you looking down on? I may not be able to beat the man himself, but I can still hit a cannonball, can't I?" OSS curled his lip, pointed the crosshair at the black dot, and supplemented it with observation Haki. Hit. In his observation Haki perception, the cannonball was struck by the bullet several dozen meters outside the ship, straight in the very center of the sphere. But he had hit it, yet hadn't completely hit it. With an expression like a man who'd seen a ghost, OSS watched as the cannonball not only failed to explode in midair as expected, but instead, as if it were a harmless ball, bounced his bullet aside and continued falling along its original trajectory. 666. This cannonball is a ghost. No, this is definitely a cannonball wrapped in Haki. Seeing that he could do nothing about it, OSS decisively put away his rifle and retreated behind Buggy and Shanks. He wasn't anxious either. When the sky collapsed, the tall ones were there to prop it up. It wasn't the turn of three little squirts like them to worry. Sure enough, divine departure. With a furious roar from Captain Roger, the blade wreathed in black-red lightning unleashed a slash that swept across the sky. It seemed the sky itself would split apart. Besides, the one OSS had aimed at, the several cannonballs that followed close behind also failed to land, detonating violently in midair. OSS was completely dazzled by that overwhelmingly powerful slash. Although he knew from the anime that this move was absurdly exaggerated, seeing it in person with his own eyes was another matter entirely. A single slash that splits the sky apart. Divine departure is amazing. Divine departure must be learned. OSS's scalp tingled, and he nearly drooled as he carefully used his observation Haki to sense every little movement Roger made when executing the technique. But perhaps because he was still too weak and inexperienced, all he could perceive was an enormously powerful force circulating inside Roger's body, though anything clearer was beyond his sight. OSS felt regret. This was probably like the Sharingan's inability to copy forbidden jutsu. His level was too low to paste the technique over. But before he could react, Shanks and Buggy pulled him back behind the crowd of crew members who had rushed over. "Ha ha ha. Men, prepare to engage the Marines." Roger laughed heartily as he drew his sword. "That mad dog, we barely managed to shake him off, so how has he caught up with us again within less than 2 months? Gabon, wearing a vest and holding 2 axes, said with displeasure. "Then let's give them a welcoming gift as well." Rayleigh was more direct. He raised his hand and sent out a tremendous sword chi that split the sea. Of course, just as OSS had expected, it didn't accomplish much. It was forcibly smashed apart by a pitch-black fist from the warship. OSS was quick. In a few nimble leaps, he climbed up to the crow's nest and greeted his sniper master. "Yo, Uncle Bitam." Bitam was fat, but his reactions and movements were anything but slow. Looking at OSS, who had also climbed up, he smiled. "Oh, it's OSS. You need to be careful. This time the one we've encountered is no insignificant small fry. I'll take care of myself." OSS smiled and looked through the rifle scope at the figure on the distant warship. It was a burly man with short hair and a full beard, dressed in a black suit with the cloak of a Marine vice admiral, idly hefting a few cannonballs in his hand. The cannonballs that had left OSS helpless earlier had all been thrown by this very man's bare hands. In OSS's opinion, the cannons of this era really were far too lousy. The automatic transmission couldn't even beat the manual one. I've got to say, he really is the king's old geezer. Hey, can you hear me, Roger? Surrender now." From far away, Garp could be seen shouting through a huge megaphone. "Ha ha ha. That won't do, Garp." Roger likewise answered with a smile. From a great distance, the two old rivals began yelling at each other across the sea. The two exchanged their customary bromance-laden opening lines. Next came the customary chase and mutual hurling of Conqueror's Haki-infused attacks. Since the Roger pirates had numerous experts and were highly maneuverable, it was simply unrealistic for Garp alone to take them all down. And Roger and the others, for their part, had no intention of fighting tooth and nail against Garp, that tough old bone, on the open sea. After all, if either side's Haki-infused power leaked out carelessly, the result would be ships destroyed, and even if the men survived, they'd all have to swim to the next island. Occasionally, some overconfident Marine would step on Moonwalk and try to approach the Oro Jackson, only to be knocked into the sea by Rayleigh and the others, or sneakily picked off by OSS's sniper rifle. Among these hot-headed young Marines, OSS also spotted an unusual figure through his scope. A curly-haired beanpole-thin man. Hey, this guy is mixed in with the ordinary Marines, so he's definitely up to no good. If it weren't for OSS recognizing him, this young man might really have managed to sneak past them. An ice-ice fruit user from the opposing side was trying to get close to the Roger pirate's ship. No matter how you looked at it, that was bound to be bad news. Silently OSS drew out the only seastone bullet he had wheedled out of Bitam with great effort, and began to aim the corner of his mouth curling upward. Consider this my greeting gift, young sea ice, Kazan. OS closed his left eye, steadying his breathing as much as possible, his observation Haki locked onto the tall figure among the Marines. His finger rested lightly on the trigger, and he pulled it without hesitation. One-gun style fake kill. OS, determined to model himself on the user of the naming fruit, would never let his style be outshined by anyone, not even for a mere basic attack empowered by observation Haki. A wet tearing sound. A spray of blood blossomed over the sea then scattered down into the waves. The figure descending from the sky was extremely tall, a head taller than the Marines around him, yet he looked frail and slender. His eyes still held disbelief, shock, and helplessness as he slowly fell into the sea. Hey, Kazan. A nearby Marine involved in the battle saw this happen, roared, and used Jeppo to race over for a rescue. As an old veteran aboard Vice Admiral Garp's ship, he knew this new recruit's potential and devil fruit ability. He knew a seedling this promising could not be allowed to fall here. My power. Kazan, sinking slowly toward the depths, felt a sharp pain at the root of his thigh along with a spreading weakness and suffocation throughout his body. A nasty possibility crossed his mind. Who the hell uses seastone to shoot down a foot soldier? But in the instant before he went under, he vaguely caught a glimpse of the man who had fired the cheap shot. Seemed to be some guy with long black hair. TCH. Is that male instinct? I aimed with observation Haki, and still shot crooked. His observation Haki showed he hadn't hit the spot he intended, which meant the first female admiral in Marine history would never come to be. OS curled his lips, somewhat regretful. But he wasn't the type to put all his eggs in one basket. Wouldn't it be better to share the blessings around? This was also to correct the Marines' overabundance of men and scarcity of women, for the balance of the seas. And so in a sense OS became a king one step ahead of Roger. If you asked OS what kind of king he meant to be, it was naturally the one-shot king. Charging in with a blade for a duel was never for me. Ambushing from the high ground is the true, kingly way. Watching OS's marksmanship steadily improve, Bitem, who was mainly handling the cannonballs flying over, felt a mixture of relief and cold sweat. This kid really was a monster. The chase was tense, but on the whole the Roger pirates held the advantage because their average combat power was too high and they were pulling away from the Marine warships at a steady pace. Bang bang. Oh come on, armament Haki. OS felt helpless when his bullets were sensed by observation Haki, and then stopped by a crotch reinforced with armament Haki. Taking out low-level grunts was fine, but against anyone with even a bit of the two colors of Haki, he was completely stuck. Every attack was hard to lock back on, and impossible to break through. Of course, thanks to his meticulous observation Haki, no bullet could hit OS either. Once I've trained up armament Haki and future sight, let's see if you can still protect yourselves. Thud. OS moved nimbly, slinging the gun onto his back and slipping down the rope from the crow's nest in a flash. Since he hadn't developed, yet he'd skipped this high-stakes match. After all, with those Conqueror-coded armament attacks, one touch would kill him now, and a graze would wound him. The other crewman on deck watched the small figure with the gun on his back retreat toward the cabin and said nothing. After all, against a squad of elite Marines, a 9-year-old kid was of no real use. If he insisted on joining the fight, they would only have to spare attention to protect him. Buggy and Shanks were the same. The crew simply had no time to look after them, just as they had no time for OS. Even though OS thought that Shanks and Buggy combined couldn't beat him, in the eyes of the regular crew the three kids were about equally weak. Hey Shanks. OS definitely went into hiding long ago. Let's get moving too. Don't be like that, Buggy. This is a battle for real men on the Great Sea. His observation Haki sensed two figures still lingering on the deck, and OS paused for a moment before heading toward the other side of the ship. At heart, OS was still a fun seeker. He liked to travel the world and do whatever he pleased. His frantic desire to grow stronger was also so that he could find amusement whenever he wanted instead of being made into amusement himself. Seeing those two goofballs still loitering on the deck, OS curved a smile and was in no hurry to return to the cabin. On the deck, a red-nosed kid was pulling at a red-haired kid while the kid with the black gun crept up on them. Apparently Shanks was holding a sword and wanted to join the fight while Buggy was trying to persuade him to hide together. But because he couldn't budge Shanks, the two had fallen into an argument. To be fair, Buggy might be a nasty little brat, but he was still a man who treasured friendship. Buggy, who said I was hiding. Without a sound, OS suddenly slapped Buggy on the back while he was still struggling, and a sinister voice whispered by his ear, almost scaring both of them half to death. OS, you damn bastard. Can't you make any sound when you walk? Buggy's face went red-hot as usual. After shouting, though, he looked at the suddenly appearing OS and immediately had the idea of pulling him along to hide with Shanks. They didn't dare get close to Garp's warship, and standing on deck, they had no long-range attacks, plus they had to worry about flying bullets. After all, not everyone could awaken observation Haki at 9. Hey OS, let's go back to the cabin together. Buggy was the first to propose a group retreat. OS thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Like OS Buggy had also just joined the Roger Pirates, and he was not yet the 3 days and 3 nights sleepless boy of a few years later. He had not been tempered by combat, so this reaction was only natural. But Buggy looked at Shanks still leaning over the ship's rail, eager and excited to watch the show, and felt a headache coming on. That guy had been on adventures with the Roger Pirates since birth, and his head was as hard as iron. What's the matter? OS with the black gun on his shoulder casually batted away a bullet flying in from afar. Seeing Buggy's grim expression, he was a little puzzled. But when he saw Shanks's unmoved feet, he understood at once. The King's 3 scoundrels always moved as a team. Shanks was the sort who couldn't help, but only made things worse. This was not the Wano campaign years later, where commanders fought commanders, and soldiers fought soldiers with Whitebeard's apprentice crew members, and low-ranking soldiers for Shanks to tangle with. Any one of these elite Marines could kill this 9-year-old redhead with a casual attack carrying Haki. Even though I know you'll be insanely strong later. For now though, you haven't matured yet. Don't get reckless. Seeing Shanks still leaning over the deck rail and enjoying the excitement, OS signaled Buggy to step aside. Under Buggy's blank gaze, OS raised the black gun and aimed the butt of it at the back of Shanks's head. Bang! With the strength of a natural-born monster and relentless no-shortcut training, OS probably, though he couldn't be certain, had strength no less than a young Whitebeard. If this rifle but connected, even red-haired of the 4 emperors would roll his eyes back. Not bad. Young OS versus young red hair. Young OS wins. OS nodded in satisfaction, and under Buggy's stunned gaze dragged Shanks toward the cabin by the collar. After the battle in an unnamed stretch of the New World aboard the slightly battered Oro Jackson. After the rain, the sky was especially clear and fresh. As soon as the weather turned good, Roger started calling for another banquet. The reason? Just make one up, say celebrating another escape from Garp's pursuit. Banquet time. Oh, with the captain raising his cup and roaring the call, the rest of the crew laughed and cheered in unison. The deck was filled with a rousing, free-spirited atmosphere. Bang! In the middle of that boisterous celebration, the violent slam of a door barely drew notice. No one even paid attention to a red-haired boy with a large lump on the back of his head gnashing his teeth as he surveyed his surroundings. The straw hat atop his head had been tilted askew by the lump, making him look so comical that the nearby crew members who spotted him burst into laughter. Did you get that bump on your head in the naval battle, Shanks? Bottle in hand, and already getting into high spirits, Roger spotted him. This promising young talent of the new era. He walked over, ruffled his hair, and asked with a smile. Shanks dodged the question. No. Where's Ows? As if unwilling to mention the lump on his head, Shanks awkwardly changed the subject. After he had woken up, he grabbed Buggy and demanded to know what had happened to his head. Buggy, who had no sense of loyalty, sold Ows out in an instant to deflect the blame. Admittedly, Shanks considered himself an easygoing person. But being struck from behind by one of his companions, knocked out cold and left with a bump on his head, was an insult his pride couldn't tolerate. Everyone knew that aside from his crewmates, what Shanks valued most was his pride. In his 9 years at sea, this was the first time he had met someone so unwilling to show him any respect. So the young Shanks, accustomed to smooth sailing, was red-hot with anger. He wanted to prove himself, or rather to avenge that lump. Shanks wove through the lively banquet, continuously scanning his surroundings for Ows. At last he found him in the midst of a cluster of brawny men. The guy was eating barbecue. One big bone after another gulped down with huge swigs of drink. He looked utterly relaxed and stress-free. If this had been his original world, he would have been a top-tier mukbang streamer. Oh, Shanks, what are you staring at me for? Do you want some barbecue too? What are you holding a knife for? It's all already cut. Every bone is covered with meat. What? A duel between men? I'm too hungry right now, so wait until I'm full. You don't want to win without a fair fight, do you? I'm too stuffed to move. You understand, right? Give me a little time to digest. Okay, I've digested now. But I ate too much, so I have to go take a shit. Want to come along? Are you done? You'd even wait outside the bathroom just to force a duel. Fine then. Watch me, mop dipped in shit. Shanks knew all about Ows's innate monstrous strength and freakish observation Haki. Faced with a weapon carrying that kind of magic damage, he very sensibly chose to retreat for now. It wasn't that he feared a real fight with real blades. Even losing was fine, and worst case, he would wrap himself in bandages for a few days. But a shit-dipped mop. That really gave him chills. But because of that, Shanks kept staring at Ows for the next few days, making Ows increasingly uncomfortable. Fine, a kid was a kid. If he wanted to fight, then let them fight. Ows shook his head, picked out an ordinary long sword from the storeroom, and tossed it to the sulking Shanks. Shanks caught it clumsily. Then Ows crooked his index finger at him, a roguish smirk at the corner of his mouth. You bastard. Shanks felt a thrill of excitement when he realized Ows was finally willing to fight him. He immediately gripped the sword with one hand, ready to spring into action. Seeing Ows still standing there unmoving, he didn't intend to wait any longer. Are you planning to use the gun on your back? I won't give you the chance to fire. He admitted that Ows's marksmanship was impressive, but in close combat he had no fear of it. Seeing Ows like that, Shanks grew somewhat defiant. He kicked off the ground and came slashing toward Ows. His swordsmanship inherited from Rayleigh and Roger was certainly brilliant and fierce. But when the same masters had taught both fighters, it clearly couldn't break through Owl's defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Owl closed his eyes and made no move to attack. He simply kept tilting his head, turning his body, sucking in his stomach. You bastard Owls. Are you just going to keep dodging? Shanks was fuming, feeling that he had been made a fool of. Fine. Since you want me to use a weapon, all right. Owls opened his eyes. He had wanted to keep training his observation Haki a little longer, but had no choice. He pulled a small knife he had filched from Buggy out of his clothes. Sorry, I don't have a knife any smaller than this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? As it turned out, a boy of the same age who possessed Haki and one who did not were simply on different levels, even when the latter was red-haired Shanks. Though only 9, Shanks could only use his swordsmanship to circle around Owls. Every strike he made was casually, but precisely blocked by Owl's little knife. Parry after parry. His full force slashes obviously could not shake Owl's monstrous strength, and he was forced steadily backward. Shanks is completely overpowered by Owl's. A good number of crew members were spectating, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon. Looking at the situation, Rayleigh shook his head and sighed. In their eyes, it was still just a clumsy back and forth between two brats, but Owl's was undeniably relying on observation Haki and raw strength to keep Shanks firmly under his thumb. In all their years of experience, such natural-born monsters, almost without exception, possess the qualities of a king. With these kids around, the coming era will surely be spectacular. Roger laughed heartily. Beyond those 3, the rest were rowdy characters who loved a spectacle. After all, they were pirates. Owl's master Bidem even took the opportunity to open a betting pool. Owl's 1-1. Shanks 10-1. Draw 5-1. This drew even Roger, who excitedly took out a treasure to throw in. Owl's great job. Win it in one push. Hey Shanks, don't give in too easily. Huh. What are you talking about? No matter how you look at it, Shanks can't win, right? But what if he does? That's 10-1. Gambling dogs deserve a dog's death. The bystanders were arguing heatedly. Roger had also placed a bet, and kept cheering for Shanks, who had almost nobody rooting for him. He could tell Shanks was almost certainly going to lose, but the boy was still a kid he had raised since childhood. He had to show him some support. Anyway, the treasure he bet was loot that had been seized not long ago. He had no real use for it. Just as everyone was cheering excitedly for the fight, Owl's observation Haki suddenly picked up something. A strange sensation. Then a voice rang out beside his ear. Make it a draw, Owls. Uncle Bidem. Match fixing. Uncle, that's hardly my style. A flicker of disdain crossed OS's eyes. He was resolved to surpass the redhead, to stand unrivaled in this new era. He would become a man undefeated throughout his life. Perhaps sensing the resistance in OS's gaze, Bidem grimaced helplessly. After a long pause, he grudgingly offered. Once this is done, I'll share my earnings with you. Half for you. Master, you really have a keen eye for talent. The corners of OS's mouth twitched upward against his will. It wasn't that he lacked pride. Honestly, the intern's stipend was pitifully insufficient. Forced by necessity, he had no choice but to concede. Shanks, let's decide this with one move. Huh. Panting from being toyed with, Shanks clenched his teeth at OS's words. Fine, that suits me perfectly. The surrounding crew members cheered enthusiastically. Are we finally going to settle this? Go for it, Shanks, don't shame us. Nice one, OS, stay sharp. Don't let him turn the tide. The atmosphere grew feverish, the crowd swept up in wild excitement. With the tension building, OS grew serious, his fingers curling tight. Across from him, Shanks mirrored his intensity. In those narrowed, world-weary eyes, faint threads of crimson light began to shimmer. What's that? Jabba broke the silence, first cold sweat beading on his forehead, his mouth hanging open, as if witnessing the impossible. Beside him, Rayleigh's pupils contracted, his expression grave as he locked onto OS. No, it's merely potential. That level of advanced observation Haki mastery is beyond what a boy his age could achieve. Roger shared the same astonishment, his smile stiffening. The monarch of the next generation has found his match, it seems. Ha ha. Meanwhile, OS, completely absorbed in concentration, was unaware of the high esteem these 3 legendary pirates held for him. He was simply straining to see more clearly the trajectory of Shanks's sword swing, attempting to anticipate it. As Shanks unleashed his most powerful slash with everything he had, OS merely watched the keen edge flash past the side of his cheek. He caught a fleeting blurred glimpse of the trajectory, the path the blade would carve through the air. Not a bad strike, Shanks, but unfortunately. Huh. OS held his breath, centered himself, and seized the opening after Shanks's technique. His clenched fist smashed into Shanks's stomach with full force, the dull thud, so intense it nearly dazed him. Ugh. Bile erupted. Relying on monstrous strength, OS dismantled this green rookie. Thud. The young redhead staggered, eyes rolling back on the verge of collapse. Realizing Shanks couldn't stay conscious, OS sighed, and suddenly raised his fist high, wearing an exaggerated, perfunctory expression. My fist hurts so much. Did I get struck back? It hurts, I'm fainting from the pain, a sticks-out tongue. OS glanced back at the crowd, then resolutely closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Timing it perfectly, he hit the deck at the exact same moment as Shanks. Both of them sprawled out in starfish positions. Then silence fell over the entire arena. Holy crap. Bidem couldn't hold it together anymore, nearly spraying snot everywhere. I told you to act, put some effort into it, you damn idiot. Can you possibly be any more over the top? With no choice left, Bidem steeled himself and spoke up. Looks like it's a draw, I'm sorry, everyone. Huh, N. At that moment, Baki emerged from the cabin, having just finished secretly counting his hidden stash of money. He took in the scene. Uncle Bidem being mobbed by the crew, Shanks motionless on the ground, and OS lying there picking his nose, and was utterly bewildered. Come on now, Shanks, you've got to balance work and rest. OS watched Shanks doing squats with a barbell on his back, and urged him gently. Shut up, bastard. Before you say anything, put down that steel on your back. Shanks snarled like a beast. Even someone as good-natured as him couldn't help but be provoked by OS. Haha. OS had nothing to say, and could only laugh awkwardly before continuing with his one-armed push-ups while bearing tons of steel on his back. You two monsters. Can't you keep quiet for a moment? Nearby, Baki, overhearing the conversation between these two overachievers, turned red with frustration. He could barely manage curls with small dumbbells, let alone match OS's monstrous physique, or even keep pace with Shanks. Because Shanks spurred on began growing stronger at a furious pace, OS managed to steal away quite a bit of progress, while working out too. Even Baki, the slacking expert, had to increase his training intensity, which he complained about plenty. The days that followed grew rather monotonous, and OS's few remaining pleasures each day were reading the newspaper, fighting training, and fishing. However, with so many things he wanted to learn, finding time to satisfy his fishing hobby proved difficult, but that never stumped the clever OS. Hey, haven't you caught anything yet, OS? Baki leaned beside him, watching OS sit motionless on the boat's edge with his eyes closed. Training time's about to start soon, you know. Hearing this, OS, who had just been practicing expanding his observation Haki range, slowly opened his eyes, the faint red glow fading from his pupils. Don't worry, when have I ever failed to catch fish before training? But Shanks already started. All right. I get it. OS sighed and drew a pistol from his waist. Have you ever heard of American-style fishing? Bang, bang, bang. Several sharp gunshots rang out, and soon several fish bellies floated to the surface, still wreathed in wisps of smoke. With a flick of his line, OS hooked up these unfortunate souls and tossed them into the fish basket before heading back toward the cabin. Let's go, Baki. Wait for me. OS got stronger again, huh? Yeah, he's practically a monster. Reminds me of someone. I'm guessing you're thinking of Redfield. Sort of, but actually I meant Whitebeard. On the deck, watching the young lad sparring with the Vice Captain Plutonium King Rayleigh, many crew members were discussing it, including the two smallest ones in the front row. That OS guy is unbeatable no matter what, right? Don't be so pessimistic, Baki. We'll definitely keep getting stronger in the future. Perhaps having been crushed by OS so many times, Shanks gradually calmed down from his initial frustration and returned to his easygoing nature. What stupid thing are you saying, Shanks? Just because we'll grow stronger doesn't mean OS won't. Baki felt neither comforted by this, but instead even more inclined to give up. Already having Shanks on the ship was enough of a blow. He was almost everyone's favorite, leaving Baki relegated to a supporting role. And now this OS appeared out of nowhere. It was truly hard not to feel desperate. Cheer up a bit, look quick. The sparring session between OS and the Vice Captain has started. It's starting. How long do you think AOC can hold out this time? Last time it was 1 minute, and this time? Surely at least 1.5 minutes. I bet it's 2 minutes. Want to place another wager, Minasan? Don't make me slap your stupid face. Perhaps because it was too dull aboard the Roger Pirate's ship, a crew of rough men eagerly gathered to watch an impending battle. AOC wore a shrunken black military uniform sourced from somewhere, a black spear strapped to his back, standing at full alert as he gazed at the figure opposite him. Long black hair fluttered in the wind, his youthful yet resolute face hiding little of its handsomeness. That face bore a striking beauty reminiscent of the Uchiha clan. Standing opposite him was a middle-aged man with golden hair. Though he merely stood there casually, AOC still felt considerable pressure. As expected of Dark King Rayleigh. Just by his stance alone you can tell this guy is terrifyingly strong. AOC understood that no powerhouse in the world of One Piece had become strong without fighting. Blindly pursuing solitary cultivation was the method of low-tier pirates. And he, AOC, had one philosophy: only brute determination. If you're afraid of pain, you shouldn't be a pirate in the first place. Seeing Rayleigh make no move, AOC decided to stop waiting. Amid the bewildered gazes of Buggy and Shanks, his figure flashed and vanished from sight. He disappeared in an instant. When did AOC eat a devil fruit? They knew about AOC and Uncle Batama's partnership in fraud, and naturally also knew that the valuable gambling stake Roger had lost was in fact a devil fruit. Yet when dividing the spoils, AOC hadn't taken any money, instead claiming only that devil fruit. According to Captain Rayleigh, the fruit's name seemed to be the teleportation fruit. Not at all. At some point, Captain Roger had appeared behind the two small fry, resting both large hands on their heads as he chuckled. You should have noticed. AOC is using the Marine 6 styles. Shanks and Buggy's mouths hung open in disbelief. They certainly knew the 6 styles, a high-level application of physical technique or rather a preschool version of Haki. But the key question was, this was one of the signature skills of Marine officers. Had AOC mastered it at only 9 years old? As expected, when they looked back at the battlefield, AOC had suddenly appeared behind Rayleigh, delivering a vicious kick aimed squarely at his kidney. "Miss Shaki, please don't blame Watashi." But just as the kick was about to land, AOC inexplicably retracted his leg and swiftly distanced himself from his opponent. Rayleigh slowly turned his head, meeting AOC's eyes filled with grave concern. A mischievous smile curled his lips. "Why pull back mid-kick?" AOC glared resentfully at Rayleigh, who wore a roguish grin like some creepy old man, and pouted. "Nothing. I just had a feeling that if I kicked, something terrible would happen." In truth, in that split second, he had faintly glimpsed his own leg bone shattering. Adopting a better safe than sorry attitude, AOC chose to retract his leg and tried to recreate that sensation. "Your observation Haki is too overdeveloped. It'll sometimes hinder your growth, boy." Rayleigh chuckled and spoke, and in the next instant, he was already before AOC. "Nanny." AOC's observation Haki sounded an urgent alarm. Observation Haki, enemy approaching. Brain, react quickly. Body, wow, nice try. Come react yourself then. Roquogan grip. This was one of AOC's weaknesses. His overwhelmingly powerful observation Haki gave him a natural sense of being a top-tier fighter, or rather a god's eye perspective. But that couldn't change the fact that he was still a child. His body's reactions simply couldn't keep pace. That gap between mind and flesh was his flaw. This had nothing to do with talent. He could only forge himself through endless battles, developing monstrous combat reflexes and instincts, so that he could wield even more advanced power. Like armament Haki. In plain terms, fight more, get beaten more. That was the best crash course for armament Haki. His naturally powerful physique could only help AOC shorten this process, but never skip it entirely. So when facing Rayleigh's sudden attack, AOC quickly realized there was no way to dodge. Rather than struggle, he might as well stand firm and take the hit. With a ruthless decision in his heart, he deployed the beggar's version of armament Haki he had recently learned. "Tekai. I refuse to believe I can't even block a measly kick. Man." "AOC, you're finally awake." "What the hell?" AOC slowly opened his eyes, seeing the two boys standing by his bedside. It took him only 2.5 seconds to piece together what had happened. He had been kicked unconscious by Uncle Rayleigh yet again. Should he commend Mr. Rayleigh's incredible leg strength, or wonder whether being knocked out was simply the passive effect of that lousy skill? "I'll never use Tekai again. I'm a dog if I do." AOC vowed silently to himself. "Hey, AOC, are you really okay?" Watching AOC rise from bed, without hesitation, Buggy and Shanks looked on with concern. After all, they had clearly seen the dark purplish-black armament Haki enveloping Rayleigh's foot after AOC collapsed. Even Captain Roger had broken into a cold sweat, asking Rayleigh if he had gone a bit too hard. Though AOC was a monster, taking that kick solidly should have kept him bedridden for days. They couldn't imagine how he had endured it. Moreover, as AOC's best brothers, they worried about his well-being. That guy was far too reckless. But AOC, at the center of this drama, seemed hardly to care. Instead, he stretched his limbs and said, "I'm fine, really. How long was I asleep? Surely not a whole day." AOC acted as though nothing had happened, only gasping sharply when his hand brushed his chest. It hurt like hell. Seeing his expression, Shanks and Buggy assumed his wound had flared up again and quickly supported him. "Don't put on a brave face, AOC. Yeah, if you're hurt, just rest properly, you idiot." AOC gritted his teeth, unbuttoned his chest, and gazed at the utterly blackened skin. His lips twitched slightly. "Huh. AOC, when did you learn armament Haki?" Shanks stared mouth agape in shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Buggy, seeing his reaction, grew furious and scolded. "Are you an idiot? That's clearly a bruise." "Oh, ha, is that so?" Shanks realized belatedly and burst into hearty laughter. "Looks like I misread it. You damn idiot, you really piss me off." Buggy simply couldn't stand how Shanks often failed to grasp what others were saying, yet always calmly watched him fume. And at times like these, AOC would typically laugh his head off while watching the show, and after they finished bickering would slip his arms around both their necks and smoothly deflect the topic. "Don't be mad, Buggy. Let's go eat together. TCH. I'm only doing this for AOC's sake, not because of you, Shanks." All right. I got it." In the year 1493 of the Sea Circle calendar, on a clear and beautiful day, the Roger pirates had just finished replenishing supplies on an island. Why is that guy called Odin wearing a diaper? OSS returned from purchasing supplies with a newspaper in hand. Shanks and Buggy were squeezed together reading it, and one article caught Roger's attention. It was an article about the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, a new face that had recently become famous on the seas, the samurai Kazuki Odin. A samurai from Wano. He looks really cool. Ugly as hell. OSS curled his lip, carried a wine barrel taller than himself to Roger, and set it down. Like a pervert wearing an open crotch cloth, so he can relieve himself anywhere he likes. If you ask me, a black military uniform is the best looking. Am I right, Bullet? Indeed, the hard-headed Bullet had boarded the ship a month ago. As for that battle where Bullet challenged Captain Roger OSS, watched the whole thing from the sidelines. It wasn't exactly an even fight, it was a one-sided slaughter. As for the rumor that a 15-year-old Bullet could match Rayleigh in his prime, OSS's take was say something like that, and do I look like an idiot to you? Forget Bullet. Even a 15-year-old Roger, a 15-year-old Whitebeard, or a 15-year-old Rox couldn't beat a prime Rayleigh. Do you think his mastery of all three types of Haki, his status as a great swordsman, and his Conqueror's Haki coding were just for show? Honestly, Buggy sometimes really had no filter. He could make Bullet and Rayleigh's fight sound like a match between equals, but OSS didn't dislike that about him. OSS had taken a kick wrapped in armament Haki from Vice Captain Rayleigh, and lived so, he hoped Buggy would one day hype him up too. Something like that. OSS guy was once my fellow crewman on the Roger Pirates. At 9 years old, he was already going toe-to-toe with Vice Captain Rayleigh. At this time, Bullet wasn't yet at the level of the world's top powerhouses, but he was still a true master of physical combat. He had crossed fists with OSS not long after coming aboard. After that clash, even Bullet, a monster among men, could not help but marvel that the heroes of the world were as numerous as carp in the river. OSS's observation Haki was spectacularly sharp, his monstrous strength unsettled even Bullet, and his hand-to-hand technique was polished. At just 10, he could trade blows with the 15-year-old Bullet without losing ground. Bullet was confident he wouldn't be defeated, but one thing was certain, he absolutely could not take OSS down easily. Bullet didn't believe in comrades, but he respected the strong. So when OSS spoke to him, he didn't ignore him. He only gave a slight nod. As a soldier, he truly thought a military uniform was the sharpest look. Diaper. Ha ha ha. Hearing OSS's description, Roger roared with laughter, the wine in his bottle sloshing with a clink. Crocus's face darkened at the sight, and he snatched the bottle from Roger's hand. Your body can't drink anymore. You wouldn't want to fall by the wayside halfway through the voyage, would you, Roger? Roger froze, then said miserably, don't be like that, Crocus. A tiny sip is fine. But unfortunately his captain status held no sway in front of the ship's doctor. He could only watch helplessly as Crocus carried his precious wine away. With no wine to drink, Roger felt low. Then things took a turn. OSS had slipped over to him unnoticed, produced a bottle from inside his coat, and quickly pressed it into Roger's hands. The two exchanged a look. Roger, what a fine lad you are, OSS. OSS, say no more, Captain. Is it all right, Rayleigh? Roger's body. Their little move naturally couldn't escape the reach of observation Haki, but the crew members who noticed it said nothing. It's fine. Roger isn't a man who can be brought down so easily. With fine wine in hand again, Roger was clearly more spirited than before and shouted to everyone, all hands. We're heading back to the New World. Oh, big news. Big news. The Roger Pirates, one of the New World's rulers, have appeared in the latter half of the New World. They have crushed several great pirates with bounties over 1 billion. Are they the rocks of a new era? Ever since Roger learned of his incurable illness and resolved to reach the final island, the Roger Pirates' voyage seemed to have been put on fast forward. In just 2 years they fought far and wide, combing the seas for poneglyphs. And before they knew it, 2 years had passed. In the latter half of the New World, the Edward Sea. OSS, your bounty is out. On deck a lively banquet was in full swing. Buggy, who always wrapped a bandana around his head, dashed over excitedly shouting. He ran so fast he nearly tripped. Hearing the news, the crew froze for a second, then one by one raised their cups to the long-haired youth in their midst, all talking at once. You made it, OSS. Let's celebrate OSS getting a bounty. Let's open another round of the banquet. Yeah. The sea breeze blew, gently swaying the long hair of the youth on the deck. Holding a bottle of juice, OSS walked over to Buggy and gave the banquet lovers a helpless look. My head is on a bounty poster, and that's a reason for you to throw a party. Don't say something so buzz-killing, OSS. Shanks, who had likewise been infected with the love of banquets, rather enjoyed the mood. I can't do anything with you, OSS said with a smile, then took the wanted poster from Buggy's hand. The largest photo on the poster was from a sea battle OSS had participated in. In it he stood tall and heroic, faint red light blazing from eyes that seemed to look down on the entire world. A truly intimidating image. In short, he looked terrifyingly strong. Black gun Dolter OSS. Bounty 1396000 belly. Heinous criminal, dead or alive. OSS, are you serious? 130 million. Buggy, always low-key goofing off and not particularly strong, had never yet entered the Marines' radar, so he was astounded that OSS's bounty had crossed 100 million. Although part of it came from the prestige of the Roger Pirates, and OSS also liked to take cheap shots in battle, making himself hated. There was even a curly-haired Marine who specifically singled out OSS every time Garp pursued them. The bounty of over 100 million still said plenty. It meant that despite being only 12, OSS had already been acknowledged by the world government as a threatening pirate. Shanks agreed. OSS could be infuriating at times, but he really was a worthy opponent. But before the two could say more, OSS raised a hand to interrupt them. His expression grew grave as he looked at the sky, leaving the two kids completely baffled. They could only look up too. As they stared, Buggy noticed something wrong. Several dark specks seemed to be slowly emerging from the clouds. So there really is no escaping it, OSS said, unslinging the black gun from his back. Thin wisps of black slowly wrapped around the gun, and a fearsome red light burst from his eyes. The Battle of Edwar. Enemy attack. Buggy shouted in a fluster at the pirate fleet descending from the sky, but his voice soon died down. A big hand landed on his head. It was Captain Roger. Calm down, Buggy. Get ready for battle. Looking up, what met his eyes was Roger's ever-unruffled face. Long time no see. Shiki. Roger. Among the dozen or so warships on the bow of the lead vessel carved with a golden lion's head stood a man with golden hair streaming in the wind. So this is what a true pirate looks like. Even from a distance, OS could feel the pressure of a top-tier powerhouse, a former executive of the Rocks Pirates, and one of the New World's 3 great overlords, Golden Lion Shiki. How many times have I said this, Roger? With his robe fluttering and a cigar clenched between his teeth, Shiki declared with great bravado, "We had quite a few grudges in our youth, but let's forget them. With the world-destroying weapon whose whereabouts you know, plus my forces and my plan, we can surely rule the world. Become my right." Before he could finish, Shiki's words were interrupted by a gunshot. Who would dare interrupt the Admiral's speech? He'd definitely be killed. The flying pirate's grunts broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly looked toward where the shot had come from. So it still won't work after all. A sigh sounded from beside Roger. The next instant, a jet-black bullet was still spinning against Shiki's armament Haki-hardened face until its kinetic energy, spent, it slowly dropped into the sea. Shiki's words caught in his throat. Veins bulged on his forehead as his gaze locked onto the figure beside Roger, a youth in a military uniform with long shaggy hair, wisps of gunsmoke still curling from the muzzle of the rifle in his hand. "You bastard. You're courting death." Voices of shock and fury rose from the flying pirate fleet. Clearly this act had gravely offended the Admiral's authority. Yet those who shouted the loudest could not escape being picked off once OS locked onto them with observation Haki. Crimson light blazed in his pupils, followed by one blood-red muzzle after another. Those armament Haki bullets carried future sight. Unless the target's observation Haki surpassed OS's, the only option was to endure them with stronger armament Haki. Pirates below officer rank were shot down one after another. "Ha ha ha. This is my answer, Shiki." Captain Roger roared with laughter at the sight. Clearly at these words, Shiki turned visibly red with fury. "In other words, are you asking me to kill you right here? I mean to crush every one of you." The first shot of the war had been fired by OS, and what followed was an extraordinarily fierce battle. OS fired a few stealthy shots first. Once the enemy ships had closed in, he simply drew the long blade from his waist and vanished with a soru. Many underlings, before they could even catch sight of him, felt several wounds suddenly appear on their bodies. But before long, an officer came looking for him. The man was of extraordinarily massive build, apparently some kind of captain in the flying pirates. OS clearly didn't have a good memory for unfamiliar faces. That brat actually dares to cross blades with Captain Dak. He'll definitely be killed in some gruesome way. The surrounding pirate grunts didn't dare get close to OS, but that didn't stop them from singing the praises of their officer. After all, the size gap was right there, a 1.6-meter brat against a 4-meter giant. Just by looking, it was an overwhelming mismatch. But Dak, standing opposite OS, was clearly not so relaxed. He sensed a dense and intense danger from this brat. In your future, there is no such word as victory. OS held the black blade in one hand. Though limited by age, his armament Haki was not especially profound, but he could still manage simple coding. He pursued excitement and battle in order to better temper his Haki, and to make his name known across the sea. Captain Roger had painted a magnificent picture for the world, and OS intended to devour every last bite of it himself. Wealth, fame, power. Boom. The entire deck started to sink and churn as countless pirate grunts were sent flying. Dak, his whole body coated in gleaming black armament Haki, charged out and threw a punch at OS. Clang. When the thick smoke cleared, unlike the one-sided beating the onlookers had imagined, the seemingly frail figure in the military uniform stood steady in place. OS had actually blocked that mighty heavy punch with only a single armament Haki-coated hand. Decent strength, but you're as slow as a snail. OS's expression and tone were full of contempt. That arrogant tone instantly shattered Dak's composure. He lost all reason and began a wild barrage. Unexpectedly easy to deal with. A smile curled at the corner of OS's mouth. He seemed very pleased with the other man's performance. Future sight was best suited to enemies like this, ones who could only flail about in helpless fury. He did have to admit, though, that the man's armament Haki was above his own. So when OS wanted to fight, he would trade blows with him. When he didn't, he would maneuver and lead him around like a dog. The value of the armament Haki training OS was accumulating kept rising. Dak, on the other hand, was filled with frustration, even red-hot enough to nearly learn life return. He had originally thought that taking down a brat who had offended the Admiral would be an easy job. He could earn credit with the Admiral and avoid the monsters of the Roger Pirates at the same time. But the brat turned out to be far more troublesome than expected, and especially good at taunting. Damn it. GUH. Throwing another punch, Dak felt like he had struck something solid. A resounding boom echoed out. He had just begun to rejoice when he suddenly sensed something wrong. A trickle of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Impossible. How could such monstrous strength exist in a brat like this? Once his fist was caught by OS, he tried to pull it free, but found he couldn't move at all. The other's power was far above his own. Horror filled Dak's eyes, but all he saw in OS's eyes was boredom. Your purity is still too low. Your armament Haki would make more progress from a beating by the captain than from this. Trash pirate. OS curled his lip. With a monstrous, incomprehensible strength, he swung Dak's entire body around, drawing cries of shock from the surrounding underlings. Gritting his teeth, Dak tried to steady himself, but found it impossible. He was whirled through the air, spinning. With a sudden release of his grip, OS sent Dak flying onto another ship. And then, well, Gabon hacked him down with an axe. After tossing that guy away, OS simply let himself go all out. Seeing that the nearby underlings had mostly been cleared, he used Jeppo and Soru to head back toward the bow of the Oro Jackson. Shanks and Buggy were also there on the ship, back to back, facing down the pirates closing in. One sword-style black light. A black flash of sword light cut through the air. Wielding the black blade, OS tore through the crowd and broke through the encirclement to rejoin the two. Thank goodness it's OS. OS, hurry over to us. The battle was far too brutal. Even though every member of the Roger Pirates was elite, they couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by the endless assault. The ship's combatants couldn't even spare the attention to watch over the three kids. Buggy looked all bark and no bite. In reality, he was panicking like crazy. At that moment, OS, who had fought his way to them, seemed to shine with light itself. Buggy desperately hoped that Ace would come to his rescue, but unfortunately Ace had his own affairs to attend to. Sorry Buggy, I've still got things to do. You and Shanks hold on a little longer. Ace patted Buggy on the shoulder, then vanished from the encirclement in a flash, cutting his way out and leaving the fight behind. Wait. Damn it. Buggy was on the verge of tears and could only pull a mournful face as he retreated alongside Shanks while still fighting. They were not monstrous freaks like Ace. At merely 12 years old, their combat abilities were passable, but facing a vast army of elite pirates was more than a little overwhelming. Shanks, however, took it in stride. After bidding Ace farewell, he threw himself right back at the pirates charging at them. Don't let your guard down, Buggy. The enemy is rushing us again. Damn it. Meanwhile, at the main battlefield of the Edward C. Roger and Shiki were clashing with their Conqueror's Haki in a violent display, a mesh of black-red lightning spreading across the entire battlefield, as though it would tear the very sky apart. Some of the weaker pirates did not even dare approach the battlefield, for the sight of their seniors lying on the ground knocked unconscious served as a cautionary warning. Their duel was ferocious. Divine departure. Lion's thousand cuts. The two sword techniques collided with each other. Ace, who had hurried over to observe, did not dare blink as he stared intently at those two blades that were not even touching. No matter how many times I see this, I still end up shaken by such overwhelming power. Conqueror's Haki infusion. Ace must have been insane standing there observing the fight, while enduring the ravaging remnant pressure of two overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, using his observation Haki to its fullest in an attempt to comprehend this inborn talent. When facing such world-shaking power directly, Ace admitted that this was the first time he had felt true fear. It was not weakness of spirit or will, but the instinct of a living creature staring death in the face. He knew that if he dared to take even a few more steps forward, no matter how powerful his physique and dual-color Haki might be, he would absolutely be shredded to nothing by that awesome might. But Ace did not retreat. He admitted that he was gambling, and clearly his gamble paid off. When face to face with the great terror between life and death, a person can often break through their own limits. Perhaps because he stood too close, dense wounds began to appear across Ace's body. Even armament Haki could not defend him effectively, and threads of blood seeped from his 7 apertures. Still, Ace did not dare retreat, for if he retreated now, he would lose forever. If he backed away out of fear of someone else's Conqueror's Haki, then based on what Ace knew about Conqueror's Haki as a manifestation of will awakening it himself, would become nearly impossible ever again. At best, he would forever remain at the level of a first mate under an emperor. And how could he show off or have fun then? He refused to become some nobody instantly slain by a single Conqueror's coded strike, a man not even reaching admiral level, someone who in the future would be shaken to his knees before Shanks by Conqueror's Haki alone. In his past life, he had lived at the bottom with no hope of rising for an entire lifetime. Now in this life, he had finally obtained talent and the opportunity to grow stronger. He would become the strongest man in the world. The ultimate show-off. The freest man. He would make everyone tremble with cold sweat just at the mere mention of his name. It was this simple conviction burning in his heart that allowed Ace to face the baptism of two of the world's most supreme Conquerors Haki with unyielding resolve. Crack. Just as Shiki and Roger were in the thick of their battle, a young but domineering will erupted into the battlefield, its black-red lightning instantly drawing their attention. Shiki and Roger's eyes went wide, and then both burst into roaring laughter. Hey brat, looks like you've got your own ambitions to fulfill. Join me, kid. I'll let bygones be bygones about that shot you took before. That won't do, Shiki. This child is one of the new era's future. In the distance, Rayleigh and the others engaged with numerous high-ranking officers also sensed this extraordinarily pure Conqueror's will and broke into smiles. The most astonished among them was Buggy, his hair tossed wildly by the storm of this aura, his eyes filled with sheer disbelief. Huh, Ace. He actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. Whoa, that's Ace for you. Shanks was far calmer, genuinely delighted by his friend's progress. Yet none of them noticed that among the rabble of the flying pirate crew in the distance, one unremarkable pirate was holding a din mushy to transmit images. On the other side of the transponder, Snail Marine Headquarters Marineford. Awakening Conqueror's Haki at such a young age. This brat aboard Roger's ship may possess potential no less than Roger himself in this era. I know this guy. From the end of the desk at the Marine office, a voice came from behind Vice Admiral Garp, startling him so much that his snot bubble popped. Nan, is the meeting over already? Garp. Fleet Admiral Kong stopped the current Marine Admiral Sengoku, who was grinding his teeth in fury at Garp for falling asleep again, just as he was about to lose his temper. Sailor from Garp's ship, speak in detail. Kazan, seated behind Garp, stood up, clenched his teeth as he stared at the uniformed boy radiating black-red lightning on the din mushy screen and slowly produced a wanted poster. Target Doter, Ace, age 12. Proficient in 2. No 3 colors of Haki marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Suspected to possess exceptional aptitude in observation Haki. There is a chance he is one of the great pirate Roger's true successors. If the preceding information was intelligence the Marines had gathered through years of combat and expended funds, the last sentence was purely personal vendetta. He was a Logia user, yet the scar on his thigh still remained to this day impossible to erase. He had nearly been transformed from a future Marine Admiral into a future Marine Admiral-less. A monster this young. He must be nipped in the bud. Hearing Kazan's words, Fleet Admiral Kong's brows knitted tightly. The appearance of more and more prodigious monsters among pirates posed a tremendous challenge to the Marines, especially when they were crewmates of a great pirate like Roger. Now that Conqueror's Haki had been confirmed, if the boy was allowed to grow and learn Conqueror's infusion, the prospect of another pirate of Roger's caliber emerging in the future made Kong feel a crushing weight of pressure for the Marines to come. That brat with the gun on Roger's ship has grown this much already, huh? The Marine hero Garp remarked as he munched on rice crackers. Crunch. My rice crackers. Garp. Sengoku let out a Buddha's roar. Every single one of you refuses to serve me. Then died. Don't talk nonsense, Shiki. Boom. Even with his newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, Ace was still nothing more than a kid, so Roger had no choice but to shield him behind his back. A single stray shockwave from their clashing strikes sent Ace flying once more. Regaining his balance, Ace no longer stubbornly charged back to the center of the battlefield. Instead, he used Moonwalk to reach Shanks and Buggy's side. Buggy was visibly overjoyed to see him. Ace, there are too many enemies. What should we do? Relax, Buggy. Ace flicked the rain off his blade and looked up at the churning sky where a storm seemed to be brewing. You're the owner of Conqueror's luck, a power that rivals me and Shanks. Almost as if to confirm OS's words, a storm that swept heaven and earth began brewing on the horizon in the next instant. What? Before such might of heaven and earth, even the New World overlord who boasted of destroying the world had to yield. Countless ships manipulated by the float fruit were engulfed by the storm and tsunami, and the Golden Lion himself, who ruled the skies, was naturally no exception. Swept into the tsunami and robbed of all strength for an instant, he saw a ship's wolf flying toward him. Set sail, everyone. Built from Treasure Tree Atom, the Oro Jackson was exceptionally sturdy, and with a band of devil fruitless powerhouses clearing the way, even a tsunami could not stop the Roger pirates from advancing. Buggy and Shanks were utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Hey, Buggy slammed open the galley door. The door, which had already been thrown around many times before, now seemed even more rickety. OS, charging in with an agitated face, Buggy's voice carried disbelief and excitement. Is what you said true? OS, was that storm that saved us really because of my luck? OS was hiding in the galley, sneaking food. Meat in his left hand, a bucket of milk in his right, shoveling it into his mouth to replenish his energy. After a small mountain of food, his stomach showed no sign of swelling. Observation Haki had already sensed Buggy's approach, so he was not surprised at all. He only found it amusing that Buggy actually believed it. Buggy might very well possess Conqueror's luck. Otherwise, with such pathetic strength, how could he have easily become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and even one of the 4 emperors? But OS felt that their clean escape from that battle was not because of that. It was Captain Roger's heaven-chosen fortune at work. Even if Buggy contributed, it could only have been in a supporting role. Even so, OS was tactful enough not to say so. After all, Buggy was one of his few close friends. Of course, Buggy. With strength like yours, you still managed to get on this ship and survive so many great battles unscathed. Doesn't that prove it? OS said it seriously to Buggy. But Buggy was indeed a true man. OS still remembered his words clearly. That line, "Won't your lives cry out?" With that kind of spirit, even the weakest man deserved to be called a great pirate. Hearing this, Buggy fell silent for a moment because he wasn't sure whether OS was actually complimenting him. But after thinking for a moment, he chose to believe OS. Although OS was usually sharp-tongued and irritating, Buggy felt he knew OS's character very well. At the very least, OS had never deceived him, and whenever danger came, it was often OS who helped him out. Not like Shanks, who would trick him into work with a fake treasure map. Because of that, the two had no shortage of fights, though Buggy never won. At this thought, he felt a little happier, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. He simply sat down to slack off with OS. On the entire ship, he actually preferred being with OS most of all. Shanks was too infuriating, and the other crew members valued the more talented OS and Shanks even more, which had once made Buggy want to give up his dream. Only OS spoke pleasantly and never made him angry. Though OS occasionally asked him to help with chores, every time, he truly gave him captured treasure maps and riches, never making him feel useless. He affirmed him. Honestly, in Buggy's eyes, OS was his best friend. By the way, OS, besides juice, you also really like milk, don't you? Buggy rubbed his red nose, picked up the milk bucket, and tasted it. Finding nothing particularly appealing beyond a bit of sweetness, he asked OS curiously, this? Actually, I don't really like it. Then why do you drink so much? Buggy asked, skeptical. Because milk makes you grow. OS smiled. I want to grow to 3 meters tall. Otherwise, when I fight the monsters of the sea, I'd have to look up at them. That would be too undignified. Is that really the reason? Of course it is. Actually, my favorite is still orange juice. OS and Buggy clinked their drinks, and OS continued guzzling loudly. Then, Buggy clenched his fist as if he had made a decision, then suddenly stood up excitedly and looked at the slightly bewildered OS. OS, after I become a great pirate, I'll definitely treat you to the best orange juice in the world. As he said this, Buggy's face flushed with embarrassment, but he forced himself to stay calm and stared at OS nervously. Sure. Buggy, you're definitely going to become a big name that shocks the sea. If I ever fall on hard times, I'll come and rely on you. OS laughed happily, but Buggy clearly took it seriously and agreed at once. Don't worry, OS. My vice captain position will always be yours. Even though Buggy said that when he recalled OS and Shanks' strength, he felt no confidence at all. Those two were simply too outstanding. A dream. Was he really worthy of one? The two rested their heads on their hands, eating and chatting. Time slipped by, and evening arrived. It wasn't until the ship's cook sensed something amiss and rushed in with a mop, gritting his teeth, that the two slackers were finally caught. But seeing OS let out a burp with no change in him at all, and Buggy, who had unknowingly eaten himself into a ball, the cook was utterly speechless. OS had a monster's physique that could digest anything instantly, no matter how much he ate. But Buggy, why did he have to join in? He couldn't digest any of it. There was no way around it. OS had to carry him back to the room himself. After bidding Buggy goodbye, OS finally had time to return to his quarters and bathe, washing off the blood and grime from battle. But once he was idle, his head began to itch. He kept wanting to release some Conqueror's Haki, just for fun. Back when he first learned moonwalk, he ran through the sky every single day, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of flight. In the end, though, the frequent puff-puff sounds of stepping on air so annoyed Uncle Gabon that he got a bump on his head. Considering it was already night, randomly unleashing Conqueror's Haki would very likely invite a beating, so OS simply gave up the idea. Still looking at himself in the mirror, his scarred body brimming with explosive power, he couldn't help admiring it. Shing, black armament Haki instantly covered his arms, faintly reflecting the lamplight of the room. When I get to Wano, I'll take a look at the Ryu there and see whether it differs from the armament Haki emission Uncle Rayleigh taught me. Finally, there's Conqueror's coating. OS admired his overwhelming martial power while mapping out his path step by step from Vice Admiral level strength to an Emperor's right hand, then to Admiral Yonko level, and finally to the Pirate King. By now, because of his monstrous physique, ordinary training could no longer make his strength skyrocket. Its effect could even be called negligible. The rest had to rely on growing and maturing with age, along with high-level Haki instruction from those STR. What lay stored within was exactly the devil fruit he had obtained 3 years ago, the Paramecia-type teleport fruit. In the original storyline, this was the ability of Van Augur, the sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates, a devil fruit perfectly suited for a sniper. But in AOC's hands, this was certainly more than just a sniper support fruit. When his strength could no longer advance, AOC might consider consuming this space-related devil fruit. Developed to awakening, it could bring him many surprises, teleporting all enemy attacks 1,000 miles away, rapidly teleporting to achieve an intangibility effect that rendered him immune to all strikes, or casually teleporting devil fruit users into the sea. Even the pawpaw fruit could repel pain and send its user traveling the world, so why couldn't his teleport fruit do the same? In AOC's view, mythical zones might indeed be powerful, but Paramecia were not weak either, especially those involving conceptual abilities. As for why he didn't eat it now, AOC was waiting. Because he feared a certain speculation before the appointed time would devil fruit users be rejected by the final island. In the original story, Buggy had inexplicably developed a high fever on the eve of reaching it, thus missing the great treasure, while no one else exhibited such a symptom. And the biggest difference between Buggy and everyone else was that Buggy was a user of the chop fruit. So AOC dared not gamble. After all, the fruit wouldn't run away, and he could afford to wait 2 years. During those 2 years, he could devote his energy to improving his Haki. As teacher Kaido said, only Haki stands above everything. AOC naturally wouldn't put the cart before the horse, and become a fragile glass cannon, whose devil fruit ability seemed impressive, but would kneel at the first encounter with Conqueror's Haki coating. Wasn't Kid a force to be reckoned with? With his awakened electromagnetic cannon, he could easily gravely wound an emperor, and a single shot caused entire fleets to vanish. However, his own Haki lagged behind. Shanks with future sight caught a slight opening in his wind-up and casually cut him down with one divine departure, slaughtering a man with a 3 billion bounty as easily as butchering a chicken. Therefore, no matter what, AOC would never give up training Haki. He aimed to forge the hardest armament Haki in the world of future sight that saw even farther, and Conqueror's Haki that equaled anyone's. And sailing with the Roger Pirates was now the fastest way for him to raise his Haki, a path that also replicated Shanks's rise. Bang bang. Just as AOC was lost and thought, a knock sounded. Uncle Bitamo. A strange crimson light burst from AOC's eyes, and an image of a plump man opening the door instantly appeared before him. Pulling on his pants, AOC opened the door. It was as expected his sniping master, Bitamo, the sniper of the Roger Pirates. AOC still awake. Bitamo held a long bandage-wrapped rod-like object and casually patted AOC's shoulder. AOC nodded and gestured for him to come in and sit. What's that? I'm here to congratulate you, AOC. Not everyone has the potential for Conqueror's Haki. Bitamo grinned and handed the object to AOC. It had to be said that, as AOC's master, Bitamo was indeed dedicated. He had wholeheartedly taught AOC more advanced uses of observation Haki and sniping techniques, truly earning the title of master. As soon as AOC took it, he knew what it was by feel: a long gun. It was rather heavy. As he unwound the bandages layer by layer, what was revealed was a glossy black sniper rifle, strikingly cool in design. Whether the barrel or the scope, all were made of excellent materials. These materials are really good. And it's all seastone. Damn. AOC didn't know what to say. He had planned to become a devil fruit user, one who could fight, take hits, and snipe. What was he supposed to do now? Could he not have both teleportation and a sniper rifle? It's a good rifle indeed. Seeing Bitamu's eager little eyes, AOC couldn't bear to say anything displeasing. At worst, he could just use it wrapped in bandages. Moreover, the rifle was truly excellent. As a sniper who was used to guns, he knew at once that hitting a target several kilometers away was no problem. If the bullets were coated with armament Haki or a devil fruit ability, in theory, they could travel even farther. Of course. I bought it at a high price back then. It's just that I've become used to my old partner, so I never switched it out. Lucky you, kid. Bitamo laughed heartily, clearly delighted that this good rifle had found a good home, because AOC deserved it. Snipers with Conqueror's Haki were rare. After so many years, only AOC stood as the lone sprout. His future was boundless. Bitamo himself had no Conqueror's Haki, so as a sniper, he could never hope to become one of the world's strongest in his lifetime, but AOC had that hope. Thus, this move was also an investment in the sniping cause. I originally planned to give it to you tomorrow, but when I saw Shanks was still awake, I thought you might be too, so I came tonight. Hearing this, AOC, who had been fiddling with his new weapon, paused, raised an eyebrow, and asked curiously, "What's that guy Shanks doing causing a ruckus in the middle of the night?" "Probably because of you." Seeing AOC's confusion, Bitamo curled a smile. Seeing someone your age easily defeat the officers of an enemy ship must have shaken Shanks a little. Then he burst out laughing. As a child raised by Captain Roger, Shanks was outstandingly gifted and regarded as the inheritor of Roger's will. And AOC was his own disciple. Now that AOC Shanks, in a sense, didn't that mean Bitamo Roger? Shanks, it seems, also has the heart of a strong one. This was actually normal. When he first boarded, Shanks, already given the straw hat by Roger, had developed an initial grand ambition to look down upon the world, and was even expected to be the king of the next generation. But AOC's appearance undoubtedly put a ceiling on this guy who had been invincible among peers. Shanks, who had traveled with the Roger Pirates since childhood, couldn't even match AOC, who had grown up in a town. It was like a genius young master losing to a grassroots child of fate. Didn't that mean Roger's will shouldn't be inherited by him, and neither should the straw hat belong to him? Shanks couldn't accept it. Even though AOC didn't deliberately target him, the gap itself made Shanks subconsciously compare, hoping that one day he could reclaim the MVP spot among the trio. After AOC unleashed Conqueror's Haki during the day, Shanks began to work himself hard that very night. "Keep it up, AOC. If you're not careful, you'll be surpassed." As for Bitamo's remark, AOC didn't feel much pressure. After all, he had never planned to inherit any will or become the Pirate King. His desire to see what One Piece was came purely from nostalgia and curiosity. If he really wanted to be Pirate King, it was simple: wait for Roger to die, take the eternal pose to laugh tail, revisit the place, and declare he had found the One Piece. But he did take strength seriously. He didn't want to become someone who, when he wanted to amuse himself and show off, would have to flee because Shanks got in his way. That guy was notoriously meddlesome. Shanks might have standing elsewhere, but in front of him and Buggy he had none whatsoever. A month after the Battle of Edwar ended, the Roger pirates enjoyed one of their rare stretches of peace. Except for, bang, that Bullet, still so reckless. Knowing he was outmatched, he still fought to the death. That was the folly known as stubbornness. OS thought that this saying suited Bullet perfectly at this moment. What made this man think Roger was someone a brat under 20 could defeat? He did not even master Conqueror's Haki coding, yet he charged straight in and was cut down in a single slash every time. After seeing it long enough, everyone aboard had simply gotten used to it. Everyone assumed this farce would go on forever until an island landing of the Roger pirates. After being sent flying by another single slash, Bullet's expression was different from his usual one, as if he had made up his mind. Only OS noticed this. Leaving Bullet, OS chewed on a piece of ham, leaning against the doorframe, watching Bullet pack his things. There was not much to pack anyway, just a few changes of clothes, a couple of headphones, and some treasure. Bullet turned around and looked square at OS, whose strength he had come to acknowledge. Roger doesn't have long to live. I have no hope of surpassing him in this lifetime. It is time to leave. Then what do you plan to do next? Though OS asked, he already knew exactly what Bullet would choose. As the final boss of the film Stampede, Bullet's strength was beyond question. One could even call him a perfect all-around warrior. He had faced the Navy's Buster Call many times, a man known as the Devil's Heir. Gear 4th Luffy seemed utterly feeble before him, and he toyed with the supernovas like playthings. Of course, what moved OS most was his armament Haki, so massive in quantity that it could cloak half an island. But in the end, he took the wrong path. He insisted on studying a supergiant fusion colossus walking down the dead end of growing bigger without growing stronger, and was used as target practice by a group of fighters. Had he only studied Conqueror's Haki coding instead of relying on huge amounts of armament Haki and giant forms, he would at the very least have been Emperor class. Plans? I don't know yet. First I should get stronger. And after you get stronger, challenge the next strongest person in the world. Bullet declared with conviction, his gaze drifting to OS, which left OS staring back in surprise. Will you become someone who surpasses Roger? Dodo OS. You don't mean? OS raised an eyebrow, a vague premonition stirring in his heart, and immediately regretted coming to see Bullet off. I can see that your spirit and talent are second to none. Once you step onto the world stage, perhaps we can have another fight. Hey, I don't want to carry on whatever Captain Roger left behind. Go find Shanks instead. Bullet did not answer, but OS could still see it in his eyes. The man had no intention of changing his mind. But once Captain Roger was gone, he would come for me. What kind of logic is that? Though OS believed he might one day stand among the world's strongest, that did not mean he enjoyed asking for trouble. He and Bullet had at least known each other, so killing Bullet over a challenge was out of the question. Yet even if he won, he would be hounded forever, just as Bullet had clung to Roger's ship with a small challenge every few days and a big one every few days more. It would be enough to drive one mad. After a short conversation, Bullet took the initiative to leave once the ship came ashore. Surprisingly, no one tried to stop him. Not even Captain Roger, who simply watched him go. OS was no exception. After all, Bullet had never truly been one of them. He did not believe in comrades. He trusted only his own absolute force. That ran against the beliefs of everyone aboard, so parting ways was only a matter of time. Besides, even if Bullet had not left, the crew would have disbanded in 2 years anyway. Rayleigh also stood by the ship's side, watching Bullet's figure gradually vanish into the sunset. But before he could muster much melancholy at the parting, he was interrupted by OS. Vice Captain, when will you teach me Conqueror's Haki coding? You little brat. Hearing that, Rayleigh's mood evaporated at once. He gave OS a pained look, somewhat regretting the careless joke of a promise he had made. This power cannot be taught as a technique, OS. Your Conqueror's Haki must first reach sufficient strength. Then how do I make it strong enough? As your strength rises, so will your spirit. It's still far too early for you. There have been geniuses who awakened Conqueror's Haki as children, but have you ever seen one so young use Conqueror's Haki coding? OS had nothing to say. On reflection, it really did seem true. Whether Doflamingo Ace, or even Yamato and Katakuri. Some of them had awakened it even earlier than OS, yet without exception they reached middle age without mastering the technique of Conqueror's Haki coding. Or rather, in the New World, strong fighters with Conqueror's Haki are as numerous as carp crossing a river, but those who can coat themselves in it are only a few thunderous names. Perhaps this power truly demanded extraordinary talent. OS was silent for a long while, and at last gave up the fantasy of mastering Conqueror's Haki coding at 12. Rayleigh had not been entirely humoring him, though. He went on to explain how once OS's Conqueror's Haki was mature enough, he could wrap it around his body or weapons, just like armament Haki. The message was, I've given you the technique. Whether you can actually use it is up to you. Incidentally, the explanation even included the use of divine departure. That was Conqueror's Haki coating combined with the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, and it was highly instructive for OS. Meanwhile, Buggy and Shanks not far away had taken in the whole scene. Seeing OS and the vice captain discussing things still far beyond their reach, both boys found themselves thinking the exact same thing. Would they ever really catch up to that guy OS? You two, what are you staring at? OS noticed them, walked over, slung an arm around both their necks, and asked with a smile. Nothing. Captain Roger said to hurry up with the supplies. We're setting sail for the next destination. Where? Wano country. Wano country. They had unknowingly sailed all the way here already. It seemed the final destination really was not far off. My time is running out soon, OS. Behind the three little ones, Captain Roger walked over with a smile and ruffled the heads of his three apprentices. In his voice there was not the slightest gloom or dejection of a dying man. Go and make a name for yourselves on the islands in the latter half of the New World. Who knows? You might run into a surprise. OS was speechless because in the end Roger really did find the place and the people capable of deciphering poneglyphs in the time he had left. It was all the guidance of fate. Of course, life at sea is long. Unlike Luffy, who sailed around the world in just a few months, the Roger pirates never had such a clear target line. So much of their time was still spent on the journey. In fact, one might say Roger was the true child of destiny. He stumbled into every condition needed to reach the final island. Less fortunate pirates could spend their entire lives without ever finding the burial place of the poneglyphs or the one who could decipher them. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, OS, now 13, had truly begun to make his mark. But OS cared little about that. It was something else that caught his attention. Hey Buggy, great news. I'm already 2 meters tall. Are you an idiot? This is hardly the time to be worrying about that. Buggy, who was only 1 meter 45, couldn't help complaining as he looked up at OS, who towered over him. They were in the middle of a battle. Ha ha ha. I know. OS was in an excellent mood. He casually tilted his head and twisted aside, dodging several bullets aimed at him, then came up beside Buggy. Shing. Pitch black armament Haki instantly spread over his entire arm and stopped right at Buggy's temple. Thunk. A bullet slammed into the back of his hand, bounced off, and hit the deck with a clatter. Watch your back, Buggy, OS said with a chuckle. Huh. Only then did Buggy realize that he had been a hair's breadth from death. His mouth flew open, his eyes bulged, and he was so startled that he almost loosed a snot bubble. I almost died. Buggy was still shaken. True, he had eaten the chop-chop fruit and was a chop-chop man, but his immunity applied only to slashing attacks. A bullet to the head would absolutely have killed him. He patted Buggy's shoulder, then leaped to the ship's rail, letting his observation Haki spread outward. In an instant he could perceive the exact state of the 2 marine warships pursuing them from afar. They didn't even send an admiral after us. Did these marines offend some big shot? OS held his rifle in one hand, but his gaze was fixed on Captain Roger at the bow. As OS stepped forward, many crew members kept watching his every move, including that straw hat wearing bunch. OS was becoming more and more able to stand on his own. Ever since OS awakened his Conqueror's Haki, he had thrown himself into combat with particular zeal. In his own words, fighting as many straightforward battles as possible was good for the evolution of Conqueror's Haki, because victory and bloodshed were the finest refinement for the spirit. How should one put it? The contest along the Emperor's Road had always been like this. It was also because of this shift in style that OS's bounty kept climbing over the following year. By now he was a man worth 500 million berries. Leave them to me, Captain Roger. They're just a bunch of marine grunts. Roger hadn't intended to take part anyway. Hearing OS's words, he simply sheathed his sword and turned his gaze to the distant island shrouded in waterfalls, Wano country. And it fast, OS. We're about to land. Got it. OS raised his sniper rifle, his formidable observation Haki sweeping again and again over the 2 warships 100 meters away. Every layer of steel and iron wall was as nothing before him. This was another use of observation Haki that OS had developed, a god's eye view nearly akin to X-ray vision, somewhat like mantra. Steadying his breath, OS's eyes suddenly flared with scarlet light. Images of explosions flashed one by one before his mind. Foreseeing the future itself was no longer his goal. What he was trying to see was a future even farther ahead. With a short, sharp gunshot, a jet-black armament-infused bullet vanished into the air, almost instantly, a faint sonic boom rumbling in its wake. Then came a brief silence. Boom. As if by chain reaction, a series of impacts gave way to a volley of explosions. Amid wails and screams, a colossal steel warship slowly heeled over and sank into the depths of the sea. The sight terrified the Marines on the neighboring warship. They stood frozen jaws, slack eyes, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. He can tell the ammunition magazine's location from hundreds of meters away. That's insane. How could such a thing be possible? The Marine Rear Admiral on the adjacent ship had been on the verge of breaking down after witnessing all this, but he quickly pulled himself together and shouted orders to his men: retreat. Turn the helm around. A monster like that is not something we can possibly face. He immediately ordered the ship to turn, but it was clear they still failed to realize that for a powerhouse, a few hundred meters was no different from standing right in front of them. Someone's charging over. Too fast. Can't see clearly. It's Black Gun OS. Watching OS shoot through the air by treading on empty sky, the Roger pirates showed no surprise. They all leaned over the ship's side to calmly await a battle whose outcome was already decided. Everyone on the surviving Marine warship breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the Oro Jackson had no intention of coming after them. After all, they were Marines of the New World, and the commander of the two ships, Marine Rear Admiral Teslo, was hardly an unknown. Facing the young pirate who had recently risen so swiftly in notoriety with both colors of Haki in his grasp, Teslo believed he could hold OS off for a while. If he could just hold the line for a little longer, let the warship gain more distance, and then all the Marines could gang up on one man. Wouldn't taking him be as easy as picking a pocket? Black Gun OS. If you've got the guts, come at him, squelch. The surrounding Marines who had thought they escaped and had not yet had time to rejoice felt their smiles just begin to form, then freeze. Dying with a smile is the greatest mercy I can grant you. OS, who had already appeared on the deck without anyone noticing, gave his bloody blade a light flick and turned to look at the rear admiral's head on the ground, still wearing a smile. There was nothing surprising about it. He had seen this scene before he even drew his sword. The Marines around him, as if performing a Chinese opera face change, saw their expressions turn from joy to despair in unison. OS strolled idly through them, taking down one man with each stroke. Perhaps scared witless, two Marines even scrambled into the kitchen. Hey Marines, you should have been prepared to die in battle before you raised your hands. There's no such thing as a king of deserters. OS naturally showed no mercy. If he had been some weakling pirate, he would have been killed or locked in prison for life, even if he survived. He was no saint. Still, there was an unexpected bonus. The rear admiral's sword seemed to be a fine one. Its jet black blade bore a rippling pattern and had a long, heavy feel. It was not curved like most katana, had no superfluous hilt ornaments, and resembled a cane sword. On the whole, it was somewhat like Gambler's fireline, but longer and more gorgeous. OS did not recognize famous blades, but he felt certain it was superior to the ordinary soldier's long saber he had been using, and it was long enough to serve him until he reached 3 meters in height. Carrying his trophy, OS headed back to the Oro Jackson using moonwalk. That was just as well. He also wanted to see whether Wano's Ryu differed in any way from the armament Haki flow technique Vice Captain Rayleigh had taught him not long ago. This is Wano country. After landing, the group disembarked one after another and began to explore the ancient island. Only OS stared ahead with excitement, crimson light flaring before his eyes. It's coming, isn't it? Hey OS, where are you going? Watching OS suddenly leap onto a hillside nearby, as if scanning for something, Shanks, wearing a captain's hat and squatting nearby while munching on chocolate, looked up and asked. Buggy followed close behind. Since he didn't have observation Haki as absurdly strong as OS's, he could only peer into the distance with a telescope. Then, as if he had spotted something, he shouted, Captain Roger. It's the Whitebeard pirates. They're on the other side of the island. Roger, by contrast, didn't react much to the news. He just laughed. All right then, let's have a fight. A moment later, a figure rapidly approached. Captain, a samurai is charging over. OS said calmly. Unlike Buggy, he didn't react so strongly. A faint sweep of perception told him exactly who it was, so he wasn't all that surprised. The boil-proof King Kazuki Odin, a hot-blooded fool of a samurai who had been dealt a perfect hand and played it horribly. With a single move, Spear Phantom Demon, Odin knocked 2 crewmen to the ground. Seeing this, Rayleigh and Gabon drew their weapons ready for battle. He's as strong as the rumors say. Let's stop him, Rayleigh. Let's do it. Wait, Gabon, Rayleigh. Roger, however, looked thrilled as he dashed past them both. I can't let you two get hurt. Actually, you just want to fight yourself, don't you? OS smiled, but his eyes were locked on Roger and Odin as they were about to collide. He poured observation Haki wildly over them both, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. Roger charged forward with a grin, black-red lightning gathering on his blade. Divine departure. Such exquisite Conqueror's Haki control. Watching Kazuki Odin get sent flying by a single slash, OS was still savoring the Conqueror's Haki coating he had just witnessed. Having seen it more often now, he had gradually come to understand its principle. It was essentially the same as what Rayleigh had taught him. Compared to an unbridled release of Conqueror's Haki that indiscriminately blasts away rank-and-file soldiers, Conqueror's Haki coating is more like condensing that power to a single point and then unleashing vastly greater force. Shanks at his peak had used it much the same way, compressing Supreme Conqueror's Haki into black-red lightning. Even a vice admiral would be overwhelmed by it, and an admiral would be weakened in the face of it. However, this was not like armament Haki, which had physical substance and could be freely concentrated on any part of the body. A year had passed, looking at the black-red arcs he could generate from the friction in his palm, OS had merely scratched the surface. Everyone was watching Odin, who had been sent flying 100 meters by that single slash and only stopped after crashing through countless trees. But OS, Roger, and a few others were watching the sky. A powerful presence was closing in at incredible speed. He's coming. He's coming. OS's eyes flew wide as he stared at the figure approaching from afar, towering like a giant. A body so massive it seemed absurd, long golden hair, a white cape, and that trademark crescent-shaped white beard. The strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. He made straight for Roger the moment he arrived, and Roger was not about to be outdone. He coated his blade in an equally vast amount of Conqueror's Haki and slashed straight upward. The two blades never actually touched. They clashed entirely through Conqueror's Haki coating. Black-red lightning crackled out endlessly, and apart from the two combatants, the terrifying shockwave sent everyone flying. The sky itself seemed about to tear apart, and every cloud for 10,000 li was blasted away. Even though OS wanted to experience it at closer range, he could not withstand the force. He could only cling desperately, with his monstrous strength, to an ancient tree farther away that had not been uprooted. As for Buggy, Shanks and the others, Rayleigh had already grabbed them and dragged them far from the battlefield. Standing before such heaven-shaking might, OS fearlessly unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki to the fullest, trying to master wrapping it around himself. Grrrr. Interesting brat. Whitebeard noticed the brat nearby, who was still stubbornly refusing to be blown away, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Is he from your ship, Roger? Roger roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Yeah, this kid is a real monster. Jealous Newgate. Humph. My sons won't lose to anyone. After their usual bickering, the two held their ground for a few seconds, then both burst into laughter and planted their weapons beside them, greeting each other properly. Ha 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 ha, leave all your valuables behind. At the two captains' simultaneous command, the two pirate crews officially began their battle in earnest. However, no one noticed that on a distant tree an exceptionally skilled sniper had already raised his long rifle. A trace of red light surfaced in his eyes. You've left an opening, Marco. Bang! It was OS firing a sneaky shot. Having just experienced the might of Conqueror's Haki coating, OS felt that joining the battle to fight small fry could no longer do anything to elevate his spirit. Or rather, he had just savored fine fare to his heart's content, and had no desire to go back to chewing coarse rations. Moreover, OS clearly sensed that ordinary battles and killing could no longer increase his Conqueror's Haki. There were now only two ways to make it grow. One was to let nature take its course with age, allowing his mental and physical qualities to improve across the board. The other was to fight against Conqueror's Haki users stronger than himself. Only then was progress possible. So he picked up his old trade once more, sneak sniping. As for why he didn't take a sniper shot at Whitebeard, OS had certainly entertained the idea. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he peered into the future, the result was always the same: failure. Failure. Failure again. Alright. It seemed he still couldn't afford to provoke a powerhouse like that. OS had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, and turned his aim toward the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco. Marco spread his wings, and was just about to charge forward when a single shot blew his pirate dream apart. His wings instantly reverted to human form, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move in the slightest. He narrowly avoided being trampled by the comrades rushing out from behind him. This is seastone. After the shot landed, OS didn't count on keeping his position hidden forever, so he simply revealed himself. Leaping down from the tree, he slung the black rifle over his back. A black-haired young man in military uniform stepped out from the shade. From the belt of his uniform, he slowly drew the long blade he had captured earlier. Shing! Pitch-black armament Haki coiled around his arms, then slowly spread over the blade. Upon closer inspection, it even carried wisps of black-red lightning within it. Seeing who it was, the brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates were furious. Damn it! A sneak attack! The Roger Pirates meanwhile looked as if this was nothing unusual. Oh, it's OS. Well, no wonder. That's just his style. But although OS had shown himself, he clearly had no interest in the brats aboard the Whitebeard Pirates ship. Instead, he locked his gaze directly onto one person. One of only two Conqueror's Haki users on that ship, Kazuki Odin. With OSS striking first, the great melee erupted. However, with Marco eliminated early and OSS thrown in as an unexpected wildcard, the Roger Pirates still held the overall advantage. Not to mention, the Whitebeard crew only had Odin as a true high-level combatant, while Rayleigh and the others could all coat themselves in Conqueror's Haki, enough to take on the opponents with one finger. So it was less a real battle and more a sparring session. OSS was equally hard-headed. Though his raw strength was insufficient, with his freakish brute force and battle-forged two-color Haki, he managed to stay on par with Odin for a time, even while at a disadvantage. OSS finally understood why there were so many forced deadlocks in the One Piece world. One side might indeed be weaker, but as long as the other side was not overwhelmingly stronger, fighting for days on end was effortless. Everyone truly was an HP tank. Moreover, compared with the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki coating of Captain Roger and the others, Kazuki Odin's strength was slightly inferior, and his Conqueror's Haki was not top grade in the world. OSS might not be able to beat him, but Odin was still good enough to practice on. At worst, it would hurt a little. One sword style. Crackle. Dense armament Haki covered the blade with wisps of Conqueror's Haki coiled around it. Backed by OSS's monstrous strength and swordsmanship, the terrifying power of that single slash even faintly tore the air apart. This was the first time OSS had unleashed his absolute maximum power, and his eyes continuously peered into the future. Ultimate black light. Odin had not expected OSS to unleash a finishing move right from the start, but he naturally refused to be outdone. Twin blades wrapped in armament Haki, mastery that surpassed even OSS's, came slashing forward in an answering charge. Odin two-sword style, samurai and chanting great soul. In an instant the two crossed paths. The tremendous force made the ground around them crack inch by inch. Though it did not reach the heavens, it still sent stones and dust flying, an awe-inspiring spectacle. This left everyone nearby still busy with hand-to-hand combat and normal attacks, totally dumbfounded. Wait, are the two of you actually serious? But after that single exchange, OSS frowned, and red light burst from his eyes. How could this be? I clearly dodged it. The next second a mouthful of blood was coughed up from OSS's mouth. That frightened Buggy and Shanks, already somewhat unkempt in the distance, out of their wits. Even with no sword wound on his body, blood still spilled from his mouth. OSS had already seen this moment the instant their blades crossed, but the next moment, he understood. So this is Ryuo. Thanks to OSS's freakish physique, even taking a direct Ryuo hit did not immediately rob him of combat ability. After all, most of it had been predicted by his observation Haki, and evaded. His body only took the internal destruction from the parts he had not reacted to. With a constitution matching a young Whitebeard, he would not go down so easily. Ryuo. Flowing internal destruction. OSS carefully savored the sensation he had just felt, his observation Haki scanning Odin behind him over and over, trying to get the armament Haki on his hands to flow as well. Uncle Rayleigh had taught it to him, but as expected it was battle that allowed a person to progress and master something quickly. That really is a terrifying slash. Actually, Odin was not better off from receiving that slash because his block had been completely foreseen by OSS. The slash went straight across his chest, opening a long wound and gushing blood. Fighting an enemy who sees the future is that stifling. Unless you can overwhelm him with pure strength, you must be ready to keep getting wounded, because no matter how you try to defend, the power of time will see through it all. The following battle remained much the same. Although Odin had superior raw strength, he still could not overcome OSS's freakish observation Haki and monstrous strength. Odin even suspected that in a pure contest of strength, he might come up short. Not to mention, while their Conqueror's Haki clashed, OSS was also constantly trying to master and familiarize himself with Ryuo and Conqueror's coding. As one side declined, the other flourished. He became stronger with each exchange and possessed astonishing stamina. It was the first time Odin had ever fought such a suffocating battle. Even when he had been instantly defeated by Whitebeard and Roger, he had never felt this way. Gradually, even the flowing Ryuo armament Haki that could hurt this monster was being figured out by this kid. After 2 days of intense battle, every last technique Odin had was finally wrung dry by OSS. Once OSS adapted, Odin could no longer help him become stronger. Instead, he had to guard against OSS's uncanny slashes and occasional sneak shots. Uncle Gabon. Switch out. After OSS exchanged another blow with Odin, he did not turn around to take a cheap shot. Instead, he called for backup. You really are a monster, OSS Gabon said. Dealing with a bunch of kids who had yet to grow was already boring. He could not truly kill them. Now that OSS summoned him, he became interested with a smile spreading across his face. I'll take it from here. Before Odin could say anything, OSS kicked once with Soru and vanished in an instant. In his place was a burly man carrying twin axes chopping down toward Odin. Finally matching someone of comparable skill, the two began exchanging furious blows. OSS was not idle either. Seeing that Shanks and Buggy were struggling, he pushed off the ground and appeared beside them in an instant. The Whitebeard division commander who had been dealing with them suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head, and a bad feeling flooded his heart. He swung the iron chain in his hand, hurling the massive, open-mouthed iron ball backward. But the shattering sound he imagined never came. From within the smoke, footsteps sounded as a tall, lean figure slowly walked out, still holding the enormous iron ball in one hand. How is that possible? He caught it barehanded. Turning to look at Buggy and Shanks, he found them beaming with surprise and joy. Thank goodness it's OSS. Buggy and Shanks felt as if they had found their pillar of support. Clutching their blades, they slowly backed up to OSS's side. Stay safe, Buggy. Shanks. Seeing the wounds on their faces, OSS frowned, and a blood-red light burst from his eyes as he rapidly scanned the Whitebeard crew members gathering around them. At the same time, the longsword and long rifle in his hands were slowly coated with armament Haki, but their color was somewhat different from before. It was slowly flowing crimson-red armament Haki. There is no victory in your futures. OSS made his move. The long rifle in his hand fired bullets toward all directions at an inconceivable speed, and every bullet was wreathed in flowing red Haki. There was no dodging it. This was the shared feeling of everyone with keen observation Haki among those targeted. Helplessly, they could only coat themselves in as much armament Haki as possible to defend. If even the regular crew members who were skilled with Haki were suffering this much, the apprentices were even more miserable. Almost all of them came off wounded or being hit in a limb, and losing combat capability was a light result. One small dark-skinned chubby boy was hurt worse. The bullet nearly grazed his neck and struck his shoulder, leaving him on the ground, bleeding non-stop, screaming in pain. Ryuo is extremely difficult to defend against completely. If one fails to dodge it, one's insides will also be destroyed. It has enormous killing power. Even OSS with his monstrous body would cough up blood from a slight hit. A few of those with the thickest HP tried to brave injury and charge forward, but OSS was no squishy ranged attacker. None of those who dared come close got away with any advantage. Bro with future sight, freakish strength, and Ryuo charging into close combat with me. Are you asking to blow yourself up? And so the great battle raged on for 3 days. OSS's strength earned the recognition of every member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Cunning and overwhelmingly powerful, a true anomaly. Fortunately, on the 4th day, both sides finally ceased hostilities. Carrying supplies and treasure chests from their respective ships, they began bartering like street vendors. The intense combat and the study of Haki had left OSS weary as well. He needed time to refine and consolidate what he had learned. Yet he felt little interest in the exchange. After all, his possessions amounted to a single devil fruit and the usual share of berries and treasure. After wandering about for a while, he traded some of his wealth with the Whitebeard Pirates for a portion of seastone, convenient both for crafting bullets and for other purposes. Buggy, Shanks, are you two just going to stand there looking foolish? OSS sat on a fallen log behind them, watching the two with hands on their hips and arrogant expressions. He was speechless. They're the ones who keep staring at us. OSS, is that so? Across from them, Marco, who had been brought down by a single shot, sat cross-legged with bandages wrapped around him. Beside him was a short, stocky youth, also bound in thick bandages, Marshal D. Teach, the future Emperor of the Sea, the treacherous Blackbeard. Yet both of them now seemed to be gazing not at Buggy and Shanks, but at OSS, who was eating. Are those brats apprentice pirates? Teach asked seriously, his eyes fixed on the trio. Yet they've been aboard the Roger Pirates for a long time now. As an original crew member who had followed Whitebeard from the very beginning, Marco was quite familiar with those aboard Roger's ship. He had long known of the 3 youngsters' existence, but he never expected that black-haired one to be so powerful, far beyond anyone's anticipation. How? A monster like that is merely an intern on Roger's ship. Cold sweat trickled down Teach's forehead. The wound on his left shoulder still throbbed with pain. The internal destruction hurt far worse than it appeared. Meanwhile, the other two didn't look strong at all. How could there be such an enormous gap between them? That first encounter with OSS had clearly left a deep psychological scar on him through the young man's overwhelming strength. While the two of them scrutinized the trio was observing them in return. Hey OSS, Shanks, you noticed it too, right? That guy, during the truce these past 2 nights, he never seemed to sleep. So what? Why's not sleeping such a big deal? No, I heard he's never slept since birth. That's a genuine monster. Hearing this, OSS's attention was fixated on something else entirely. Buggy, of all people, had apparently spent 3 whole days watching Teach. The thought was unnerving. As for Blackbeard, OSS neither disliked nor liked him. Strictly speaking, Blackbeard's greed, lust, and backstabbing nature fit the world's stereotype of a pirate far better than most. Roger and Luffy, by contrast, seemed more like travelers wearing pirate costumes. The reason OSS had singled out Teach with that shot earlier was partly to test his abilities. After all, leaving a scar on an adult Shanks's face wouldn't be an easy feat. Yet, judging from that single shot, the current Blackbeard was still nothing more than a brat. OSS had no interest in continuing to frighten a child. He merely turned his gaze toward the summit of a colossal tree, where Roger, Whitebeard, and Odin were discussing matters, occasionally exchanging words of argument. OSS even caught glimpses of space itself cracking from their clashes. It seems this voyage is truly drawing to a close. He slowly swallowed a mouthful of juice, lost in thought. So Odin has become a member of the Roger Pirates. As the Roger Pirates set sail anew, Buggy looked at the samurai aboard and asked in disbelief. Well, something like that. You could say we borrowed him from Whitebeard. OSS didn't react much. On the contrary, this gave him another chance to consult about Ryu. Although he felt the version he had secretly learned was no different from the authentic one, asking the original master would naturally provide a more thorough understanding. What if there were special techniques he had yet to grasp? OSS carried his blade and slowly walked toward Odin, who stood at the center of the banquet. He then slowly drew his sword, startling Odin and the crew as the atmosphere froze. But contrary to their expectations, OSS had not come to fight. Why are you all staring at me like that? I came to seek your guidance on Ryu. Odin let out a sigh of relief. He truly did not wish to fight that shameless brat again. It was pure torment to never land a hit while getting pummeled. However, Ryu as an application of armament Haki wasn't something he minded teaching. After all, they would be comrades from now on. Yet when he asked OSS about his mastery of Ryu, he was left utterly dumbfounded. OSS simply extended his fist as layers of red armament Haki spread across his skin like flowing water. With a distant wave, the sake bottle in Odin's hand burst apart. Tell me, is there anything I should improve? OSS smiled, completely devoid of the fearsome aura from their earlier battle. I figured it out on my own during the fight 2 days ago. At those words, Odin opened his mouth, but found nothing to say, because there was nothing left to teach. What OSS displayed was the most authentic form of Ryu armament Haki. He even suspected OSS had mastered it long ago and was merely toying with him. After all, could anyone in this world truly progress that quickly? Was he even human? Under Odin's silence, OSS was driven away by the cold treatment. What was that all about? All I did was use future sight to mess with him a few times, and he's this vindictive. How petty. He'd used that trick to annoy countless people, yet only Odin had made such a fuss. Maybe he should reflect on himself a little. With his request unanswered, OSS could only walk away from the center of the banquet under the crew's stairs. Looks reserved for monsters. Perhaps there were times when being too outstanding would get you ostracized. Left with nothing better to do, OSS went to find his 2 good friends. A sweep of his observation, Haki revealed the pair training hard at the stern. To be honest, their training results were of no use to him anymore. What he had learned from Rayleigh and Roger had spoiled him. Stealing Shanks's practice through observation Haki was now entirely fruitless. So he might as well rest and train to extend the length of his future sight, pushing from 3 seconds to 4 seconds. That was far more worthwhile. What he didn't expect was that upon seeing him, Buggy merely waved and continued slacking off. Shanks, however, caught fire. Setting down his dumbbell, his expression filled with delight at the sight of OSS. Then, burning with fighting spirit, he drew the long blade from his waist. Come fight me, OSS. OSS. Huh. Before OSS could react, Buggy jumped up first, his mouth wide open in an exaggerated expression. Shanks, what are you thinking? There's a limit to bravado. How could you possibly be a match for OSS? Though these words stung, Shanks himself had to admit that his current strength was far too inferior to OSS's. Both were 13 years old. OSS had already touched the threshold of Conqueror's Haki infusion, while Shanks, even at full effort, only possessed a faint hint of Haki and couldn't even put it into practical use. But sometimes becoming stronger means daring to take on challenges. I see. OSS smiled knowingly. Shanks was treating him as an experience pack. And indeed, the fastest way to grow stronger was to battle an opponent a level above yourself. It wouldn't be as pointless as crushing weaklings, nor as overambitious as facing too great a gap. Since you're so determined, bring it on. OSS looked at Shanks, who was a head shorter than him, and suddenly had an idea, his playful side surfacing. He remembered the scene from their duel years ago, the legendary moment. Sorry, I don't have a smaller sword than this. But after searching left and right, OSS found that he only had a spear and a long sword on him. There was absolutely no small dagger. After pondering for a long while, OSS fully displayed his combat wisdom and found a substitute for the small knife on the clothesline at the stern, a pair of underpants. OSS. Shanks stepped forward, gripping his long sword in both hands, his voice full of youthful vigor. As expected of the future Yonko, he naturally possessed the courage to swing his sword at those stronger than him. Accept my challenge. OSS paid no heed to his passionate declaration. He leisurely walked to the clothesline and took down a pair of his own freshly washed underpants. Under Buggy's and Shanks' bewildered stares, he shook them out, then twisted them into a rope-like form. And then, clang, dark armament Haki coated them. Sorry, I don't have a smaller pair of underpants than this. Originally, Shanks was full of excitement, immersed in the impending battle, his mind racing with ways to find a flaw in OSS. But when he saw OSS harden a pair of underpants with armament Haki and prepare to fight him with it, he had to admit he couldn't hold it together. D-damn. OSS, you bastard. There's a limit to looking down on people. Last time it was a small knife, and now he switched directly to underpants. He didn't even bother to hide it. As a companion who had lived and fought with him for 5 years, he knew OSS's strength well. Whether it was spear techniques, physical arts, swordsmanship, or Haki, anything related to battle, OSS was proficient in them all, and to a high degree. When facing different enemies, he could instantly adopt the most suitable fighting style. Even barehanded, he had seen OSS coat both fists in armament Haki and break through encirclements with monstrous strength, never hesitating to learn from the ship's martial arts masters. Yet now, when it came to dealing with him, he simply picked a pair of underpants and hardened them. Shanks received a critical hit of 10,000 points. Was it OSS's perverse sense of humor, or did he genuinely think underpants were the best match to deal with him? What a joke. When dealing with me, even if you don't use your proud spear techniques and monstrous strength, at least use the long sword at your waist, you bastard. Shanks gripped his long blade tightly, as if fighting for pride, unleashing all the swordsmanship he had inherited from Roger. His sharp eyes were not something a brat should possess. After all, he was praised by Roger as the king of the next generation. Even if he wasn't as monstrous as OSS, he was still an outstanding figure among his peers. A faint sword light flickered on his blade, a sign that he was on the verge of becoming a master swordsman. A fine sword technique. OSS didn't move a step, nor did he activate future sight. He simply watched the charging Shanks with his battle instincts. This casual air even gave Shanks an illusion. He could land a hit. There was a chance of victory. Even you OSS aren't completely invincible. Clang. A metallic clash resounded across the field. Under Buggy's watchful gaze, Shanks' fierce full power slash struck OSS's underpants. A trace of bewilderment suddenly appeared on Shanks' confident face. When had it been blocked? Even Buggy, watching from the side, hadn't seen it coming. Shanks' mouth slightly opened, his expression grave as he looked up at OSS. All he saw was a mischievous smile tugging at OSS's lips and eyes that seemed to be enjoying the show. Close call. I almost didn't react in time. OSS's mischievous side flared up, and he grinned, baring his teeth. Shanks' eyelids twitched a few times. Shanks, it's hopeless after all, isn't it? You're completely outmatched. Buggy called out at just the right time, though no one knew whether he was trying to urge Shanks to give up or merely fanning the flames. As expected, Shanks' face grew even redder. His veins bulged, and black Haki faintly appeared on his blade. He turned and slashed at OSS again. Clang. Another metallic clash, and OSS blocked again with the underpants. Then a dense series of such sounds rang out. OSS retreated, while fighting calmly, wielding the Supreme Underpants in his hand. Under the coating of armament Haki, it could be considered a black blade, one that had even battled a Yonko. Compared to OSS's nonchalant, Shanks on the other side was truly on the verge of breaking down. He couldn't even cut through a pair of underpants. Could the armament Haki on his sword be fake? Every sword technique he had once learned was unleashed one after another, his frantic blade shadows sweeping in an airtight barrage. His already impressive slashes seemed to become a joke in front of the ever-moving underpants, completely unable to break through its defense. Notches even appeared on his blade, yet the underpants remained exactly as before, as sturdy as if they could last to the end of time. Little by little, anger gave way to helplessness. Although Shanks had broken through his original limits in his heated fury, he still found himself utterly powerless against OSS. Then OSS's stomach let out a growl. Gurgle. Sorry, let's call it quits here for today. Before Shanks could even react to these words, OSS suddenly vanished from before his eyes, and a gust of wind came from behind his head. Could it be? No. I don't want to be knocked out by underpants. Shanks resisted with all his heart, but he was powerless. A black rod shot straight toward the back of his head, producing a crisp cracking sound. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, OSS's black rod had already reached his head. Under Buggy's astonished gaze, Shanks was once again knocked out by OSS. A big red lump swelled up. Just by looking at it, Buggy grimaced. This guy Shanks had indeed grown stronger in the face of adversity, but the price was a lifetime of embarrassing stories. Shanks swore he'd never challenge Ace to a duel again. Gritting his teeth as he lay on the bed, the lump on the back of his head throbbed with a searing pain that still kept him awake at night, and he never stopped complaining about how careless Ace was with his strength. Ace, however, clearly didn't take the matter to heart. Not long after Shanks woke up, he came over with Buggy to visit. Don't be so petty, Shanks. Getting beaten is also a form of improvement, you know. Besides, it wasn't on purpose. Ace crossed his legs, resting his chin on one hand on the table, while gnawing on a huge meat leg with the other, speaking with a grin. Yeah, Ace also helped you get the hang of armament Haki, didn't he? Buggy chimed in from the side. Ace had a smile on his lips, but in truth he had done it on purpose. If he didn't take the chance to punch him now, then 20 years later, when Shanks reached his prime, things wouldn't be so easy. After all, Shanks had the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki observation killing abilities, future sight, and a crew that rivaled the Roger Pirates. The guy cheated just as much as Ace did. Leaving a few embarrassing memories now would make their future encounters a lot more fun. But Shanks clearly didn't appreciate his good intentions. Like a sulky child, he turned his head away, refusing to look at Ace. Yet as he turned, he accidentally bumped the huge lump on the back of his head, sending another wave of searing pain through him, making him grimace and hiss again. Quit sulking. Meat. Want some? Ace looked at Shanks, who had been unconscious for a whole day, and was still acting moody, and directly handed the big bone leg over. No. Really not gonna eat. Not eating. Then I'll just eat it myself. The kitchen's out of food anyway, and we can't restock until the ship docks tomorrow. Hearing that, Shanks gritted his teeth. I'm not hungry anyway. Suit yourself. Grumble, grumble. Both Ace and Buggy wore barely suppressed smirks, which made Shanks's face turn red. He could only grind his teeth to vent his frustration. Shut up. You two can say whatever you want. I said I won't eat, so I won't eat. Even if I starve to death, die right here on the deck, or get swallowed by a sea king, I still won't touch it. Alright. I'll just leave it here. Eat it whenever you get hungry. Seeing that Shanks had no intention of turning around, Ace shot Buggy a meaningful glance, and Buggy understood it instantly. Yes, Shanks. Take a rest then. The two of them walked to the door, opened it wide, but didn't actually step out. Instead, they shut the door again and stood right by it, using the sounds to fake their departure. Shanks was unlucky enough to lack observation Haki. The moment he heard the door close, he turned around in one swift motion and reached for the meat on the table. He'd been tormented by the delicious aroma for ages, and had only been holding out by sheer willpower. Now that the two were gone, he could finally fill his stomach. But what he didn't expect was that just as he turned around and grabbed the meat ready to eat his fill, a stifled burst of laughter interrupted him. Shanks whipped his head back toward the door and found two figures staring at him with knowing, mischievous grins. His face immediately turned as red as a monkey's bottom. "You two bastards." Ha ha. During that time sailing with the Roger Pirates, Ace had to admit it had been a truly fascinating voyage. In late Sea Circle calendar 1496, after Kazuki Odin boarded the ship, the Roger Pirates followed the clues of the road poneglyphs and headed straight back to the Grand Line. Through the calm belt Skypea Water 7, the bridge of hesitation. They encountered so much, enjoyed so many delights, and everyone savored the pleasures of the journey. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Even knowing the farewell was fast approaching, Ace still felt joyful. He would never forget this youthful experience for the rest of his life. After getting the coating at the Sabati archipelago, they hardly lingered before heading down to Fishman Island. Ace had wanted to see the legendary auction houses on Sabati, the slave market, the protected species known as the Celestial Dragons, and maybe even ride a bubble bike. But Captain Roger's illness couldn't be delayed, so he had no choice but to leave with regret. Especially when they passed one particular street where poor girls wearing very little had waved at him more than once. After all those years surrounded by a bunch of rough men. Even though Lady Toki was now aboard, she was already somebody's wife, and a wife who'd just given birth at that. Ace told himself a crewmate's wife must not be touched. Being a teenager, he felt an urge to use his own treasure to generously help those fallen girls, but Buggy and Shanks dragged him back. Sigh. Fine, he'd wait. If nothing else, once the crew disbanded next year, he could come back and explore to his heart's content. He looked back several times, reluctant to leave, before finally making up his mind to return to the ship. With the coating complete, the Oro Jackson slowly descended toward the seafloor. One thing worth mentioning, while Roger and Odin could hear the voice of all things, Ace tried to sense it too, but heard nothing at all. That made him wonder whether the voice of all things was an innate ability rather than part of observation Haki. Otherwise, someone with his top-tier observation Haki would definitely have been able to hear it. Bored to death, Ace sat at the ship's edge and kept using Conqueror's Haki to fish. This discovery thrilled him. From now on, he'd never have to worry about starving at sea. All he had to do was glare at the water, and a whole stretch of fish would float up belly side, as many as he could ever want. Even the mighty sea kings lurking beneath the waves would freeze in terror under a high-level Conqueror's Haki. Even if they didn't faint, they wouldn't dare move an inch, just waiting to be slaughtered. After about half a day, a beautiful, exquisite undersea island appeared before them. Ace had grown up in the New World, but this was his first time here. After landing, Roger and the others were soon warmly received by the new King Neptune. Not that he had much choice. They were one of the New World's overlords, and his little Fishman Island could never afford to offend them. During their stay, they also encountered a young shark mermaid named Shirley, Arlong's sister, the one highly skilled in divination from the original story's Fishman Island. But Ace wasn't interested in her talents. Whether it was future sight or predictions decades ahead, he didn't believe anyone could surpass him in that regard. At best, all she could divine was the birth of Shirahoshi. By the time they arrived back in the New World, it was already Sea Circle calendar 1497. That was the very year the Roger Pirates reached Laugh-Tale and completed their circumnavigation of the world. It was also the year that Ace, the freeloader who just got carried along, was swept up in the glory. Indeed, changing history is never that simple. OS crouched beside Buggy, whose body was flushed red, and shook his head regretfully. Even though he had deliberately reminded Buggy to watch his diet and get more exercise as the voyage neared its end, Buggy still had the misfortune of falling ill. OS could do nothing about it. He couldn't exactly force Buggy to continue traveling with them at the risk of his life. And just as in the original storyline, Shanks volunteered to stay behind and take care of Buggy. OS also knew that as long as Buggy didn't force himself ashore, a few days of rest on the island would be enough for him to recover, so he wasn't too worried. After bidding farewell to Shanks, OS understood that the final moment was about to arrive. The beginner's protection period was drawing to a close. So during those days, he sought out Gabon and Rayleigh more and more often, trying to learn as much as he could to use as capital for later dominating the seas. In fact, if he hadn't worried that fighting Roger before reaching Laugh-Tale might send the man off ahead of time, OS would have wanted to formally battle a powerhouse like Roger, someone who could show him the gap between himself and the world's summit without getting him killed. Unfortunately, that chance never came. As Uncle Gabon finished charting the map, OS's heart couldn't help but stir when he saw the island marked as the final island. Setting foot on the island, OS walked forward with all the crew members, Roger at the front. As they looked around, everyone burst into laughter. Looks like we came too early after all. OS had many guesses in his mind, but once he saw the truth, he smiled knowingly. So this is one piece Oda, you old rascal. The ship slowly left Laugh-Tale. OS sat at the stern holding something like a bracelet set, with several glass spheres containing 3 needles inside. Roger stood by the side of the ship, quietly watching the island receding into the distance. Captain, you don't mind if I set a log pose to you? OS made no attempt to hide his actions. He looked openly at the emotional Roger beside him. OS had prepared himself for rejection, but to his surprise Captain Roger didn't mind at all. Sure, but I trust you won't let this thing spread around casually, right? OS. Just keeping it as a souvenir. OS smiled. As merrily as they had come, the crew drank and chatted happily on the way back. None of them were troubled by the end of the voyage. Only OS felt a heaviness in his heart, because he knew that the day of parting was about to come. Silently lying by the ship's edge, OS idly tossed the eternal pose in his hand, caught it, tossed it again, and caught it once more. Gabon noticed his gloom. With a newspaper in his left hand and a bottle of wine in his right, he walked over slowly. OS won a bottle. Looking at Uncle Gabon's outstretched hand, OS, who normally never drank, was taken aback. For once he accepted it and clinked bottles with him. It's really bitter. A man of the sea must drink to show his boldness. I can't relate. Even as he said that, OS clinked bottles with Gabon once more. The bottle was nearly drained between the two in a few gulps. Tossing the empty bottle into the sea, Gabon handed over a small piece of paper. Here, this is my Viva card. Huh. If you ever change your mind and come to appreciate how good wine is, you can come find me for a drink. Then you probably won't live to see that day. OS chuckled. He hadn't expected that Uncle Gabon, always so stern on the ship, one of the few strict parental figures among Roger's crew, could show such an affable side as they neared their parting. Still, OS was glad he could visit Uncle Gabon someday if he had the time. After all, he wanted to take a good look around Elbaf and see for himself how Gabon had tamed a wild female giant. Besides, how on earth did Uncle Gabon manage to father a giant child? Surely he didn't crawl inside her. OS felt a growing curiosity. Elbaf, OS was definitely going. The round trip took around a dozen odd days. As they approached, OS stood at the bow watching the island gradually appear in the distance. Beside him were Odin, Rayleigh, and Roger. Standing before Roger, who was 2 meters 70 tall, OS hardly looked any better than a little kid. OS, do you remember what you said when you boarded the ship? Rayleigh said slowly, gazing into the distance. Of course I do. OS naturally remembered, even if he had only said it deliberately to hitch a ride. Actually, I once said the same thing to Rayleigh. By all rights, you're the one most capable of carrying on my will. But I have a feeling you're not the kind of man who would follow the arrangements of fate, OS. Roger smiled and ruffled OS's hair, though his words were somewhat thought-provoking. OS didn't deny it, he nodded silently. I'm a good judge of people. That's why I left Shanks and Buggy behind, but brought you along, OS. You're not the one this world is waiting for. Besides, your talent and power remind me of a man. One even I had to be wary of, the former ruler of the seas, rocks. So consider it doing me a favor, OS. Leave the future of the world to hope, just as we saw at Laugh-Tale. OS hadn't expected that Captain Roger, usually so carefree and loud, had this kind of scheming wits about him. The world's hope. Thinking of the new era Roger was about to purchase with his life, OS fell silent for a long time. I understand, Captain. I promise you. Honestly, he had never thought of supporting the world government's rule over the world, nor was he interested in overthrowing the old order. He only wanted absolute strength to do what he loved, to live in this world as he pleased, unbound by any rules or forces. He lived only for himself, doing whatever made him happy. In other words, his shoulders truly could not bear the heavy burden that the world bestowed, and he would never use his own life to push history forward. After hearing OS's agreement, Roger was overjoyed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He turned to Rayleigh and chatted about their younger days. Before they knew it, the ship had docked. From afar, OS spotted an excited Shanks. He then turned and called Buggy out as well. The two were overjoyed. Buggy pounced over, throwing an arm around OS's shoulder, and everyone chatted merrily. But before long, Shanks, who had been talking to Roger, suddenly burst into tears, breaking the atmosphere of reunion. OS didn't listen to what the two discussed, but he could roughly guess Roger had probably told Shanks that the pirate crew was about to disband. The subsequent events unfolded more or less as OSS had expected. After returning from Laugh-Tale, Roger was formally crowned with the title of Pirate King. Countless newspapers vied to spread the news. In that moment, the Roger pirates, numbering no more than 30, were thrust to the crest of the world's waves. Such elevation naturally raised the status of crew members like OSS as well. After all, they were the crew of the Pirate King, who possessed wealth, fame, and power. Countless pirates came flocking at the rumor, hoping to defeat Roger and claim the legendary One Piece. Even the Marines were no exception. They dispatched even more elite fleets to scour the seas for the Roger pirates. And just as their fame and standing reached their peak, on an ordinary dusk, all members of the Roger pirates gathered on the deck. Captain Roger stood before them, smiling as he made his final address. When I look back, it's truly miraculous. A man whose life was nearly over could still reach this point. I am endlessly grateful to you all. Hearing that, even Gabon, the most solemn man on the ship, couldn't help feeling bashful. Such sudden sincerity made even OSS a little embarrassed. Looking at his many crew members, Roger felt deeply gratified, but what had to be said still had to be said. He slowly let his smile fade. Then I have something to say. Everyone stood at attention upon hearing this, gazing at the Pirate King, who had led them all the way. Smiling, he announced to all, the Roger pirates are hereby disbanded. So it finally came to dissolution. OSS felt wistful and reluctant. The ship passed through Fishman Island and sailed toward the Four Seas with the South Blue as the first destination. There Roger would be the first to disembark. That night the Roger pirates held a banquet. After all, each banquet was one fewer than before, so everyone celebrated with abandon. No matter how much they wished the ship would sail slower with the sea breeze carrying them onward, the Oro Jackson eventually reached its destination, Batarilla Island in the South Blue. Roger disembarked with a pack on his back and medicine in hand. Everyone was crying profusely, even OSS couldn't hold back, silently shedding a few tears. Goodbye, Captain Roger. After the parting, the crew continued sailing under Rayleigh's leadership, heading toward Wano in the New World. Yet what surprised everyone was that the second person to leave the ship was not Odin, it was OSS. On the way to the New World, while the ship was being coated at the Sabati archipelago, no one expected that OSS would suddenly choose to disembark there. Hey OSS, why are you in such a hurry to get off the ship? Why don't you stay with me and Shanks? Buggy was the one who cried hardest at the news of OSS's departure, almost wiping his snot onto OSS. But OSS had his own reasons for this. Sorry, Buggy. Before I officially begin my journey, I want to spend 2 years growing stronger here in paradise. But don't worry, it won't be long before we meet again. My observation Haki never lies. What observation Haki? All your observation Haki can do is see 30 seconds into the future, right? Despite what Buggy said deep down, he was willing to respect OSS's wishes. After another round of tearful bawling, OSS said goodbye to everyone, carrying a small bundle, some treasure, and his own sword and gun. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment, then looked at Odin and offered a word of advice. Not for Odin's sake, but for the bond formed over their year aboard the same ship. OSS warned him, hey Odin, power will always be the only solution to problems. Pirates are far more cunning than you can imagine. You bastard, what are you suddenly talking about? Odin was baffled, but OSS didn't explain further. He simply waved his hand and parted ways with the crew. After all, he didn't really like Odin as a person. He had only warned him out of goodwill. Otherwise, he would have grabbed that brat Momonosuke and strangled him before throwing him into the sea the moment they met. Odin's death was entirely his own choice. OSS would not interfere. But he would definitely go to Wano to watch the excitement later. After all, he did things however he pleased. By then, if he castrated Momonosuke, the boy would probably make a better shogun. Without the distractions of worldly desires, he could dedicate himself wholly to governance. Besides, the Kazuki family still had Hiyori to carry on the bloodline, didn't they? It wasn't as if he would be betraying Odin. OSS mused with a dark sense of amusement. He watched the Oro Jackson, his home for 5 years, slowly submerge and head toward Fishman Island. Farewell, Roger pirates. Ugh. OSS had thought he was mentally prepared, figuring devil fruits really could taste awful, but he never imagined it could be this awful. It was worse than an old lady's foot-binding cloth smeared with rotten eggs and then left to ferment for 3 days and 3 nights. Actually, OSS had originally planned to sandwich the teleport fruit, which upon awakening becomes the space fruit, between slices of bread and gulp it down whole, but in the end, he couldn't resist his curiosity. After all, he'd only get to taste this once in his lifetime. Taking a single bite, he stood on the roadside, retching into a trash can for a long while. Then decisively, he swallowed the rest of the fruit whole. Although it was a bit big, since even Buggy had managed it years ago, OSS just used a little more effort and swallowed the remaining flesh whole. Even though there was no more fruit left in his mouth, that soul-crushing awful taste still lingered, making OSS's mouth feel terrible. Time to find somewhere to eat something. OSS carried his luggage, and while traveling experimented with his new ability. In a very short time, he fully adapted to the power of teleportation. Interesting. Walking nonchalantly down the street, OSS moved like a phantom. One step and his figure appeared dozens of meters away. It carried a certain air reminiscent of Yuan Tiangong, the renowned marshal of the Tang dynasty. However, OSS was not really familiar with the Sabati archipelago. On his previous visits, he had never taken the time to explore. Although his observation Haki gave him a sense of the terrain, he had long forgotten which district was for what, even if the original work had once explained it. Turning left and right, he finally stood before a strikingly colorful district. He narrowed his eyes in silence. Was this the arrangement of fate? Seeing the men carousing inside and the seductively dressed beauties, OSS didn't need to guess what kind of place this was. Especially through his observation Haki, he sensed the battles of beauty and beast raging inside the buildings on both sides of the street. It made him silently exclaim in admiration. Having stayed aboard Roger's ship all this time, surrounded entirely by men, how could he have ever seen anything like this? Oh my. I never imagined that a big shot like you would show up here. In late 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, with only a few months remaining before Captain Roger would turn himself in, the former members of the Roger Pirates had already disembarked, one by one, vanishing into seclusion without a trace. On the Sabati archipelago in the red light district, dusk had settled. While most people had finished their day's work and returned home to enjoy the quiet hours, the atmosphere here was only just beginning to stir. Inside a luxurious building at the heart of the district in an office, a long-haired youth in a trench coat lay sprawled in a chair, eyes closed in rest, one hand pillowing the back of his head, looking utterly at ease. Behind him, a young white-haired girl extended her slender, delicate fingers and gazed at the youth's face, with limpid, watery eyes massaging his temples with complete concentration. A hint of pleasure showed on the youth's face, and beside him sat a carton of juice. With a mere wave of his hand, another black-haired girl beside him immediately brought the drink to his lips. When he needed neither food nor drink, that black-haired girl would extend her fair long legs to serve as an armrest for his chair, letting him use them as he pleased. Sigh. Noticing the youth's handsome brow faintly furrowed, the white-haired girl hesitated for a moment before leaning in cautiously to whisper softly, "Lord OSS, is there something you are not satisfied with?" "It's nothing." He had sighed simply because happy times were always fleeting, and the time to train hard and grow stronger had come again. This man enjoying an indulgent life before her was none other than OSS, who had left the ship over a month ago. OSS extricated himself from the massaging hands, propped himself up on the black-stockinged leg, and sat upright. On the table before him lay a black blade and a long spear, both equally well cared for by the girls. Oh my Lord OSS, have these two girls been neglecting you?" At that moment, the sound of a door opening rang out, and a young matron carrying a small handbag stepped inside. She wore a figure-hugging skirt with a pair of striking long legs and a full, tempting bosom that perfectly embodied the allure of a woman her age. Seeing OSS sit up, she thought he might be dissatisfied with something and hurriedly asked. Hearing this, the two girls attending to OSS tensed up visibly. OSS naturally noticed this, but he merely shrugged. "It's nothing of the sort, Madam Sammy. I just wanted to stretch my body a little." Madam Sammy was briefly taken aback, then raised a hand to her cheek and revealed a charming, seductive smile, a hint of flush on her face. Her eyes seemed to say, "You've finally come around. Since you're in the mood, I'll arrange a room right away." Huh. OSS was startled, then quickly realized that Sammy had misunderstood. "No. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi are wonderful, but let's leave that matter for a couple more years." Even though his body at this age already possessed the corresponding functions, he had no desire to indulge his appetites at 14 and ruin his health lest it affect his strength and future potential in adulthood. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi were the names OSS had given them. Ever since Sammy, the madam of the red light district, had handed them over to OSS to curry favor with him, their futures had truly rested in OSS's hands, including even their names. That's right, a young man had arrived in the red light district. The red light district, also known as the brothel quarter, a gathering place of pleasure, was run by its owner Sammy, the madam of all the women who made their living there. She was a self-made woman of strength who had taken in many fallen girls, female slaves, and pitiable souls. Through her own hands, she had built and managed this district. But tall trees catch much wind. As her territory expanded and business flourished, a host of problems followed: the world government's exorbitant taxes, rogue marine officers demanding free services with armed force, and pirates causing trouble. One after another, those who sought to devour her and her business made this frail woman feel for the first time the helplessness of facing power. Such was the tragedy of the week. It was precisely because she had recognized this truth that Sammy immediately changed her approach, seeking to find a sufficiently weighty backer by sacrificing a pawn to save the queen. Even giving up the vast majority of her profits was far better than being devoured to the bone. This was the wisdom of the small and powerless. And OSS, who had just left the Roger Pirates, seemed like a gift sent by heaven, delivered to her side just in time. After a friendly discussion, a man who only needed power and a woman who only needed strength reached an agreement without the slightest effort. As long as OSS would serve as her protective umbrella, she would give him 50% or even more of the net profits from all her businesses as his compensation. Moreover, as long as it fell within the scope of her establishment, he could enjoy every service for free. For OSS, who was seeking a place to settle, he happily agreed after only a moment's thought. Thus, in the days that followed, OSS truly experienced what it meant to live like a king in paradise. With the full slate of services arranged by Sammy, pleasure nearly wavered his resolve. For a few moments, he even wanted to stay there forever and never leave. In the end, reason pulled him back to reality. Why else would they serve him with fine food, drink, and beautiful women, if not for his reputation and power? A crew member of the late Pirate King, a great pirate from the New World with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. If he truly wasted his strength because of this, he would be the biggest fool of all. And so, except for resting time when he came to the red light district for massages and meals, OSS spent the vast majority of his time training on an uninhabited, deserted island. Although it was somewhat far from the Sabadi archipelago for OSS, who could teleport to anywhere within his line of sight, it was merely the blink of an eye a few times over. Once his devil fruit developed to the point of unlimited teleportation, his commute time would shrink even further. His training content was also simple, with only two major items for now: Conqueror's Haki infusion and devil fruit ability development. Once he perfected these two great projects, OSS figured that catching up to Captain Roger would not be far off. Of course he would not neglect his swordsmanship and marksmanship either. Such a heavenly life was merely the norm for OSS. Tilting his head back, he drained the remaining juice in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Having already grown to over 2 meters in height, at least in the eyes of the beauties present, his figure was tall and imposing indeed. They understood that compared with wealth and territory, this youth before them who appeared so young was the very foundation of their existence. In Sammy's gaze toward OSS burned the most primal yearning of the female for the powerful male. The stronger a woman was, the more this instinct held true. OSS patted the heads of the 2 young servant girls and walked toward the door. Well then, I'll be going now. If anything comes up, just call me on the Den Mushy anytime. OSS smiled at Sammy. In the year 1498 of the sea circle calendar, at the center of an uninhabited island, a bare-chested man stood alone. His deep-set eyes carried an innate hint of contempt. His strikingly handsome face was full of serious concentration, and his tousled black hair was loosely tied behind his head. Setting down a small hilltop with ease, AOC wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. To train his control over strength, he had recently been tossing hilltops around. Specifically, he would hurl a boulder as large as a small hill from one side of the island to the other, then teleport to the other side, instantly catch it, and throw it back. It could neither be too close nor too far. Moreover, if his Haki coating was not controlled well, the entire boulder would explode into pieces, forcing him to start over. Through this method, AOC attempted to train his control over his innate monstrous strength and the Conqueror's Haki that kept transforming as he grew. The results did not disappoint him. He genuinely felt his growing mastery and proficiency over his own power. Try it one more time. Wiping the sweat from his face, AOC took a slow, deep breath, his entire aura steadily rising. As Conqueror's Haki poured out continuously, he paused to gather strength, assuming the charging stance of Fishman Karate Tankawawa Straight Punch, a technique he had learned from his shipmate, the Fishman Sangbire. As he continuously focused his mental energy, the Conqueror's Haki field that had been emanating outward began to shrink. The supremely dense Conqueror's Haki now radiated crackling black-red lightning, which slowly wrapped around his fist, ultimately turning into a blinding black-red thunderbolt. Crack, 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 crack. Only when no further compression was possible did AOC finally complete his charge. He threw a single punch. At the center of the deserted island, the largest remaining mountain peak, the only one left, crumbled inch by inch like dust beneath the terrifying black-red thunderbolt. As the fist landed, the once massive mountain was reduced to nothing more than a giant 10-meter-deep crater. What tremendous power! A smile spread across AOC's face. This feeling was so thrilling it made his scalp tingle, even more intoxicating than the pleasures of a massage. After months of arduous training, he had finally mastered Conqueror's Haki coating. His mood greatly improved. AOC turned to the next simpler training task, mastering and developing the abilities of the teleport fruit. The training chiefly involved combining teleportation with combat experience, as well as attempting to teleport other objects. Only when he had exhausted himself to the point of collapse would AOC occasionally relax by fishing and reading newspapers, hobbies he had nurtured since childhood. If I calculate correctly, the time is almost here. The day of Captain Lawage's execution. He was not about to miss it. After a full day of training, AOC was in such a good mood from mastering Haki coating that he ate even more than usual. While shoveling food into his mouth, he flipped through recent news, searching for reports on the Lodgia pirates. Come to think of it, now that the captain has become the pirate king, his bounty should rise, shouldn't it? Baru, baru, baru. AOC was somewhat curious, but the sudden ring of the transponder snail interrupted his thoughts. It was Sammy calling. The Zyangabadi Archipelago Lawless Zone, Island No. 17. In a boisterous tavern, pirates from all across the seas gathered to boast, play cards, and fish for information. As the gateway to the new world, the Zyangabadi Archipelago was always teeming with all kinds of people, rookies from paradise, hoping to make their way into the new world, human traffickers seeking to profit from chaos, bounty hunters who lived on bounties. And naturally, there were also the failures who had been cast out of the new world, attempting to scrape by in a weaker league. Typical among them were Toolbower and his companions, whose spirits had been crushed in the new world and who had returned in search of their king. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, within a lavishly furnished private reception room, a tense standoff was unfolding. On the guest side, beside a burly man in golden armor, a hideous bespectacled man holding a plum blossom cane was flinging his snot about while grinning shamelessly. Bahahaha. Miss Sammy, of course we have the goods prepared. It's just that the ship is still on the way. You won't mind a little wait, will you? What? You took the money and now claim the people haven't arrived. One of Sammy's subordinates, finding this utterly absurd, couldn't help but question them. Because most people who engaged in this sort of business were no angels, the underworld's human trafficking rule had always been money in hand, goods delivered. But Toolbower's, "I'll take the money first, the goods will come later," was essentially a load of crap. To translate it plainly, I'm robbing you openly. What are you going to do about it? Before AOC joined, Sammy naturally had her own thugs to keep her business expanding, though they were nothing impressive. Faced with such blatant arrogance, even Sammy, A businesswoman usually skilled at concealing her emotions could not help but show a hint of anger, and she immediately ordered her men to surround the two. No goods, no money. After all, as the boss lady and owner, Sammy still carried enough presence. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes glared at the two men who remained completely unresponsive. Hey, it seems Miss Sammy intends to pull a double cross. Even with guns aimed at him, Toolbower appeared utterly calm, revealing a toothy grin. His cocky expression seemed to say, I've got you exactly where I want you. It's you who are pulling the double cross. Sammy's chest heaved with fury. She was about to order her men to attack when the enemy struck first before her. All at once the ground rippled violently, and the entire reception room began to shake. The many fierce-looking thugs under Sammy's command, caught off guard by the sudden earthquake, could not even hold steady their clubs and pistols. They could only clutch their companions in panic, but the result was that they tumbled down together and were swallowed by the ground with only their heads left above the surface to breathe. Watching her men sink into the ground, Sammy's face turned pale with fright, though she quickly pulled herself together. Are you devil fruit users, hey? Bah, right on the mark. Too bad there's no prize. Miss Sammy. Just then a scantily dressed woman burst in. Seeing the two sides already locked in combat, she looked alarmed. Sammy's expression darkened as she turned to her subordinate, a bad premonition rising in her heart. What happened, Ailey? The red light district woman named Ailey gritted her teeth and said with a sob, a bunch of riotous pirates have invaded the district. The taverns, restaurants, and gambling dens. All of them have been attacked. We're no match for them. Several of our managers were already killed for resisting. At these words, Sammy's already frightened face became even paler, and she immediately looked at the smiling Toolbower. The moment a conflict broke out, her businesses under her command were attacked. How could this be a coincidence? The Sabaody Archipelago, the red light district. A neighborhood that should have been filled with joy and laughter now had none of its usual atmosphere. Fire raged, and cries resounded everywhere. This was a lawless zone, the kind of place where gray industries could take root and thrive. But precisely for that reason, it was a place devoid of order. Neither the Marines nor the world government would intervene in any way. Inside the red light district, countless women who made their living there could only hide in their rooms, watching the gang fights and killings on the streets with trembling hearts and cautious eyes. Their heavily or lightly painted faces were etched with fear. Murder, arson, rape. The thugs who had suddenly barged in were capable of nearly anything. These arrogant brutes swaggered about, calling themselves subordinates of the Don Quixote family. At their head were several men known as executives who used their formidable and bizarre powers to swiftly wipe out all the armed forces in the red light district. Originally, they had only raided and plundered in the North Blue, committing every kind of evil and expanding wildly in the underworld. Now they were also constantly preparing for their advance into the New World. This time they had set their sights on a fat sheep, a woman who controlled a considerable market and whose main business was the red light district, Mama Sammy. Not only did she hold a considerable market share, but she also possessed exclusive resources in many fields, including human trafficking and intelligence. Most importantly, she was a soft persimmon that was easy to squeeze. For the Don Quixote family still in its infancy, she was practically a piece of fat meat already at their lips. There was no reason not to swallow it. The Don Quixote family gave Sammy a day to think it over, allowing her to return home and consider her options carefully. If they could take the territory without bloodshed, naturally, they didn't want to waste their strength. In the red light district, the somewhat disheveled Sammy kept dialing the den mushy over and over. Around her gathered a crowd of managers, all her trusted confidants. From the balcony of the tall building, she could see the thugs outside surging like a tide, several Don Quixote family executives eyeing her greedily from afar, and the so-called Heavenly Yaksha, who had already made a name for himself in the underworld despite his youth, Don Quixote da Flamingo. This rookie from the North Blue had even delivered an ultimatum: hand over her business and territory at once, or he would personally destroy the entire red light district and then build the largest slave market and auction house on the Sabaody Archipelago. Watching the den mushy ring again and again with no one answering, and seeing her subordinates' constantly shifting eyes, one could well imagine the immense pressure weighing on Sammy's heart. Baru. Click. At that moment, the sudden sound of the connection being made immediately lifted everyone's spirits. It was heavenly music. Moshi, Sammy, what is it? Lord Owls, you finally answered. We're under attack. Sammy was almost crying. Her voice carried a hint of relief and even a touch of coquettishness. The managers standing nearby were dumbfounded. Was this still the proud, domineering Madame Sammy? Her current appearance, to put it vividly, was more like a little girl who had been bullied and ran to find her parent to stand up for her. The den mushy, which had transformed to look like Owl, showed a calm and indulgent expression upon hearing this. Sorry about that. I was in the middle of training all this time. I'll head back now. On the Flamingo pirate ship, a goblet was being swirled and the blood-red wine inside swayed gently. A young maid holding a glass of wine walked toward the tall figure at the bow. He was a man clad in a pink overcoat with proud golden hair spiked upward. Behind his sinister sunglasses his eyes could not be seen, but from his arrogant expression alone, it was clear he was another unruly, defiant character. He gazed at this island, known as the gateway to the New World. Indeed a fine place. Whether it be a casino and auction house, or the slave trade, all are outrageously profitable. To let those women play house here is an absolute waste of heaven's gifts. Doflamingo's lips curled slightly. His own glasses reflected a faint cold gleam, as if he were staring at something already in his grasp. Nah, Daffy, should we send our men in now? That woman doesn't seem willing to compromise. Behe. The ugly man with a runny nose who had threatened Sammy earlier stood in front of him with a sinister smile, asking as he leaned in. Hey. Noticing his movement, Doflamingo's smile vanished, and his brows knitted together. You're too close, Treble. Your snot is about to smudge onto me. Behe, the sooner we deal with this, the sooner we can set off. Daffy, didn't you say you wanted to go to Lowtown to witness the Pirate King's execution? Treble kept fanning the flames. He had long been disgusted by Sammy's proud and composed appearance. Her. Just some red light district boss. She was merely a slightly clever woman. What right did she have to negotiate with the great Don Quixote family? Daffy is someone destined to become the king of the world. In fact, Doflamingo truly valued his family. Such a trivial request only received a moment's consideration before he agreed. With a wicked grin he said, that's right. Let's go now and eliminate all those troublesome women. Dealing with a minor power on the Sabaody archipelago was no big deal to him. It was almost time to witness history, and he didn't want to delay. Yet since it involved expanding his business and advancing into the new world, it was worth making the trip in person. Once he secured a foothold on Sabaody, spread his underground enterprises across paradise and the new world, and became the new king of the underworld, he would have enough leverage to prepare for reclaiming Dressrosa. While planning in his mind, Doflamingo stepped lightly. Invisible threads stretched out from him, one after another, connecting to the clouds in the sky. Like a stroll in the sky, a pink figure moved through the heavens with ease. Under the executive's direction, all the Don Quixote family thugs stopped their smashing and looting at once, then noisily surged into the red light district. The women watched in horror as the group surrounded the whole block, led by executives of bizarre appearances. At the very front stood a tall man wearing sunglasses, a wild smirk on his lips. You've had enough time to consider. In the end, you forced it to get this ugly, so I have no choice but to kill every last one of you. Just as he was about to order his men to slaughter, the scene suddenly went quiet. So quiet it was eerie. Excuse me, young man, who did you say you're going to kill? Thud, thud. As crisp footsteps rang out from the edge of the crowd, the hired thugs, as if unable to withstand the psychological torment, fell unconscious on the spot. Mouths wide open, eyes rolling back. Like wheat in a windswept field, they toppled over in wave after wave. Inside the central building of the district, as if sensing this terrifying, oppressive aura, Madame Sammy led a group of her subordinates and young ladies out of their rooms and surged toward the balcony, looking around with faces full of pleasant surprise. Who is it? Come out. Diamante, one of the senior officers of the Don Quixote family and a user of the Flutter Flutter fruit, roared in fury. The other officers also searched frantically for the source of the footsteps. What a joke. This aura. As the most powerful person present, and also a possessor of Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo could most directly sense just how dreadful this presence was. Veins bulged on his forehead and streams of cold sweat poured down without end. Black-red lightning filled the sky, accompanying those footsteps, as if each step trod directly on people's hearts, forcing uncontrollable fear and panic into their minds. Yet what was truly hair-raising was that even though everyone could clearly hear the footsteps, no one could determine their origin, until the sound became more and more distinct, and at last they all saw the figure approaching from the distance. Walking slowly over the sprawling, unconscious thugs came a tall man clad in a military uniform. His attire was predominantly black, and a blade and a rifle on him were his most distinctive signs. His slender figure wreathed in black-red lightning advanced step by step from afar, his pace unhurried and elegant. Yet with nearly every blink he closed in at a terrifying speed, like a demonic phantom from hell. At the sight of him, Sammy's body, which had been taut to the breaking point, finally relaxed. The sudden release made her unsteady on her feet. Fortunately, the subordinates beside her caught her in time, saving her from embarrassment. Oh my, the madam is so excited at Lord OS's arrival that her legs can't hold her anymore. Ari, the trusted subordinate who had stayed by her side for over a decade, couldn't help teasing, and Sammy flushed a little. Always the smooth talker. Of course, Sammy wasn't the only one excited. Lord OS is here. So handsome. I want to have your babies, Lord OS. For a moment, the previously silent red light district seemed as if no riot had ever taken place. Countless women who had been hiding poked their heads out of the building windows, screaming and cheering with abandon, as if pouring all the grievance they had suffered into their welcome for Lord OS. In stark contrast, the members of the Don Quixote family had faces uglier than anything. Damn it, where in the world had this powerful outsider come from? For years they had been probing into Sammy's background, yet they had never heard that there was such a heavyweight behind her. Amid the cheers of the red light district women and the glaring gazes of the Don Quixote family, OS walked slowly into the heart of the crowd, without facing the slightest hindrance. Because everywhere OS passed there was only the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Even the elites and officers were not an exception. By the time OS reached Doflamingo in the entire mighty Don Quixote family, only he himself remained standing. The superiority was instantly evident. Doflamingo no longer had any of his previous arrogance or clamor. He ground his silver teeth tightly, veins popping across his face. At the same time the pupils behind his sunglasses kept trembling as he stared in disbelief at the smiling man in front of him. How could such a figure possibly appear in paradise? With flowing black hair, a highly recognizable black military uniform, a sword in hand, and a rifle strapped to his back, his seemingly gentle and handsome face bore eyes that disdained everything. A member of the Roger Pirates bounty, 1,090,000,000 berries. Black gun daughter OS. You have to be kidding me. OS slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Though there was a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with indifference. With his height advantage of 2 meters and 60 centimeters, he looked down at the still young Doflamingo. Did you not hear my question? He leaned forward, slightly crimson light flashing in his eyes, staring into those trembling pupils behind the sunglasses. Who do you want to kill? That calm yet domineering condescension, along with the terrifying aura that overwhelmed the entire scene, left everyone present unable to calm their hearts for a long time. In the midst of danger, watching their co-boss make such a grand imperious entrance, the male employees in the taverns and casinos felt excited chills running over their scalps. As for the girls in the red light district, there was no need to mention it. Several nearly fainted, their fragile hearts flooding with an overwhelming sense of security. Oh, did you see that? Shao-Chi the master is here. I knew Lord OS would definitely come. How handsome. Besides Sammy, although OS wasn't looking in their direction, the two little maids were still waving their hands excitedly. As OS's exclusive maid Xiao Lu and Shao-Chi had long been won over by his strength and handsomeness, their hearts had already taken the shape of OS. At the same time, through the riot, they had always been firm in their belief that Lord OS would come and drive all those villains away. For this reason, when the Den Mushy calls had failed to connect twice, if Sammy hadn't promptly dealt with those who doubted OS, these two little maids would probably have taken up guns and fought the doubters with their lives on the line. Being threatened while surrounded by so many onlookers, Doflamingo now found it hard to maintain his dignity. After all, he was a Conqueror's Haki user. He wasn't so weak that he couldn't speak. Suppressing the urge to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, he gritted his teeth and said, "Black gun, a man like you. Why would you show up here? Even if you're a member of the Roger Pirates, you're overstepping your bounds. Don't forget, Roger was just arrested by the Marines, and you still dare to appear so brazenly right under the eyes of the world government. Let me remind you, my surname is Don Quixote." OS's smile widened even further, but there was not the slightest hint of laughter in his eyes. So Doflamingo, is your confidence that world government you speak of? Or do you think those pigs would choose to make war with me over your death? Do you even believe that when you say it? OS stared straight at him, striking where it hurt. You're just a piece of trash who was chased out of Mary Geos. Shut up. OS's words finally broke his composure. Vein after vein burst out on his forehead. Hatred and humiliation even made him forget the gap in their strength and his apprehension toward the Roger Pirates. What right does someone like you have to judge my life? That childhood shadow was the pain of his entire life. With that fig leaf ruthlessly torn away, he could no longer remain rational. After all, you're only a 15-year-old brat. Though shaken by the Conqueror's Haki aura that Oz unleashed, what Doflamingo had always feared most was not Oz himself, who was 3 years younger than he was at this moment, but the remnants of the Roger Pirates that might still lurk behind him. Although the Pirate King Jold Roger had been arrested, there was no word that any of his terrifyingly powerful crew members had met with misfortune. With the Don Quixote family's current strength, they were still far from capable of facing such monsters. But the other party was just a 15-year-old kid. Doflamingo still refused to believe he could lose to him, as long as he killed every witness who would know it had been his doing. That he could harbor such inflated arrogance wasn't entirely his fault. Having spent so long in the Four Blues, he simply couldn't grasp how terrifying the true powerhouses of the New World were. Don't get too cocky, you bastard. A similarly staggering aura erupted in an explosion. Tendrils of black-red lightning generated by the collision of Conqueror's Haki scattered like a spiderweb. But compared with Owl's Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo's Haki seemed somewhat immature and brash. And rather than Owl's overbearing, world-disdaining dominance, his Conqueror's Haki revealed something more sinister and savage, as if it harbored hatred and rancor against all the injustice in the world. With a slight crook of his fingers, clusters of thin, piercing threads emerged from his fingertips. As fine as hair, they were all but invisible to the onlookers around him. Only faint reflections of cold light could be seen. The power of the string fruit, once dismissed as useless, had been developed relentlessly into blades sharp enough to cut steel. He went straight for the kill, his vicious strike aimed at Owl's neck, while Owl's, as if he hadn't reacted at all, still watched the sudden attack calmly. Die. You're nothing but a lucky bastard who rode in on someone else's coattails. What right do you have to stand before me? A bloodthirsty gleam flashed through Doflamingo's eyes. His invisible threads cut through the air with a faint black sheen clinging to them, adding yet more power. No matter how useless it had once been, relying on Haki alone made present-day Doflamingo an absolute favored child of heaven and paradise, one of the elite. Upstairs, the women watching the scene cried out in alarm. Lord Ows. No. In their eyes, faced with Doflamingo's sudden assault, Ows seemed to have not reacted at all, still standing dully in place, letting himself be slaughtered at will. Some of the more timid ones had already shut their eyes, covering them with trembling hands, afraid to witness the scene of that heroic, incomparably mighty figure staining the ground with blood. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi could barely hold back. They nearly charged forward on the spot, but Sammy stopped them with one hand. Yet she too was trembling, her pupils quivering as she kept her eyes fixed on the situation. She knew that once Ows lost, the enraged and humiliated Doflamingo would never let anyone present go. Everyone would be buried alongside his fury as sacrifices. Just as the crowd around the arena watched nervously, seemingly already foreseeing blood splashing across the ground, no one noticed an uncontrollable look of shock rising on Doflamingo's face. What was going on? Why wasn't there the familiar, unmistakable feeling of cutting through flesh as there had always been? The tall man before him had for just an instant seemed not to exist in this world, completely ignoring his killing strike. Doflamingo's fierce expression froze on his face as he stared in disbelief at the man who had not moved an inch. He was shocked to discover a terrifying crimson light flashing through Ows's pupils. A faint upturn at the corner of Ows's mouth seemed to say that everything that had just happened was merely a way of toying with a clown. With a light extension of his hand, Ows reached for the black threads that had just passed through his body and closed his fingers around them. With a slight exertion, crack, crack, crack. The sound was as if he had casually crushed a handful of uncooked thin noodles. Before the flowing ryuo of Ow's, the razor threads that Doflamingo's shallow armament Haki had forged, capable of slicing through steel, with ease shattered inch by inch. A huge hand, pitch black and gleaming with red currents surging through it, suddenly thrust out at the moment Doflamingo's concentration slipped. With an unearthly strength he could not understand, it seized his neck as if casually and lifted him straight off the ground. He could not budge it in the slightest. Clearly what was happening before him violently shook Doflamingo's arrogant heart. The shift between attack and defense happened too suddenly. The hundreds of women of the red light district watching from the periphery stared with their lips slightly parted at Ow's making his move. Even Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi were rooted to the spot, and Madame Sammy's cigarette, which had been dangling from her lips, slipped to the ground without her noticing. Because at that moment Ow's had finally become serious. His long black hair stirred without any wind. Boom, crack, crack, crack. Compared with when he first appeared, even denser black-red lightning suddenly exploded across the venue. Bolts of thunder like the wrath of heaven intertwined and ground against each other, striking the surrounding high-rises and kicking up clouds of dust. This technique, materialized Conqueror's Haki coating, was brutally employed by Ow's as an overwhelming display of pressure with remarkable effect. Doflamingo, who had already been at a disadvantage in the collision of Conqueror's Haki, now felt as if his entire aura was crushed. He bore an unimaginably immense weight, and under that pressure, he couldn't even form the thought of resistance. His worldview was being reshaped. What a ridiculous joke. How can the gap be this enormous? Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, dripping down his chin to the ground. Rather than surrender before that Haki, Doflamingo would rather bite his teeth to pieces than admit the fear in his heart. So immense was this power that even though Ow's deliberately spared the girls of the red light district, the faint remnants of his leaked pressure still forced them to their knees, their delicate bodies trembling uncontrollably. In the center of the sky covering black-red thunder stood only one proud figure, like a demon god stepping out of the abyss. This was the first time he had released his full-strength Haki without any restraint. Even Ow's himself felt that at his age, having Conqueror's Haki this strong was almost excessive. With Haki like that, he would certainly have no shortage of people in the future to cure of their king addiction. Even while troubled by his own strength, Ow's did not lessen the force in his grip in the slightest. Conqueror's Haki coating plus monstrous strength, using less than a tenth of his power, still squeezed Doflamingo's armament Haki hardened neck until it creaked. Under the twin assault of suffocation and psychological pressure, he lasted only a few seconds before the rookie, who had dominated the North Blue Heavenly Yuksha Doflamingo, finally tilted his neck to one side and fell completely unconscious. Thus, in the lawless zone of Sabati Archipelago, the Don Quixote family, led by the pirate with a bounty of 3 berries, Heavenly Yuksha Doflamingo, encountered Black Gun Owls and were defeated. At Madame Sammy's villa, in a lavishly decorated room, elegant and soothing music was being performed live, while scantily clad dancers twirled gracefully. They moved their waists with abandon, their eyes shimmering like water, each trying her utmost to capture the attention of the man in the room. But OS obviously took no notice of the dancers, serving as background scenery. Before him, a din-din mushi was chattering on and on. With one leg crossed over the other, OS sat on the sofa with a smile, raised a huge bucket of fruit juice, and guzzled it down. The enormous amount of sugar was absorbed, instantly replenishing the energy OS had consumed during his recent training. It connected. Hey Buggy, don't grab it. Actually, when the call had first connected, the Den Mushy had red-haired features. Only a moment later, its appearance changed to a red nose. OS. Finally got through to you. How have you been lately? Long time no see, Buggy. Shanks. Of course I'm perfectly fine. That's good. Alright. When Shanks and I saw everyone off the ship, quite a few things happened. We practically toured the whole new world. OS lounged on an expensive sofa, legs crossed, enjoying a massage from Xiao Lu, while having Xiao Qi wipe his mouth. Listening to Buggy's stories, he merely waved his hand, and the girls in the room filed out one by one, leaving only the two young maids to serve in silence. The two little maids were sensible enough to know that their master was talking with friends, so they dared not make a sound. They acted as if they had not heard anything. And the old-timers asked us to see Captain Roger off on his final journey. As the conversation drew to a close, the topic inevitably turned to Captain Roger's execution. Buggy said with a heavy heart, "We just sent Uncle Biden back to his hometown. In a few days, Shanks and I will pass through the Sabati archipelago, then go to Logue Town. Will you come, OS? OS nodded. Of course. I would never miss seeing Captain Roger one last time. After saying this, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. But there will definitely be many Marine officers stationed there, maybe even an admiral. You and Shanks should be careful. Huh. On the other end of the call aboard the Oro Jackson, now with only Rayleigh and the other two remaining, Buggy heard this, his eyes filled with shock and his mouth hanging wide open. Marines. During the Roger Pirates voyages, he had formed too vivid an impression of the Marines, especially that grinning, iron-fisted bastard. Even Captain Roger had found that man a headache, and he was only a vice admiral. If a stronger admiral, or even the fleet admiral, showed up without the Roger Pirates crew around, he would definitely be locked up in an underground prison. Vice Captain Rayleigh. I think you should come with us. There are Marines over there. Buggy immediately began looking for a solution, pleading to Rayleigh with a mournful face. Calm down, Buggy. The Marines won't do anything to you. Rayleigh smiled. He knew OS was deliberately teasing Buggy, but he did not expose it. Roger staked his own life as a bargaining chip to get all the Roger Pirates crew members removed from the world government's wanted list. What? Captain Roger actually did so much for us. Hearing this, both Shanks and Buggy felt their eyes grow a little moist, moved by their captain's final act of sacrifice. No, Uncle Rayleigh. With amusement in his eyes, OS drained the last bit of juice from his cup and gently stroked Xiao Qi's little white-haired head with his right hand, saying slowly, the bounty cancellation Captain Roger secured does not include those two who never made it to Laugh-Tale. Besides, even if their bounties have been lifted now, if they cause trouble again, they might be wanted once more. Hearing OS's words, Buggy's heart, which had just been warmed by emotion, went cold once again. Fortunately, what OS said next gave him a bit of comfort. But Buggy and Shanks, you two needn't worry too much. After all, you don't even have bounties. Unless you run into someone you know, there's no way you'll be recognized. Ha ha. Hearing OS's merciless laughter, Shanks and Buggy stood there awkwardly, not knowing whether to be happy or upset. They had been worried about being targeted by the Marines, only to find that the Marines now paid them no attention at all. Then, OS, are you sure you're okay? I saw your bounty recently. It's already shot up to 1 billion, a full fifth of Captain Roger's. You're an easy target, aren't you? After settling his own concerns, Shanks immediately thought of OS's situation. After all, in those days you offended so many Marines that even that Garp memorized your face. If the Marines' top combat forces came after you, even you, OS, would probably be in serious trouble, wouldn't you? Hearing this, OS was not particularly concerned. He simply told them his situation. You don't need to worry about me. After leaving the ship, I already ate the devil fruit Captain Roger lost to me. With the strongest observation Haki and the power of the teleport fruit, I can come and go freely anywhere in the world. Buggy and the others exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. For one thing, they were astonished that OS had actually eaten a devil fruit. For another, just as OS had said, combining future-seeing observation Haki with the teleportation fruit's power, they truly could think of no way OS could be captured or defeated. Not to mention the terrifyingly monstrous raw strength and talent he already possessed. The group had not seen one another for a long time, so they talked for quite a while. In the end, after agreeing on a time and place to meet, they finally hung up the Den Mushy. After the call ended, OS sat quietly on the sofa, his back resting against something soft, and looked up in thought. A thought had just popped into his mind: to go see Captain Roger ahead of time. The world government boasted of Impel Down as an impregnable fortress, but in OS's eyes it was nothing special. Before future sight and teleportation, even Marine headquarters was little more than a leaking sieve to him. Even if someone sensed something suspicious, OS was confident he could withdraw a step ahead of the high-end combatant's reaction. Even if an admiral personally blocked the door, it was useless. OS was confident he would not easily be defeated, and no one could trap him if he wanted to leave. But if those who came were below admiral level, Whoever arrived would just be a matter of a single seastone bullet coated in Conqueror's Haki. Once he thought of it, he acted. He had never been one to hesitate, and he had absolute confidence in his own strength. OS slowly stood up, lifted the chin of the young maid beside him, and said calmly, "Shackle da Flamingo, and those officers with seastone, I'll deal with them when I get back. Also tell Madame Sammy that I'm going out for a while. If anything comes up, she can contact me by Den Den Mushi. As you command, Lord OS." The weather was clear and bright. On the bustling Sabati archipelago, countless visitors from foreign lands wove through the crowd, all sorts high and low. In such a motley throng, of course, the embodiment of justice could not be absent: the Marines. A squad of Marines on patrol marched through the streets. When they occasionally crossed paths with pirate crews, they tacitly chose to look the other way. There were too many to police. Here the unwritten rule was that as long as the pirates did not stir up trouble, the Marines could not be bothered to intervene. Especially after the most widely spread news recently with the pirate King Roger captured, the arrogance of pirates across the sea had instantly deflated. For these rank-and-file Marines, that also meant fewer battles. A welcome piece of good news. All right, today's duty is over. Everyone get ready. We're returning to headquarters. Ooh, great, we finally get some rest, and we can go back to see our wives and kids. Why rush back so soon? Wait until we collect our bonus, then let's go have some fun together. That's not quite appropriate. Cut the act. Under the blazing sun, a Marine warship bound for Marineford, the Marine headquarters, set sail at noon. The deck filled with the chatter and banter of rank-and-file Marines. In the kitchen, tucked to one side of the hold, a tall figure sat on a chair at the dining table, one leg crossed over the other. The noisy commotion outside the cabin did nothing to disturb his mood, and the occasional rocking of the waves could not so much as shift his frame. A nearly 3-meter Marine greatcoat draped over his shoulders. Far from looking bulky, he seemed all the more valiant and commanding, perfectly complemented by the dress uniform underneath. The epaulets were elaborate, their intricate patterns proclaiming extraordinary distinction. In the Marines, any soldier who hoped to rise could not fail to recognize the meaning of those insignia. It was the symbol of a flag officer, the cloak of a rear admiral of Marine headquarters. So that guy is a Marine rear admiral. OSS savored a piece of steak. Beside him stood 2 young Marine soldiers, staring tensely ahead. Catching the fragrance of the steak, they swallowed hard, unable to keep their composure. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. OSS spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but his words carried an authority that could not be ignored. Hearing this, a hesitant figure first poked his head in his deeply wrinkled face, beaming with fawning smiles before slowly entering the room. "Rear Admiral Allen, sorry to disturb you. I'd like to report on my work." The newcomer was thin and small. He rubbed his hands together and spoke ingratiatingly, then with a stern expression looked at the 2 young Marines beside OSS. "You two leave us." "Yes, Captain Dick." Even though they felt contempt for their superior's behavior, the 2 young Marines dared not reveal the slightest trace of it. They could only leave with solemn faces. "Is there something you need?" OSS felt somewhat amused, but fortunately his control over his expression was still intact. Faced with the Marine officer's fawning overtures, he displayed all the authority a Marine superior should possess. In fact, OSS's performance perfectly matched every image that Dick, who had just been transferred to Marine headquarters, had of high-ranking officers. Dignified, tall, imposing. OSS merely had to invent a name and a reason, then drape himself in the greatcoat he had obtained as spoils years ago after killing a Marine rear admiral, and Dick completely believed his identity. Rear Admiral Allen of Marine headquarters had been separated from his subordinates during a mission, and now that the mission was complete, he was hitching a ride back to headquarters. "Report, Rear Admiral Allen. I have finished announcing the order to end the patrol mission and have arranged all essential matters during the return voyage." Dick reported by the book, even though OSS was still only eating steak and seemed not to listen carefully. Of course, Dick had his own take on this. Wasn't this exactly the proper bearing of a Marine headquarters rear admiral? That infuriating sense of ease, as if nothing in the world could stir him. A mere patrol mission in the eyes of such a battle-hardened man must have been no different from children playing house. If that wasn't why the man could be a rear admiral, what was? That was a rear admiral. 1 step from vice admiral, 2 steps from admiral, 3 steps from fleet admiral. In front of such a big shot, he had to give an outstanding performance. Seeing OSS merely savoring his steak, Dick, very tactfully, went to the safe in the back of the kitchen and took out one of his treasured possessions. "Rear Admiral Allen, this is a specialty wine that I once came across by chance, produced in the land of wine. I hope you won't think ill of it. You can use it to moisten your throat." With his rear stuck out, he obsequiously opened the bottle for OSS and poured it into the goblet beside them. "Oh, you're thoughtful." It just so happened that the food had become a little dry. OSS picked up the glass, a red gleam flashed in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then drank it down in one gulp, reassured. "A very nice wine." Accepting the offering, OSS dutifully praised it. "It has none of the bitterness of ordinary wine. Instead, it has a sweet, fruity aroma and a mellow depth. I like it very much." OSS's words were actually quite sincere. Though it was wine, it was different from the rum and beer he had drunk in the past. This wine was indeed nice to drink, its only flaw was that it was too expensive. The money he had stored with Sammy was considerable, but even it could not sustain such extravagance. One bottle was gone in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, costing 1,000,000 berries. If he had time, he might as well conquer that so-called wine country. Then he wouldn't have to pay. Since when did a great pirate actually pay for anything? Haha, as long as you like it. If you do, I'll bring more to you in the future. After all, I'll still need your support. Hearing this, Dick was naturally overjoyed. Seizing the opportunity, he hurriedly pledged his loyalty, hoping OSS would give him some consideration. At this, OSS immediately smiled. He painted one empty promise after another, as if they cost nothing, stuffing Dick until he was dizzy with happiness. Don't worry, Captain Dick. In the future, I'll certainly mention you often to Admiral Sengoku, and to Staff Officer Tsuru as well. Will you still fear having no chance for promotion? Hearing this, Dick wished he could tear out his heart to show OSS his loyalty, serving him hand and foot. However, to OSS, who was used to being attended by a young maidservant, such an ugly fellow held no interest whatsoever, so he casually found an excuse to send him away. In truth, if this good-for-nothing Marine had spent half his usual effort on pirates instead of fawning over superiors and bullying ordinary citizens, he would certainly have recognized that the esteemed officer before him was none other than one of the most notorious figures on the wanted posters, Black Gun Daughter OSS. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Captain Dick's patrol warship slowly made its way back and dropped anchor at the harbor. Ignoring Dick, who was still searching everywhere for the distinguished figure, OS quietly faded away from the warship without anyone noticing. Sauntering across the grounds of Marine Headquarters with his hands in his pockets, OS looked as carefree as if he were returning home. So this is Marineford. There really are plenty of formidable fellows here. Within OS's extraordinarily far-reaching observation Haki, he sensed several presences in the central headquarters building that were on par with those of Rayleigh and Captain Roger. If it truly came down to raw strength, OS wouldn't gain much advantage either, since Garp Sengoku and the others should still be at Marine Headquarters at present. Still, OS had no intention of causing a major commotion, that much was certain. OS's plan this time was to find a warship sailing to Impel Down with prisoners, quietly sneak aboard, and then go meet Captain Roger. Marineford was after all not far from Impel Down, the great underwater prison, and as the region with the largest and most elite concentration of Marines, the number of pirates captured there was naturally staggering. Therefore, the ship he boarded didn't necessarily have to be one transporting major criminals. After all, most of the prisoners on the first and second levels of Impel Down were small fry, with bounties of merely a few tens of millions of berries, hardly warranting an admiral's escort or the warden's supervision on every run. After scanning the military harbor with his observation Haki, OS found no ship transporting prisoners. Then I'll just wait a little longer, he thought. He refused to believe that a Marine headquarters as vast as this could have not a single vessel bound for Impel Down. Though forcing his way into Impel Down was not out of the question, having Marines to cover for him would undoubtedly make the journey far more convenient. Just like Luffy had once hidden beneath the Pirate Empress's skirt. If worst truly came to worst, he could simply teleport in with raw power. With that thought, he simply began strolling around Marineford. Perhaps because he had deliberately ruffled his hair a few times after disembarking, resulting in a fringe across his forehead, he encountered not a single hostile Marine along the way. Instead, he received quite a number of salutes. "Good afternoon, Rear Admiral." "Hello." OS looked down at the young soldier beside him and nodded. This was already the 10th soldier to salute him. One had to say this really was the world of One Piece. Everybody was all brawn and no brains. A mere change of hairstyle and clothes, and he was completely unrecognizable. Wandering across this island that pirates worldwide regarded as a forbidden land, OS discovered that it was not a single colossal military base as depicted in the manga. Rather, the official offices and operational zones of the Marines made up merely a part of Marineford. Beyond that, there were extensive living quarters for Marine families and ordinary citizens, apartment buildings, markets, restaurants, taverns. Precisely because the Marine headquarters stood right next door, this was arguably the most livable city for ordinary citizens that OS had ever seen. Unlike other countries or islands, no matter how thriving and prosperous, a single encounter with a slightly brutal pirate could turn it all into a living hell. As evening approached, many Marines who had finished their shifts or wrapped up their missions made their way to a restaurant in the residential district in groups of 3 or 5 arms draped over one another's shoulders. Along with dinner, they ordered a few barrels of beer and drank heartily. Gulp gulp. Oh, so good. Draining the entire barrel in one breath, the young Marine in the navy vest exhaled deeply, a thoroughly contented smile spreading across his face. They chatted and complained about the grueling intensity of their recent work. This is the only moment in an entire day when we can finally unwind. It's exhausting. It can't be helped, right? It's only a little over a week until the Pirate King's execution day. Headquarters has ordered a full lockdown, you know. TSK. If you ask me, there's no need to be this worked up. Pirate King, huh? Wasn't he still arrested by Vice Admiral Garp? We've got the hero of the Marines on our side. A group of young Marines discussed current events, bragged, and vented without the slightest restraint. After a few extra drinks, they even started bad-mouthing headquarters orders. Just as one Marine was about to say something more, the soldier beside him, who had been drinking, happened to glance toward the restaurant entrance. Suddenly, as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable, he sprayed out a mouthful of beer. The soldier who had been drenched was rather irritated. "What are you doing?" "Shut up." Before his companion could even finish talking, the man sprang to his feet in a textbook military stance, cold sweat trickling down his face as he stared straight ahead. Perhaps realizing that the others were still dumbfounded, he had no choice but to announce in a loud voice, "Good afternoon, Rear Admiral." What? Hearing that even the most dull-witted among them understood what was happening, the group of soldiers scrambled to their feet, not even bothering to right the stools that clattered over behind them, and stood at strict attention. "We're doomed, doomed, doomed." Cold sweat streamed endlessly down every soldier's face. Making rash comments about headquarters orders and being caught red-handed by a rear admiral. They wouldn't be charged with undermining military morale over this, would they? Especially the one who had been drinking and shouting the loudest. At this moment, he was sick with regret. As for the rear admiral standing before them, the one who had come to a restaurant in the residential district to eat instead of the officer's mess, it could only be OS. He was a little speechless. He had only come here for dinner, so how could he run into something like this? Just go ahead and eat. Don't mind me." Why yes, sir." Seeing that OS had no intention of paying them any attention, he simply walked to the counter to order, then sat down by himself at the window to admire the view. The soldiers finally exhaled the breaths they had been holding and carefully sat back down. It was not until they were thoroughly certain that OS truly meant them no trouble that they finally relaxed and resumed their meal. "Thank heavens we ran into a lenient officer. What a relief. Yeah, I thought for sure we'd be punished. I hear some commanders are very strict, like Rear Admiral Sakazuki. But I've been stationed at headquarters for so many years, and I don't recall ever seeing this Rear Admiral before." "Strange. What are you talking about? I just think this officer looks really familiar, as if I saw him only recently." Right, I have that same feeling. It's like I saw him somewhere not long ago, but I just can't remember where." The soldiers chatted on, and naturally OS caught every word without missing a thing. Perhaps they had seen his wanted poster, OS speculated. But from the very beginning their perception had been led astray. They projected their familiarity with him onto a Marine identity, and so it was naturally impossible to find a match. Still, could even a small fry like him aboard that ship have already entered the public eye? The new age Captain Roger had set in motion truly had far-reaching effects. If there's still no warship heading to impel down today, I might as well just teleport over and fly there. Even if it increases the chance of being discovered. In the early morning, at a breakfast stall on the residential streets of Marineford, already beginning to bustle with life, AOC quietly made his decision. After dinner last night, with nowhere to go, AOC scanned the officers' quarters with observation. Haki found a bachelor Commodore who was away on a mission and stayed at his place for the night. Who would have thought? In the very place where the world's marine elites were gathered, Marineford, the Marine headquarters, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries was living here out in the open. It was a clever move of hiding in plain sight. AOC savored his breakfast. But soon within his observation, Haki, two auras of considerable strength materialized nearby, and one of them was closing in quickly. "What's going on? Have I been discovered?" AOC kept his expression unchanged, quietly eating his wontons. At least on the surface he was nothing more than a slightly tall, slightly handsome passerby. Today, in order to avoid being saluted by soldiers one after another, he had deliberately skipped the Marine cloak and changed into civilian clothes. Yesterday he had gone out in such a high-profile manner without his identity being doubted. Now that he was so low-key, today had he been discovered immediately instead? AOC was somewhat baffled. He calmly finished the last bite of wonton, and at the same time a strange red glow burst from his eyes. "I see. Excuse me, sir, may I take a look at the sword you carry?" A voice rang out from behind AOC. He slowly turned around. The speaker was a woman with long black hair. Of course, what first caught AOC's eye was naturally those long, bare white legs. A black spider tattoo on her left thigh added a contradictory touch of wild beauty. Judging by appearance alone, and with the experience AOC had gained from hanging around the red light district for several months, she was at least on the same level as the top girls under Sammy. With the Marine cloak behind her, she could even score a few extra points. Evil pirate battles beautiful righteous Marine woman. AOC's thoughts started to drift. Next time he saw Sammy, he could suggest her launch this new attraction. That would definitely rake in a fortune, as long as she didn't mind the Marines showing up at her door. But seriously, the female Marine officer before him, he really did know her. Commodore Guillaume. AOC gave her impressive figure an appreciative once-over, then turned his gaze to the figure behind her. Then he looked away without a trace of interest. "Hey, you bastard, that look of disgust is way too obvious." Cake was clearly incensed by that look. Combined with the fact that the guy was incredibly handsome, even behind sunglasses, Cake felt a sense of crisis, so he roared, flailing his arms. "Cake!" Guillaume shouted in displeasure, and the latter quieted down instantly. Then she turned her gaze back to AOC. I apologize, sir. Please forgive my companion's rudeness. I simply wish to examine the sword you carry. This one. Seeing that they didn't appear to recognize him, AOC breathed a sigh of relief, while quietly marveling that such a simple change of outfit could make him unrecognizable. Truly, it worked everywhere. To be fair, Guion and Cake weren't at fault for failing to recognize him. AOC had rarely shown his face in public ever since his wanted poster was taken during a battle on Roger's ship. During the latter part of the voyage, in the few major clashes between the Roger pirates and the Marines, AOC was simply the sneaky bastard firing underhanded shots from behind. The number of times he used his sword could be counted on one hand, so he had never attracted particular attention, though in fact he was still a great swordsman. Years had passed, and AOC's height had shot up dramatically, while his temperament had also changed greatly from before. If not for the black Marine uniform and the iconic black gun slung on his back, who would ever connect a man over 2 meters tall with a boy who had once stood just over 1 meter? Indeed, to appear low-key this time, AOC had deliberately brought a change of clothes and sunglasses. He had not even brought the black gun, the symbol of his identity, that Master by TMU had given him. He only carried his long sword and some berries. Out at sea, many people could recognize a man in a Marine uniform carrying a black blade and a black gun. But almost no one would recognize a man in a trench coat, a sword at his waist, and sunglasses. Seeing that the two of them completely failed to recognize him, AOC felt that the change of clothes last night had not been in vain. What he was betting on was that with so many people in Marineford, these officers couldn't possibly know everyone. Indeed, things turned out exactly as he had expected. I obtained this by chance. Do you recognize this sword? AOC asked. Under Cake's wary gaze, he generously handed the sword to her. After all, he was confident he could snatch it back any time. Yes. Guion, who had not noticed Cake's strange behavior beside her, carefully examined the blade after taking it. No mistake. This is indeed one of the 21 great grade swords, Nether Raven Shadow. This sword was once the blade of a rear admiral at Marine headquarters. But after his encounter with the Roger pirates in the New World, the rear admiral and this shadow both vanished. I never thought I would see it here. Where did you get it from then? Guion asked seriously. Fortunately, Guion, like most people, subconsciously believed it was impossible for a pirate to swagger into Marineford, so she had no suspicion about AOC's identity. AOC scratched his head. He couldn't very well say that the so-called rear admiral had been sliced to death by his blade, and that he had simply requisitioned the sword on the spot. I bought it from a merchant I happened to meet. That of course was a lie. I see. Apparently Guion accepted the explanation. After all, so many years had passed, the blade could have ended up anywhere. After hesitating for a moment, she pursed her lips and made a request to the man before her. I have a presumptuous favor to ask. Guion suddenly stepped forward, grabbed AOC's hand, and spoke with eloquence, pressing her whole body closer in an extremely earnest manner. Her large eyes stared at the sunglasses over his face. I still hope to purchase this long sword from you. After all, it was the blade of a hero who sacrificed himself for justice. She tried to move the man with love and morality. After all, as a resident of Marineford, he would surely understand. Don't do this, Guion. You're too close. Seeing this scene, Cake nearly ground his teeth to powder, but he could only fume helplessly and plead from the side. How infuriating. Had he not been a Marine officer with military discipline forbidding him from striking ordinary residents of Marineford, he would surely have pulled that brat away right now. Damn it. So jealous. As for the protagonist, AOC, there was not the slightest hint of emotion in his eyes at this moment. He showed no reaction to Guion's close alluring figure or to the faintly visible pale mounds at her chest. He did not even blink behind his sunglasses. Are you kidding me? You think a few words can buy my precious trophy blade? Do I look like a fool? AOC had long since experienced the pleasures of the tender chamber. Even though he was now at the age of adolescence, he still possessed an extremely high immunity to beautiful women. It was all forged through one round after another of dragon-style service. Sorry, but this is my private collection. The Marines wouldn't force a sale, would they? Of course not, but not for sale. Please consider it seriously. Not for sale. OS sighed to himself, wondering whether the world of One Piece also had an almanac, and whether today was an unlucky day to leave the house. How could simply going downstairs for breakfast end with him being pestered by a famous sword fanatic? He couldn't say that he too was a great swordsman, or it would only invite more prying. But if he stubbornly insisted the blade was merely for his collection, the man would accuse him of wasting a divine treasure. Annoying. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come to Marineford at all. It would have been more direct to teleport to impel down and slip in disguised as a jailer. Guion, Cake, I finally found you. Mr. Garp and Chief of Staff Tsuruar. Just as OS was being worn down by harassment, a familiar voice came from the other side of the street. The instant he heard it, OS looked up at the sky and sighed. Sure enough, it was not a good day to go out. Marineford was so vast, and yet he still ran into an enemy here. Rear Admiral Kazan. Just a moment, I'm in the middle of. Guion and Kazan were old acquaintances from the Marine Academy, so his appearance was no surprise. She greeted him. She was just about to explain that she was busy when a sudden surge of cold air and ice creeping inch by inch left her dumbfounded. Was this really necessary? It was just being a little late for a meeting, wasn't it? Dort OS. But Kazan apparently had no intention of acknowledging her. Instead, he looked at the space beside her with murderous intent, his face terrifying. It was the first time Guion had seen the normally lazy, easygoing Kazan looking so gravely serious. What? Are you talking about me? OS was still trying to fudge his way out, wearing a look of utter innocence. Huh. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed clothes and put on sunglasses? What a joke, you bastard. My hatred for you has never once faded. Having hunted the Roger pirates under Garp for years, Kazan could be called the Marine who knew OS best, and the one OS had tricked the most. Later during their pursuit, unless they were fighting a boarding action, Kazan absolutely refused to show himself on the open deck, all to guard against this brat. If anyone asked who understood the true value of future sight combined with armament Haki and seastone bullets, if Kazan claimed second, no one dared claim first. Seeing that the murderous intent had almost turned solid, OS sighed, and simply removed his sunglasses, revealing a calm, flawless smile. Long time no see, young sea ice. The instant the sunglasses came off, a fist wreathed in cold air swelled in his eyes. That pitch-black fist of justice inherited from Garp drove straight at OS's face. Yet even with the black fist before him, the faint smile on OS's face did not waver. When the punch landed, clouds of smoke instantly filled the scene. But everyone present was a master of observation Haki. They could all see exactly what had happened. Only then did Guion and Cake finally react. That tall figure in sunglasses was actually a pirate. He disappeared in an instant. This speed. Is it Soro? Cake analyzed calmly. Guion meanwhile flushed with shame and annoyance. She had actually been played for a fool by a pirate at Marine headquarters. Feeling indignation, she drew the famed blade at her waist and prepared for battle. If it were only Soro, it couldn't evade observation Haki's tracking. It's probably a devil fruit ability. Hey, you two, be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. As he warned his two companions, the ice around Kazan rapidly spread outward. That man was once a crew member on the Roger pirates. I don't want to admit it, but that bastard's strength is enough to rival a young Roger. A user of all three colors of Haki, a great swordsman, a master of exceptionally high-level observation, Haki, an unknown devil fruit user. A pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, black gun OS. Kazan's face was dead serious. Though he found OS's actions contemptible and infuriating, he still had to admit that this man was qualified to be his sworn enemy. Just as Roger was to Vice Admiral Garp, someone he was determined to arrest. At this point, Kazan was not yet the lifeless fish he would become after the O'Hara incident. The justice he upheld was still burning justice. Running into such a hot-blooded young Kazan left OS feeling rather helpless. It looked like he couldn't keep blending in anymore. He would play for a while, then quickly make his exit. With that thought, OS's figure somehow appeared behind Guion. Excuse me, Miss Marine, could you return my sword to me? Swift as thought, the moment her observation Haki detected a presence behind her, she did not hesitate. Guion's slender waist suddenly coiled with power, and a fast, precise, merciless draw slash shot out, like a flying meteor of frost. The biting sword aura swept across the ground, leaving a crack more than 10 meters long. Once she confirmed OS was a pirate, the easygoing, gentle Marine woman had turned into a blood rose of the battlefield. One moment of carelessness, and she would make you bleed on the spot. A sword master at such a young age. What a terrifying woman. Whoosh. Before anyone knew it, OS's tall figure had once again appeared behind her. His spotless coat and that unhurried, composed expression made it abundantly clear that the fierce slash just now had not even touched the hem of his coat. OS, on the other hand, had merely grabbed her sword-wielding wrist and applied a little force, easily locking her arm in place. With just a hint of his monstrous strength, faint bone-cracking sounds could be heard. The fair hand holding Nether Crow trembled and released its grip, while an uncontrollable grimace of pain appeared on Guion's face. The famed blade had returned to its owner. Well, he wasn't exactly its true owner anyway. Damn pirate, don't touch Guion. Seeing OS appear behind Guion, a furious roar erupted not far from OS, like a war trumpet charging into battle for love. Cake came barreling straight, and his fist wrapped in a thick layer of armament Haki. He glared furiously at Guion, who was pinned in OS's grip, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Guion, pinned in OS's grip, saw Cake step forward, and hope burst in her eyes. That man's monstrous strength was too absurd. If Cake could hold him off for even 1 second, she was confident she could immediately seize a chance to break free. Go to hell. Well done, Cake. Sigh. I don't understand what you two are so fired up about. Shing. Almost instantly, a layer of flowing crimson Haki coiled around OS's leg. With one explosive lashing kick, as if time had stopped, that black leg miraculously appeared before Cake's chest. Wah. What? Cake's instincts screamed a warning, but he simply couldn't react in time. Then, with a thunderous sonic boom, monstrous strength and flowing Haki intertwined and bore down on that fleshy frame. His consciousness was lost almost in the same moment. Cake's broad, heavy figure was sent flying into the distance at an inconceivable speed, even faster than the charge he had come in with, smashing through building after building. Under Guillaume's despairing gaze, he finally crashed into the rubble, eyes rolled back, entirely unconscious. Powerful. Despair-inducingly powerful. That was the first thought that sprang to Guillaume's mind. No wonder Kazan was so wary of this man who did not look all that old. When it came to the level of Haki alone, he surpassed everyone present. Era, don't pretend I'm not here, Black Gun. Crack, crack, crack. Almost the instant Cake was sent flying, a man wreathed in frost struck out, trying to seize the recovery opening left by OS's attack. Clusters of ice crystals spread through the air, freezing the moisture in the atmosphere into brilliant ice flowers. In that instant, OS, still frozen in his kicking pose, became a colossal ice sculpture. Your mobility is indeed bizarre, Daughter OS. But when you attack, you'll necessarily have a physical body, unless you plan to keep dodging forever. If you teleport away, you can't attack. If you don't, you'll be frozen by me. To be fair, OS had to admit that Kazan really did possess some battle talent. To manage to do that much was already enough to dirty the corner of OS's clothes. Inside the clear crystalline ice, OS remained frozen like a sculpture, still holding his kicking stance. At that moment, Guillaume, enduring the pain of a dislocated wrist, wrenched her hand free from OS's grasp and retreated a few steps to Kazan's side. As expected of a member of Pirate King Roger's crew, were utterly helpless. Guillaume gripped her sword in one hand, her face grim, as she stared at the handsome, long-haired man in the ice. The ice won't hold him for long, will it? Kazan could only agree. Cold air continued to pour from his hands, endlessly reinforcing the ice's stability, even as he stared at the figure within. Seizing this small respite, Guillaume adjusted herself, and likewise ran through everything she knew about OS in her mind. She had previously only heard of him through the occasional mention by Sister Tsuru. A man Fleet Admiral Kong the Steelbone had repeatedly emphasized as one of the Marines' major future threats, with his bounty raised ever higher outside all normal limits. At the time, she had believed OS was just a young man with an undeserved reputation riding the name of the Pirate King's crew. As a power of the new era herself, she believed the young Marine forces trained by Master Zephyr, Sakazuki Borsalino, Kazan, Cake, and herself were geniuses who could match anyone their age. But meeting the so-called newcomer from Roger's crew today had shown her just how vast this sea truly was. If she remembered correctly, he was only 15, younger than all the Marines' new officers. What was she doing at 15? Perhaps she had not even become a swordsman yet. A monster like this must be kept in Marineford today, Guillaume said through clenched teeth. Who did you say you're going to keep here? What? No one could have imagined that in the blink of an eye the figure in the ice would simply vanish. A horrifying chill swept through them both, who, without a second thought, they attacked behind them. But naturally they hit nothing. OS flashed away, appearing on the roof of a distant residential building. Resting his elbows lazily on the balcony railing, he looked at the two on the ground, who were bracing themselves like facing a great enemy, with an unchanged calm on his face. Hey, you two, how about we just pretend you never saw me? I'm only here as a tourist. I haven't done anything wrong. I even paid honestly for my meal here. Consider it a contribution to Marineford's GDP. Of course, what answered OS was a frost-laden ice pheasant. Black Gun OS. What do you take Marineford for? This is the Marine headquarters, a fortress of justice. It is not a place where a pirate like you can come and go as you please. Guillaume declared with righteous indignation, but in her heart she knew that the enemy's mobility was far too high and his advanced observation Haki was exceedingly troublesome. With only the three of them, no, the two of them, it was basically impossible to keep him here. So though it was a bit despicable, she would use provocation if necessary, just to hold OS in place until Sengoku Garp and the others could arrive. Only then could they take him down and send him to impel down, letting OS share the same fate as his captain. As a member of the Pirate King's crew, are you just going to run away? Answer me, daughter OS. Guillaume shouted loudly as though she had forgotten who had been so effortlessly subdued only moments before. At this, OS merely smiled. Of course he could recognize provocation when he heard it, but he had to admit the words did pique his interest. He wondered whether a future admiral plus an admiral candidate could let him finally enjoy himself to the fullest. So he stretched out one hand and gave a slight hook of his finger. True, I haven't fought anyone head-on in a long time. You two come at me together. I think I can settle this before Garp arrives. With a single phrase, OS saw through the girl's scheme, which made her flush with embarrassment and anger. Beside her, Kazan was likewise instantly provoked by his arrogant bearing. Don't be too cocky, Black Gun. Crystals of ice once again spread over Kazan's body in an instant, and huge clusters of ice spears slowly took shape before blasting forward with tremendous momentum. Right on their heels came streak after streak of biting sword energy. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the battlefield, many rank-and-file Marine officers sensed the commotion and rushed over to assist. After quickly evacuating the residence, they saw that the person fighting Rear Admiral Kazan and Commodore Guillaume was actually a wanted pirate, and they immediately joined the fight. However, faced with a Kazan who had already been incited to fury, his large-scale freezing attacks made it impossible for them to get anywhere near this high-level battle. They could only stand in the distance and watch. At the same time, they used a Den Mushi to call the Marine Headquarters command post. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. Click. This is Sengoku. What is it? Admiral Sengoku. In the southern residential district of Marineford, Rear Admiral Kazan and Commodore Guion are engaging remnants of the Roger pirates, requesting reinforcements. What? They had to pick the exact moment when Fleet Admiral Kong was away in the Holy Land to report. Those bastards. Hearing this, Admiral Sengoku, who had been handling official business, immediately sprang to his feet and smashed the desk before him to splinters. What outrageously arrogant pirates. Roger's crew actually dares to force their way into Marine headquarters. Do they still refuse to accept their end? Is it Rayleigh or Gabon? Well, neither. It's Black Gun Daughter OS. Black Gun. At that, Sengoku's body stiffened, and he was somewhat dumbfounded. If he remembered correctly, that brat had only been an apprentice on the Roger pirates. How dared he? Bang, bang, bang. Only after Ao's finally stopped deliberately dodging did the aftershocks of the three-way battle unfold within a certain range. Piercing cold air and dust mingled and rose toward the sky. The once clear sky gradually turned dark and somber. Twisting back, he unleashed another slash. Wave after wave of enormous black sword chi shot out and intercepted every attack before him. Aos then looked up at the sky. It was as dark and oppressive as the prelude to a storm. Aos, did you cause this too? The two looked up as well, clearly noticing the ominous change in the sky, and fixed Aos with grave looks. Can you stop pinning every blame on me? This definitely isn't something we could have caused. Looks like a big shot is coming. A frightening red light blazed, and a slightly surprised expression crossed Aos's face. After a moment's thought, it seemed only natural. Yes, Captain Roger was about to be executed. It was about time. Still, witnessing a historic moment was worthwhile. At least he hadn't come for nothing. Seems your scheme is about to collapse halfway. A truly formidable figure has arrived at Marine headquarters. Aos sheathed his sword with keen interest and teleported toward the plaza in front of Marine headquarters, utterly indifferent to battle etiquette. Who else but you would dare invade Marineford? Hey, wait a second. Guion wanted to chase after him, but Kazan grabbed her shoulder. Somewhat puzzled, she turned back and saw that Kazan had not moved a single step. Instead, he was staring grimly at the sky above Marineford. Following his gaze, Guion looked up as well. Cold sweat instantly beaded on her forehead, and her pupils trembled uncontrollably. How could this be possible? Were they meteors? No, they looked like islands. In the sky, boulders as enormous as islands broke through the clouds and descended in unison toward Marineford. The two no longer had any mind for Aos. In fact, the entire high-level fighting force of Marine headquarters had no time to spare for the commotion in the residential district. What they were about to face was a crisis that could sink all of Marineford into the sea. Golden Lion Shiki was coming. Even though I know it sounds exaggerated, this power really is cheating. Sitting on the roof of the Marine headquarters building, Aos watched as the island-like masses fell all over the sky, like doomsday, descending drawn by gravity straight toward Marineford. Nearly every senior Marine officer, including several familiar faces, was using Moonwalk to respond to the crisis with everything they had. Garp Sengoku, Saru Sakazuki. Confronted with this assault, the gap was large, but not insurmountable. After all, a younger Garp alone had enough strength to destroy an island with one punch, let alone the other Admiral-class fighters, and those Logia-type monsters whose specialty was large-area AoE. After an entire barrage, although the majority of the islands had been shattered, a rough estimate suggested that nearly half of Marineford had still been destroyed. Naturally, that did not include the Marine headquarters building, where Aos currently sat. Along with the movement of the clouds, a heavy rain arrived, and a floating figure descended from above. Long time no see, Golden Lion. Aos, seated atop the Marine headquarters building, had taken the initiative to greet the floating golden figure not far away. At the sound of the voice, Shiki, who had come storming into Marine headquarters in a fury, paused for a moment, then looked toward its source. A figure in a trench coat sat on the rooftop, gazing at him calmly. It's you. I remember you. The monstrous brat from Roger's ship. Seeing that an old acquaintance was actually present, Shiki was taken aback. Hey brat, did you come for Roger too? Aos had originally wanted to say that he was not actually here to rescue Roger from the execution ground. After all, he knew very well that Captain Roger had surrendered willingly. But he had indeed come for Captain Roger. He had planned to slip into the Marine ranks and pay a visit to impel down. Well, more or less. Gah! As expected, those with Conqueror's Haki all share the same spirit. There's no way Roger was captured by these worthless Marines, nor should he die a humiliating death in the weakest sea, the East Blue. Join me, brat. Let these Marines see the terror of the great pirates. At these words, Aos was about to say something when his observation Haki suddenly detected danger approaching. You pirates, one after another. What do you think Marine headquarters is? Boom. With a dazzling red flash, black-red thunderbolts erupted through the air. It was a burly man, his fist wrapped in terrifying Conqueror's Haki, charging straight at Ows. Ows had felt that sort of power from afar more than once, but this was the first time it was directed at him. And now there was no Captain Roger to shield him from the blow. With the rooftop bursting apart inch by inch, the dreadful force of that punch still lingered, shaking the clouds overhead and churning them into waves. You're breaking the rules of combat, Garp. I'm a young man of a new era. At some point, Ows's figure had already appeared beside Golden Lion. The teleportation fruit's continuous movement let him move through the air in a near-hovering fashion. With both hands in his pockets, he walked as if treading on level ground. Looking at the burly man still standing atop the Marine headquarters building, black-red lightning crackling around his fist, Ows felt a twinge of alarm. He was a top-tier powerhouse after all. His own Conqueror's Haki coating was still a little inadequate before a king-class expert like that. At least for now, trading punches head-on was not a battle he could win. Gah! Garp, have you gotten too old to move? You can't even land a hit on a brat. Just go home and enjoy your retirement. Seeing that Garp's punch had missed, Shiki unhesitatingly unleashed his taunts. At the same time, among the Marines on the ground, no small number of people were holding din mushy cameras, snapping photos of the scene of Ows and Golden Lion standing side by side in the sky. Ows could only smile helplessly at the sight. He had merely come to enjoy the excitement and witness a famous moment. How had he become an accomplice? This was truly a case of mud in the crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it looked like shit. Leaning over to look down, he saw admirals, vice admirals, rear admirals, and countless Marine foot soldiers. Such a lineup was actually comparable to the Battle of Marineford, perhaps even a cut above. In that battle, after all, Garp and Sengoku, the two ace combatants, and the two admirals had barely done anything, slacking off the entire time. Only Akainu and a few vice admirals had been putting in real work. Now, however, he was facing a full-strength Sengoku and Garp along with countless Marine commanders and the future three admirals. To be truthful, Ows was almost tempted to teleport away on the spot. But looking at this unprecedented grand spectacle, he admitted that, though it was a bit over his head, his hands were truly itching. Once the thought came he would act. If the situation turned bad, he would retreat. After all, after such a long period of training, he genuinely wanted to see where his limits lay. Besides, Golden Lion would be occupying Garp and Sengoku, so he might as well charge in with all his might. Faced with an awe-inspiring spectacle of truly epic proportions, Ows had to concede that sheer exhilaration was already setting his blood ablaze. After Garp and Sengoku were held at bay by the Golden Lion, Ows would next face virtually all of the Navy's combat power below the rank of Admiral. Though no Admiral stood among them, the remaining lineup was nothing short of astonishing. The three Logia-type Marine rear and vice admirals, Gion Dalmatian Yamakaji, a host of elite commodores, and countless Marine soldiers. A drizzling rain drifted down as gale-force winds howled through the sky, sending Ows's trench coat and Shiki's billowing robe flapping noisily. The two pirates, each bearing a 10-figure bounty, had briefly forged an alliance. What they were about to face, however, was nearly the pinnacle of Marine headquarters combat strength. "Hey brat, if you dare slow me down, I'll kill you." Golden Lion Shiki, a cigar clamped between his teeth, flashed a wildly unbridled smile as he threatened Ows at his side. "As long as you can keep Sengoku and Garp occupied, we definitely won't lose for now." Ows gave a faint smile in reply. As long as his opponent was not someone so vastly superior as to transcend his own level, Ows was confident that even if he could not win, he could at least fight to a 50-50 draw. Plainly, the still young Marine rookies of this era remained far from capable of beating him into the ground. Confronted with monumental pressure, elite opponents of equivalent caliber who vastly outnumbered them, the two men showed not the slightest strain, bantering instead with complete ease. The vast number of Marines on the ground, however, saw things quite differently. All they could feel was that these two were raving lunatics. Moreover, with two such legendary pirates before them, quite a few recruits could not help but go weak at the knees. The mere aftershock of a casual attack from figures like these could mow them down in droves. Were it not for the admirals still present on the field, they might have retreated long ago. All they could do now was ease the panic in their hearts by exchanging whispers. "A crewman of the Roger Pirates, Black Gundoder Ows. I've seen his bounty poster. And there's the legendary Great Pirate, the Flying Admiral, Golden Lion Shiki. Two Hegemon-class pirate forces have actually allied. Pirates like that, we're definitely going to die." The Marines of Admiral rank and above, by contrast, were far more composed. After all, however one looked at it, the Marines held the advantage. But with the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates so infamous across the seas, even they dared not relax in the slightest. Facing enemies of this level, a single careless lapse could truly mean death. Empowered by their overwhelming numbers and the confidence instilled by their officers, the morale of the Marine soldiers remained exceedingly high. Not a single one deserted. They shouted with all their might, and for a time their roaring clamor was immense, bearing a distinct shadow of the Summit War. "Aren't they loud? I haven't the faintest idea what they're so fired up about. They're just a crowd of foot soldiers." Ows watched those fervently agitated soldiers, thinking how they could not land a hit or shoot true, a rabble of nobodies who posed no threat whatsoever to the two men holding command of the sky. What exactly were they burning with passion for? Perhaps the ignition point of excitement in the world of One Piece was just inherently too low. Then let's clear the field first. Ao stood in the heavens gazing down at the boundless marine army, his eyes empty of sorrow or joy. Only that look of contempt one reserves for ants. In an instant, an aura that dominated heaven and earth erupted outward from Ao's, as its epicenter ceaselessly sweeping in every direction. Nearly half of Marineford was now veiled in that black and crimson domain. Clusters of black and crimson thunderbolts sprang from Ao's, rampaging and dancing wildly, as if heralding the apocalypse. That crushing pressure swept across everything without distinction. Thud, thud, thud. Their minds seemed to be hammered by a heavy mallet. Before this sky-rending, earth-shaking Conqueror's Haki, countless Marines could not last even a second, their eyes rolling back as they fell to the ground. Even the field-grade officers beneath the ferocious pressure could barely keep their consciousness, half kneeling and gasping. In the sky, the figure wreathed in black and crimson lightning overlooked the field like a demon god, abyssal and infernal. Gah! No wonder Roger sang your praises the way he did, to have such daring at such a young age. But our era, the era of old-timers like us, is not over yet. The seas are not yet a stage for a whelp like you to shine. The next second, a golden crimson Conqueror's Haki, even more overwhelming than Ao's black and crimson presence, surged violently from his body. With the two forces stacked together, nearly no one below the rank of admiral could remain awake on the field. What came next was the true duel of masters. Bastards. Marineford is absolutely not a place where the two of you can run wild. Following a furious roar, a figure leapt abruptly into the air before Ao's, and the golden lion bathed in dazzling holy golden light. As the wielder of the Buddha fruit, Admiral Sengoku struck out in wrath, sending a dreadful shockwave roaring toward them. Buddha's shockwave. The blinding golden light pressed, and yet the two above showed no panic whatsoever. One was utterly unafraid, the other had long seen it coming. Amid the dazzling golden radiance, a trace of scarlet flashed past. Naturally, this scene could not escape Ao's observation, Haki, so he merely watched the shockwave, now a mere few inches away, with a faint smile. Lion Thousand Cut Valley. The collision of extravagant ultimate moves sent horrifying remnant power detonating across the sky. A palm against a blade, the two wrestled endlessly in the air. And plainly Sengoku alone could not suppress the golden lion at this moment. If Shiki had dared to come today, he had never actually feared death. Soon Garp was swinging his fists as well, joining the high-end battle. At this level of fight, unless one side was utterly exhausted, there was simply no way to end it. Terrifying airwaves centered on the three fighters kept destroying the land and the sky. In the middle of the plaza, the remaining Marines, led by the three Logia monsters, watched the battle they could not interfere with. After all, the trio of red, blue, and yellow were only young men in their 20s, just 2 years out of the Marine Academy, still far from their prime years of power. As each of them looked up at the decisive battle in the sky, a tall, hands in pockets, figure walked slowly from the end of the plaza. Pew! Without any warning at all, a beam of laser shot out from within the Marines, shooting at the man's head with thunderous speed. Sneak attacks are not a good habit, Borsellino. Al smiled, neither dodging nor avoiding, allowing the laser to fly straight at his forehead. Then a scene that baffled all the Marines unfolded. Ao's was as if devoid of physical substance. The instant the beam hit his skull, the light passed through his body. He was entirely unharmed. Ooh, how frightening. Have I been completely caught by your observation, Haki? You're as strong as a monster black gun OS. Just then, from among the Marine officers, a sleazy-looking man in a striped suit with a Marine greatcoat over his shoulders stepped forward. With his sarcastic, affected manner, his mere words made everyone bristle. Vice Admiral Borsellino, the user of the glint fruit. OS grinned with interest. Well, I've long since gotten used to being called a monster. So then, to deal with this monster, are you all going to come at me together? You really can't take a joke, can you? Black Gun Doter OS. For a world threat as heinous as you, the Marines need not uphold any code of honor. Great eruption. Not wanting to hear another word from OS, Sakazuki didn't waste a single breath. His entire body instantly turned into searing magma. Sulfurous fumes poured from his body, and layers of viscous magma roiled and surged. Even his clothes glowed red. On his leather-gloved fist, power rivaling a volcanic eruption accumulated and continued to expand. As soon as he moved, it was a killing blow. Even from afar, a wave of heat struck, first whipping OS's long hair madly in the steam. The strongest offensive devil fruit, the magma fruit, was it. Well, that was only natural. With power enough to launch hundreds of tons of volcanic rock 1,000 meters into the air, possessing such absurd explosive force, made perfect sense. Still, this attack was not without a flaw. It was too slow. Unlike the glint fruit's superior mobility or the ice fruit's enormous reach, the magma fruit had unprecedented attack power, but its wind-up was also terrifyingly long. At least in front of OS's ability to foresee the future, this spectacular charged great eruption could never possibly land. Logia powers were certainly gifted by nature, OS had to admit that. Yet, some paramecia powers involving rules and concepts were superior to them. OS could have fully dodged this move, but doing so would have betrayed his original intention to show his true strength. After all, he didn't run into opponents of his own level often. Others were either too weak or too strong. To this day, OS had never experienced a truly satisfying, all-out battle. This was actually somewhat disadvantageous to the future advancement of his Conqueror's Haki. So, standing squarely before Sakazuki's giant magma fist, OS's eyes blazed with crimson light, with no emotional change whatsoever. Clearly the future he saw was more or less what he had predicted. Clang. Facing such terrifying magma, OS slowly clenched his fist, and flowing armament Haki coiled around it instantly. The marine officers nearby who had spread out to avoid the scorching magma felt their pupils shrink at the sight. They couldn't believe it. What is that state? Does he actually intend to clash with Sakazuki head-on? How reckless. Even with armament Haki, which can theoretically hurt a Logia user's real body with such monstrous explosive power and heat, even if he protects himself with armament Haki, his hand will be cooked to a crisp instantly. Arrogant little brat. Yet OS's true power clearly exceeded their expectations. In the next instant, wisps of black-red lightning gathered around the surface of his flowing armament Haki once again. The oppressive pressure cracked the ground inch by inch. It was as if this power, merely by existing in the world, naturally carried terror with it. That brat. The aura instantly seized the attention of the three figures fighting in the distance, causing even that fierce battlefield to stall for a heartbeat. How can this be? 15 years old, using Conqueror's Haki coating. Sengoku's eyes glinted with piercing light, bloodshot veins visible in his eyeballs. Ho ha! As expected of the monster Roger mentioned. That kid with the gun has the right to challenge the world at such a young age. Garp laughed loudly. Then keep him here forever. Hey, you two dare to get distracted during a fight. Are you really looking down on me that much? I am the Golden Lion. Clearly Garp and Sengoku's conversation had enraged this lion, and the pressure instantly multiplied. Even Garp and Sengoku were solemn in the face of this power, let alone Sakazuki, who was still only in his 20s. What a... such Haki. A few drops of cold sweat rolled down Sakazuki's face, but they vanished almost at once in the seething magma. He could only brace himself and focus all his strength. The magma fruit's tremendous burst of power was on full display, now, as a giant lava fist hurtled toward OS. OS's reply was equally a full-powered fist woven with flowing Ryuo and Conqueror's Haki. The two forces slammed into each other, and the enormous pressure and heat instantly turned the ground beneath them into liquid. Boom. The two forces hung in deadlock. Strangely, the heat that should have melted flesh and bone could not directly touch OS's fist. In front of that fist, around which black-red lightning kept churning, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that the magma simply could not cross. Sakazuki's face grew extremely grim, and all the Marines were in disbelief. This is the power of Conqueror's Haki coating, Sakazuki. Including that volcanic eruptive force you take such pride in. It amounts to nothing before me. Black-red lightning flickered around his fist. OS stared at the erupting magma, then crouched slightly to gather strength. A monstrous force rose from his waist. Under the stupefied gazes of the Marines around him, the ground for 100 meters sank instantly, as if buckling under the weight. The terrifying recoil pressed down on the earth, an overwhelming display of sheer might. In an instant, the figure wrapped in black-red lightning and flowing Haki broke through the giant magma fist itself and appeared before the caught-off-guard Sakazuki. That figure was like a demon king from hell, crimson light flashing in his eyes. Terrifying Haki coiled about his fist as he wound up to strike. Sakazuki's chest caved in the next moment. The flowing Ryuo and Conqueror's Haki coating made it impossible for him to turn into his element and defend, so he took the monstrous punch dead on. His wretched state was even more exaggerated than when he had been smashed into a meat pancake during the Summit War. Seeing Sakazuki's eyes roll back as blood gushed from his mouth, OS thought to finish him off, but the other Marines were hardly decorative ornaments. Beams of laser light shot toward him along with a sky-filling glacier, forcing OS to retreat and teleport beyond the attack range. Only the black-red lightning around his fist had not dispersed. Beneath the wild storm, the proud figure in a long coat stood with hair and coat hem fluttering in the wind, a faint calm smile still lingering on his handsome face. Fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki coating, and the crimson light of future sight never fading from his eyes, he alone was enough to drive every young Marine at Marineford to despair. Then who's next? Whoosh! Amid the howling wind and torrential rain on a battlefield scarred and devastated, that solitary proud figure merely stood there, and yet all the Marines dared not make a move. The ground had sunk 100 meters from a single burst of power, and the monstrous Vice Admiral Sakazuki had been defeated in the clash, collapsing to the ground. The awe-inspiring flowing armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki entwined around him. That invincible aura, though formless, weighed heavily on every Marine's heart, Kazan and Borsellino being no exception. Kazan stared blankly at the man he had longed to capture. That man could easily have toyed with them all using his extraordinary observation Haki and devil fruit abilities, yet now he had given them a chance to fight him head-on. Still no one could be certain, no one dared claim that they could remain undefeated before those black and crimson iron fists. Even Sakazuki with his strongest offensive power had failed. As for a sneak attack, before those eyes that could perceive the future, such an intention was nothing but a fantasy. Moments later, a sound of coughing blood rang out across the field. In the enormous crater, a figure in a red suit staggered to his feet, traces of blood still at the corner of his mouth. It was none other than Akainu. Say what you will, that man is truly tough. Yet from his pained expression and the blood at his lips, it was clear that the punch he had just taken had dealt severe damage. He was still injured. And with Sakazuki rising again, the oppressive atmosphere among the Marines reversed in an instant. So this is the Red Marshal. Hey, what are you hesitating for? No matter how powerful the enemy, we are Marines, the ones who protect this sea. And we must give it everything we've got. Even if it costs us our lives, so be it. Looking at his somewhat despairing comrade, Sakazuki's face was grim, his furious roars rang like thunder. This rekindled the fighting will of many Marine officers who had lost hope, and they gritted their teeth and raised their blades and guns once more. At the same time, biting cold air and dazzling flashes of light appeared on the battlefield as everyone unleashed their full power. Watching the future key officers of the Marines bursting with fighting spirit like something out of a movie, OSS couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For a moment he had thought he could overwhelm everyone present, but clearly it wasn't that simple. Heroes under heaven are as numerous as fish crossing a river. OSS might stand out, yet he could never erase the brilliance of others. In this Marine headquarters, with no king of deserters in sight, there was truly not a single coward. Looking at the many warriors draped in Marine coats, OSS likewise showed his respect for the battle, revealing an excited smile, with red light flickering in his eyes. He slowly shed his trench coat, revealing muscles bursting with explosive power, marked by a few scars. Yet they were few and far between. Because from childhood naturally endowed with monstrous observation Haki, he had rarely been injured. In his hand, two colored Haki wrapped around Nether Crow. With one hand clenched into a fist, and the other holding the blade, these Marines deserved his full strength. Then he slowly extended his left thumb upward. From afar, it looked like a thumbs up. He scanned the assembled Marines, and finally fixed his gaze on that curly-haired man he often singled out. Here it comes. What? The man in question, Kazan, was gathering frigid frost within his body, and for an instant, he was stunned by the gesture. As it turned out, when someone points a thumb at you, he may not be praising you. He might just be taking aim. From Kazan's perspective, those red eyes had been staring straight at him from 100 meters away, then in an instant the man was before him, still staring straight into his eyes. Only the movement in his hand had changed. A long blade wreathed in black-red lightning, slashed straight down with lightning speed. This speed. No way. As OSS's blade fell, a terrifying sword aura accompanied by Conqueror's Haki struck directly against Kazan's ice-encased body. The slash was too fast, too sudden for anyone to react. Even Kazan, who had activated his elemental form in an instant, found a crimson wound appearing on his chest before he quickly froze it over to stem the bleeding. OSS intended to strike again, but his observation Haki caught a laser beam shooting toward the back of his head. Instead of tanking it, he sidestepped, then twisted his waist, turned, and slashed apart the magma hurled at him. This was no longer the large-scale clash against Sakazuki from just now. The Marines were attacking in perfect coordination, ganging up on him. Were it not for the fragments of the future flashing in his eyes, OSS might have long been buried under the relentless combo attacks. But possessing the power to foresee the future and the teleportation fruit being invincible was inevitable. Dodging and weaving, he teleported away from the encroaching glacier. In the midst of the Marine commander's encirclement, OSS remained completely unruffled. With monstrous strength and Haki, anyone who came close was sent flying with a single kick. He charged recklessly, turning to parry the sudden appearance of Ama no Murakumo, teleporting away from Hellhound, while slamming another fist into Sakazuki's chest. Along with the occasional dissonance between future sight and physical reaction, wounds began to appear on OSS's body. Though painful, this sensation of growing stronger intoxicated him, and the brutal blow-by-blow exchanges addicted him. His crimson glowing eyes swept across everyone present. Do you all want to dance too? Despite the wounds, burns, punctures, frostbites that kept piling up on OSS, the number of Marines was visibly dwindling. After all, not everyone was a tank. Most of the younger officers, after taking one hit from him, would lose their combat ability completely, just like Jiaji had earlier. Gradually, only 4 figures remained fighting on the battlefield. Yasukani no Magatama. OSS's figure kept teleporting, red light flashing in his eyes as the trajectory of every light bullet appeared in his mind, and he dodged them perfectly. Yet when he teleported to a certain gap between beams, the ground under his feet felt smooth with wisps of cold air curling upward, using the gaps in the light beams to force me to dodge into a designated spot, then freezing me. Not a bad tactic. OSS looked calmly at his frozen right foot, red light flickering in his eyes. Clearly he had long seen this moment in the future. But this was one of the traits of wide area attacks. If you don't take the freeze, you must take the light bullets. Looking at the Marine wounded on the ground caught in the beams, OSS knew they were truly desperate. And the moment he was caught by the ice, a charged magma fist again flew at his face. Only this time it wasn't alone. There was also a dazzling ray of light, and a gigantic ice bird emanating piercing cold. Facing 3 killing moves, OSS showed no panic. Instead, the faint smile on his face deepened. Interesting. Then I'll get a little serious too. The Conqueror's Haki in his hand kept converging, then slowly spread across the entire blade of Nether Crow. You'd better take this one well. Divine Departure. Facing the killing blows of the 3 Logia users, AOC did not forcibly teleport away because he also wanted to test his own limits. Divine Departure. As AOC's ruthless voice fell, the 3 attackers felt a bone-piercing chill surging toward them. The black crimson blade wrapped in Conqueror's Haki that had become almost solid swept toward them at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, driven by the peerless monstrous strength of that demonic figure. Black-red lightning crackled amid the rupture of elements. The blinding light illuminated AOC's excited face. The sheer power, together with their familiarity with that power, made Sengoku and the others turn for another look. That's Roger's Divine Departure. It looks like it, but its power isn't as ridiculous as his. Gah! A promising little brat indeed. Is this all the Marines of the new era amount to? Shiki sneered without mercy. Though he was not on good terms with the Roger pirates either, he would rather see the Marines humiliated than anything else. How could this bunch of trash ever hope to catch a man like Roger? You 3 future admirals of the Marines, I acknowledge that you are qualified to fight me. With a single slash of Divine Departure, AOC cut straight through the 3 calamitous Logia killing moves. A look of satisfaction in his eyes, he raised his blade and pointed it at the 3. Come on then. Try to kill me. In response to AOC's contemptuous attitude, the 3 were clearly provoked. Their bodies manifested overwhelming Logia power, and the surrounding environment began to change because of it. At full power, it was enough to permanently alter the terrain and climate of an entire island. After both sides had unleashed their full power, AOC admitted that he was under some real pressure. One he was confident he could suppress with certainty, 2 he could still handle with ease, E3 however, and he could barely keep from losing. And this was even with 2 invincible abilities at his command. No wonder it was said that no one in the world could defeat 2 admirals single-handedly. With such tank-like endurance, Haki mastery, and calamitous destructive power, taking down 2 or more by oneself was almost impossible, unless it was an old veteran overwhelmingly crushing someone younger, or a sneak attack from some bizarre devil fruit ability. Outside of that, no such possibility really existed. Looking at the series of wounds on his body, AOC roughly understood that this was his current limit. But even understanding that, AOC still wanted to test his limits. This might be the very opportunity for his Conqueror's Haki to climb another step, which was also the fundamental reason he had chosen to fight this battle. He refused to believe that having swelled his willpower to the point of taking on 3 admirals alone, he could not someday rise to the throne of the strongest Conqueror's Haki. He had already imagined it if he and Shanks ever showed up together at some grand scene, both unleashing their Conqueror's Haki as they made their entrance. When both had it, it was nothing to fear. Whoever was weaker would be the one to feel embarrassed. He had no intention of lagging behind the likes of Shanks and Conqueror's Haki, the ultimate tool for showing off. Shanks, a mere little punk. The fierce battle continued. When masters clashed, the fight was always measured in days. After 5 days and 5 nights of intense combat, even AOC with his monstrous physique was starting to buckle under the strain. His body was riddled with wounds, both fresh and old. The earliest had already formed thick scabs. The 3 future admirals, by comparison, were no better off. Their wounds were even worse than AOC's and covered nearly every part of their bodies. If not for elementalization occasionally offsetting some damage, they would have been in an even sorrier state. Borsellino's glasses had long since been shattered. That ever-languid, lecherous old monkey had now lost several teeth, his body covered with footprints and sword wounds. Sakazuki, standing beside him, was not much better. After taking a direct punch from AOC at the very start, his reaction speed had clearly dropped. If his whole body were not covered in magma, now the face he revealed would absolutely be a bruised, swollen mess. Of course, the most severely injured was AOC's primary target, his old sea ice rival, locked with him in a love-hate, mutually destructive battle. Besides the gruesome wounds on his face and body, his left leg was twisted into an unnatural shape, as if fate had destined him for some calamity. But fortunately, it was not broken. Wrap it in a Supreme Grade bandage, and it should heal within a fortnight or so. There was no helping it. It wasn't that they were weak. AOC was simply too monstrous. Besides being slightly lacking in battle experience, he had almost no weaknesses. In physical techniques, swordsmanship, and Haki, he was almost always a cut above them. Add his teleportation fruit, which let him appear and disappear like a ghost, and he was nearly impossible to hit. Then there was his Conqueror's Haki, which grew crazier and stronger the longer he fought. Wrapped around his blade, it would send a divine departure at you from time to time, each one more painful than the last. Thankfully, no matter how prolonged the battle was, it finally came to an end. At the other end of the four-way melee, the three old-era powerhouses had settled their fight first. Shiki Roger's death will be the beginning of an era of peace. We Marines will never allow anyone to destroy it. Garp. After the final blow, Fistbone Galaxy impact came down the proud and unyielding Golden Lion finally fell. Perhaps the helm embedded in his skull had impaired his strength, or perhaps he had insisted on a head-on brawl, who in the end outnumbered Shiki was defeated. Once the seastone manacles were locked on, he no longer had the strength to retaliate. And almost the instant Golden Lion Shiki fell, AOC's scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. Observation Haki warned him of danger. Whoosh! AOC, who had been enjoying the fight against the three admirals, immediately vanished from the spot with an ultra-long-distance teleport. Boom! Waha! You're quick to dodge, aren't you gun-carrying little brat from Roger's ship. At the place where he had stood, a fist blazing with fierce red light slammed down, splitting the earth for 1,000 meters around. Even the three badly wounded admirals were forced back by the residual shockwave. The one who had ambushed him was none other than the man who had cornered AOC's captain time after time, the hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp. Watching Garp crack the ground for several kilometers with one punch, AOC could not help but sweat cold drops on his forehead. Captain Roger isn't here, so you're bullying an apprentice like me. Mr. Garp, that doesn't seem like the way of a righteous Marine. I told you long ago, AOC. At that moment, Sengoku, who still had not left his great Buddha form, joined the battlefield and roared sternly at AOC. Against a villain like you, the Marines have no need to speak of honor. Is that so? Then, isn't it only natural for a pirate to run when faced with Marines he cannot defeat? AOC was unimpressed by Sengoku's roar. Instead, he smiled at them. In fact, the moment he saw the Golden Lion lose, he knew it was time to run. He had fought to his heart's content and had stolen the spotlight. If he didn't leave now, he really would be sent in to keep Captain Roger company. What a... Hearing this, Sengoku turned red-hot in an instant. Are you saying? You bastard. The reason he went red was none other than his knowledge that with that nearly unbreakable ability, if AOC wanted to flee, almost no one could stop him. But if that happened, what dignity would the Marines have left, especially at Marine Headquarters Marineford? As if adding fuel to the fire, seagulls carrying cameras and satchels were soaring overhead, snapping photo after photo. AOC smiled at the cameras and waved at the Marines. Then amid the explosions and smoke of their furious attacks, the figure of Black Gun, AOC, vanished. On the second day after OSS fled Marineford, the outbreak of the Marineford invasion incident descended like a thunderclap from a clear blue sky, blasting apart the seas that had barely begun to settle. World public opinion burst into a frenzy. As one of the three great sovereign powers of the New World, a man of Golden Lion Shiki's caliber daring to storm Marine Headquarters single-handedly. While people would be stunned by such a monumental event, it was not beyond reason. For a pirate this notorious, even the craziest act was only to be expected. Yet the name Black Gun Doter OSS from its very first appearance instantly drew the eyes of countless nations and powers throughout the world. Wanted. Black Gun Doter OSS. Former crew member of the Roger Pirates. Master of all three colors of Haki. Suspected user of the Paramecia-type teleportation fruit. One of the masterminds of the Marineford invasion incident. Bounty 2649000 berries. Dead or alive. A heinous criminal. After this major incident, the name, once circulating only within a small circle as that of a young apprentice of the Roger Pirates, instantly became one of the world's most sensational pirate supernovas. No supernova was no longer enough to describe him. According to an exclusive report by the World Economy newspaper, this brat from Roger's ship might already have the combat strength to rival the world government's ultimate power, the Navy admirals. He is a king of the new generation, a monster raised by the pirate King Roger, destined to rule the next era. King of the next generation. Sabaody Archipelago. In the red light district, which had already begun reconstruction and reopened for business, the bustle of bygone days was gradually returning. Madam Sammy. It's a report about Lord OSS. The two mascots of the red light district, OSS's personal maid Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, bounded into Sammy's office in excitement. In their enthusiasm, they even forgot to knock, giving Sammy, who was quietly sipping her tea, quite a start. Bouncing and skipping, the two clutched the newspaper in their little hands and placed it on the desk, exclaiming eagerly, "Look, look. It says in the paper that Lord OSS fought the Navy's strongest forces at Marine Headquarters and then walked away gloriously. Now the whole world is saying Lord OSS is the king of the next era. So cool. As expected of Lord OSS. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi had hearts floating in their eyes as they read the newspaper's descriptions of OSS, feeling even prouder and more satisfied inside than OSS himself. What the two naive young maids did not understand was how tremendous a shock this news truly was for Sammy, a woman long immersed in the underworld, one who had seen the world for what it truly was. Taking the newspaper and poring over every word, Sammy's face was a mask of uncontrollable fright and shock, her delicate pupils trembling nonstop. She had imagined that Lord OSS might truly be strong, but she had never dreamed he could be this absurdly strong. If that is really the case, then this newspaper may not be wrong. Lord OSS truly has the right to contend for the title of the world's strongest. Just as the report concluded in its final assessment, Black Gundoder OSS is a despair-inducing genius, a monster in physique, a master of all three colors of Haki, and the possessor of a devil fruit ability that grants absolute control over combat. Purportedly raised by Roger, he is a standard-bearer of the new era with ultimate power. Judging by the boldness and potential he has displayed, he is likely to hold absolute dominance over the strongest forces in the world for at least the next 30 years. In the first half of the Grand Line, on an unnamed island, a magnificent giant ship lay anchored offshore. In the forest not far from the pier, three people sat around a campfire roasting the wild beasts they had taken from the island. Mr. Rayleigh, Shanks. Huge news. Rayleigh's group of three heading back to Sabaody Archipelago had dropped anchor here for a break. Suddenly Buggy ran over excitedly from the beach, clutching a newspaper and shouting as he ran, "There's news about OSS in the paper. A huge scoop." "Whoa, really? Let me see." Shanks sprang up from the ground, snatched the newspaper from Buggy's hands, and the more he read, the more his eyes sparkled. As expected of OSS. So cool. He raised hell at Marine headquarters. At that, Buggy couldn't contain his grin either. Right? Exactly. Everyone in the world was saying Captain Roger had been defeated and arrested by the Marines. Now OSS has given us one hell of a payback. The two chattered enthusiastically, then looked at Rayleigh, who was still roasting meat, and hurried over to him with the paper. Rayleigh glanced at the two impulsive kids, said nothing, and accepted the paper with a smile. But a single look was enough to make shock surface on his face. The first huge photograph at the top of the article was exactly the one the news crew had taken that day. OSS, bare-chested, long hair streaming in the wind, a long blade in hand, his body covered with wounds. A smile was on his face as his gaze locked straight onto the 5 men of the Navy before him. Admiral Sengoku, Navy hero garb, and the 3 Logia-type monsters, vice admirals, rear admirals. Throughout the article, besides the heaps of exaggeration and praise for OSS, there were also images of him fighting the 3 future admirals alone. In those images, OSS's body, wreathed in black-red lightning, battled the 3 natural disasters head-on, never losing the upper hand. It went without saying that as those 3 young Marines rose in rank and combat might in the years to come, the value of that photograph would only keep climbing. And to have raised such havoc before facing such an overwhelming lineup, then withdrawn and scathed, divine departure. How nostalgic. Even from the postures and moves captured in the photographs, Rayleigh could recognize one of Roger's signature techniques. It had now been carried forward and further elevated by OSS. As for the article's final evaluation of OSS, gazing at that figure of peerless dominance, Rayleigh really did seem to see a hint of young Roger. But Roger at that time had not been 15, he had been 25. A terrifying young man, Rayleigh mused. Yet for that matter, he wondered what OSS's true intention behind this move was. Was it really simply to vent his anger for Roger? At the same time, in the sky 1,000 meters above, impelled down, OSS sat cross-legged on a cloud. He casually grabbed a passing news coup, bought a newspaper, using the berries from its coin purse, and then set it free. After reading it carefully, OSS couldn't hold it in. He was both speechless and amused. That Morgans, in the early days of building his business, would say just about anything for the sake of circulation. He practically described OSS as the future king of the world. And although every single photograph was genuine, their selection and arrangement deliberately misled the world, making it seem as if the invasion of Marineford had been OSS's scheme alone, with Golden Lion merely making a token appearance. Whether it was one man fighting 3 admirals, or OSS unleashing Conqueror's Haki, coding the whole affair had the unmistakable look of a protagonist facing off against a final boss. But OSS asked himself honestly, when he had gone to Marineford, his original intention was definitely not to show off. Even the fight itself had happened because the atmosphere had called for it. He had wanted to test his full strength and refine his spirit, but that realization had only come later. Looking at the bold, red, heinous criminal, dead or alive, on his wanted poster, OSS felt a little helpless. They had even gone so far as to give him a custom-designed wanted poster. Being saddled with such grand labels didn't bother OSS much, since no one could really do him any harm. But a setup was a setup. When he met Morgans next, he would have a score to settle with that stupid bird. Have you heard? The battle at Marineford. Of course. They say the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki will be escorted here any moment now. Escorted to which level? Huh, are you an idiot? That goes without saying. The 6th level, infinite hell. I suppose so. Beyond the Gate of Justice, inside a barrel-shaped edifice almost entirely submerged beneath the sea, two gatekeeper jailers idly chatted away. One was so bored he was on the verge of dozing off. Click. At that moment, a soft landing sound rang out immediately, putting one of them on high alert. What was that noise? Hey! Startled by the sudden shout, the jailer who had been dozing leaped up in panic, nearly losing his grip on the rifle in his hands. He fumbled it in the air a few times before finally securing it, then hastily aimed behind him. Yet when he looked back, he found no figure at all. The gate remained sealed, perfectly intact. What the hell is wrong with you? There's a limit to jokes. No, I swear I really did hear footsteps, just now. How could? The jailer began to doubt himself. Could he truly have been hearing things? At that moment, beyond the main gate of Impel Down, a man with a bare torso covered in ferocious scars and a long blade sheathed at his waist strolled past with an unhurried gate pack slung over his shoulder. It was OS who had bypassed the outermost layers of heavy defense and teleported straight through the air. It was almost inconceivable. Within Impel Down, one of the world government's three great strongholds, a prison feared by countless pirates, a hellish bastion, renowned as absolutely inescapable, a vicious pirate who had only just invaded Marine headquarters was now wandering about at his leisure. I've already stormed Marineford and Impel Down. I suppose Eni's lobby isn't next on the list. That said, given that the rabble at Eni's lobby could be routed even by Luffy, who had barely just set sail, OS felt little interest in it. At most it would be a brief stop during his sightseeing. Still, he had to admit, Impel Down was absolutely enormous. Even the first level alone nearly exceeded the reach of his Kenbunchaku Haki, spanning almost the size of a town. Not that he needed to linger here. As he walked, OS scanned for the optimal spot to teleport deeper. He couldn't very well blink blindly and land in the middle of a jailer patrol. Though he had every confidence in cutting down such small fry, instantly exposure would only invite entanglement. Impel Down was a sealed space. If he roused a horde of fools throwing themselves at him one after another, when would he ever get to meet and speak with Captain Roger? Not to mention troublesome powerhouses like Magellan. Tap, tap. The light footsteps were hardly conspicuous within Impel Down, yet an unfamiliar figure inevitably drew the attention of countless prisoners in the surrounding cells. Seeing a man who wore neither jailer's uniform nor warden's coat swagger past, they froze for only a heartbeat of disbelief, then erupted with overwhelming desperation for survival. Hey, young man over there, please take me with you. I've got treasure buried all over the world, and I'll do anything you ask. Just take me along. You little brat. Get me out of here right now, or I swear I'll kill you. Threats, bribery, desperate pleas. In an instant the cacophony swelled, as if it would capsize the entire prison. OS's face turned green on the spot. Glaring at the prisoners through gritted teeth, black-red lightning crackled and erupted from his body. Shut up. Hey. Whoosh. Thud. 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 In that single instant the world fell silent. The pirates, who had been shrieking hysterically moments before, toppled over one by one, eyes rolling back, crashing stiffly to the floor. They were, after all, nothing but fodder consigned to the first level, not one with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Worth noting, even the image-transmitting din mushy mounted on the walls wilted and collapsed under OS's Haki, saving him the trouble. With an overwhelming sweep of Kenbunchaku, OS perceived the scenery at least 3 levels below. With ceaseless teleportation, he descended ever deeper. Even when he occasionally encountered patrolling jailers, OS exploited visual blind spots or unleashed his solidified Haushika Haki to knock them out in an instant. He glided through the underwater great prison like a phantom, flawless infiltration. Continuing deeper to the 5th level of hell, his Kenbunchaku detected a familiar presence. Magellan, the future warden of Impel Down, and its current deputy warden. The instant OS sensed him, he withdrew his perception, his eye twitching involuntarily as disgust washed over his face. Not for any particular reason. Merely that Magellan was once again having a bout of diarrhea. The mental image was far too vivid. OS felt as though his Kenbunchaku had been dirted. Fortunately, after meandering and a few swift strikes, OS finally reached his destination, the 6th level of Impel Down. Infinite hell? Upon arriving, OS chose not to wander further. After all, those qualified to be confined here were none other than great pirates etched into the annals of history, a bounty exceeding 100 million being the bare minimum. Such monsters could not be silenced with a mere burst of Haushika Haki. To ensure they wouldn't disturb his meeting with Captain Roger, OS simply locked onto Roger's cell with Kenbunchaku and teleported directly there. In the deepest recess of infinite hell, within a dim solitary cell devoid of even the faintest light, a formidable figure sat cross-legged. You've come, OS. Roger, blessed with the ability to hear the voice of all things, could recognize that silhouette even in absolute darkness without any need for Kenbunchaku. Sizzle. With a scraping sound, a tiny flame flickered to life within the cell. The dim amber glow cast its light upon a strikingly handsome face. It was OS. Is this place really so torturous? They don't even grant you a sliver of light. Ha ha ha, no helping it. They only bring a single meal a day. Had I known I would have turned myself in a little later, haha. Looking at Captain Roger bound in shackles, yet still so utterly carefree, OS could only sigh in exasperation. Hey OS, Roger said with a grin, his eyes carrying a sly hint. Please tell me you brought some sake. I haven't had a single drop in ages. No. You're lying. No way. Hearing that, Roger's face fell, and he wailed like a child. Seeing this, OS finally broke into a mischievous grin. Alright, I suppose I did bring some after all. In the cramped cell, an old man and a young man sat facing each other beside a small oil lamp. The dim light flickered throughout the room, and it had been days since Roger last showed a smile. I only brought 4 bottles. Once they're gone, they're gone. Ao Kasai took out 4 bottles of rum from his bag and uncorked them one by one. He hadn't originally planned to drink, but in honor of Captain Roger's impending departure, he figured he could make an exception. Come on, Captain Roger. I don't particularly care for it, but this once I'll break my rule and share a drink with you. Ao Kusai declared, heroically, feeling a surge of masculine romance. To his surprise, Roger looked at him with clear disdain upon hearing this. Whatever. If you don't like it, leave it all for me. I wouldn't have enough anyway. This old guy, was he childish or simply a pure-blooded alcoholic? And he was being stingy about it. A cross mark slowly appeared on Ao Kasai's forehead as his expression darkened further. Fortunately, after some persuasion, Captain Roger relented and yielded 1 bottle. Then Ao Kasai took out several wrapped large bone rods from his bag. Since the execution was only a few days away, this, though far from luxurious, served as a farewell meal. Roger, however, was clearly quite satisfied. Looking at the food and drink before him, he was visibly pleased, though his handcuffs restricted his movements. Shall I help you remove these? Oh, is that possible? Roger laughed. Due to the torment of illness and prolonged starvation, he had scarcely any strength left, and even using Haki was a struggle. Ao Kusai's heart tightened at the sight. With a gentle touch of Ryu Singen, the sturdy shackles shattered into dust instantaneously. The 2 men who had once shaken the seas conversed cheerfully, eating meat and drinking wine. The scene stirred memories in Ao Kusai of those happy free days aboard the Oro Jackson. Ao Kusai, how is everyone doing these days? Roger asked, a meat bone in his left hand and a bottle in his right, his face flushed from alcohol and his smile wide. Uncle Rayleigh has already escorted everyone back to their hometowns. With no Navy pursuers and no bounties, they say they're all doing well. I see. Satisfied, Roger downed a hearty gulp of liquor. It had all been worth it. He had specifically negotiated with the world government to drop all charges against his crew. However, my original bounty was revoked, but after causing a scene at Marineford, they've issued a new one. Over 2 billion berries. Seeing how delighted Roger was, Ao Kusai added this piece of information. Cough, cough, cough. At this unexpected twist, Roger nearly choked, spitting out the rum in his mouth. He was about to complain that Ao Kusai was always getting into trouble when he realized he'd wasted another sip of liquor. My wine. Roger's mouth hung wide open as he shifted his grief from the troublemaker to the wasted drink, clearly dejected. It wasn't until Ao Kusai offered him the remainder of his own share that he cheered up. By the way, Zyanjakisi and Baji said they'll come to watch the execution in 2 days, and I'll be going with them. Zyanjakisi and Baji, huh? At the mention of those 2 brats' names, a nostalgic expression crossed Roger's face. He turned to Ao Kusai and advised, they are the hope of the new era, Ao Kusai. You must look after them for me. Huh? Aren't I part of the new era too? Why should I be the one doing this? Ao Kusai was bewildered. Wasn't this a bit biased? New era. Haven't you already seen the One Piece? We arrived too early and have lost our qualification, Roger stated matter-of-factly. Wait. Ao Kusai detected something amiss and froze in disbelief. He was still a young man. When he joined the crew, he had been swept up in the sentiment and excitement, happily sailing to Raftel with everyone, only to find he had automatically aged in status. Oh no, I've become a relic of the old era. Ao Kusai was stunned, standing motionless for quite a while before snapping out of it. Moreover, looking at it this way, there would be no chance for him to be selected in the upcoming battle of the 12 warlords. Though he wasn't particularly concerned about that anyway, Ao Kusai still felt uneasy about suddenly being labeled an old man. He hadn't even made a name for himself on the seas yet. How had he become part of the retiring, old generation? Forget it. He had never intended to become Pirate King anyway, so it didn't matter much. Coming to terms with this, Ao Kusai felt much better. He could still live freely from here on. That night the two talked for a long while, discussing views on the world government, reminiscing about their seafaring days, and sharing thoughts on the future direction of the world. After their feast, it was finally time for Ao Kusai to leave. But before departing, he seemed to remember something, and turned back to look at the man who had dominated the seas for a lifetime. Hey Captain, I remember you have a wife and a child, right? Oh, how do you know that? Roger was taken aback. Don't you remember? My observation, Haki. Ha ha ha, true, I almost forgot. That's truly an incredible ability. Then, do you need me to take care of them? You understand, right? The world government and the Marines will never let them go. Ao Kusai spoke calmly, his gaze fixed deeply on Roger. As for that, don't worry, Aokusai. I have already entrusted them to Garp. Right. Aokusai turned to face the still cheerful, bearded man before him. He admitted that Roger was indeed an excellent captain, a great pirate with spirit and ambition. But he was undeniably a failed husband and a failed father. Aokusai had no right to judge whether Roger's choices were right or wrong, but as a former protege who had received his grace, he couldn't help but speak up. Can a single Navy Vice Admiral like Garp really protect them against the entire world government and the Marines? Or do you believe that so-called mutual respect between you two would be enough to make Garp betray the Navy? Right now she is merely a helpless pregnant woman. Faced with Aokusai's relentless questions, Roger fell silent. His usual perpetual smile vanished from his face. He was speechless. For the first time witnessing such a Roger, Aokusai's expression remained unreadable as he continued. After all, in gratitude for your care over the years, I will settle the mother and child in a safe place. Of course, I will not interfere excessively in their lives. As for which path that child chooses in the future, let him decide for himself. Having said his piece, Aokusai saw no response from the head-bowed silent Roger. He turned and phased out of the cell, walking toward the exit. Only when Aokusai was nearly out of sight did Roger's soft voice reach him through observation Haki. Thank you, Aokusai. At 10,000 meters above the ground, the freezing high-altitude currents swept past, yet they barely affected OS. At this moment, he was heading straight for the South Sea, though in truth he didn't want to rush like this. But there were only 2 days left until the execution. In his memory, not long after the execution, the Marines followed the faint clues and found Batarilla Island in the South Sea. Captain Roger's wife, Port Gasti Rouge, was forced to delay her delivery for over a year to evade the Marines' inspection and ultimately died after giving birth. To be safe, OS had to act ahead of time. With his ability to teleport to any place within his sight, reaching the South Sea would only take an hour or so. If all went well, he should still make it in time for the final execution. The South Sea, Batarilla Island. It was a beautiful land. At least OS thought it was perfect for romance. Love always blinds people, and young maidens with budding hearts would often fall for the gallant men of the sea. But Rouge understood that although Roger loved her, a man like him could never be bound by love, especially when his life was already drawing to a close. He loved her, but he loved the sea and his dream even more. Yet Rouge was still willing to carry on his bloodline for the man she loved. Standing by the cliff, Rouge gazed out at the sea as the breeze played through the ends of her hair. Looking at Roger's wanted poster, the image of the two of them leaning against each other still surfaced in her mind. If it's a boy, name him Ace. If it's a girl, name her Anne. Those were the names Roger had once promised. But he would never have the chance to see his own child. Please accept my condolences, ma'am. A voice broke through Rouge's thoughts. She looked behind her warily, only to find a tall young man in a black military uniform had appeared beside her without a sound. Alarm. Her first reaction was that they had been discovered. After all, Roger's reputation was far too great. Neither pirates nor Marines would ever let his bloodline live. She had to flee. No need to be nervous, ma'am. I'm not a bad person. Captain Roger was worried about your safety and asked me to come. Roger. Perhaps it was because of that name, or perhaps because OS really didn't make any threatening move. Rouge ultimately decided to stay where she was. After all, she was a pregnant woman. Where could she possibly run faced with a tall and burly man? Seeing that Rouge had finally stopped trying to flee, though her eyes were still full of caution, OS felt a bit troubled. What could prove his identity? He should have asked Captain Roger to write a letter or something. After thinking for a moment, he had a flash of inspiration. Finally, he came up with an idea. He pulled out his own wanted poster and held it directly in front of Rouge, pointing at the section describing him. Ma'am, you'll understand once you see this. Seeing how earnestly he spoke, Rouge looked to where OS was pointing on the paper. Dead or alive, heinous criminal. After reading the description, Rouge became even more wary of the villain before her. OS. He had pointed at the wrong spot. OS. Crew member of the Roger Pirates. Perhaps sensing the confusion in Rouge's eyes, OS rubbed his head, feeling somewhat helpless. There was no way around it. He had forced his way aboard midway, ridden the tide of the era alongside Roger, and coasted to victory as a freeloader. He had to pay some price. After all, unlike Roger's other crew members, he had not followed Roger out of camaraderie or the pursuit of a shared dream. Their relationship was one of equals, and the Roger Pirates was not some family bound by blood. They had no obligation to do anything for Roger's widow and child. Whether they were unaware or indifferent, no one could fault them. The main task Roger had entrusted them with was to guide the one who inherited his will, not the one who inherited his blood, to Laugh Tale at the right time. But OS Shanks and Buggy were different. Aboard the ship at a young age, they had received undeniable guidance and protection from Captain Roger. Under such a bond, Shanks and Buggy, as the hopes of the new era qualified to compete for the One Piece, could best repay him by throwing themselves into that new era. Shanks inherited the straw hat and carried on Roger's will with the potential to reach Laugh Tale at the right time. Even if he couldn't, he would maintain the balance of the sea and pave the way for the next person to inherit Roger's will. As one of the potential seeds of the new era, Buggy had not received much hope from Roger, but neither had Roger invested much in nurturing him. The two could roughly cancel each other out. Only OS belonged to none of these categories. He was both a remnant of the old era and a young man living in the new. Roger had never even asked him to do anything. On the voyage back from Laughtale, after understanding that OS's greatest pursuit was happiness and freedom, Roger made no request for him to safeguard the one who inherited his will. He only told OS to yield the world's hope to others and asked for nothing more. And it was precisely this awkward position that made OS feel he ought to do something. After all, he wasn't carrying on any will, yet the power and benefits he had leached off had not diminished in the slightest. Therefore, taking good care of Captain Roger's wife and child was the only way he could think of to repay Roger. Yes, before Captain Roger left, he was worried about you, and specifically asked me to look after you. A faint smile on his face, OS told a well-intentioned lie with no trace of acting. And it was precisely these simple words that broke through the last line of defense in Rouge's heart. Her eyes shimmered and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Leaning her forehead against OS, she bit her lip, still clutching the newspaper announcing Roger's impending execution. The age gap between them was considerable. She had fallen for Roger out of love, so she respected his dreams and choices. But that didn't mean she didn't cherish this love. Upon learning that Roger had still been thinking of her and their child, Rouge did not hesitate. She chose to trust OS, his crewmate, and was willing to leave with him. After all, she and her child needed a safe haven, and OS, as Roger's crewmate, seemed so reliable. The two didn't waste any time. OS still had to hurry back for the execution. He followed Rouge back to her small cottage where she packed a few belongings. Easily hoisting up an enormous bundle, OS glanced around the room and suddenly noticed a dusty blade in the corner. Roger's saber, one of the 12 Supreme Grade swords, ace. If you want it, I can give it to you. Rouge noticed this and spoke with a smile. After all, she had no use for it, and Roger's keepsakes were more than just this one. Now that OS was the sole support of her and her child and a crewmate of Roger's, doing him a favor in passing would set her mind at ease. About an hour later, a large figure and a small one emerged from the small house. Rouge glanced back at the little dwelling that once held her memories, with Roger, a flicker of nostalgia passing through her eyes. They had truly spent some wonderful times together here. She hoisted the enormous bundle onto her shoulder. OSU, standing nearby, did not urge her on. Let's go, OSU-san. A moment later, Rouge turned around with a gentle smile. Perhaps the tender and shy personality Ace would one day have was inherited from his mother, OSU thought, and he smiled back with a nod. To be fair, Rouge had packed a staggering amount of things. Anyone with less strength than OSU would hardly have been able to lift it. She had brought nearly everything connected to Captain Roger. The bowls they had eaten from together, the trousers Roger had washed, but never had the chance to wear the captain's hat. Yes, if Rouge were not a hopeless romantic, a middle-aged man like Captain Roger could never have won her heart. Although the cottage stood by the sea, it was not adjacent to the nearest dock. Along the way, OSU saw many residents going about their lives. The Marines will come searching soon. It would be too easy to be discovered. If they marched past boldly, plenty of eyes would notice their two figures. Not because of anything else. It was simply impossible to miss the towering OSU carrying a bundle nearly as large as himself. With a little investigation, anyone could easily identify him. He did not fear trouble for himself, but he dreaded anyone bringing trouble to Rouge. Perhaps noticing OSU's narrowed eyes, Rouge started in alarm, her gaze full of suspicion. Could it be? OSU-san, are you planning to kill everyone to erase their tracks? She did not voice the last words. The thought instinctively arose in her mind, and even she was startled by it. No, it wouldn't come to that. OSU smiled. Did he look so ruthless? Whoosh! With a surge of controlled Conqueror's Haki figures far away, some working, some eating, successively lost consciousness, their eyes rolling back as they crumpled to the ground. Thus, unhindered, the two reached the dock. If sailing in a straight line, they should arrive in 2 days, OSU roughly estimated. Stepping onto the dock, they saw many ships moored there, mostly merchant vessels. There were also a few aristocratic yachts, likely belonging to some kingdom's nobles, drawn by the scenery of Batarilla Island. OSU-san, which ship has come to take us away? Rouge asked as she saw OSU stop at the pier. How about that one? Huh? Rouge was completely baffled. It seemed he was asking her. Hadn't arrangements been made before picking them up? Why did it seem like they were just choosing a ship on the spot? Well, since you're pregnant, let's take the most luxurious one. Still bewildered, Rouge followed as OSU carried the baggage toward the largest and most opulent vessel in the harbor, climbing the gangplank as if he belonged there. Before long, however, guards spotted them. Hey, who are you two? This is His Majesty the King of Solomon's royal vessel. You lowlifes, whoosh, thud. The guard, about to spew insults, was instantly lulled to sleep by OSU. Once aboard, OSU naturally drew the attention of the ship's defenders. Led by the royal guard captain, they swiftly surrounded the two uninvited guests. A figure in armor stepped forward, leveling a spear and demanding, "Who are you?" Rouge felt a little tense, but OSU, though encircled, remained as steady as an old dog. Even with guns pointed at him, he was unafraid, confident he could neutralize everyone before a single shot was fired. But then there would be no one to sail the ship. Thinking it over, he smiled and produced a folded piece of paper, handing it over. "This is my identification." Huh. At those words, the guard captain who had been about to fire froze for a moment. Identification. Hearing that word, his first thought was that this man might be a high-ranking official of the world government hoping to hitch a ride off the island. After all, the Kingdom of Sololand was one of the world government's member states. If that were the case, they could bring him along, but they would have to wait for the king to return from his outing. With that thought, the guard captain took the paper from OSU and slowly unfolded it. On it was written in large letters, "Wanted poster." Staring at the wanted poster bearing the very face of the man before him, the captain's mind went briefly blank. And when he saw the 10-digit bounty, he nearly exploded. This was the infamous man who had recently made headlines. Veins of blood rapidly spread across his eyes and cold sweat poured without end. Why you? So, can we set off right now? OSU smiled warmly like a traveler paying an incidental visit. He lowered his head, leaning close to the ear of the trembling captain, and whispered like a demon, "If you dare refuse, I'll slaughter your entire kingdom." Hearing this, the guard captain's face turned green. He did not doubt the truth of those words in the least. After all, this was the great pirate who had reduced the legendary marine headquarters to ruins and still roamed free. "Notify the entire crew. Set sail immediately. But His Majesty the King hasn't returned yet." "Shut up." Terror made the captain's nose run as he kicked the objecting man to the ground, then pressed a gun to the helmsman's head and ordered him to depart at once. As for the king, left stranded on the island without even a ship to return home. For the sake of the entire nation. "Just endure it, Your Majesty." Seeing this, OSU nodded in satisfaction. To some, a wanted poster was a threat to one's life, but OSU did not see it that way. It could clearly be used as an ID card, and sometimes even as a pass. Extremely convenient. The luxurious vessel was soon underway. The captain, thoroughly cowed, even prepared the most comfortable royal quarters for Rouge, which left her rather embarrassed. After all, she now realized the ship they were riding had been hijacked. It seemed being a crewmate of the Pirate King truly made a difference. Fortunately, OSU had no intention of sailing this yacht all the way to Sabaody Archipelago. In the waters near Sabaody, he let the cruise ship go. After all, he wasn't comfortable letting the people on board know his final destination. Before leaving, he also helped himself to several chests of treasure, not because he needed money, but as a living allowance for Rouge. Watching the cruise ship slowly depart, he finally pulled out a den Mushi and made a call. Moshi, is this Sath? I'm on Tamila Island now. Send a ship to pick me up. Sabaody Archipelago. I'm finally back. As the vessel under Siamese command slowly drew alongside the pier, OSU disembarked with Lujo in tow. This was a port leading directly to District 17, surrounded entirely by Siamese operations, leaving no room for undesirables. The moment he stepped onto solid ground, OSU spotted several familiar faces. "Hey, OSU." Before OSU could utter a word, a figure launched itself forward first, the most unmistakable feature being that iconic red nose. Sashinari Darna Buggy. Seeing this figure, OSU's heart swelled with joy. It wasn't just Buggy. Right behind him came Rayleigh and Shanks as well. OSU had shared his whereabouts with them long ago. "That's so cool, OSU. We've all read the reports about you." Shanks stepped forward to greet him, speaking with a broad grin. "Well, it was merely a coincidence, really." OSU felt rather embarrassed. The newspapers had blown everything far out of proportion. Strangers might not mind, but having acquaintances read such exaggerations was truly mortifying. Rayleigh patted his shoulder warmly, a gentle smile gracing his face as he looked upon OSU. The boy who had once lasted less than one round beneath his feet, who frequently sought his guidance, was now a captain commanding his own pirate crew. Reflecting on it now, it seemed as though the bare-chested, long-haired child shouting that he wanted to join the Roger Pirates had happened only yesterday. It stirred a profound sense of nostalgia. "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Lujo." After all, she was Captain Roger's wife and carried his son. OSU felt it necessary to make proper introductions. However, before he could continue, all three wore expressions of astonishment, especially upon noticing the slight swelling of Lujo's belly. "OSU. Hey, OSU." Buggy said somewhat exasperatedly, draping an arm around OSU's neck and lowering his voice. "I know you have an interest in the red light district, but this is going way too fast. You only got off the ship a few months ago, you know." Beside him, Shanks remained silent, though his expression mirrored Buggy's, looking at OSU with evident surprise. Even Rayleigh shared the same sentiment. "If you indulge yourself so recklessly at such a young age, the path ahead will be difficult to sustain, OSU." Hearing all of them say such things, OSU's expression grew pained. "What are you all talking about? She is Captain Roger's wife, carrying Captain Roger's child." At these words, the three froze. The air fell into a brief silence. After a long pause, without lingering further, after entrusting Lujo to Sime and Rayleigh's care, the three immediately set off for Lobetown. Aboard the passenger vessel, "I never would have imagined it. Captain Roger actually had a wife. And why would he entrust her to your care, OSU?" In the dining area the three ate and caught up after their long separation. Still somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of Captain Roger's wife and child, Shanks couldn't help but ask. Buggy, equally curious, turned his gaze toward OSU. Well, OSU swallowed the noodles in his mouth. When I visited Captain Roger at Impel Down, we discussed this matter. Buggy nodded upon hearing this. I see. So it was when you went to Impel Down. His voice gradually dwindled. Suddenly his eyes widened as something felt deeply wrong. And Nanny. You mean that? The great prison under the sea, Impel Down. Even Shanks beside him gaped in shock, let alone Buggy, whose eyeballs and tongue both protruded outward. Well, is there a second Impel Down? Do you really need to be this surprised? OSU replied, fighting back a laugh. Are you an idiot? Isn't it natural to be surprised? That's the great prison under the sea, the legendary hell said to imprison countless monsters of the ocean, reputedly impossible to escape from. Buggy shouted, his face flushing red. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? No, you're a monster among monsters. OSU heard this but brushed it aside. He might have been the first, but there would soon be a second. It was his temporary ally from recent battles, the Golden Lion Haki. The three, having reunited after such a long time, naturally had much to discuss. But as the conversation floated, inevitably turned to the purpose of their journey, Captain Roger's execution. With this topic introduced, the atmosphere gradually grew heavy. Only OSU remained unaffected, still stuffing food into his mouth as if this had nothing to do with him. Shanks' expression grew somewhat gloomy. Seeing OSU entirely unmoved, he couldn't help but ask, OSU, aren't you sad? After all, Captain Roger is about to be executed. Just a year ago, everyone was sailing freely upon the sea. OSU shook his head. There's definitely some reluctance. But mostly I'm happy. Captain Roger died pursuing his own dream. Is there anything more romantic on the great sea? On the contrary, if Captain Roger had suffered from illness and died painfully in a hospital bed, that's when I would truly feel sorrow. Hearing these words, both Shanks and Buggy paused. They genuinely felt OSU's reasoning was sound. Yet as youths at heart, even while agreeing, they could not help but feel a pang of sadness. To claim OSU felt absolutely no sorrow would be false. After all, he had been cared for by Captain Roger for many years, and genuine emotions existed. However, having witnessed over 1,000 times the opening scenes of Captain Roger's execution in his past life, OSU's emotional response to this anticipated event was undoubtedly tempered considerably. Their conversation made time on the ship pass without lingering. By the following morning, the three finally set foot upon Logtown's soil. The execution was scheduled for midday, and they had arrived just in time. By the way, OSU, Shanks, have you noticed there seem to be quite a lot of Marines nearby? Buggy glanced at the warships docked at the pier and the Marines pacing through the streets of Logtown, instinctively shrinking back. It's fine, Buggy. You don't have a bounty anyway. OSU smiled faintly, observing the bustling crowds around him. Pirates, civilians, nobles. Nearly every type of person converged within this small Logtown of the East Blue. The Marines would never dare make a conspicuous display here. Should any riot erupt, this execution, which the Marines and world government held in such high esteem, would become a global punchline broadcast across every din mushy in the world. That was absolutely unacceptable. Captain Roger. He went and arranged a most magnificent funeral for himself. The three walked along the street, their unmistakably pirate-like attire causing many townsfolk to hurriedly step aside. But the congestion in Logtown had swelled to such an absurd degree that no matter how people tried to dodge, someone was inevitably shoved into them. OSS was walking in the lead when he suddenly felt something bump against his leg. Looking down, he saw it was a child, a white-haired brat. He looked somewhat familiar. OSS narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. The child who had collided with him, by contrast, was sitting on the ground, clutching his head, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. A bright red lump on his forehead looked painful just to behold. He felt as if he had just run headlong into not a person, but a wall forged from steel. Hey kid, what's your name? OSS slowly bent down to peer at the reckless little fellow. As if I tell you. You pirate. Unexpectedly, this kid was a stubborn one too. Despite the lump on his head, he still dared to talk back under the shadow of such an imposing figure. He's just a brat anyway. Hurry up and go, OSS. Buggy felt that exchanging words with such an unpleasant child was a waste of time, so he could not help urging him on. Fine, OSS replied lightly. Then he smiled at the small boy who was grinding his teeth and glaring at him in tense readiness. OSS reached out a hand and slowly flicked the big lump on the child's forehead. Ack. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The boy's tears instantly streamed down, impossible to hold back, and he rolled around on the ground, clutching his head. OSS only laughed even harder, then followed the other two onward. Well then, until we meet again, Smoker. You. How do you know my name? Damn it, it hurts so much. Watching OSS's malicious behavior and the young smoker with the huge lump on his head, Shanks adjusted his straw hat. A strange gleam flickered in his eyes. For a single moment, it was as though he had seen his former self. OSS, you truly haven't changed after all these years. I was just joking around. OSS grinned with roguish malice. Meanwhile, at Lobetown's execution square, a tide of people from every corner of the world had converged, whether they were pirate rising stars who had made names for themselves in the New World, budding revolutionaries, or local residents drawn by notoriety. They all formed an enormous circle facing the great raised platform at the center, awaiting the arrival of a historic moment. At this moment, in a corner of the square, brew. Reporting, just as you predicted, traces of the Black Gun have been found in Lobetown. Accompanying him is... At that point, the suited figure holding the den mushy abruptly stopped, his expression stiffening. That made the person on the other end puzzled. Who else? The den mushy now displayed an exceedingly stern face as it demanded an answer. But the suited man no longer had time to reply because he noticed that an immensely tall shadow had fallen over the wall in front of him, enveloping him entirely. Cold sweat instantly broke out over his body. Were you just now calling for me? He turned around to find a handsome smiling face bent over looking down at him. The smile was so gentle, yet the man felt only a creeping chill, as though every trace of warmth around him had vanished. Sorry about that. My observation Haki is a little too sensitive. If you call my name, I'm bound to sense it, you know. A casual kick slammed viciously into the man's stomach. The suited man, who had just begun to draw his weapon, rolled his eyes back and collapsed, spitting bile. OSS paid him no mind, and instead picked up the den mushy from his hand. Moshi, might I ask why you have been investigating me? Watching the den mushy replicate the unmistakable feature of a thick beard and a scarred forehead, OSS curled his lips into an amused, intrigued arc. The Five Elders, Lord Warcury. The Red Line, the Holy Land, Mary Geos, the Chamber of Power. Inside this room that symbolized the supreme authority of the world government, 5 figures sat or stood, all wearing grave expressions as they stared at the den mushy in the center of the table. Then abruptly, the respectfully tense expression the den mushy had been mimicking shifted. Crimson light flared from its eyes, replaced by a cynical, carefree smile. Black Gun dawdled OSS. How did you come to know who we are? After an instant of shock and suspicion, it was St. Warcury who spoke first. Well, perhaps I foresaw the future and heard your self-introduction. OSS fabricated the excuse idly. After all, when he could not explain something, clearly falling back on observation Haki was the simplest answer. Hearing this, after a brief moment of astonishment, the 5 exchanged glances. Observation Haki HM. What a glimpse into the distant future. Then let us speak plainly. Our time is precious. The world government investigated your movements with the intent of recruiting you as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What say you? The 7 warlords. Den mushy in hand, OSS was taken aback at the offer. He had originally assumed that the world government intended to hunt him down, perhaps even lay a trap. Never had he imagined that he, one of the culprits behind Marineford's destruction, would receive such an invitation. The mere thought of it struck OSS as tremendously amusing. Oh, are you truly all right with this? I invaded Marineford not long ago. I am now the Marines' mortal enemy. If you bring me into the world government system, then what of the Marines' dignity? The Marines' pride isn't worth a damn. Before OSS could finish, St. Saturn cut him off. The den mushy immediately transformed into the image of an old man wearing a flat-crowned hat, his expression solemn. We have already conducted a thorough investigation and analysis of you, Black Gun. Your abilities and talents pose a monumental threat to the world government. A devil fruit power that makes capture virtually impossible, monstrous Haki talent. The world government cannot simply create such a threat out of thin air to save the Marines' face. There was no helping it. When the 5 elders first learned of OSS's reputation and deeds, they had indeed considered dispatching CP0 to assassinate or capture him. But after truly analyzing all of his files and battle records, they were left with the helpless realization that it was all but impossible. And as his age and strength grew, that possibility would only approach 0 ever more closely. And if he were provoked, even if he relied solely on his teleportation ability to launch unrelenting strikes against member nations and marine divisions, it would be enough to deal a bone-deep, crippling blow to the world government's rule. So however humiliating and unwilling they were, they had to appease this monster they had no way to handle. Even if it meant letting bygones be bygones and extending an olive branch. In conclusion, judging AOC's current threat and potential capabilities, they had even cast aside their qualms about the possibility that AOC had once set foot on Laugh Tale. After all, if AOC's destruction were left unchecked, the world government's control over the seas would undoubtedly slide into a most dangerous state. And then Sama. Pondering that consequence, the 5 elders no longer retained the majesty and arrogance they displayed before subordinates and Marines. Cold sweat ran down their faces, and their pupils trembled uncontrollably. So in their conversation with AOC, they showed not the slightest sign of looking down on him. They were seasoned politicians, knowing full well that saving face was the most useless thing in the world. So how does your consideration go? They quietly waited for AOC's answer. Old enmities wiped away and legally licensed to plunder as pirates. It sounds like a tempting offer indeed. So, I refuse. A faint smile lingered on AOC's face, but he suddenly took a different turn. What? The five elders, feeling mocked, furrowed their brows and exchanged glances. Whether for self-interest or the dignity of the world government, this was the answer they least wanted to hear. Anger and displeasure surfaced in their eyes. After a long silence, St. Warcury's chilling voice once again came slowly through the din mushidar. AOC, you must understand. Even if we can do nothing to you, your business and friends on Sabeti Archipelago live right under the government's nose. Since enticement had failed, they switched to intimidation. They couldn't lay a hand on AOC, but through intelligence gathered by their espionage bureau, Sammy and others on Sabeti Archipelago had an extraordinary relationship with him. If they could manipulate him through such bonds, then no matter how powerful a person was, he would dance to their tune. Like Roger and Whitebeard, who were both people that valued friendship and loyalty. In hindsight, the world government indeed loved this tactic, just as they used Ace to lure out Whitebeard. And from their intelligence, the bond between AOC and those women in the red light district, if it could be used. Sure, kill them if you want. AOC's sudden words cut off their train of thought. What? St. Warcury's face stiffened while a few of the other elders wore appearances as if they had foreseen this. The din mushy before them still wore a smile on its face, but whether it was their imagination, there seemed to be a faint trace of chill. Those people in the red light district are just tools for me to earn money. Do as you please with them. But if you make me unhappy, I will uproot every marine base in the New World one by one, then hijack the heavenly tribute, and then destroy the allied nations. AOC's expression did not change much, still carrying a faint smile. His tone was as relaxed as if he were talking about having a meal or a drink, yet the contents made the five elders' hearts tighten as one. Useless. Such emotional blackmail could simply never work on AOC. They quickly arrived at that conclusion. The negotiation fell into a deadlock for a moment, but AOC's next words were like draping the final fig leaf over their continuously slapped faces. Actually, there is no need to make me your number one enemy. AOC shook his head helplessly. These old men heavy with scheming were indeed dull. They only ever used the same few tricks. He didn't want to waste more time, the execution was about to begin. I have no interest in overthrowing the world government. Not I'm Sama, not Joy Boy, not the Void Century, nor the D. None of it holds any interest for me. Most of what I do comes from whim and amusement. Although in your eyes this unpredictability may be a threat still. As long as the world government is willing to give me face, I am also very willing to give you face. Click. The din mushy was hung up. At the other end within the room of power, after hearing that closing declaration packed with so much information, the five elders were silent for a long time, their eyes filled with a gravity that would not easily disperse. Duocher, AOC. Where did he hear about all this? Did Roger tell him? Not necessarily. Perhaps from Laughtail. A troublesome fellow. It seems we will have no end of problems from now on. However, he has no obvious hostility. Perhaps he could even be useful to us at certain times. In the future we may yield appropriately on some matters. Seconded. The five elders discussed among themselves and finally decided upon the world government's attitude toward AOC, one of appropriate tolerance and concession. This was also the wisest course these politicians could conceive of at the moment. Hey AOC, over here. Where did you just go? Shanks and Buggy had already squeezed their way to the front row. Seeing AOC arrive late, they called out to him. Nothing much. Just made a phone call. Don't wander around anymore. Captain Roger is about to come out. The three of them took their positions before the platform. As time passed by, the moment of execution drew nearer. During this period, AOC also saw quite a few familiar faces. Sharp-beaked and Fang Moria looked like a demon. At present, he had not yet become the sea's #1 fat shut-in. Instead, he was full of ambition to become the Pirate King, though in AOC's eyes it was a bit beyond his reach. Draped in a green cloak and watching from afar was Monkey D. Dragon, the Cold Sweat King, whose face did not yet bear the mark of Garp's Supreme Grade flip-flop. Still young and fair-skinned, the boy Hawkeye, the future world's greatest swordsman, was Dracul Myhawk. Doflamingo, who should have appeared here, had been grounded after AOC gave him a stern lesson and thus could not attend. And then, Just then AOC noticed a figure that seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't be quite certain. Slicked back hair, a horizontal scar across the face, and a long coat draped over the shoulders. These features perfectly matched one person. But, beauty, who are you? Not far from him stood that woman with a scorching figure whom AOC almost dared not recognize. Is this really my 50-50-old croc? Her seductive, fiery body and ice-cold face. The scar did not diminish her beauty, but instead gave her an aura reminiscent of a mafia queen. So it was true. Crocodile had really gone and had that kind of surgery done by Ivankov. The moment he saw Crocodile, the fun-loving spirit inside AOC reawakened. What if he didn't let Ivankov perform surgery on Crocodile? Crocodila. Or perhaps get him to perform that kind of surgery on someone else. AOC was startled by the mischief his own mind had come up with. It was too crazy. Hey AOC, what are you spacing out for? AOC felt himself pushed twice and instinctively looked at his two best buddies. Buggy. Shanksy. OS was startled by his own thoughts. Actually, if one were to think deeply from this angle, there would be countless possibilities. It wasn't just these names, Luffy Zoro, Akainu Akiji, or expanding one's imagination to the older generation Whitebeard Garp Rayleigh Jabra. OS shivered. Incest and betrayal of masters. It was too twisted. OS dared not let his mind wander further, afraid where such thoughts might lead him. Struggling to clear his head of these unholy notions, OS finally managed to steady his thoughts. Regardless of what others might become, at least Crocodile should not undergo such a transformation. OS found her current appearance quite pleasing to behold. With a decision made, OS's mischief-making spirit stirred once more. How could he prevent Crocodile from seeking Ivankov's assistance? A plan slowly began to form in his mind. Perhaps sensing OS's gaze, Crocodile, who had yet to seek out Ivankov, furrowed her cold brow and shot him a withering look. To OS, however, this female version held little intimidation. It only stirred a dark amusement within him, a desire to twist her fate. Crocodile indeed. How intriguing. Fortunately, this brief distraction had no real consequence. Minutes later, a murmur rippled through the distant crowd, and OS's observation, Haki, caught the unmistakable presence of that man once more. Tap, tap, tap. With each measured heavy footfall, every eye turned toward the approaching figure. 2 guards bore banners ahead, while 2 formations flanked the procession as a bearded silhouette emerged, clad in a deep crimson captain's coat, wrists bound in iron shackles. His stride was deliberate and steady, carrying the composure of a man who faced not death, but destiny, his expression calm, yet luminous. Captain Roger. At the sight of that man, Buggy and Shanks stood with jaws agape, faces flushed with emotion, their eyes locked onto that towering figure. As Captain Roger ascended the platform alone, step by step, tears and sobs spilled uncontrollably from both of them. Even prepared for this moment, the weight of grief struck them the instant they saw him, overwhelming their hearts. This was destined to be a legendary figure. Below the platform, even the most defiant young pirates, upon witnessing Roger's calm smile as he faced his execution, fell silent, in awe, unable to utter a word as they watched him go. Meanwhile, OS simply stood frozen, his gaze fixed blankly on the figure seated on the execution platform. He had convinced himself that after witnessing this iconic scene so many times, he'd remain untouched, at least not overcome by the same grief that had consumed Shanks and Buggy. But then, OS held out his palm, watching the droplets of tears accumulate on his skin. This wasn't the numbness he'd expected at all. Hey OS, you'll catch a cold going shirtless. Let's go down and grab a couple shirts together. Haha, only OS really gets me. I told you a little drink won't hurt the body. Cough, cough, cough. Want to learn to coat your weapon in armament, Haki? Watch closely. As expected of OS. Let's throw a party to celebrate the increase in your bounty. Thank you, OS. Memories flooded back like a scrolling film reel. Facing life and death, OS felt a painful contradiction. Joy that Captain Roger had gone with honor, pursuing his dreams, without regret, yet sorrow at the irreversible loss of his revered captain and the mentor who had shown him such kindness. With an unyielding smile still etched across his face, Roger sat cross-legged on the execution platform, his eyes entirely free of fear. He looked every bit the triumphant conqueror. Before the execution could proceed, someone finally couldn't contain themselves, shouting out the legendary question. Pirate King, where did you hide the treasure you found? You must have found it. That legendary great secret treasure, the one and only One Piece. Silence. The executing soldier barked a warning, but it was too late to silence Roger's final words. A reckless grin spread across his face as his booming voice echoed across the entire square, amplified by Din Din mushy broadcasts that carried his words across the world. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Search for it on the Grand Line. I've left everything in this world there. In the wake of those words, the entire square fell into stunned silence. No one noticed the figure being impaled by the long blade, blood slowly spreading across the ground. The world erupted into madness, driven wild by the promise of the great secret treasure. Amidst the clamor of ambition and the cheers of those setting sail, 3 figures stood apart, silent, staring at the bowed head, tears streaming unchecked. Especially for OS, a relic of the old era who knew everything. The question of who would ultimately reach Laugh Tale and claim the world's treasure meant nothing to him. What mattered was understanding that the man who claimed to possess all the world's fame, wealth, and status had left behind only a small bundle, living quietly with Port Gasti Rouge on that lone boat, possessing merely a single change of pants and a captain's hat he'd worn for years without replacement. Captain Roger, you bastard. OS had heard countless criticisms before, that the great pirate era he unleashed had swarmed the seas with pirates and brought suffering to countless lands. But having sailed the world himself and witnessed its diverse nations firsthand, OS understood that even without Roger's final declaration, wars and piracy would still have risen. It was the inevitable result of 8 centuries of celestial dragons and world government corruption, aristocratic oppression, and opportunists exploiting the Conversely, the dawn of this great pirate era would ultimately birth someone worthy of inheriting not only Captain Roger's will, but also Joy Boy's own. A person destined to free the entire world from its chains. Roger may not have been a conventional good man, but he was undeniably a fine captain and a true hero. And for OS that was enough. At that moment dark clouds gathered overhead, as though the world itself mourned Roger's passing. Rain began to fall in soft drops. Shanks kept his straw hat pulled low, weeping in silence, while Buggy let out raw, uninhibited sobs for his fallen captain, tears streaming freely down his face. OS slowly raised his gaze to the heavens, fixing his eyes on the gathering storm. Water streamed down his face, indistinguishable between tears and rain. Dark clouds. What nonsense is this? Anger flashed in his eyes, his expression growing chillingly cold. Captain Roger's death was his own choice, his ideals and convictions, nothing more. This isn't some tragedy to mourn. His long hair rippled, without wind, as OS slowly drew the blade at his waist. An immense surge of Conqueror's Haki erupted like lightning, sending panic and shock through the crowd. Countless eyes widened in awe and fear as they stared at the figure wreathed in black-red lightning. Buggy and Shanks could only stare in stunned silence. That sword. It belongs to Captain Roger. Shanks recognized it immediately. With sword pointed skyward, much like the man who had once defied the world itself, OS unleashed his power. Chemisory. In an instant, before countless horrified gazes, the heavens tore apart. Golden rays of sunlight returned, bathing the departing figure, the one who had gone with a smile, in magnificent radiance. The execution was over. A legend had officially come to an end, and mourning in silence was the greatest respect one could pay to the departed. OSS did not dwell on it, nor did Shanks or Buggy, for they had long braced themselves for this. Captain Roger wouldn't have wanted the young men of the new era to remain haunted by his death forever. The gathered crowd began to disperse, yet several figures still lingered in the plaza before the execution platform. They recognized OSS's silhouette, the black gun OSS who had invaded Marine headquarters just a few days ago. Some were wary, some curious, some wanted to provoke him, and some gripped their swords with seething fighting intent. It was plain to see how much the heaven-rending OSS had just delivered had shaken their hearts. Especially the young man carrying a black blade who looked at OSS as if beholding a rare treasure, his piercing battle intent seemingly about to surge forth. On any ordinary day, OSS wouldn't have minded playing with these future big shots, teasing the little hawk, patting the little crocodile, and the like. But at the moment he was in no such mood. His attention remained fixed on Captain Roger's corpse. Slowly he took out a den mushy from his pocket. Brew 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 brew. Click. OSS faced the den mushy with a calm expression and slowly began to speak. To the outside world, no one knew who OSS had called or what had been communicated. All they knew was that after the call ended, Marine headquarters received a supreme order from the world government to hand Roger's body over to Black Gun OSS. He's the #1 criminal who destroyed Marine headquarters and the common enemy of every Marine. If we hand his body over to that Black Gun, the Marines. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Fleet Admiral Kong, his face grim, responded into the den mushy. Watch your words, Kong. What is the Marine's face worth? You are nothing but an outer appendage of the world government. The five elders' hardline stance left Kong speechless. Every urge to retort was dispelled by the icy gaze from the other end of the den mushy. In the end, he could only swallow his pride and accept the order. The order was relayed down the chain of command. Though they did not understand, not a single Marine dared to disobey. Black Gun OSS. What does he intend to do? That guy. The Marines and the world government are still here. Does he want to stir up another war? Shishishi, what a reckless bastard. What a domineering man. Yet to their astonishment, neither the Marines nor the world government guards dared to make a single move. They could only watch helplessly as that tall, slender figure ascended the platform step by step. Even the Marine officers present could only glare at OSS with fury. Everyone who saw this found it almost unbelievable. OSS paid them no attention. He simply climbed the platform step by step, lifted Captain Roger's bloodstained body onto his back, swept a glance over the people below, turned his head away, and vanished with the body in the blink of an eye. Indeed, his devil fruit ability had not yet developed to the point where he could teleport other living creatures, but Captain Roger was already dead, so there was naturally no such restriction. With the protagonist gone, the remaining people in the plaza dispersed one after another. After failing to find OSS, Buggy and Shanks headed together toward the edge of Lobetown. On the way, however, the once inseparable friends became locked in an argument. Buggy stared at the carefree Shanks and roared, "Shanks, you said it yourself. One day you'd sail your own ship to Laugh-Tale." Shanks remained expressionless, slowly lowering his head, so his straw hat shadowed his eyes. But his answer caught Buggy off guard. "Yeah, but I've changed my mind. I'm not going there for now. Still, I'll be a pirate." At the same time, he extended an invitation to Buggy to join him. "Come with me, Buggy." At those words, Buggy's heart was instantly engulfed by rage and a sense of betrayal. Gnashing his teeth, he glared at the unruffled Shanks and slapped his outstretched hand aside. "You coward, you fool. Compared to someone like you, only OSS deserves to be called the king of the new era. Captain Roger truly misjudged you. Wasn't it Captain Roger's wish that you carry on his will? Buggy still couldn't understand why Captain Roger hadn't chosen OSS as the inheritor of his will. And now he was utterly disappointed in Shanks. Don't you forget, you lost my treasure map. From now on when we meet, we're enemies. With that, Buggy resolutely ran off, leaving this land of heartbreak behind. Watching Buggy's figure grow distant, Shanks remained rooted in place, motionless for a long time. Truth be told, those two could really be called the most stubborn pair of the century. If only Shanks had explained that now wasn't the right time, that he would go later instead of now. Buggy wouldn't have stormed off in anger, concluding that Shanks had betrayed Roger's last wish. In the end, two best friends who had been close since childhood could go over a decade without seeing each other over this very matter. Buggy. He's always so impulsive. At some point, OSS appeared beside Shanks. Watching Buggy leave, he too made no attempt to stop him. Men of the sea all have their own choices. As Buggy's good friend, OSS wouldn't force anything. And when Buggy truly pulled himself together, OSS would naturally show up. After all, he was rather interested in the role of being a Yonko's father. I know, Shanks. Now really isn't the right time, but... OSS paused for a moment, then looked into Shanks's determined eyes, and the familiar smile returned to his face. How can you be so sure that you're the right man? The future Pirate King might as well be Buggy, you know. But OSS had no intention of playing peacemaker. After all, if Buggy really did become Shanks's right-hand man, would the future Yonko Buggy still exist? Buggy, you see, had never been lacking the potential to become a king. Everyone has their own chosen life and their own journey. In fact, as early as when the Roger Pirates disbanded, the three little ones of the old era had already disbanded as well. They seemed to have drifted apart. They had been happy together in the past, but now there was no ship that could hold them all. It was time to go their separate ways. Such is life. Moreover, they would surely meet again at sea someday, and when that happened, it would definitely be very interesting. It was also on this day that OSS Shanks and Buggy officially parted ways, setting off on their own paths to the sea. After the execution, it took about an hour for OS to return to the Sabaody archipelago. Unlike when he set out, he came back alone. Entering the upstairs central hall of the red light district, he opened the door to find not only Sammy, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi, but also Rouge and Rayleigh. Lord OS, you're back. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi were the first to bounce over joyfully. OS smiled and patted their heads, greeted everyone, and plopped down onto the sofa, crossing his legs. OS, I saw the execution broadcast. Roger's body. Rayleigh held a bottle of wine, genuinely curious about how OS had managed to obtain the body from the world government so easily, and what he had ultimately done with it. OS pondered for a moment. There was nothing secretive about it, and it wasn't a major confidential matter. After all, everyone present was on his side. Well, I just made a deal with the 5 elders. As for Captain Roger's body, I've already burned it and scattered the ashes into the sea. I see. Rayleigh nodded, a trace of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. That's indeed a fitting end for Roger. As for the deal OS mentioned with the 5 elders, Rayleigh had no interest in asking. Sammy and the others felt the same. Though they were curious about matters between such top-tier figures of the world, they wouldn't ask if OS didn't bring it up. They knew well when to step back. That night, in a prison once used to confine unruly female slaves. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic, crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the hollow corridor. This sound immediately jolted Doflamingo, who had been reading the newspaper, awake. He swiftly sat up on his bed. This footstep was completely different from that of the usual food deliverers. He was all too familiar with it. Countless times during these days it had been etched into his nightmares. The sensation of increasing pressure accompanying the footsteps causing him to gasp and wake from his dreams. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He clenched his teeth, but dared not even let a vein bulge. Huh. Unexpected. Haven't they subjected you to private torture these past few days? In a teasing tone, OS had already sat beside his bed without him noticing, looking with interest at the newspaper he had just been reading. Reading the newspaper is a good habit. OS opened the newspaper and saw it was the latest edition. Captain Roger's execution, the dawn of the great pirate era, and at the end a cold photo of OS carrying Roger's body, looking down from a high platform. Which damn photography genius took this? Why does he always make me look so handsome? It's not like I rely on my looks. Seeing OS casually crossing his legs and flipping through the newspaper, as if he didn't care at all, a gulp sounded. The sound of someone swallowing nervously. Despite OS's relaxed demeanor, the mere sight of this terrifying figure left Doflamingo rigid with tension. The suffocating sensation seemed to linger, making his breathing erratic. The more he read the newspapers these days, the more appalled and aware he became of what kind of monstrous existence he had offended. Someone who casually invaded Marine headquarters, hailed as the king of the next generation, acted with impunity under the noses of the Marines and the world government, without any retaliation, a highly dangerous monster with the greatest potential to dominate this sea. Black Gun Doter AOC. Yes, only such a monster nearly ruling the world could possess such overwhelming conqueror's Haki. A single clash had completely shattered his will to resist, leaving only primal biological fear within him. In Doflamingo's eyes, OS had now become a member of the world's strongest. Only by losing to someone like that could he find an excuse to soothe his own spirit. Defeat is not a reason to collapse. Losing to a weakling is. Relax. I'm not here to kill you. OS continued scanning the latest newspaper. Though his gaze wasn't on Doflamingo, his observation, Haki easily sensed the man's intense nervousness. Was it anything more than just crushing him once in a one-sided battle? Does he have to be this traumatized? And you even have Conqueror's Haki. Back then Shanks was put to sleep by him countless times in a crushing manner, without his Tao heart shattering like this. No wonder he became a Yonko later. He even endured abuse with great skill. Hearing OS's words, Doflamingo finally relaxed a bit. That's right, if the monster wanted him dead, it would be a trivial matter. There was no need to waste words unless OS was a pervert who found amusement in toying with him. Frowning, he stared at the casual figure with a grave expression. Is that so? A person like you has use for a nobody like me. You're no nobody, Don Quixote. Doflamingo. OS smiled and closed the newspaper. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Doflamingo, hands behind his back, and said calmly, "Losing to me doesn't mean you're weak. On the contrary, I see great potential in you, and I'm willing to invest in your ambition." His eyes locked onto Doflamingo's tense expression. A celestial dragon abandoned by the Holy Land, one who has witnessed the hell on earth, yet awakened Conqueror's Haki. When you fully mature, many interesting things are bound to happen. Let me give you a hand. You'll have to thank me properly later. OS's lips curled upward, his gaze like that of a cat watching a mouse. What does this monster want to do? Even the usually arrogant and unruly Doflamingo felt a chill inside. He watched as OS slowly pulled out a den mushy from his pocket. Brew, brew, brew. Click. A dignified expression appeared on the den mushy, its eyes staring coldly ahead. What is it this time, OS? Get to the point. We're only making time because it's you. The moment Doflamingo heard the voices from the den mushy, his pupils trembled violently. He stared in disbelief at OS, who still wore a smile. Impossible. These voices. He could never forget them in his lifetime. They belonged to the highest authority in the world that had officially pronounced his death sentence as a celestial dragon, the Five Elders. And now they were casually chatting with a pirate. His worldview shattered and reformed. Confronting these near-omnipotent figures, OS spoke very casually. It's about the matter we agreed upon. As a condition for exchanging Captain Roger's body and a symbol of our peaceful coexistence, I've already found one of the candidates for the Warlords of the Sea. Xingdi Mali Qiaoya, the Chamber of Power. The 5 individuals representing the highest power in the world wore solemn expressions, all staring at the transponder snail on the central desk. Upon hearing AOC's words, they exchanged glances, then slowly nodded. In their view, there was never any need to worry about whether the list provided by AOC would have issues or how loyal he was to the world government. No matter how obedient a wolf might be, it is still a beast and never as good as the Navy, their own dog. What they needed was the deterrence of the great pirates among the Shichibukai, which would help the world government better govern this sea. Of course, if AOC, hailed as the king of the next generation, on the sea, could join, that would be ideal, but unfortunately, he had recently refused. Then, speak up, AOC. After all, you were once a crew member on Roger's ship, so we acknowledge your judgment. Who is the man you have your eye on? After a moment of silence, Satong Sheng was the first to speak and inquire. Upon hearing this, Duofu Langming tensed up, but saw AOC say unhurriedly, "You should be very familiar with this person. Tang Jihada." Hearing this surname, the 5 elders were all startled. A celestial dragon. Duofu Langming. The 5 elders. Seeing the shock and confusion on the transponder snail's face, AOC laughed and said, "That's right, it's that brat you drove out of the Holy Land. Now he is a user of Conqueror's Haki. At least I don't understand your thinking. Abandoning a clansman with Conqueror's Haki, and instead sending an admiral to protect those who only know how to ride slaves." AOC wanted to continue joking, but before he could say more, the 5 elders coldly interrupted him. "Matters within the celestial dragons are not your concern. Now let's talk about the matter of that Tang Jihada kid." The always cold and taciturn Nazho Lang, holding a sword in his arms, spoke coldly at this moment. "After all, this is a family matter of the celestial dragons. Even if we were wrong, it should not be judged by an outsider like AOC. No, rather, the celestial dragons cannot be wrong. You should understand, AOC, the position of Shichibukai belongs to those great pirates who can intimidate the sea and have reputation." Duofu Langming. "We have indeed heard of him. He might have some fame in the North Blue, but on such a vast sea, that is far from enough." "That's right. For them, a small-time punk from the North Blue, barely 18 or 19, even if he has some power and influence in the underworld, still falls short in their eyes. In their expectations, he would need at least a notable achievement, such as having fought an admiral or clashed with an emperor of the sea. You should give young people a chance, gentlemen of the 5 elders." AOC had naturally anticipated this rejection, but as wise as he was, he had already thought of a countermeasure. "You just want fame and deterrence, don't you? It's simple. What if I am willing to vouch for him? What if I tell the media and newspapers that the great pirate, Tang Jihad Dai Duofu Langming, barely lost to me, and then managed to escape alive. Upon hearing this, not only was Duofu Langming, who had been instantly defeated, stunned, but even the 5 elders who had weathered countless storms were momentarily dumbfounded. Can you play it like that? Treating the people of the sea like those of Hajigua. But despite the shock after thinking it over, they oddly realized it might actually work. With AOC's identity as a crew member of the Pirate King plus his world-shaking achievements, and with a few fabricated details in the newspapers, it would be enough to fool the entire world. Even the original party had agreed, now who could question it? After resolving the qualification issue, the 5 elders briefly discussed and agreed in principle. However, Pite, one of the 5 elders, reminded him, AOC, since you are willing to use your own reputation as a guarantee, we naturally have no objection. But you must understand, on this sea, the Shichibukai, as a force that nominally balances the navy and the rulers of the New World, are absolutely not allowed to be defeated. This also means that once Duofu Langming is defeated, not only will the world government's prestige be lost, but also your face. Do you understand? The words were already very clear. In more vulgar terms, if Duofu Langming did not have sufficient strength and was pushed into a high position he didn't deserve, it would only backfire on himself, and everyone would lose face. But this problem was nothing to AOC, because he knew that this flamingo born from anger and hell still had potential. He had been a Shichibukai for many years without any issue and only got defeated when the protagonist appeared, partly due to his own lack of strength, but it was also half a plot-induced defeat. He was still qualified to be a subordinate. Since you are skeptical about this, how about we make a deal? AOC narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I'm all ears. A cold voice replied, if Duofu Langming loses his qualification due to defeat, then let me take that place. This stake should be heavy enough, shouldn't it? AOC threw himself into the game. Sure enough, upon hearing this condition, the 5 elders agreed directly, without even deliberating. Because this was clearly a no-lose deal. If Duofu Langming could hold his ground, then, with AOC's guarantee, this flag would never fall. If he couldn't, then it was perfect. The Shichibukai would gain the addition of Black Gun, AOC, along with other powerful Shichibukai, undoubtedly transforming into a force strong enough to contend with the rulers of the New World. And this was undoubtedly great news for the world government's prestige. Click. After agreeing to this, the transponder snail was quickly hung up. The silent prison cell instantly became quiet. Only the flickering dim candlelight cast shadows on the face of the protagonist of the conversation, Duofu Langming's side profile, full of doubt and cold sweat. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, leaving him with a sense of unreality. Such a thing. How could it be? In just a few words, a great figure on the sea was elevated by these top-tier bigwigs in the world as easily as lifting an ant. And of course, just as easily, if they wanted to destroy him, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Watching the man who slowly put the transponder snail back into his arms with a calm expression, Duofu Langming admitted that this was the first time he had witnessed what true power was. In just a few words, the decision of a slot for the warlord of the sea was made, which for Doflamingo was a life-altering event. But for AOC, it was merely a casual move. At some point, perhaps with the gradual rise of his spirit or the constant expansion of his power manipulating the situation on the sea, it will have become a trivial matter for AOC, something he could do with a casual flick of the hand. As for the debt of gratitude that Doflamingo owed him, he let him repay it with his entire life. As night slowly fell, the red light district became most lively. In a luxurious private room, AOC directly took off his shirt, walking into the VIP area of the bathhouse with his upper body bare. Of course, it was the legitimate kind. Don't get any ideas. Mist rose in the air. The most central luxurious private room was never open to the public. In the warm hot spring, a tall figure was now relaxing by the pool with his arms spread out. Soon after, 3 figures rustled in. Sami, clad in a thin cool robe, slowly knelt by the poolside, extending her delicate hands to gently massage AOC's shoulders. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, wearing skimpy swimsuits, slipped into the hot spring for AOC's amusement, while holding up delicacies and cold drinks, respectfully feeding them into his mouth. I am very satisfied. A very soft and white hot spring. AOC praised with a smile, looking at Sami, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi, who served him devotedly, feeling a warmth and pleasure. Roaming around outside all day was also quite tiring. During his time sailing with Captain Roger, he had seen the true face of this sea, far from simple travel and adventure. Great pirates clashed without restraint, fighting over islands and territories. The world government was corrupt and exploitative. Self-proclaimed aristocratic swine ran rampant, and the common people lived in the cracks. It was only because AOC possessed power and enjoyed the shelter of the Roger pirates that he had never personally experienced the malice of this sea. But since leaving the ship, AOC had to rely on himself for everything. Although with his extraordinarily strong strength he managed to get by, scenes of intrigue and scheming were surely inevitable in the future, whether facing the 5 elders or those so-called overlords of the sea. The only places that truly felt like home to AOC aside from the old village chief's house and the Roger pirates were probably this domain on the Sabati archipelago protected by him and inhabited by the girls. Although they served and worshipped him so diligently because of his strength and his extraordinary good looks, wasn't his strength also the result of his hard training? He loved this warm haven. Seeing AOC's relaxed and comfortable expression, Sami massaged his temples while her face showed hesitation, her eyes flickering. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't be so hesitant. We are old acquaintances, aren't we, Sami? This subtle emotion and expression naturally could not escape AOC's perception. Sami, hearing AOC's sudden question, her eyes darkened naturally, not daring to hide anything. Nothing, Lord AOC, I was just thinking. That Doflamingo, based on my years of business and experience in judging people, is definitely not someone willing to be loyal to others. Moreover, he possesses the same spirit of a king as you. Of course, I believe that with your strength you are not afraid of anything, but I worry that he might be an ungrateful viper. Since the moment AOC decided to release Doflamingo, she had felt a vague sense of wrongness. This feeling peaked due to a small incident. After an unknown conversation under the disbelief of the red light district crowd and the tearful wails of the Don Quixote family members, AOC led the imprisoned Doflamingo out of the cell and publicly announced his release. This move undoubtedly displeased the women and girls who had been harmed by the Don Quixote family's minions, but they were willing to suppress their emotions for AOC's sake. However, AOC naturally considered this. To avoid disappointing these lovely girls, he smiled and leaned down, whispering into the silent bowed head of Doflamingo, "You know what to do." Doffy. Hearing this, Doflamingo seemed to suddenly snap back to reality. The eyes behind his sunglasses were unreadable. After being imprisoned for days, leaving the cell for the first time, and seeing the warm sunlight, he only felt a chill throughout his body. Under AOC's sly gaze, this arrogant blonde young man no longer wore his usual wild smile. After a brief pause, he silently walked toward the Don Quixote family prisoners. The similarly released Treble and others, seeing Doflamingo approaching, thought that their young master had already negotiated with the Black Gun AOC. Although they didn't know what conditions had been paid, they could finally leave. "Hey, Doffy, we can finally." Treble stepped forward wanting to say something, but the silent Doflamingo showed no intention of acknowledging him and instead walked straight toward the crowd behind him. These were the family thugs and underlings who had once instigated a riot in the red light district. These fellows had also been imprisoned these days awaiting AOC's judgment, but their treatment was certainly not as good as Doflamingo's. Being abused was the least of it. Seeing their young master approaching, hope burst forth in their eyes. Truly worthy of the king they had chosen. Great. Finally freed. Shoo. The smiles on their faces had not yet faded, but the happy fellows felt something was wrong. Then a hint of confusion appeared in their eyes, their perspective shifted. Is this my body? At the moment of decapitation, they still had a trace of consciousness, but before they could think of the reason, their consciousness sank into eternal darkness. This was destined to be a massacre. Even some who had followed him for years were silently strangled to death by Doflamingo with his threads. Sami and the others were all stunned by the sight. Even the women who had suffered from the thugs thought it was too cruel. The timid ones even covered their mouths and began to vomit violently. Only Sami, despite her discomfort, kept her eyes fixed on the silent Doflamingo, and then she witnessed a scene that shocked her deeply. After killing all the participants except the executives, Doflamingo unexpectedly forced a smile. Seeing this, Sami felt that it was far more chilling than seeing him gloomy and furious. He then bowed his head with a smile toward AOC, his eyes still unreadable behind his sunglasses. "I hope you will calm your anger, Lord AOC. A beast that knows restraint is more fearsome than a hunter." This was Sami's intuitive feeling. But this statement only applied to her. If it were OS, it would be. Barking dogs seldom bite. If it dares to bark, I'll knock its teeth out. Moreover, it's not even a dog after all. It has Conqueror's Haki at best. It's just a rebellious flamingo. Of course, before setting the flamingo free, OS also put a leash on him. He retained a piece of his Vivre card. As long as OS willed it, even if he hid to the ends of the earth, it would be futile. "Don't worry." OS slowly relaxed his head backward, resting it on the soft white pillow, and looked up with a smile at Sami's delicate face. "As long as you point a gun at its head, even a wolf will become a dog. Moreover, it's a gun that ignores space and speed." In contrast, as an angel investor, OS naturally gave this guy a little sweetener. For example, the technique of using Luing. After all, he had given his word to the world government. Although as a pirate breaking his promise wouldn't matter, he still had some face to maintain. If the kid capsized right after his guarantee, OS would feel a bit embarrassed. What about his dignity? It was 3 days after setting the flamingo free that a big news driven by some mysterious force quickly spread across the world. Extra, the attacking pirate rookie, Heavenly Yiksha. Not long ago on the Sabati archipelago, he fought against the legendary great pirate, former crewmate of the Pirate King, the king of the next generation Black Gun, and was forced to retreat. Whether it was the newsboys hawking in bustling cities or the countless news coups soaring over the seas, they were all striving to spread this message to the world. On a deserted island, one of the protagonists in the report OS had just finished today's training on his teleport fruit ability. Brew, brew, brew. Click. Moshi, moshi, are you in some trouble? Xiaoqi. OS, while eating, looked at the den den mushi that had taken on the features of a cute girl and asked. The den den mushi in front of him kept changing its appearance, now with black hair, now with white hair. Lord OS, the report you've been waiting for has come out. Yes, your heroic figure is still very handsome. Lord OS, do you need us to come over to help you? The topic drifted off topic. Sometimes having a little maid too clingy is also a kind of trouble. OS didn't know if others had this trouble, but he had experienced it. The gentle bed is the grave of heroes. After politely declining the service request from the two, OS hung up the den den mushi. Come to think of it, it's been many days since he last read the newspaper. Previously on Sabaody Archipelago, he didn't even have to buy it himself. A Sammy would naturally have everything prepared. Now he had to do it himself. So, where are the news coups? OS looked up to the sky. It seemed that the heavens had guessed his need, or it was the special ability of news coups. Whenever someone on the sea wanted to buy a newspaper, they would always appear with the paper at the first moment. Call. At that moment, a news coup flew across the sky and noticed this deserted island. On such islands, except for the occasional docked ships, no one would normally appear to buy newspapers. So this coup just intended to complete its check-in, planning to fly a quick circle and then head to the next place. But just then it surprisingly found that there was indeed a person on the ground waving at it. A real customer. It flew down ready to make another sale. But when it reached a height of 100 meters, it seemed to suddenly realize something, slammed on the brakes, and refused to fly any lower. As for OS, when he saw a news coup just in time, he thought himself lucky, as if a pillow had been delivered just when he was sleepy. But just as he was about to ask for a newspaper, the coup refused to fly down. Instead, after recognizing his face, it cawed a few times, roughly meaning, "You're the bastard on the blacklist." Then it turned around and flew away into the distance. At that moment, with his hand raised to signal his presence, his arm froze in midair. Wes. He slowly exhaled, and his eyes turned hostile. Ungrateful. Eyes locked on the one flying away, OS used his power and instantly appeared in the sky 1,000 meters away. This scene frightened the news coup so much that it even forgot how to fly for a moment, plummeting straight down. Fortunately, OS grabbed its tail. Huh. Just because I once didn't bring money and freeloaded, you blacklisted me. And I did not pay, I just used your money to pay. Go back and tell Morgans if he dares to blacklist me again, I'll pluck all his feathers. Spare your bird life. After using the money in the news coup's pocket to buy a newspaper again, OS released the terrified coup and teleported back to the deserted island. Eating a meat bone, OS opened the newspaper. The first thing that caught his eye was still a striking photo, a picture of him and Doflamingo in the red light district clashing their Conqueror's Haki. It was probably taken by a seagull without him noticing. It was called a clash, but it was actually a crushing. However, black-red lightning was exploding everywhere on the scene. Who could tell which bolt was from whom? Classic, a picture at the start, the rest is all made up. After meeting, neither side gave way, and then a clash of Conqueror's Haki erupted. The aftermath of their multiple exchanges knocked out everyone present, and then they fought fiercely. Finally, unable to match, after his underlings were all slaughtered, he managed to cover Doflamingo's successful retreat. When did the underlings become slaughtered by me? Truly, with a little material, you can spin a story. OS didn't mind this adaptation, as it didn't affect him. But the powerful figures on the sea who also saw this newspaper did not think the same. They didn't know that this was actually a marketing stunt between OS and the world government. So after seeing the report, they instantly engraved Doflamingo's name in their minds. This guy is someone. Although he fled in utter defeat, it depends on who the enemy was. OS could now be said to be a figure renowned across the seas, one of the top streams in the One Piece world. Invasion of Marine headquarters, cleaving the sky at Lobetown, Pirate King's crewmate, fighting 3 admiral candidates single-handedly. As a young man, being able to escape from him was no ordinary achievement. No one would look down on it, they would only think it was awesome. Just like Crocodile surviving Whitebeard and Moria escaping from Kaido, they were all actively recruited by the world government. It's the same principle. And on the sea, the few men most concerned about OS's news read this report several times with particular care, such as Shanks, Buggy, Mihawk. Their reactions varied. Although the organization known as the Wangxia Kaweihai has not yet been officially announced by the world government, internal preparations have long been underway to suppress the increasingly turbulent seas teeming with powerful figures. Naturally, they spared no effort in promoting Don Quixote Doflamingo. Even pirates in the New World had come to recognize the name Don Quixote Doflamingo in the East Blue on an obscure island within a tavern. Amidst the lively clinking of glasses and boisterous chatter, a red-haired man in a straw hat was burying his head in a meal, eating while pondering where he might recruit crew members. Just as he was lost in thought, the voices of several burly men at a nearby table discussing current events caught his attention. Have you read the latest news? I have. That big shot Black Gun OSS. Unbelievable that a young man managed to escape from him. Who is OSS? Is he famous? A burly man asked in a simple-minded manner, clearly oblivious to OSS's reputation. This piqued the interest of another brute who had witnessed OSS splitting the sky with a single slash in Lobetown. After that life-changing experience, he had become a devoted admirer of OSS. You don't know? Let me tell you, Black Gun OSS was once a crew member of the Pirate King Roger. He was a fearsome powerhouse back in the day. Shanks adjusted his straw hat, his ears perking up at the mention of OSS. But as the admirer continued, his expression grew increasingly strange. Tales of OSS single-handedly fighting all the Navy admirals and being entrusted with crucial missions by the Pirate King. Shanks knew OSS well enough to deem these somewhat true. Yet the stories grew more absurd. Rumor has it that Black Gun OSS has a very secret hidden truth. Do you know why he's called Black Gun? The man said gravely. Could it be because his gun is especially black? A genius proposed. Think again. The man glared, then continued. They say that although he usually fights with a blade and fists, his true strength lies in the gun he carries on his back. You know that monster Kazan from the Navy? The one who together with 2 others could hold their ground against OSS without being defeated. It's said that the leg injury he still suffers from was caused by OSS's gunshot. If he hadn't dodged just in time, his leg would have been broken long ago. Oh, the other burly men nodded along, though they didn't fully understand, but one finally asked, so, is OSS good or bad in the reports? Well, he stays home, so he's probably good. Shanks. His mouth twitched, unable to bear it any longer. He finally bought a newspaper. But upon closer inspection, his eyes grew serious. Like most on the seas, he came to the same conclusion that old Doflamingo is quite a figure. As a close friend who had spent many years on the same ship with OSS, Shanks was among the few who truly understood OSS's strength, having been bested by him more than once. And it was precisely because of this understanding that he realized how utterly incredible it was for a younger generation member to escape alive under OSS's relentless pursuit. At the very least, Shanks asked himself honestly, if OSS was determined to kill him, unless Vice Captain Rayleigh or others intervened, he would surely not survive. Don Quixote Doflamingo, another formidable rival in the new era. I'll have to fight him someday. Shanks resolved that once he achieved great power, he would definitely seek out Doflamingo for a match to see who was more worthy of being called the king of the new era. Indeed, he had already abandoned any illusions about the title king of the next generation. After all, Captain Roger had said that OSS belonged to the old era. In the new era, he refused to believe there could be such monstrous individuals. In the East Blue, on an obscure town, the future great pirate Buggy, relying on his Nomi ability and the foundation he had built on Roger's ship, was now throwing his weight around in low-level fights. He too saw the familiar name in the newspaper, OSS. A flicker of emotion crossed his face. Reading the details, he was shocked. Nah, Nanny. His mouth wide open, tongue stretched out, his body instantly split apart. A young man can fight OSS and retreat safely. No. No way. This must be made up on purpose. Aren't they afraid of OSS finding trouble? How ridiculous it was that across the vast seas the only one who remained clear-headed was Buggy. Perhaps because OSS had protected him since childhood, Buggy had the most accurate understanding of OSS's strength. In Buggy's eyes, OSS was almost invincible in the world. If it were old-timers like Whitebeard or Shiki who were on par with Captain Roger, Buggy could believe they might fight OSS. But a young man without outside intervention whom OSS couldn't even touch. Hey, bastard. How dare you underestimate Buggy's dear friend so much, you idiot. Buggy is furious now. Hey, men, shoot down every news coup you see. Yes, Captain Buggy. In the first half of the Grand Line on a certain sea, a young man carrying a black sword sat in a small boat. His sharp eyes narrowed, burning with intense battle intent. The Sabaody Archipelago, huh? You escaped in Lobetown, but this time you won't get away. On the lone boat, the young man paddling with the black blade Yoru set down the newspaper and pushed forward with all his strength. This was none other than one of the most famous rookies on the seas recently, the future world's greatest swordsman and the founder of the new style, Little Sword Style, after 1 sword style, 2 sword style, 3 sword style. The young version of Dracula Mihawk. After witnessing OSS unleash that sky-splitting sword aura with his blade, Ace, he understood that this might be his next formidable opponent on the path of swordsmanship. As a world-renowned great swordsman and the successor of Roger and Rayleigh, he firmly believed that if he could defeat OSS in swordsmanship, he would take an unprecedented step toward becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Having experienced your swordsmanship, I will surely benefit greatly. I look forward to meeting you. Daughter OSS. When the young man carrying a large blade stood before him, OS admitted that he was a bit intrigued. Though he had heard of Mihawk, who like Lu Sualong in his youth loved challenging various swordsmen to fulfill his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, he never expected the man to find him so quickly. 3 days earlier, when the young man first arrived and learned that OS was absent, he wandered around the red light district entrance, lying in wait for 3 days and nights. Finally, a staff member could no longer bear it and approached to ask the reason, only to learn that he had come to challenge Lord OS. When Sammy learned of this, he likewise paid it no mind. After all, Lord OS's reputation thundered across the sea. If they had to take every stray cat and dog's challenge seriously, they would be pestered to death in a single day. Thus, the future world's greatest swordsman Shichibukai and father of the emperors, Dracul Mihawk, could only crouch like a door god at the street corner of the red light district, his eagle-sharp eyes scanning the passers-by, with even more vigilance than a security guard checking food delivery drivers, terrified of letting his target slip past unnoticed. Little did he know that a figure who had traversed space had already quietly appeared in the bathhouse of the red light district. After days of developing his devil fruit ability and surviving on a deserted island, OS was travel-worn. Under the stunned and nervous reception of the bathhouse manager, he shed his clothes and entered the hot spring, beginning one of his rare moments of leisure. Knock knock, come in. Sammy arrived with a large team of beautiful waitresses and a mountain of delicious food, arranging full service in an instant. OS lay lazily on soft cushions, casually chatting about recent events on the sea, when he heard an unexpected piece of news. You mean Mihawk has been waiting for me outside the red light district for days? A strange look crossed his eyes. After a moment of thought, a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Then let's see him. Seeing that the very person he had been staking out for days had already been enjoying himself in the red light district for a long time, Mihawk's eyelids twitched involuntarily, but he still raised the black blade knight. Black Gun Daughter OS. Accept my challenge. Challenge. Why? To defeat you. I am the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. It must be said that the young Hawkeye was far from the composure of an old artist. 20 years later, his passion rivaled that of Sualong. This reminded him of Shanks, who often challenged him during the days on Roger's ship. But for such passionate fellows with dreams, OS, an old lazybones without a dream, could certainly not empathize. After all, no one was competing with him for the title of the world's greatest spear user. On the contrary, he found it a headache. If he won the title of world's greatest swordsman, would inevitably be pinned on him, and he would have to accept all kinds of challenges. If he threw the match, losing in combat was not in his nature, for he was the undefeated war god. As for truly losing, the concept had never crossed OS's mind. The word did not exist in his dictionary. Well, actually, Mihawk, about the challenge. It's not that I won't fight, but I'm not a swordsman. What would it mean for you to fight me? Hearing this, the young Hawkeye felt his intelligence insulted, a fierce sword intent seemingly shooting from his eyes. You cleaved the sky with a single sword stroke and fought the 3 marine monsters to a standstill, yet you claim you're not a swordsman. Who says that just because you wield a sword you must be a swordsman? Just because you can cook, does that make you a chef? Mihawk was left speechless by OS's words. After a long silence, seeming to accept that OS would not make a move, Mihawk's eyes dimmed, his youthful face etched with regret, and he prepared to leave this place that had broken his heart. But then OS's words piqued his interest. I can accept, but I have a condition. If you lose. OS stood up, for when he mentioned the word chef, a thought suddenly struck him. In the future, he would definitely set sail. Even if he didn't form a pirate crew, he would still go see all sorts of grand spectacles. He couldn't go alone. After all, eating grilled fish or meat occasionally on a deserted island was fine, but he couldn't do that forever. Moreover, having a companion to talk to would prevent boredom. If he brought girls from the red light district, they were too weak and would require constant attention. So OS needed a reliable, strong, cooking-capable, experienced in solo sailing and non-lost companion. Who could that be? So hard to guess. A condition. Hearing this, the young man carrying the black blade stopped in his tracks, slowly turned his head, and looked directly at the scheming OS, as if hearing a joke. In his eagle-like, soul-piercing eyes burned unwavering fighting spirit and determination. Whatever conditions you want, just name them. If I fall to your blade, then. He pointed at his chest, saying solemnly, take my life if you wish, I care not. This display made OS's eyelids twitch wildly. So passionate. What use would I have for your life? Just accompany me on my voyages for a few years, and do some cooking on the side. At that, the young Mihawk pondered for only a moment before readily agreeing, fine. But after I defeat you, I will continue searching for my next opponent. OS walked over to Mihawk, smiling. Then you might have to wait a few years. You mean I still need to grow for a few more years before I can defeat you? No, I mean I'll let you go when I'm in a good mood a few years from now. Mihawk said nothing, simply gripping his sword hilt tightly. What an arrogant man. Of course the two could not start slashing at each other on the Sabaody archipelago. OS merely moved his mind, and the space around them began to warp. Mihawk sensed the anomaly. Relax, it's just my devil fruit ability. Having previously focused on Haki development and neglected his devil fruit abilities after recent training, OS had come up with a few practical tricks, such as teleporting others with him and bringing distant objects to his side, comparable to Shinwei plus Fei Lei Shin. After several mid-air teleportations, the two soon arrived at an island covered in dense primeval forest. Their figures slowly materialized in a clearing beside the forest. Mihawk narrowed his eagle-like eyes, but as he tried to step forward, he felt something off. His foot seemed sticky. Sorry, first time teleporting someone, and I landed you right on a pile of poop. OS apologized with a mischievous grin. A swift whoosh. Mihawk's expression darkened, his gaze piercing. The sword on his back was drawn in an instant, sweeping horizontally toward AOC. Yet AOC wore a crooked grin, neither dodging nor flinching as the blade sliced through him. No blood appeared. Hey, I really didn't mean it. Is it necessary to be this angry? Your expression hardly suggests an accident. Ha, is it really that obvious? Watching Mihawk chat with him, while subtly shuffling his feet to scrape something off the sole, AOC finally cracked and burst into laughter. Teasing the young Hawks, I was truly every bit as satisfying as messing with a young Shanks. Seeing AOC abandon all pretense and roar with laughter, Mihawk swung Knight with greater force. This time, however, AOC did not dissolve his body. He drew Ace from his waist and blocked the killing stroke dead on. One of the 12 Supreme Grade class swords. Ace, is it? Mihawk recognized the blade instantly. That rumor. Was it truly true? It had originally belonged to the pirate King Roger, and upon his death passed to his sole inheritor of full strength, Dotal AOC. But the truth was far simpler. AOC had merely helped look after his family, and had taken the heirloom along the way. The sole reason he had swapped Mingio was that Ace was sharper, harder, and felt better in the hand. As for enhancing his combat strength, it offered little. The two men, each wielding a black blade, slowly took positions on opposite sides of the clearing. Since we agreed on a swordsmanship contest, I will not use my devil fruit abilities. Otherwise you would not accept defeat, even if I won. Clang. AOC slowly layered his blade with armament. Haki speaking calmly. The young Hawks, I naturally refused to yield. Knight rested before him, its edge gleaming with cold luster. His voice was sharp and unyielding. Without your devil fruit, can you still evade my blade? Knight has been tempered by the blood of countless foes, and is infinitely sharp. Mine Ace is no less sharp. Both men were wreathed in dense armament. Haki, their expressions grave. AOC could sense that the young Mihawk was genuinely formidable. He was already 19, roughly the same age as Zoro after 2 years of training. There was no reason he should be inferior. Combat awareness. Haki swordsmanship. Under the restriction of sword techniques and both colors of Haki alone, AOC found himself fairly matched against the young Hawk's eye. Exhaling slowly, AOC gripped Ace in one hand. The Haki that had wrapped around the blade began to flow like water, the crimson, flowing armament Haki, as resplendent as cherry blossoms. Yet the trail carved by the blade resembled the depths of a dark abyss. Ikamanji-style Sakura, full black light. Though flowing armament Haki danced across Ace, the sword intent released was pitch black. A colossal wave dozens of meters long tore through the air and cleaved the earth asunder. Mihawk's brows furrowed, but he showed no panic. Both hands gripping his sword, he slowly raised Knight overhead and brought it down with devastating force. Boom! Instantly, a vibrant emerald green sword chi erupted skyward, appearing far more massive than the black-red slash. The two sword chi waves collided with breathtaking speed, locking and wrestling against each other. Even though the emerald slash was sharper and far greater, the flowing armament Haki gradually eroded its counterpart. After the exchange, the two remained evenly matched. But AOC cared not for any of this. What caught his attention was something he could not ignore. Mihawk had not announced his attack. Watching the young swordsman raise his blade in silence, cold and composed, exuding the flawless bearing of a true master, AOC instantly bristled. His expression darkened. Why didn't you call out your attack just now? It was as if his ultimate technique had been casually parried by Hawk's eye's basic strike. Did he really think AOC couldn't tell the difference? That sword chi was clearly your full power too, you know. If I ever announce my attack names again, I'm a damn dog. Feeling thoroughly duped, AOC's mood soured instantly. His earlier playful intentions faded, and terrifying crimson light erupted within his eyes. Raising his blade, he charged forward, resolved to fight without restraint. I really need to put you in your place, Mihawk. Witnessing AOC suddenly transform into someone unrecognizable, Mihawk was genuinely bewildered. What just happened? But given his nature, he would never stop to question the reason in the face of such ferocious attacks. Instead, he simply raised his blade and met AOC's onslaught with all his might. Clang! The clash sent shockwaves rippling outward, cracking the earth around them. Sword chi flew intermittently from this battle, befitting great swordsmen. Trees were sheared apart with smooth, clean cuts. Animals that strayed into the arena were bisected on the spot, and even earthworms in the soil were split vertically. What tyrannical power! After several exchanges, Mihawk's hand gripping the blade trembled faintly. He should have stuck to ranged sword chi battles if he knew this was coming. Bolstered by monstrous strength, AOC's swordsmanship had transcended technique itself. It was as though he were wielding a spiked club rather than a katana. They clashed, endlessly trading sword chi and close-quarter strikes, blade rising and falling from the island's southern tip to its northern end, leaving not a single intact stone behind. 3 days and 3 nights passed, yet no victor had emerged. Damn, how the hell was this young Hawk's eye swordsmanship so steady? No matter how he attacked, he could not find an opening. AOC frowned watching the youth on the other side. Slightly out of breath, yet his spirit and willpower remained unbroken. As expected of the future world's greatest swordsman, despite his own extraordinary talent and the sword techniques learned from Captain Roger and Mr. Rayleigh, he could only achieve an even match. Though Mihawk was several years his senior, this alone proved the caliber of the world's greatest swordsman. At the very least, his natural aptitude in swordsmanship was no inferior to AOC's. Gradually, AOC's patience wore thin. He was prepared to resort to trickery. Rumble. A terrifying aura erupted violently, black-red lightning flashing across the surface of Ace. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him was like that of a completely different person. AOC instinctively moved to cry out Kamigari, but catching himself, he forcibly swallowed the words. It was at that exact moment that those hawk-like eyes contracted sharply and a dangerous intuition surged within his heart. This is that move from Lowtown. This feeling is familiar. The black-red lightning almost makes one tremble involuntarily. Mihawk, aren't you fond of pretending to normal attack? Then how about trying my normal attack? The calm yet teasing tone left Mihawk somewhat puzzled. What did he mean by pretending to normal attack? He was just a pure swordsman, not good with words. In his view, this was normal. After all, which proper swordsman would put his energy into fancy naming instead of improving his swordsmanship? Watching the dense black-red light gathered to the extreme around OSS, the combat instincts Mihawk had cultivated over the years began to scream warnings, a cold sweat involuntarily forming on his forehead. This was a sinister grin spread across OSS's lips as he exploded with incredible force from his feet, his figure flashing forward. In an instant, dozens of meters of ground collapsed under the reaction force. Clang! The black-red lightning wreathed Ace, carrying a world-splitting momentum, slashed straight toward Mihawk. Mihawk sidestepped, lowering his body slightly, and delivered a full-powered slash toward OSS in return. But the result was clearly unsatisfactory. Shoo! Crimson instantly flooded the entire field of vision. Unbeknownst, the black blade Yoru spun into the air, and after several rotations its blade embedded into the ground. The hilt still trembled, as if testifying to the immense power it had just endured. Why didn't you dodge? OSS dispersed, the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his blade, his expression somewhat unpleasant as he looked at the resolute-faced young man before him. In that clash of blades, after sending the black blade Yoru flying, OSS had actually held back. After all, he didn't really intend to kill Mihawk. But this kid was like a reckless fool, seemingly deliberately colliding with the edge of his blade that still had residual force. Dodge! Mihawk staggered a few steps, unable to hold on, and knelt on one knee, touching the blood continuously seeping from his chest. Yet there was no trace of pain on his face, only a resolute calmness, as if those hawk-like eyes had never known fear. I am the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I retreat because I fear another's blade? Even if it's your blade, daughter OSS, it's absolutely impossible. But no matter how well the words were spoken, defeat was still defeat. Facing OSS's full-powered strike, whether in Haki swordsmanship or strength, Mihawk was outmatched in every aspect, and defeat was inevitable. In all his years since debut, it had felled countless renowned swordsmen until it encountered this man, daughter OSS. When Yoru flew from his hand, he finally understood how vast this world truly was. Such a monster truly existed in the world. After the battle on the Sabaody Archipelago red light district private room on the top floor of a bar. That final move of yours, is it called divine avoidance? On the luxurious soft sofa, the battle-damaged Mihawk was bare-chested with several female doctors from the red light district holding supreme bandages wrapping his upper body tightly. But he showed no interest in the women around him, simply ignoring them, his eyes fixed sharply on OSS opposite, as if he were the true beauty. However, OSS did not notice this, and was still leisurely enjoying the massage from a young maid, relaxing his battle-tensed muscles. Hearing Mihawk's question, OSS finally opened his eyes, meeting those hawk-like pupils. No, that was just a casual slash of mine. OSS rolled his eyes and stubbornly said. Mihawk remained silent, not wanting to argue with OSS. But he could sense that this move was indeed identical to the slash at Lobetown. That suffocating feeling, as if no one in the world could withstand it. Is that black-red lightning your devil fruit ability? You want to know? Then beg me. OSS grinned mischievously. Seeing OSS's smug look, even Mihawk, a man of calm temperament, couldn't help but have a vein pop on his forehead. Seeing the hawk-eyed man close his eyes in annoyance, no longer looking at him, OSS stopped teasing. Alright, so petty. This is a way to use Conqueror's Haki, wrapping it around the blade. Since I said I wouldn't use my devil fruit ability, I couldn't possibly use it. Hearing this, the just closed eyes Mihawk finally opened his eyes. OSS watched, and secretly wanted to laugh. What a tsundere you are. But Mihawk completely ignored OSS's gaze, instead his fighting spirit undiminished, and he looked seriously at OSS. Sooner or later, I will grow strong enough to break this technique. But until then, let me travel with you daughter OSS. To this OSS merely chuckled and nodded. Alright. I believe you will definitely make it. Actually OSS had some understanding of the man Hawkeye Mihawk. Looking at the resolute but still somewhat immature Mihawk, OSS knew that at this period he had not yet suffered severe betrayal or harm from the Navy. Later he would choose to hide under Buggy's name, like Crocodile, seeking a peaceful haven untouched by the world probably for this reason. So he had not yet reached the point of loneliness and distrust of humanity. Now he had indirectly saved him. Though unaware, the debt of gratitude owed by Dracula Mihawk was undoubtedly even greater than that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. So, let him repay it with his whole life as well. Watching OSS's amused expression, Mihawk, who was savoring red wine, stiffened slightly, his eyelids drooping. He felt that the other was thinking of something bad. A powerful but strange guy. In the following days OSS had no interest in causing trouble outside, as there were no grand scenes worth his attention. Most of the time he trained and fought with Mihawk on deserted islands and enjoyed the red light district. Gradually the future world's greatest swordsman, who was used to solitude, began to like this life. Even though every challenge ended in failure, his progress was still rapid. 2 years passed in a flash. Without OSS's appearance, many things still happened on this never-peaceful sea. On a shattered, broken, deserted island atop several flattened peaks, 2 figures sat and stood. It's about time, Mihawk. The long-haired handsome youth, now 3 meters tall and 17 years old, sat on the ground looking at the white-shirt youth who was sheathing his sword. Ah, yes. Then, let's set sail and see this era that's beginning to run wild. It'll be interesting, won't it? OSS showed a wicked grin which made even Mihawk break out in a cold sweat. I wonder if this world has become more fun. Or has it forgotten this remnant of the old era? Welcome back, Lord OS. Mr. Mihawk. Walking down the streets of the red light district, the girls along the way were all excited by the arrival of the two, especially upon seeing OS. That fanatical feeling had reached the level of devoted fangirls. Thanks to their reputations as powerful figures, Saimi was now thriving in the underground world, even being hailed as the potential sovereign of the underworld. The red light district's operations had reached the global top tier, matching the scale of Happy Street in the new world, raking in billions daily. Thus the two were not only the girls' protectors, but also their bringers of fortune. Who wouldn't love them? OS walked ahead, smiling and bending to greet these beautiful girls. Every now and then he'd tilt his chin or ruffle hair his handsome face, wearing a gentle smile that left both young women and married ladies utterly captivated. Mihawk, on the other hand, was far more aloof, standing with arms crossed as he trailed behind OS. These mortal temptresses held no sway over his unwavering dedication to the sword. Notably, when they reached the center of the red light district, the two turned and encountered a beautiful young mother holding a baby. Only one person could hold such a status in the central area while carrying an infant. Long time no see, OS-san, Mihawk-san. Lu Ji smiled gently while holding the child, her gaze toward OS filled with gratitude. Oh, isn't this Lady Lu Ji? Since OS brought Lu Ji back to Sabaody, she had settled here peacefully. After all, for OS, who no longer cared about money, the expenses of a pregnant woman were nothing but a drop in the ocean. OS was never stingy about it, especially since that ace he had acquired was worth over 10 billion belly alone. Over a year ago, she had successfully given birth to Roger's son, Ace. On the day of his birth, OS had specially returned from the deserted island. He still remembered how Lu Ji had wanted Ace to call him godfather, which had quite startled OS, who quickly waved his hands in refusal. He would have been on the same generation as Captain Roger. If that were the case, what would he call Uncle Rayleigh in the future? Brother Rayleigh. But having Ace call him brother later, that didn't feel quite right either. Captain Roger too, waiting until he was so old to have a child. It had messed up the generations entirely. After thinking it over, he decided it was best to just call him Mr. OS. You brought little Ace out for some sun. What an energetic little one. Truly fits the bill as Roger's son. Perhaps through natural instinct, Ace had reached out his arms as OS and the others approached. OS lifted the boy into his arms, feeling the weight of Roger's air, then glanced toward Mihawk, standing nearby with arms crossed and a cold expression. A smirk tugged at OS's lips. Hey Hawk, I want to hold the kid. Huh. Upon hearing this, Mihawk's stern expression flickered with surprise, and he watched as OS thrust the child toward him. Wait, hold on you. Watching Mihawk grow tense and fumble, though still cradling Ace with both hands, OS couldn't help but burst out laughing. He definitely enjoyed teasing Mihawk more than playing with Ace. Haha, alright. OS laughed as he returned Ace to Lu Ji's arms. We're heading back out to sea soon, might be gone for a while. If anything comes up, find Saimi, or reach me through my den mushy Lady Lu Ji. Giving Ace's cheek a quick pinch, OS waved goodbye. The two made their way up toward the central district, and soon arrived at Saimi's office. Oh, Lord OS and Mr. Mihawk, why didn't you let us know you were coming back? I'll have everything prepared right away. The two were long accustomed to Saimi's enthusiastic warmth. They settled onto the sofa together, OS crossing his legs as Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi quickly brought orange juice and red wine. Say Simi Mihawk and I are getting ready to set sail. We need you to help us prepare. With two maids seated on his lap, OS spoke in a casual tone. Mihawk silently sipped his wine without responding. This was something they had already discussed. In fact, during his spare time over the past 2 years, OS had mapped out the entire itinerary and route. Simi too was well prepared. The supplies and all necessary items have already been readied, Lord OS. The two maids chimed in. Yes. Everything's been prepared thoroughly. Clothes, food. About 10 billion in cash stored across several trunks. I see you've been well prepared. Then can we come along, little Lu and little Chi? Lord OS, we can massage, feed, bathe, warm your bed. No. This isn't make-believe. The seas are dangerous and even I can't guarantee your safety with absolute certainty. How could? As they chatted and flirted, the usually quiet Hawkeye, sitting nearby, grew increasingly frustrated, the veins on his forehead multiplying. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he frowned and cut in, Hey you. Aren't you forgetting something? We need at least a ship before we can set sail. Hearing this, OS paused as if suddenly remembering something. He slapped his palm. Right. He relied on teleportation so often that over time, he had almost forgotten one actually needed a ship to travel. Upon hearing this, Simi responded calmly, Actually, regarding this issue. Actually, I'd already sorted this out for you long ago, OS. A weathered male voice took up Simi's thread and a somewhat disheveled figure appeared at the doorway. OS had detected that presence long ago and harbored no doubts. Instead, he greeted him with a smile. Nice to see you, Uncle Rayleigh. Pluton. Silver's Rayleigh. Mihawk fixed him with a piercing gaze. Upon seeing the legendary great swordsman, Hawkeye's urge to draw his blade flared again, but he also understood the occasion and restrained himself. Over the past 2 years, Rayleigh had also resided on Sabaody, often visiting under OS's name to steal drinks. They had crossed paths more than once, yet Rayleigh always held back, never truly engaging Mihawk in combat. But by OS's standards, the current Mihawk was still too inexperienced. Against Rayleigh at his prime, he stood no chance. Noticing Rayleigh's arrival and connecting it to their earlier conversation, OS raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He simply used future sight to get the spoiler and was immediately taken aback. Uncle Rayleigh, you actually. Hey OS, using observation Haki like that ruins the fun of life. Rayleigh said with a smile, then offered OS a pleasant surprise. Go OS. Represent us old-timers and explore this era aboard the Oro Jackson. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the port of Sabaody Archipelago, a colossal ship long shrouded in dust was painstakingly restored and polished before docking at the shore. How nostalgic it is, Oro Jackson. As Oz stepped onto the deck, gazing upon the familiar facilities, those days felt as though they had happened just yesterday. There was no reluctance or sorrowful farewell whatsoever. After all, with Oz's speed, he could return at any moment should anything arise. Only Rayleigh, watching the great ship depart into the distance, had tears glistening in his eyes. At that very moment, among the onlookers gathered near the port, a few extraordinary figures mixed into the crowd. To Sammy, Rayleigh, and the others, Oz's voyage was merely a brief interlude in life, precisely because they understood him so deeply. But to the outside world, Oz was far more than a mere name. He was a symbol of an entire era. Before the birth of the new king, he was the man whom the vast majority of this era believed had the greatest potential to claim the title of king. Black Spear Drur Oz. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Buru. Report to headquarters. An emergency incident. A voice of extremely rapid speech came from the other end of the Den Mushy. Upon hearing this urgent report, the operator's brows furrowed and his expression tightened. Speak. Reporting this morning, Black Spear Oz and Hardy Mihawk set sail together. Hearing this, the operator was momentarily dumbfounded. Oz frequently appeared in the red light district of Sabaody Archipelago. It was hardly a closely guarded secret, and the world government had known this intelligence for years. Moreover, the addition of Jewelry Bonnie meant little to the Marines, as she was merely a novice. But the next words from the intelligence officer caused him to freeze on the spot, his pupils trembling, cold sweat pouring down his face. The two are aboard the Oro Jackson, the former ship of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. All signs indicate this is not another fleeting outing. Nanny. And thus the news that Black Spear Oz had returned to the sea spread to countless powerful forces across the world, immediately drawing their utmost attention. This was precisely why Oz had chosen not to depart in secret. He wanted the world to know. Unlike other members of the Roger Pirates, Oz had not retired. For this reason, Marine Headquarters even convened an emergency meeting. According to reliable intelligence, today Black Spear and Hardy set sail aboard the Oro Jackson, preparing to become active on the seas once again. We must be fully prepared. Sengoku sat at the head of the table. Having gradually taken charge of many marine affairs, he spoke with grave seriousness to the assembled commanders. Wahaha. Sengoku, if you had simply given the order, I would have long ago captured that brat in Sabaody Archipelago. Why make things so complicated? Crunch crunch. Garp grinned broadly, carelessly chatting while munching on senbei. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku rose and roared, seething with anger at how easily the old man dismissed the matter. It is a direct order from the world government to prohibit war with ours. In truth, it was not only Sengoku who felt the weight of this event. Many present below the stage reacted far more dramatically than he did. Rumble. Kara. A sulphurous heat wave and a bone-chilling cold wind simultaneously flooded the office, and an utterly grotesque expression simultaneously appeared on the faces of the two vice-admirals. Hearing Aoza's name, even Kazan, whose temperament was far less extreme, was no calmer than Sakazuki at this moment. One could not help but wonder whether the two would recklessly violate military discipline and strike first if Aoza appeared before them right then. It was no wonder they reacted so violently. Aoza was simply too reckless. He had brutally beaten Sakazuki, the Navy's hardest liner and most virulent anti-pirate advocate, to a pulp right within Marine headquarters. And as for Kazan, there was no need to elaborate. Those who know. By contrast, Baruchierio's reaction upon hearing the name was relatively mild, a slight bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Having been the most cautious, he had sustained the lightest injuries of the three back then, and his personality was far less rigid. In the end, he could only utter, "Kawaii any, that monster among monsters Aoza is causing trouble on the seas again. Kazan Sakazuki, rein in your temper. Now is no time for foolhardiness." Seeing the two unable to control their elemental emissions, Sengoku could only pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation, yet still spoke sternly. "Our immediate priority is to carry out the world government's order, to execute the buster call against O'Hara. You two must refrain from stirring up trouble at a time like this." Upon hearing this, the two whose hearts were in turmoil finally fell silent, their faces darkening. The New World. Tato Land Water's Whole Cake Island. Here lay a world akin to a fairy tale kingdom. Trees heavy with candy rivers of chocolate flowers, and trees that danced and sang. And ruling over it was one of the New World's overlords, a natural-born monster and former member of the Rocks Pirates, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Within the castle, a figure sprinted at great speed, bursting into the extraordinarily opulent chamber in a flustered state. "Mom, there is fresh news about Black Spear Aouz. He has set sail." Upon hearing this report, the plump young woman who had been burying her face in desserts finally lifted her head. Beside her, a towering man whose face and mouth were entirely wrapped in a massive scarf. The one who had been transporting food also raised his gaze, his expression growing grave. The Big Mom of today had long since lost the captivating charm of her youth. Years of indulging in sweets and bearing countless children had already distorted her figure beyond recognition, even before she reached the monstrous proportions she would later attain. Upon hearing this news, she froze for a moment. Then her terrifying eyes locked instantly onto the homey soldier who had delivered the report. She didn't even bother finishing the cake at her lips. Once she was certain she had not misheard, she split into a grin, her face blazing with incomparable excitement and hunger. Mama, has that brat Aouz finally come of age? How wonderful." Witnessing this scene, Cracker's expression darkened, for he knew exactly what Big Mom desired. "Mother, regarding Black Spear Aouz, but if she commanded them to bring Aouz to her, it would be an absolutely impossible task. He had personally verified it. Even his own observation Haki, which he prided himself upon, might pale in comparison before that legendary figure who possessed observation Haki since birth. Mama. Of course I know. Aouz is not someone any of you could ever hope to handle. But we can deliver a message to him. I am certain he will be interested." The world's strongest woman, Charlotte Lean raised both hands high, her eyes gleaming with madness and anticipation. "As long as he agrees. Combined with his Conqueror's Haki inherited from both of us, my steel skin talent, and his innate monstrous strength and observation Haki, the child that is born will surely become a monster surpassing Roger Whitebeard and even Rocks. A creature so overwhelmingly powerful that it could dominate the entire world." In short, by this time, all the well-informed factions on the Great Seas had already received news of OSS's departure, though their reactions varied greatly. Some, like the Marines, were on full alert, as if facing a great enemy. Others, like Whitebeard, paid no mind to the brats from Roger's crew. And the young supernovas were itching for a fight. Meanwhile, aboard the Oro Jackson, at the center of every conversation, OSS was currently, fishing. "It's been such a long time since I last fished from this ship. How nostalgic." Sitting on the edge of the Oro Jackson's hull, OSS held a luxurious fishing rod, casting with remarkable composure. Even after 2 hours had passed, he hadn't caught a single fish. Of course, OSS wasn't simply fishing. It was also a form of cultivation. As everyone knows, the advanced application of Kinbunchika Haki, precognition of the future, requires a calm and focused mind. While honing his patience and willpower, OSS was continuously attempting to extend the duration of his predictive visions. From that initial instant upon his awakening to nearly a full minute now, this was the fruit of OSS's relentless practice. Furthermore, this meditative stillness may have benefited his spirit as well, granting Conqueror's Haki a slight, though imperceptible growth. Over on the other side, Mihawk, having just finished his sword training with a towel draped around his neck, wiped the sweat from his face, and made his way toward OSS. I may not understand why you insist on going to O'Hara, but regardless, the two of us alone cannot sail this ship there in any reasonable time. Mihawk's expression remained as cold as ever. Glancing sideways at the peacefully fishing OSS, he crossed his legs and settled onto a deck lounge chair. With Yoru resting against the armrest, Mihawk looked at OSS, who behaved like an entirely hands-off captain and ignored him entirely. His lips twitched slightly. He was not a man of many words, yet whenever faced with OSS, he somehow found himself unable to suppress his temper. This was your plan from the start, to head to O'Hara as the first stop, correct? But navigation, steering, reading maps. He can't even cook. When exactly are we going to? The cold Hawkeyes watched OSS, sitting with his eyes closed, the frustration symbol on his forehead multiplying with each passing second. Just as he was about to lose his composure and draw his blade. Relax, Mihawk. OSS slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and leaped from the gunwale to stand before the seated Mihawk, his expression carefree. After all, isn't the purpose of sailing simply to reach the destination? You point the way. As he spoke, OSS lightly raised and lowered one foot. Suddenly Mihawk sensed something was off. The surroundings appeared unchanged. The sea was still the same vast ocean, yet somehow everything felt different. I'll use Flash Step to increase our speed and incidentally train my Devil Fruit abilities. We'll arrive within half a day. I guarantee it. OSS flashed an okay gesture. On the open sea with nothing but water as a reference point, the sensation of change was not particularly pronounced. But viewed from above, the Oro Jackson had transformed into a ghost ship of elusive speed, darting forward across the ocean in a series of bizarre flickering bursts. Mihawk, who had just been fussing like a worried parent, finally felt reassured that OSS was useful after all. He simply tossed him a compass. Before we left, Sammy collected these eternal Poseidons based on the route you specified. Just follow the needle's direction. Watching OSS nod in understanding, Little Hawk finally retreated to the storage room, gathered some vegetables and meat, and headed to the kitchen to begin cooking. OSS saw this and followed him in. Didn't I tell you to keep the ship moving? Why are you coming to the kitchen? Mihawk fixed OSS with a stare, only to see him pull a glass of orange juice from the refrigerator and smile. What's the harm? My observation Haki covers 10,000 meters in every direction. It makes no difference where I am on this ship. Hearing this, Mihawk decided it was not worth his time to argue. Ignoring OSS's enthusiastic spectating, he simply resumed washing vegetables and preparing dinner on his own. OSS rested his chin on his hands at the dining table, watching with keen interest as Mihawk picked up his chef's knife. In merely 2 seconds, a potato was peeled flawlessly, flowing and seamless, the ultimate mastery evident not only in swordsmanship, but in cooking as well, reaching its pinnacle. OSS's eyes sparkled with admiration. In the past, he had only ever roasted meat on deserted islands or dined at grand establishments in the red light district. Whenever he had asked to watch Mihawk cook, the latter had always sharply refused with that signature tsundere air. Now finally he was witnessing it firsthand. Significant scene logged +1. It was not until the meal was served and OSS took a bite, stars swirling in his eyes, that he truly understood just how correct a decision it had been to persuade Little Hawk to join the crew. The flavor, there was not a single aspect inferior to the specially hired chefs of the red light district. Here was the world's greatest swordsman, yet one who would never get lost, to a chef whose cooking was second to none, yet wholly uninterested in women. What was this? A high-spec version of Zeph combined with Zoro. A single crew member delivering 4 times the value. After devouring every dish, OSS leaned back in his chair, utterly satisfied, only to find Mihawk delicately wiping his mouth with a napkin before turning his cold gaze directly onto OSS, watching him silently. What are you staring at me for, Little Hawk? Perhaps because Little Hawk had been called so many times, Mihawk no longer objected. He merely spoke coldly. Since I cooked the meal, you should wash the dishes. Inside, Mihawk felt a surge of satisfaction. This sense of grievance had been building since they boarded, the big and small matters alike all falling to him, while OSS simply watched from the sidelines. It was time this lazy king did something for once. Oh, no problem. OSS, assuming it was nothing significant, agreed without hesitation. Mihawk heard this, and a faint smile touched his lips, just as he was about to remind him of the key principles of proper dishwashing. When washing, pay attention to. But before he could finish, he watched OSS lightly raise his hand, and a sharp snap echoed through the air. The once chaotic table of leftover food and dirty dishes vanished completely, leaving only a few spotless plates gleaming on the surface as though freshly taken from the cupboard. What attention. Just teleport these things outside the ship, right? Another snap of his fingers, and the clean plates neatly appeared inside the cabinet. Little Hawk, why have you stopped talking? Are you naturally mute? Come, let us duel. By the way, why did you set the first stop at O'Hara? The ship was in a mess. After an hour of sword fighting, Mihawk finally vented his anger. Watching AOC snap his fingers to restore everything to its place, he finally remembered to ask. The reason? Facing the refreshing sea breeze, AOC leaned against the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. At the edge of his vision, a black was rapidly enlarging at an astonishing speed. It's because if I don't come now, I won't get to see it anymore. Traveling is all about checking in after all. Won't get to see it. Mihawk didn't understand. How could an island that wasn't going anywhere disappear? With the speed of teleportation, it didn't take long to travel from the Grand Line to O'Hara. Occasionally, they encountered pirates trying to hijack the ship, but they either couldn't keep up with the teleportation speed or had their vessels split in two by Mihawk's blade. As the ship drew closer, the Oro Jackson slowly docked at a non-port cliff. AOC and Mihawk teleported onto this island of knowledge, truly as enormous and exaggerated as the legends say. From a distance, AOC saw the colossal tree in the center of the island, so vast it seemed to blot out the sky. It's said to contain all the books in the world. I wonder if there are any of those kinds of books. What kind, oi? Mihawk frowned, puzzled, looking at AOC. You know? The kind. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Seeing the honest boy's bewildered expression, AOC suddenly remembered that Mihawk had no interest in women. The two chose not to teleport directly into the tree. Although convenient, that would rob AOC of the travel experience. The kind of journey he loved involved witnessing everything firsthand, not rushing from one place to another in haste. If it were that style, AOC was confident he could check off all the islands in the world within a few months. But that kind of commando-style travel held no appeal for him. Emerging from the forest on the cliff, the two weren't worried about getting lost. Observation Haki helped, but mainly the tree was so huge they could just follow its line of sight. As they walked, AOC's observation Haki detected the presence of several children. One in particular piqued his interest. Mihawk noticed the sudden change in direction, but didn't ask. He just raised an eyebrow and followed. Soon they reached the other side of the forest where a commotion was unfolding. Look, it's that monster. Everyone attack her with tomatoes. Haha. The malice of children is often innate, perhaps for fun, perhaps to follow the crowd. And obviously a lonely, book-loving girl with no parents from childhood was the easiest target for bullying and the most satisfying victim. The tomatoes hitting her head didn't hurt much, but they were messy to clean. What troubled her more was that washing off the tomato juice at home might require extra soap, and she worried her aunt would scold her. But it didn't stop there. The children in the distance seemed intent on continuing. Reluctantly, she used the ability she had employed before, the one that made her called a monster, hoping to scare them away. Unfortunately, she had used it too many times and many kids were no longer afraid. After all, how powerful could the ability of a half-starved little girl be? Just as she covered her head preparing to endure the bullying and then head to the library early, the expected scene didn't occur. What's happening? What did she see? She looked up to find a tall, imposing figure standing before her. The children who often tormented her were now being held by the scruff of their necks, lumps covering their heads. Who? Was he? Was he protecting her? Like Saul? You little brats, already this ugly and still picking on others. Truly, the uglier the more troublesome. He gave each of them a few bumps on the head, and they ran off crying. Mihawk watched AOC, who was relishing the bullying, with a smug, mischievous grin and felt a bit speechless. No sense of a master's dignity. Though after witnessing the scene, he too found those ugly little brats quite detestable. AOC, on the other hand, felt great. Since he was 6, he had been the king of the kids on Dramus Island. Under his rule, he was always the one doing the bullying. He had never seen children tormenting each other. Hey, and Bin, where are you going? AOC watched the brats run off, then turned to Robin, who was also trying to slip away. She froze instantly. This person seemed to have called her name. That's right, I'm calling you. Take us around the island. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you a reward later. AOC said with a smile. But despite his high charisma, this time it backfired. Robin, with her miserable childhood, trusted no stranger. She turned and ran toward the town. TSK. Can't be helped. AOC pouted. Having spent so much time among the girls of the red light district, he thought he had maxed out his charm. Then he spoke softly, "Don't move an Bin." With a crisp sound, a strange phenomenon occurred. The frail little girl who had been running swiftly suddenly froze, as if under a paralysis spell, unable to move even a muscle. Her expression was locked in a moment of panic. What is this? Mihawk frowned. It was the first time he had seen AOC use this technique. Was it a newly developed devil fruit ability? AOC looked at the immobilized little Robin, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He walked over, and as the trembling child's eyes darted, he reached out his sinister hand toward the book clutched in her arms. Hey, little Robin, if you run again, I'll burn your book. AOC's eyes gleamed darkly as he pulled the tightly held book from her chest. He couldn't read what was written on it. No wonder. He had been raised by pirates and never attended a single school. Being able to recognize the words in a newspaper was already an achievement. By the standards of this world, AOC was just another member of the illiterate masses. True to his threat, once AOC released the control, little Robin indeed stopped running. She only looked at the handsome but wicked adult with fearful, trembling eyes. Please don't burn my book. Why are you bringing this little brat? Do you want to let her on the ship? Mihawk looked coldly at young Robin, who was leading the way, wanting to cry, but too afraid to do so, and finally couldn't help but voice the question in his mind. He himself didn't care after all. He was merely traveling with OSS, and the decision was not his to make. Huh, why would you think that? I don't have the habit of taking care of people while traveling. I didn't even bring my most beloved Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi on board. I just thought since we're here, I might as well meet the protagonist of this incident. Incident? Mihawk frowned. Yes, it should be happening soon. You'll find out shortly. OSS kept it a mystery. In his view, the so-called terror of the Buster Call was only formidable for ordinary nations and isolated strong individuals. For him and Mihawk, it posed no threat at all. Watching young Robin lead the way oblivious to their conversation, just trudging forward with her head down, OSS initially thought she might take them to the town for a stroll. But unexpected as his observation Haki swept across a range of 10,000 meters, he detected something amiss. She's leading us to a strange place. Mihawk walked along, turning his head to survey the surroundings. Though he had no sense of direction, he could still notice some clues. OSS nodded, hands in his pockets, ignoring young Robin's intentions, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This Robin, after just a little teasing, was so wary that she was directly taking them to find her guardian. Did this little one think she could escape like this? Perhaps sensing OSS's gaze, young Robin nervously walked toward a cliff, and finally disregarding OSS's strange abilities, she ran desperately toward the cliff, though certainly not to jump off. Sorrow, she shouted loudly, her small figure sprinting forward, not even stopping to wonder why the two behind her didn't try to stop her. Looks like we're being taken for villains. I don't think I look like one. OSS rubbed his chin, then turned to Mihawk. Hey little Hawk, do I really look that much like a bad guy? To this, Mihawk chose to ignore him. Instead, he drew the black sword from his back, his sharp hawk-like eyes fixed on the cliff ahead. With a slight tremor of the ground, a massive shadow fell, a giant dozens of meters tall. Former Marine Vice Admiral Giant Sorrow. His robust upper body and short, slender legs gave the giant a highly disproportionate appearance. He was also young Robin's best friend. What happened, Robin? Sorrow lifted the sobbing young Robin into his hand, his small eyes filled with great confusion, then noticed the two figures following behind her. The moment he saw one of them, a familiar sensation surged within him. You are. He must be mistaken, right? Impossible. There's no mistake. Black Gun OSS. Horror flickered in his eyes, and his massive body involuntarily stepped back twice. The figure bearing a single gun and a sword was definitely one that no Marine could ever forget. But hadn't he disappeared from the seas for a long time? Seeing the giant's stunned and incredulous gaze, OSS simply smiled and greeted him. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've seen a giant. The last time was when I went to Elbaf with Captain Roger. Before the words faded, OSS had somehow already stood on the palm of Sorrow's hand, hands in pockets, looking at him with interest. Though OSS's figure appeared minuscule before the giant's towering form, Sorrow still dared not make any move. Although he had never witnessed firsthand the power of the legendary king of the next generation, he knew well the strength of his good friend Kazan, a monster to an unbeatable degree. And the man before him was even more terrifying than Kazan. 2 years ago, he had visited Kazan after his broken leg. Even a monster like him had taken a full month to recover and walk normally. Seeing Robin frozen in place, Sorrow dared not make any reckless move toward OSS, standing on his hand. His face grim with a pleading tone. Please don't hurt Robin. She's actually a very kind child. If she has offended you in any way, then take my life and spare her. Sorrow. Wah. Watching the deeply affectionate pair, OSS's expression turned odd, the corner of his eye twitching. How did it seem that his arrival was almost as terrifying as the Buster Call? Was his reputation on the seas now so notorious? Hey, you two. Can't you understand human speech? Or are you suffering from persecution mania? I'm just traveling. Isn't it normal to ask a local to guide me? In the end, realizing how fearsome his name had become after spreading far and wide in the past 2 years, OSS left the forest somewhat dejectedly. He had finally encountered a canonical character, only to end up leaving the impression of a creepy uncle. This experience successfully stripped away the filter he had for the protagonist's crew. They weren't much different from most people in the One Piece world. Feeling bored, OSS dragged his little hawk around O'Hara, sampling local delicacies, visiting the giant tree at the island's center, and most importantly, taking many photos with a Den Den Mushi. Looking at the various photos in his hand, OSS nodded with satisfaction. There were many kinds of picture of little Hawk sitting cross-legged reading a book in the giant tree, a group photo of OSS with his arm around Mihawk's shoulder, a panoramic shot of O'Hara taken from 1,000 meters high. During this time, though Mihawk sometimes showed reluctance, he still half-heartedly followed OSS to explore all the worthwhile places on O'Hara. Truly a case of mouth saying no, but heart saying yes. But OSS didn't call him out, just smiled slightly, and looked at Mihawk, who had just claimed he wasn't hungry, but was now savoring O'Hara's specialty tree fruit. What are you looking at? The little hawk narrowed his eyes and asked back. Nothing. I was just thinking that our time on O'Hara is about over. There are some old friends arriving on the sea. OSS chuckled lightly. With his long-range observation Haki, he could naturally detect countless warships bearing swords and cannons slicing through the waves and surrounding O'Hara. Facing the coming buster call, which struck terror into the world, neither OSS nor Myhawk felt any tension. Well, it's been a while. Let's go Myhawk and say hello. The island of knowledge O'Hara. Dozens of kilometers offshore waves surged as soldiers assembled on the decks loading round after round of cannonballs. On the coastline, countless residents of O'Hara preparing to set sail, or outsiders visiting for business, all gazed in bewilderment at the vast fleet in the distance. Could it be the Marines? Those warships and seagull flags, indeed unmistakable. Countless vessels cut through the wind and waves encircling O'Hara in a pincer movement. Cannon after cannon adjusted their angles, aiming remotely at the land of O'Hara itself. On the decks stood many high-ranking officers rarely seen in the West Blue. Among them, two towering men were particularly striking, one with curly hair and sunglasses, the other burly and wearing a hat. On the other side, a man in a suit draped in a gray and white striped cloak held a strangely shaped golden den mushy, looking exceedingly arrogant, as if deploying a battle plan. If any knowledgeable person saw this golden den mushy, they would surely be shocked. This precisely signified that the world government's final bottom line had been touched with no possibility of reconciliation. It was the signal for the true ruler of these seas to unleash absolute punishment. The Buster Call. Typically composed of 10 or more warships and elite forces of 5 or more vice-admirals, it launches indiscriminate destructive attacks on the targeted area. The atmosphere thick with gunpowder finally stirred alarm among the people on the shore. Hey, I feel like those Marines are coming for O'Hara. No way could a great pirate have fled here. What kind of pirate would need such a massive force? The Pirate King. The panicked crowd murmured, unaware that indeed there was such a person, the very great pirate they spoke of, worthy of this massive mobilization. At that moment, he was leisurely sitting on a cliff holding a glass of orange juice with a straw, sipping it. Speaking of which, after this Buster Call ends, the 3 admirals will soon be born. OS recalled from his memories of history. Beside OS, who was sipping juice, sat the fair-skinned handsome young Hawk, now wearing a red floral shirt. With arms crossed, he gazed calmly at the distant fleet, then turned to OS, seeing him unmoved, as if anticipating this, and asked coolly, such a large marine force. Is it coming for the two of us? It was no wonder Myhawk thought so. Having spent several days on the island, he knew it was just an ordinary island in the West Blue, without even a single Haki user. How could it invite such a large-scale punitive war? With this thought, he slowly drew the magnificent longsword from his back, black sword Yuru seemingly ready to strike first, sending a 100-meter sword slash as a greeting gift to the Marines. It was easy to imagine without a strong intervention Myhawk was fully capable of slicing a Marine warship in one clean cut, leaving a smooth, wrinkle-free surface. No matter how vast the fleet, it would be useless. Before such a true powerhouse, the sheer number of basic forces lost meaning. At most, the 5 leading vice-admirals might survive his blade. What have we done to deserve this? Well, I suppose we do qualify. But this time the Buster Call really isn't for us. And the world government surely knows that a Buster Call is nothing but a joke to me. If they truly wanted to deal with OS, they would need at least several top-tier fighters to ambush him. A large fleet encircling. To West, that's just a bunch of sitting ducks. Their real purpose is to destroy O'Hara. You saw the books in that giant tree on O'Hara, right? This island, known as the Island of Knowledge, has many scholars researching a certain history. A forbidden history that the world government has covered up, even willing to erase the entire nation to conceal it. Hearing this, Myhawk's face finally showed some seriousness, a few beads of cold sweat on his forehead. So it involves that much. Do you want to hear? I can tell you the gist of it, OS said with a smile, looking at the young Hawk beside him. Never mind, I feel like it's something troublesome to know. Besides, I'm not interested in past history. The aloof, sword-obsessed young Hawk declined OS's offer to reveal secrets. OS didn't insist, simply continuing to observe this apocalypse. Without matching power, yet reaching for that unbearable weight. Call it idealism or suicidal recklessness. OS didn't have a saintly heart anyway, so he wouldn't interfere. On a Marine warship, a tall figure stood at the bow before many soldiers. Wearing a black Marine coat and sunglasses that hid his expression, Vice Admiral Kazan listened to the murmurs behind him, silently gazing at the shore. Are we really going to indiscriminately shell? There are many civilians on the shore. Shut up. That's an order. But, no matter what this is too. Although many Marines had doubts, the commanding Cypherpole agents, the world government's lackeys, showed no mercy. Driven by orders, volley after volley of cannon fire rained down, bombarding the entire island of O'Hara indiscriminately. In an instant, chaos erupted. Boom. The smoke of explosions and the wails of civilians instantly became the main theme of this beautiful island. A living hell. Both local civilians and visiting tourists alike lost their lives in this indiscriminate bombardment. They watched in disbelief as the Marines, widely recognized as justice, were now slaughtering the populace. Soon soldiers from several warships began landing, aggressively hunting down the scholars among the crowd. Amid the countless panicked fleeing people, two figures suddenly stood out, like cranes among chickens. They strolled leisurely, utterly incongruous with the surrounding weeping and terror, as if in a different layer. OS had no intention of hiding his identity. There was no one on this sea that he needed to avoid. Any falling shells, stray bullets, explosions, or debris would vanish without a trace as they approached within 10 meters of him. The two finally appeared atop a tall building using a den mushy to record the entire destruction. Such a conspicuous stance naturally drew the attention of the Marines and Cypher Pole. But when they surrounded the building and truly saw the figure waving and smiling at them, they instantly froze in place, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Some even dropped their guns, trembling to the ground, too afraid to pick them up. How is this possible? After a long pause, someone tremblingly took out a den mushy and almost shouted in terror, "Our report, Commander. An unmanageable big shot has appeared." "Marine, what are you saying?" Before the buster call ordered by the world government, what big shot dares to obstruct? The stern voice on the other end of the den mushy was filled with doubt. It's that. The Marine's nose and tears flowed uncontrollably from tension, his pupils trembling. Black Gun OS. Upon hearing this news, the naval officer across from him gasped, his breath caught in his throat. After a moment of stunned silence, countless bloodshot veins burst forth in his eyes, and cold sweat instantly covered his face. Grinding his teeth, he pressed on. "Hey, sailor, are you absolutely certain you saw that clearly? This is no joking matter." But before he could hear the report, the den mushy's previously tense expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a face with a faint smile and eyes glowing with a crimson light. This sudden change sent a chill down the naval officer's spine, and an uncontrollable look of horror surged in his eyes. On the high building at this moment, AOC watched with keen interest the den mushy that had been teleported into his hand. Amidst this lofty structure, untouched by the smoke and thunder of cannon fire, AOC casually rested his elbow on the railing. Faced with such a nonchalant posture, the surrounding naval forces and CP agents below dared not make a single move. The gravity felt by the Navy was due to the fact that the man before them was a heinous criminal who had once destroyed half of Malinfando, a figure so infamous that even the highest combatants of the Navy headquarters could do nothing against him. As for the members of the CP organization directly under the world government, it was because of a command once issued by their superiors said to originate from the highest authority. If you encounter Daughter AOC's interference during a mission, suspend all operations and await further instructions from the higher-ups before continuing the order. On the other end of the den mushy, the tension felt by that naval officer was even greater than theirs. Just as he hesitated whether to hang up and immediately report to his superior, a gentle voice sounded from the den mushy. "Moshi, are you a naval officer? Please connect me to Kazan and tell him an old friend is looking for him. If you dare hang up, you're finished. I've memorized your facial features." Upon hearing these words, the naval officer's face turned green instantly. He felt like a mute swallowing bitter herbs. His superiors had explicitly stated that the Navy was forbidden to engage AOC without orders. If he provoked AOC into attacking the Navy, he didn't know what would happen to AOC, but the world government and Malinfando would surely come after him. Damn it, why must I be so unlucky? Having no time to dwell on it, he immediately broke into a sprint, dashing toward the warship that had just docked in the distance, all while carefully protecting the den mushy that bore a smiling expression. When the officers stationed near the warship saw this frantic figure rushing toward them, they were about to raise a hand to question him, only to find that he seemed not to notice them at all, slipping past and darting onto the ship. At this moment on the deck, Kazan was just about to disembark. Before he could move, he saw one of his subordinate officers charging toward him at full speed. What was this guy's name again? Was it Dyke? Looking closer, he was holding a den mushy. Little did he know Dyke was also feeling the misery of life. The more he feared something, the more it came to him. In truth, after the incident of AOC's invasion of the Navy headquarters, upon seeing that handsome face on the news, he realized just how terrifying a thing he had done. That black gun AOC, he had been the one to personally bring him aboard Malinfando. If the fleet admiral and the admirals found out, they would surely send him to a military tribunal. No, they would execute him outright. So he told no one about this, not even the sailors who had seen AOC's face on the ship that day. He had managed to silence them all. He thought the matter would be buried, and this time, he had even come hoping to claim some credit. But never did he imagine he would be entangled by this great deity once again. All he wanted now was to deliver the den mushy, and then completely distance himself from these dangerous and powerful figures. But unfortunately, heaven did not comply with his wishes. Just as he was about to reach Kazan's side and set down the den mushy, two figures slowly emerged from the void. One of the figures, a mischievous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, patted Dyke on the shoulder. Watching Dyke's expression of shock with his eyes bulging, he said slowly, "Thank you, Colonel Dyke, for once again so kindly guiding my way." A blade to the heart. Dyke felt as if he were splitting apart, envisioning his bleak future. At this moment, Dyke was not the only one stunned by the appearance of AOC and his companion. Seeing the tall, handsome figure in a black military uniform bearing a blade and firearm whose height and face had slightly changed, and who smiled, and said, "Long time no see," Kazan just stood with his mouth agape, his expression frozen for a moment, and then instantly hardened. His fists hardened. How is that possible? Intelligence reports show that Black Gun and his crew had only just left Xiangbidi Islands a few days ago. How could they be in the West Sea? Compared to Kazan, the other naval officers slower to react were expressions of disbelief. Hadn't they just analyzed Black Gun's whereabouts at a meeting a few days ago? Everyone's attention was inevitably drawn to the young man with long flowing black hair. Faced with the numerous naval officers present, AOC merely offered a faint smile. As for that seemingly perpetually composed smile, Kazan felt not a trace of admiration. Instead, layers of ice emerged from his body, and a fierce chill emanated from him. "Still so full of energy, Kazan," AOC said, as if he hadn't noticed the thick, almost tangible killing intent in Kazan's eyes, greeting him like an old friend not seen for long. The naval rear admirals and commodores beside him, seeing this, gritted their teeth and stepped forward through the icy chill to restrain the about to erupt Kazan. "You can't do this, Vice Admiral Kazan. The world government has repeatedly emphasized that without orders we must not engage in combat with Black Gun." AOC. In response, Kazan simply lowered his head expressionlessly, frost slowly forming on his sunglasses. Looking at the colleagues who were stopping him, he spoke slowly, "Not allowed to engage without orders. Isn't the Buster Call an order? Daughter AOC is on Aohala Island now, right?" Hearing this, the naval officers were taken aback. "Well, so I'm just carrying out orders, gentlemen." The moment the words fell, a burst of icy flowers erupted almost instantly beneath AOC's feet, though they naturally missed their target. AOC's figure vanished in an instant. Mihwaka, who did not teleport with him, swiftly dodged with the aid of observation, Haki landing firmly on another part of the deck. Hey Kazan, is that how you greet someone after so long? Don't forget, AOC. All I feel for you is endless killing intent." AOC's lips curled upward. Somehow his figure had appeared behind Kazan, and this was instantly sensed by the latter's observation Haki. Kazan immediately gathered pitch-black armament Haki on his hand, ready to turn and counterattack, but at that moment, he heard a faint whisper. Then a strange phenomenon occurred. His body seemed to freeze, and for an instant, he could barely move. "Don't move, Kazan. Don't move, Kazan." As these words fell, the figure that was about to turn around and throw a punch instantly froze in place, as if encased in ice. On the deck, numerous Marine officers gazed at the monster Vice Admiral, who had become immobilized before the gentle-faced young man in military uniform, their eyes filled with astonishment. What kind of bizarre ability was this? No, it's not a complete halt. Vice Admiral Kazan is actually moving. Among the Marines there were those proficient in observation Haki, and under their careful observation they indeed detected a trace of anomaly. Among them, a pair of hawk-like eyes was the first to see through the true nature of this technique. Mihwaka, with his arms crossed, finally discerned the trick when AOC used it the second time, constantly teleporting the enemy's body back to its state from a moment ago, thus achieving an effect akin to stillness. "Hey, don't go explaining the ability to our own side, little hawk. Even if I don't say it, the opponent will soon figure it out. The method to counter it is simple." Whoosh! A fierce fist broke through the restraint and shot straight toward AOC's face, but was effortlessly caught by a monstrous strength, also coated in armament Haki. To break a devil fruit ability, all you need is an excess of Haki. But even if it can be broken, there's still a slight effect. The two clashed once more, and the powerful collision of Haki sent a shockwave through the air. The entire deck creaked, unable to bear the strain, and began to cave in. With a graceful leap, Mihwaka landed on the shore, and AOC's figure instantly appeared beside him. Amidst the dust and smoke, a terrifying shadow loomed, its sunglasses reflecting a ghastly white light. A cold, murderous voice rang out, "Duo, see, according to headquarters orders, I am not to lay a hand on you. But if you want someone to blame yourself for appearing on this island doomed to destruction." AOC just shrugged his eyes, carrying a natural look of disdain. "I have no intention of starting a war. I'm just here to say hello. Otherwise, how many Marines do you think would survive this so-called Buster Call?" Upon hearing this, Kazan felt as though he was being insulted. AOC seemed to possess a natural talent. Whoever he wanted to anger, no matter how easygoing or gentle their personality, would inevitably be driven to murderous thoughts. "Then, go ahead and try. For the past 2 years I've been training every single day to take you down." Extreme cold and sharpness instantly radiated from his body. An ice blade formed from Haki appeared in his hand. "To deal with you, I've been working my ass off training my Haki intensively with Mr. Kapu." Long ago, after the 3-on-1 battle that nearly broke his legs, Kazan thought long and hard before finally understanding how to defeat a monster like AOC. And the punch that Kapu used to drive AOC back at Ma Lin Fan Duo gave him the inspiration. Devil fruit abilities are only auxiliary against AOC. Real combat relies on the power of Haki. Accept your arrest, Duo Ta, Air AOC. Clang, an immensely powerful armament Haki coated the ice blade. Amid the snowstorm that spread across the entire field, Kuzan moved with ghostly speed. He instantly clashed with AOC, whose speed was equally monstrous, if not greater. In terms of armament Haki mastery alone, the two were almost evenly matched. You've improved a lot, Kuzan. He could see that Kuzan's Haki level had indeed increased by more than a little compared to 2 years ago. Moreover, the way he combined it with his devil fruit ability made him so troublesome that even he had to secretly admire it. But this so-called trouble was only for the young AOC from 2 years ago. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll play along a bit more. AOC shook his head helplessly. The next moment, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped half of the Aohala Island. Black and red lightning crackled all over his body, writhing and reaching toward the sky. Seeing this, Mihawk couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with solemnity. Is he going to use that move? The other Marine officers, seeing the two locked in a tense standoff, were also secretly lamenting. Wasn't the Buster Call supposed to be a one-sided purge? How had it now turned into a real demon hunt? But they were Marines of the Marine headquarters after all. Even facing such a formidable enemy, they showed no intention of backing down. They coated their weapons and fists with armament Haki, ready to provide support to Vice Admiral Kuzan as much as possible. Just as someone was about to charge forward, suddenly, an exaggerated green sword beam over 100 meters long instantly flew past them, separating them from the battlefield between the two. A cold, proud figure slowly emerged from within. Several Marine officers in cloaks turned their heads, their faces pale and sweating. What kind of eyes were those? Like a top predator in the sky, his eyes were those of a hawk, cold, devoid of any emotion. Standing before him was like facing a drawn icy blade. A magnificent black sword with a cross-shaped guard and heavy ornamental patterns was held horizontally before him. The cold gleam of the blade, combined with his noble demeanor, did not detract from its beauty, and his arrogant tone seemed innate. Pathetic weaklings, if you wish to interfere in this battle, survive my blade first. Who can tell me? What is that outrageous sword beam on the shore? On the sea, still aboard his warship, Saka CG looked gravely at the towering green sword beam on the distant shore and asked his adjutant. The adjutant, who was just answering a call from a Den Mushi, seemed to have just received the news. His face instantly turned pale, and he ran over in a cold sweat to reporting to Vice Admiral Saka CG. The latest news from the front line. The one appearing on the shore is Black Gun, AOC. What did you say? Boom. Before he could finish repeating it, the moment Saka CG heard AOC's name, his reaction was almost identical to Kuzan's. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately thought that he could finally use the Buster Call as an excuse to completely eliminate this heinous pirate here and now. In an instant, his body elementalized, turning into a terrifying volcanic eruption of explosive power, shooting toward the shore. In his place, only the bewildered adjutant and a group of stunned soldiers remained. At the same time, the one who received this shocking news was also the equally bewildered overall commander of the Buster Call, Pandain. After recovering, his eyes widened immediately, and he looked at the subordinate who had just reported. Who did you say is fighting the Marines on the shore? It's Black Gun, AOC. Nah, Nanny. Upon hearing the name, the cowardly man actually fell to the ground, mouth agape, his eyes filled with uncontrollable terror and disbelief. As the person originally responsible for gathering information on AOC for the Five Elders, he was arguably the one present who best understood AOC's strength and the Five Elders' stance. It was precisely for this reason that he knew what a dangerous signal AOC's appearance in the Buster Call represented. And no, this is already beyond what I can control. Struggling to suppress his panic, driven by reason, he hastily took out the best maintained and most precious Den Mushi from his bosom. Baru baru baru. Click. The Den Mushi connected. A stern image with a scar on his forehead and a large beard appeared on it, speaking with an overbearing presence. What's happening, Pandain? In the West Sea, off the coast of O'Hara. Gazing into the distance, the vast ocean for thousands of meters around had been completely frozen into ice. The bitterly cold wind, combined with formidable Haki, at least in appearance, had momentarily suppressed AOC. The extreme low-temperature environment took a heavy toll on the body. That AOC could engage in close combat with Kuzan under such conditions revealed the monstrous nature of his physique. I'm getting goosebumps from the cold. Let's settle this quickly. Not just for the thrill of fighting you, Kuzan, but also as a test of my 2 years of training. AOC shook his arms. His originally casual, lazy gaze finally sharpened. His Conqueror's Haki coalesced into lightning raging through the sky before slowly wrapping around his fist. He turned his head to look at Mihawk, who was effortlessly handling multiple opponents, and called out, "Oi, little hawk, back off further from now on." Having just cleanly knocked down another Marine Rear Admiral wielding a sword, Mihawk looked back at him with surprise, a few cold sweat drops trickling down his forehead. Are you going to use that move? You've just set sail, and you're already causing such a commotion. Yeah, it's been a long time since I last went all out. Consider this a small gift from a senior to this new era. AOC's lips curled into a grin, the black-red lightning on his hand growing denser. Hearing their exchange, not only Kuzan, who had just been forced back by AOC's strike, but also the officers locked in a desperate struggle, were utterly bewildered. Before they could react, the once unstoppable hawk eyes, Mihuakua, who had been cutting down foes like a god, now ceased to linger. A massive emerald slash pushed back the marine officers before he swiftly retreated deep into the island. Before anyone could intercept him, an overwhelming crushing pressure instantly slammed into their minds. This scalp-tingling sensation. We're going to die. What's going on? Turning back to look at the center of the coastal battlefield, they saw that the already terrifying figure was now erupting with black-red lightning once more. No, it could no longer be called lightning. To describe it accurately, it was more like a thunderstorm. In the face of this unrestrained, fully unleashed Conqueror's Haki, some rear admirals and vice admirals of questionable caliber were already kneeling in agony, only managing to stay upright by driving their swords into the ground. If those on the periphery of the battlefield were like this, then Kuzan, the primary target, felt the pressure multiplied like a mountain. Beneath his sunglasses, his eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. This feeling. Hey, how can you possibly use this move? Duochu or AOC? AOC didn't answer. His eyes glowed red, his smile carrying a hint of cruelty. Sorry, Kuzan, but you won't be able to escape this time. The black-red thunderstorm around the king of the next generation slowly contracted, condensing around his fist. Finally compressed to the extreme, it formed a dazzling red light source like the laser of Bo Lu Sa Linua, even brighter than his, illuminating the entire coast in broad daylight. In the next instant, the terrifying light source and the figure vanished. All the officers, suddenly feeling the weight lifted, stood up in confusion and looked around. Only Kuzan, his face covered in cold sweat, remained tense, staring blankly at the sky with his mouth open. The officers, noticing this, also looked up. That single glance nearly stopped their hearts in terror. Hey, what is that? The sun, hanging tens of thousands of meters above the dazzling red light, was now plummeting toward the ground like an apocalyptic falling sun. Boom. The range was vast, the speed so fast that there was no escape, especially since his future sight had already seen through their movements. I've been chased by old man Kapu since I was a kid. I've seen this move 1,000 times, if not 100. How could I not learn it? My Conqueror's Haki used to be too immature, but it's different now. Kuzan, AOC, nearly an adult, had already firmly stepped into the threshold of the top tier, even without the boost of a devil fruit or his monstrous observation Haki. He had truly reached the level of a world-class combatant. What a terrifying man. Watching the dazzling light source in the sky, Mihuaku, who had retreated a kilometer away from the battlefield's center, while the officers were suppressed by the Conqueror's Haki, praised with cold sweat. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, it was still ridiculously overwhelming. Fistbone galaxy impact. The red cross-shaped light source landed. After a brief silence, the terrifying aftermath like a giant sun spread outward. What kind of power was this? In the face of this humanoid nuclear bomb, the earth was torn apart like paper. Though not as devastating as Kapu's full-force island-destroying punch, the ground for thousands of meters around was shattered. A massive cloud of dust rose into the sky like a scene from the apocalypse. Whether it was the residents looking from inside O'Hara or the Marines and CP personnel still on the sea, they all trembled, mouths agape, stunned into silence by the sight. We're doomed. On the warship, C. Pandaine, the highest-ranking officer of CP9, who was usually arrogant, now knelt on the deck, tears and snot streaming down his face, ignoring the presence of his subordinates. He stared at the intensely fierce conflict, and recalling the orders from the Honorable, Wichio Li Sheng of the Wu, Lao Xing, he no longer felt fear. He stood up immediately and ordered the CP personnel, quickly notify the Marines on the warship. Head toward O'Hara Island immediately. By order of the highest authority of the world government, we must stop the battle between them at once. Hearing this roar, the soldiers, who had been shocked by the monster's battle and grateful that their fleet hadn't landed first, turned pale. Wait, did they hear that right? Stop this war. With just us. Seeing his subordinates frozen in place, C. Pandaine was frantic. He pulled out a pistol, pointed it at the soldier's head, ignoring the tears and snot on his face, and roared, "This is an absolute order. Before we know the full story, how can we possibly start a war with that black gun AOC? This scene. What exactly is going on?" Looking at the shattered earth, the kilometer-wide crater, and the fragments of the Commodore and Rear Admiral, who were clearly beyond saving, Sakazuki's face, as he descended like a molten meteor, was terrifyingly dark. Cough. Amid the rubble, there was still a Marine Vice Admiral buried under the debris, weakly emitting only the sound of coughing blood. Sakazuki quickly moved aside several piles of rubble, and to his shock, lying there was none other than Kazan, who had been the first to set foot on the island. That alarming amount of blood loss and the deathly pale face. It was enough to show just how severe an injury he had sustained before this. Several kilometers away, AOC, who had struck with one blow, now appeared beside Mihawk. Is your current power enough to instantly defeat a Marine Vice Admiral candidate? Mihawk's hawk-like eyes had already seen Kazan lying severely injured. He felt something was off. After all, he had personally faced this move before. Although its power was indeed exaggerated to an extreme, it was very possible for someone at the level of a vice admiral candidate to be seriously injured. But being knocked unconscious with a single punch was a bit too much. AOC heard Little Hawk's question, and a wry smile appeared on his face. At the threshold of a Marine Admiral, how could there be a one-hit kill? I'm not Captain Roger. The fundamental reason Kazan took all the damage is that he was unwilling to admit defeat. AOC had clearly sensed just now that although with his future sight he could see the trajectory of Kazan's dodge, in that future Garp's proud disciple showed no intention of evading at all. Instead, he stood straight and prepared to trade punches with AOC as he descended from the sky. AOC flexed his slightly frozen and numbed hand and couldn't help but sigh. There was no such thing as a one-sided battle, it was just a man-to-man one-punch showdown. AOC didn't use his disgustingly broken unlimited teleportation, and Kazan didn't use elementalization or glacier barriers. The two men who had long held a grudge chose to use the most direct, unguarded method to defeat each other. However, Kazan overestimated his own Haki-infused fist combined with his devil fruit ability and underestimated AOC's monstrous growth rate and Haki mastery, which led to him being overwhelmed by a single strike of Conqueror's Haki coating. If one had to explain why they did so, it was simple. The one who dodged would be considered a lowly pirate or marine. If they were to engage in unrestricted combat, this small place of O'Hara wouldn't be enough for the two of them to fight. It would take 3 days and 3 nights to decide a winner. Not long after Sakazuki arrived in the form of a molten volcano, AOC had thought this battle would end here, and that was enough. But how could his debut in the new era be cut short? Sakazuki, are you looking for me? Just as Sakazuki, having not found AOC's trace, was about to lift Kazan and take him for treatment, in the next instant a voice that haunted his dreams rang in his ears. Almost instinctively, he immediately cast aside the severely injured Kazan, his hand blazing with molten rock. Great eruption. A massive lava fist erupted like a volcano, hurtling toward the source of the voice, but unfortunately, it didn't hit anything solid. The scalding magma fell into the sea, completely melting the broken ice flows and even causing localized boiling. So enthusiastic. Boom. A lava fist shot out to the side again, missing again. Don't be too arrogant. Duocho or AOC. The justice of the Marines is not something you can toy with. The coldest soldiers are often the ones who get red hot the easiest. Add to that the scorching magma erupting from his body. He was practically a red-hot man who had eaten the red-hot fruit. Justice. Is slaughtering civilians also justice? Before I came, there seemed to be an evacuation ship. Looks like you destroyed it, Sakazuki. Hearing this, Sakazuki's naturally stern face instantly twisted with rage. Shut up. What right does a mere pirate have to criticize the justice of the Marines? If there were scholars mixed in on that ship, it would only expand this buster call to an even wider range. As a soldier, following orders was the primary duty, and Sakazuki had his own considerations. He didn't bother to explain more to AOC. He wasn't worthy of hearing it. Seeing that Sakazuki had refused communication and entered a mad dog mode, AOC lost the interest he had in toying with Kazan. He instantly teleported several hundred meters away, and the long black rifle that was originally wrapped in bandages around his waist appeared in his hand. Although this rifle is a bit lacking in style, it's still barely usable. I've almost gotten used to using a sword or fists. I guess the world has forgotten that despite my top-tier physical skills and swordsmanship, I am actually a sniper. Holding the sniper rifle gifted by Uncle Bidamu, a crimson light flashed in AOC's eyes. The seastone bullets in his pocket instantly appeared in the gun, wrapped with flowing armament Haki and black-red lightning. Just as AOC aimed, a dangerous intuition struck, making Sakazuki, who was about to unleash a lava volcano, feel his scalp tingle. He looked at AOC aiming the gun and felt a sense of absurdity. Using a gun against him. Was he being looked down upon? It was just that Sakazuki had little experience dealing with AOC. If Kazan, who was nearby, were still conscious, he would immediately realize how terrifying this scene was. AOC with a sword or fists was certainly formidable, but the one with a gun was truly terrifying. Left shoulder. AOC whispered softly, the red light in his eyes flickering. The seastone bullet wrapped with flowing Sakura and Conqueror's Haki shot out at an incredible speed, instantly turning into a red meteor. What a... Several cold sweat drops appeared on Sakazuki's forehead. After sensing the Haki, he quickly realized the terror of this bullet. Raising his hand, he unleashed a fierce Cerberus to try to block it. TCH. An incomprehensible scene occurred. A chunk of flesh rapidly exploded on Sakazuki's left shoulder, and the internal flesh, under the influence of Haki, could not heal quickly. What the hell? The bullet just disappeared for a moment. Sakazuki's face twisted in pain, and he decisively used his rolling magma to cauterize the wound and stop the bleeding. Don't you understand yet? Sakazuki. AOC's cold voice changed position again, appearing in the distant sky, his eyes blazing with future-seeing red light, like a god hunting the world. This is the true worth of the world's greatest sniper. Well, which part should be next? AOC pondered, his eyes slowly moving downward. Then, please wait. A cry of utmost exertion abruptly pierced the battlefield at that moment. Nanny. With a seastone bullet lodged in his shoulder, Sakazuki's body had already grown feeble, cold sweat pouring down his face. Hearing this voice, he turned his gaze grimly toward the side. The figure on the warship, eyes bloodshot, shouting with all his might. Cypherpole. He had naturally seen this man before, a cowardly world government official. Yet now the other dared to risk his life and intrude into the battlefield against the Black Gun. This undoubtedly signaled a message. What the hell are you talking about? The Navy has suffered so many losses here. How can we back down at a time like this? Sakazuki instantly erupted in fury. The magma that had seemed to smolder now surged and boiled once more, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. He gouged out the flesh embedded with the seastone bullet from his left shoulder. Beneath the epaulets of his navy coat, symbols of rank, lay a patch of vivid red indistinguishable from blood or magma. On the other side, OSS, standing in the sky, felt no surprise at this scene, having witnessed it a minute earlier. Moreover, with his observation Haki, he could easily perceive the Den Mushi with a stern expression that Spandam was desperately protecting in his hands. Faced with Cypherpole's sudden interference, Sakazuki clearly refused to give face, even though Spandam was the nominal commander of this operation. I am merely executing the buster call. How long will you keep making a scene? Sakazuki. A furious roar came from the direction of Spandam's figure, but the authoritative tone and dignity clearly did not belong to him. At this sound, all Cypherpole members on the warship immediately knelt on one knee, including Spandam, who raised the Den Mushi above his head. The face that appeared within it was none other than one of the 5 elders, the supreme authority of the world government, the god of justice and war, Saint Wokili. So fast. How could this be? The magma all over Sakazuki's body gradually calmed. No matter how immense his fury and humiliation, he could not show even a trace of it now. But his clenched jaw and the half of his face hidden beneath his hat brim gave subtle hints of the volcanic eruption within his heart. In the end, this is all caused by the Navy's incompetence. What right do you have to declare that this war must continue? At this moment in the Holy Land, Mary Geos, within the chamber of power, the solemn atmosphere seemed to materialize, condensing in the air. Saint Wokili's eyes were grim, dark lines fell across his face as he harshly reprimanded the Navy's reckless behavior this time. So rash. Do they have no regard for the world government? If a celestial dragon had appeared on O'Hara, would the Navy have used the buster call as an excuse to eliminate these rulers of the world as well? They are nothing but dogs of the world government. Of course, this was not the most infuriating point for the 5 elders. If the Navy truly had the strength to successfully kill the Black Gun OSS on O'Hara and complete the buster call, then the 5 elders would not only refrain from scolding, but would even go with the flow, allowing Sakazuki and Kazan to use this merit to become Navy admirals immediately. That would be entirely possible. But the key point was, the 5 men wielding the world's highest power exchanged the reports just sent by Cypherpole intelligence agents detailing the actual combat situation on the O'Hara battlefield. The more they read, the darker their faces became. Summarizing the detailed battle report, it boiled down to just a few words: crushing defeat, powerlessness, loss. With Kazan severely wounded and unconscious, Sakazuki, with shot once, had no means of counterattack, yet still insisted on fighting to the death. Was this fool Sakazuki trying to destroy the world government? Hearing the 5 elders' rebuke and recalling his own determination to fight on with the resolve to die, Sakazuki's eyes, concealed by the shadow of his hat brim, were now so bloodshot that the veins seemed about to burst into his pupils. Scanning the scene, he saw the vast number of fallen lower-ranking Navy subordinates, his severely wounded comrade, and then looked at the unscathed Cypherpole agents and the 5 elders issuing orders from on high. After a long silence, reason finally prevailed. The general who wished to fight to the death stood there in silence. That was the best answer. There's no need for such pleasantries, is there, 5 elder? Saint Wokili. At some point, a tall figure appeared on the deck of the warship, standing unflinchingly before the kneeling Cypherpole members, his eyes blazing with a crimson light as he stared straight at the Den Mushi ahead. As shrewd as he was, how could he not understand the intent behind the 5 elders' public reprimand of Sakazuki? They were merely looking for a way to save face, or rather preserving the last shred of decency that maintained their cordial relations. If OSS had been at a disadvantage on the battlefield, the call that came through would not have been about mediating the war, but about preparing a public execution. The capture and public execution of the king of the next generation, renowned across the seas, would surely inject a powerful tranquilizer into this era spiraling out of control. OSS. Seeing the slowly opening crimson eyes of the Den Mushi, the 5 elders exchanged glances, each showing a hint of helplessness. Why, after being absent for so long, do you appear at this moment on O'Hara, which has been targeted by the world government's buster call? Helpless as they were when facing the person in question, the five elders were well versed in the art of negotiation, their words carrying a tone of firmness. Reprimanding Sakazuki earlier was a gesture to show goodwill to OSS, indirectly expressing their conciliatory intent. But when it came to actual dialogue, the five elders would never yield. Why? OSS rubbed his chin, looked up at the sky for a couple of seconds. Well, for the sake of travel, of course. After the buster call is launched, you won't be able to see it anymore. Then, as if something occurred to him, he feigned surprise. Could it be? You gentlemen think I'm researching the 20 nations, and OSS. A simultaneous roar of fury cut off the astonishing words that OSS might have let slip. The faces of the five elders were now shrouded in gloom and cold sweat. There was no need for research. He clearly knew everything. What a vicious fellow. The Cipher Pole members present were equally horrified, as if they had almost learned some secret that could annihilate 9 generations of their families. If it had been anyone else knowing such a hidden truth, the five elders would have long dispatched a buster call to eliminate them. But it had to be this fellow OSS, such a troublemaker. It seemed the order regarding OSS needed to be raised several levels in priority, at least higher than the buster call. The strength of Black Gun had become even more terrifying. This was the most intuitive feeling of the five elders after obtaining first-hand intelligence and recordings from the battlefield. They had originally thought that AOC would stay quiet in the Sabaody archipelago for a long time. Over these 2 years, they had almost forgotten this threat on the sea. Unexpectedly, as soon as AOC stepped onto the world stage again, he suddenly dropped a bombshell on them. The five elders, realizing that the next phase would involve negotiations, sternly commanded Spandine. CP9, all of you withdraw. Upon receiving the order, the CP members departed, as if granted amnesty. Only Spandine, still holding the Den Mushi, remained kneeling before AOC with a bitter expression. AOC smiled slowly, extending his palm, and the Den Mushi instantly appeared in his hand. Only then did Spandine show a grateful expression, respectfully scurrying away and disappearing onto the warship. AOC, are you going to declare war on the world government? After the irrelevant personnel were cleared, finance god Nazashalang, Saint spoke coldly. He had always been the most ruthless among the five elders. In response, AOC merely raised one eyebrow. What makes you say that? I was already on the island long before the Marines arrived. If anyone wants to start a war, it should be you, shouldn't it? But you clearly knew in advance that the buster call would befall O'Hara. How do you know I knew? Hearing this, Nazashalang, Saint was momentarily speechless. How could he know how AOC obtained the information? He couldn't very well say it was leaked from within the world government. Saying that would only bring shame upon himself. Alright, what's done is done. There's no point in saying all this anymore. At this moment, Environment God Motsi, Saint stepped in to interrupt the topic. You should understand, AOC. The world government has absolutely zero tolerance for O'Hara. Even if you were present, it would never change the outcome that O'Hara will be erased from the map. This was also the truth. Although AOC was powerful, the world government had too many experts. They might not be able to capture AOC, but they could never be stopped either. Such was the foundation of the world government, which had ruled this sea for 800 years. They proudly thought that AOC had appeared here to stand up for O'Hara, which was why he had clashed head-on with the Marines. Little did they know AOC had no such leisure. I have never had any intention of protecting O'Hara, everyone. AOC shrugged. Sometimes he was always treated as an imaginary enemy, as if everything he did had some ulterior motive. But in truth, many times he simply acted on a whim. This time the five elders were left baffled. Their eyes filled with astonishment as they frowned at the Den Mushi, as if hearing something unbelievable. There is only one reason for fighting the Marines. AOC's lips curled up. That is to announce my return to this era. Madman. That was the first word that came to the five elders' minds. They had never imagined that such a large-scale battle would be fought merely to announce one's departure and return. But at the same time, they also received a signal that Black Gun AOC, upon reaching adulthood, had finally once again stepped onto the stage of this sea. The five elders were both pleased and displeased about this. The pleasing part was that AOC was a relatively friendly and manageable figure for the world government. Although his harsh personality gave them headaches, being too capricious and unruly, he was still far better than those pirates who were uncooperative and only knew how to pillage and burn. Moreover, his overwhelming potential and power would inevitably cause a cliff-like crushing of the new era's pirates. After all, in their long experience of life, there had only been a handful of monsters comparable to AOC, and the most recent one had already been eliminated by them. His name was Rox. The displeasing part was due to his unpredictable actions, which posed a high threat to the world government. Letting him roam the sea, no one knew how many plans he would disrupt in the future. Just like the current buster call. We understand your feelings, AOC, but you must understand that the buster call cannot become a tool for you to make a name for yourself. Agriculture Godbite, Saint spoke sternly. This is different from an attack on Marine headquarters. The buster call is the ultimate deterrent of the world government against the sea. It is not like the face of subordinates that can be casually discarded. The implication was that AOC could not rely on crippling the buster call to once again become a top-tier figure on the sea. This was the world government's bottom line. After a moment of thought, AOC chose to compromise. As the saying goes, if the world government gave him face, then under normal circumstances he would certainly give face to the world government as well. If he went back on his word and made enemies of them, how could he ever become the next user of the face fruit? Just now the 5 elders had publicly reprimanded Sakazuki, which naturally gave AOC plenty of face. He was not someone who didn't know when to adapt. Since you've all said so, I can't refuse to give face. Let's end this matter here. I have no interest in meddling in the O'Hara affair. Please do as you wish. Although it had been severely damaged by AOC and Mihawk, the remaining combat power of the Buster Call was still more than enough to destroy O'Hara. The complete CP unit, several warships and troops plus Sakazuki, a vice admiral who was only wounded, made no difference to the destruction of O'Hara. It was merely the gap between very fast and relatively fast. Perhaps they hadn't expected AOC to agree so readily. The 5 elders were stunned for a moment upon hearing this. They had thought that a nasty character like AOC would definitely use the Marines' active attack as an excuse to put forward many conditions. They had also prepared to make appropriate concessions. But this time AOC seemed unusually easy to deal with. After much deliberation, the 5 elders decided to extend an olive branch. In that case, AOC, let it be that the world government owes you a favor. As long as it's not excessive, the world government still holds a friendly attitude toward you. Making things too ugly would be detrimental to both sides. And thus, a conflict that could have escalated into a bloody war was resolved into nothingness in just a few words. In addition, at AOC's request, the 5 elders went along with a favor and issued an order that was trivial to them. From now on, modify the bounty of Black Gun AOC. Tentatively set for 1,049,000,000 berry. Thus, after a brief pause, destruction resumed its course. Sakazuki seemed to vent all his fury and frustration upon this island that did not exist in the world. The ignorant islanders who had believed themselves safe were once again plunged into panic. A rain of magma bullets like a volcanic eruption descended from the sky onto the earth, unleashing violent explosions and searing heat. No one could survive such a calamity-like power. After all, not everyone was named AOC. Why? How could the Navy slaughter civilians? Damn it. I just came to O'Hara to restock. I'm a noble from the neighboring island, you. Regardless of status or innocence, indiscriminate destruction raged on. Amid this apocalyptic scene, 2 figures passed by, witnessing this land being annihilated due to arrogance and ideals. Occasionally, he recorded the scene with a den mushy. No one dared to stop him, for AOC had promised the 5 elders that he would only use it for collection and would never leak the recordings. Thus, whether it was CP agents, the Navy, or even the magma bullets falling from the sky, they all deliberately avoided the 10-meter radius around the 2 men. In this doomed land, their presence carved out a 10-meter safe zone. This miraculous sight was quickly noticed by the panicked, survival-driven crowd. They surged forward, trampling even former friends and family to squeeze into that safe circle. Seeing this, both the Navy and CP9 dared not approach, standing helplessly at the perimeter, killing those who were pushed out. The people witnessing this became even more convinced that staying near these 2 mysterious figures was their only safety. Hey, I'm not a savior, you know. Watching the refugees crowding so close they nearly touched him, AOC raised an eyebrow. He was no saint, always dispensing kindness or opposing the world government for irrelevant people. Their deaths could only be blamed on those reckless scholars, or at worst the world government, never on him. Snap! A crisp finger snap sounded, and within the 10-meter radius around AOC and Mihawk, the noise vanished. The crowded mob instantly appeared 10 meters away. The Navy and CP agents, snapping back to reality, immediately moved in. But when the crowd tried to rush back into the safe zone, they found in despair that every time they neared the 10-meter boundary, they were inexplicably teleported dozens or even hundreds of meters away. Yet even so, some refused to give up, stubbornly charging again and again. What tenacious will to survive! Mihawk coldly observed everything, letting out a sigh. But he, naturally aloof, would not meddle at a time like this. It's about time we set sail. The next time we come to O'Hara will be months from now. By then this place should be an uninhabited wasteland. AOC tucked the den mushy into his robe. Then, as if sensing something, he glanced at Mihawk with a peculiar expression. And it seems some little brat has stowed away on our ship, Little Hawk. An hour earlier on the forested island of O'Hara, a giant ran across the land with a pained expression. Even cannon fire landing on the hills could not stop him. In his cupped palm, a little girl wept heartbreakingly. Please, Sorrow, I want to be with Mama. No, Robin. You must live. Tell everyone that O'Hara once fought against the world. Sorrow gave his all to fulfill Alvia's entrustment. But thanks to the giant's towering stature, he could see that O'Hara was completely surrounded. Sakazuki, leading the Buster Call, would not let any ship escape. Relying on Kazan's hesitation and soft-heartedness, they might have had a chance to escape if Sakazuki hadn't landed. But Sakazuki was different. He wanted only to destroy everything to complete the mission. What to do? What to do? Sorrow opened his mouth wide, looking around in confusion. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of hope beneath a cliff. Not docked at the port, the Oro Jackson was anchored beneath that cliff. Thanks to AOC's extensive observation Haki coverage, there was no fear of theft. Seeing the ship, Zoro conceived a bold plan. Though risky, it was the last chance. At least, meeting the Black Gun might mean survival. Staying on the island meant certain death. Having made his decision, Zoro took a running start, and with little Robin's startled cry of weightlessness leaped straight into the sea beneath the cliff. Half submerged in the sea, Zoro placed Robin on the Oro Jackson's deck and said with a worried expression, "Robin, hide in the cabin quickly." Hearing this, little Robin wept, clinging to the ship's railing and reaching out to Zoro, her small face full of sorrow. "Don't leave me here alone." But despite Robin's desperate pleas, Zoro hardened his heart, slowly backing away from the Oro Jackson. "Robin, listen carefully. On all of O'Hara, the only one who can protect you from the world government and the Navy is the Black Gun AOC. Only if you stay on this ship will they dare not harm you. You must survive, Robin." Robin. And so Zoro left. Robin did not know where he went. The only thing she could do was, as Zoro had instructed, sneak into the cabin, find a barrel, and crawl inside. Her small body curled up, tears streaming down her face. Crying, she eventually fell asleep. After an unknown time, the sound of footsteps startled her awake. She froze, too tense to move, for the footsteps seemed very close. She could faintly hear voices. "Next stop. Let's go see the old man. It's been years since we last visited the New World. Do we need to pass through Reverse Mountain and Fishman Island? No, we just left Sabaody Archipelago, and going back for coding is too much trouble. Let's just go through the Com Belt. Or if there's a shorter route, we could fly the ship over the Red Line." The conversation continued for a while, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. Little Robin thought they had left, letting out a slow breath of relief. But in the next moment, the lid above her was suddenly flung open. A handsome, grinning face appeared above, startling Robin so badly her face turned pale, and she nearly fainted. "Gotcha, I found you. Ao hala aboard the Ao Luo Jia Kusunhao." Watching little Luo Bin, who had always been afraid of him, AOC wore a mischievous smile, likely leaving a psychological shadow on the child for the rest of her life. In the kitchen, little Luo Bin stood trembling. AOC watched her with interest, sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, drinking orange juice through a straw held between his lips. Beside him, Mihorku stood upright, his hawk-like eyes glaring coldly at little Luo Bin. "What do you think? Should we throw her off the ship?" For Luo Bin, Mihorku felt nothing special in his eyes. She was no different from the people on the island. The reason he hesitated and didn't immediately throw her off was simply because of AOC, who seemed to be somewhat interested in this little brat. Throwing her off? It doesn't seem impossible. AOC deliberately drew out his words, as if seriously considering the matter, which terrified little Luo Bin. She recalled Sa Wu Luo's sacrifice for her mother's words, and last wishes, the destruction of Ao Hala, coupled with her own desire to survive. "Thump, please. Please don't throw me off the ship. I'll do anything as long as you save my life." Little Luo Bin, tears streaming, faced the towering young man and shouted with her mouth wide open, "I want to live. Anything." This statement from little Luo Bin did pique AOC's interest. If she had just stood there foolishly crying and done nothing, AOC might have been interested enough to send her back to Ao Hala Island to see if this world truly had a so-called protagonist's fate, whether little Luo Bin could survive without Qingji. But since she had said such words, AOC was not heartless to the point of cruelty. Moreover, he had just thought of a very interesting idea. With a thought, paper and pen instantly appeared in his hand. Holding the pen, AOC quickly wrote on the paper. Beside him, Mihorku, arms crossed, also cast a curious glance. But when he saw clearly what AOC had written, a brief astonishment appeared on his face. The paper bore the words "agreement," but as Mihorku read through it carefully, he finally discerned the true meaning between the lines. An indenture contract. "Didn't you say you'd do anything to survive?" AOC handed her the paper with a smile, his fingers interlaced on his crossed leg, watching her reaction. As expected, little Luo Bin took the paper with a dazed expression, but after reading it carefully, her face instantly turned deathly pale. The general content was as follows: Duo Ta Air AOC saved Nigh, Luo Bin's life during the destruction of Ao Hala. When she reaches adulthood, at AOC's desire, Luo Bin's life belongs to AOC. AOC treated everyone equally. He absolutely did not discriminate. In this regard, Luo Bin was just like Sami Duo Fu Lang Ming Gumi Huaku, and even future Luo Kuda Air. The grace of saving a life, the grace of sparing, the grace of protection. Such debts must be repaid with a lifetime. Although AOC might be suspected of taking advantage of the situation, he was indeed fair and just. At this time, little Luo Bin had already achieved considerable success in archaeology and loved reading, so naturally, she could not fail to understand what the agreement said. Precisely because she understood, she felt panic, even turning pale. This is essentially selling herself to AOC as a slave. Absolutely no mistake. Little Luo Bin clutched the paper, wobbling as she sat on the ground. But she had no choice left. Biting her lip with tears in her eyes, she wrote her full name on the signature line. "I understand. I will repay your life-saving grace in the future." Luo Bin respectfully handed the agreement back to AOC. AOC casually glanced at it, smiled, and tucked it into his chest. Seeing that AOC said nothing, Luo Bin lowered her head, walked to the table, picked up a cloth, and began wiping the floor just as she had done at her aunt's house. You don't need to do those chores, Mihoaku said coldly, watching Luo Bin on the floor wiping. AOC will handle them. Although he didn't know why AOC had let her on board or how long this little brat would stay on the ship, now that she was on board, Mihoaku, true to his character, would not say another word and temporarily regarded her as a member of the crew. Then, is there anything I can do? Little Luo Bin looked fearfully at the cold-faced older brother. Finding something to do now would obviously give her a bit more security. Carrying his black sword on his back, Mihoaku looked down at her, arms folded, making little Luo Bin a bit flustered. After a moment he slowly said, then, you'll be in charge of washing vegetables. Huh. Watching little Luo Bin follow Mihoaku bustling around the kitchen, AOC just watched quietly. Unlike the grown-up Luo Bin with fair-skinned beauty and long legs, little Luo Bin was truly dark-skinned and skinny, hardly a cute child. Moreover, unlike on Luo Jie's ship, AOC had no intention of taking on an intern for now, so little Luo Bin could not stay on the ship for long. They would drop her off when they passed a relatively safe town. AOC took a sip of orange juice, using his ability to control the Ao Luo Jie Kusun how to slowly leave the cliff. As they departed, AOC looked toward the distant cliff top, where a huge head that couldn't be hidden was poking out. He smiled and shouted, hey, Sawu Luo, and I Luo Bin AOC will protect her. Don't forget, remember to say hello to Uncle Jiaba for me. At that moment, Luo Bin, washing vegetables in the kitchen, heard AOC's voice and tears fell one by one. Sobbing, she didn't stop her movements, still carefully washing the leaves. Suddenly, a large hand holding a tissue appeared before her. Luo Bin looked up blankly at the still expressionless young hawk. Mr. Mihoaku, wipe your nose and tears, or they'll drip onto the vegetables. Mihoaku handed her the tissue without any intention of saying a few words of concern, then turned back to his chopping without looking back. See, little hawk, though he seems aloof, he's actually a very gentle person. At some point, as Luo Bin turned her head, AOC's tall figure was now crouching beside her, speaking with a smile. Little Luo Bin nodded blankly, watching Mihoaku, who was somewhat embarrassed and angry, chase after the constantly teleporting AOC after hearing that remark. In this atmosphere, she felt for the first time that signing that indenture contract didn't seem so bad after all. With his ability controlling the Oro Jackson, AOC sat on the deck chair watching the warships that had surrounded O'Hara and naturally moved forward in a straight line. On the warship before him, standing as the commander, was Sipendan. This fellow was now standing at the bow watching the Oro Jackson approach the encirclement. AOC neither dodged nor teleported outside the circle, he simply looked at Sipendan with a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, rows of warships under his command parted neatly to both sides. Take care, Mr. AOC. Sipendan bowed and scraped, acting as if AOC were his direct superior, completely ignoring the strange looks from his subordinates. Seeing his sensible behavior, AOC curled his lips slightly, took out a den mushi from his bosom, and in an instant delivered it to the railing of the warship before Sipendan. This is a den mushi that can contact me. I believe this won't be our last meeting, Sipendan. Upon seeing this, Sipendan quickly tucked the den mushi into his bosom, and with a fawning smile watched AOC's ship disappear from sight. Then the smile on his face vanished instantly, leaving only exhaustion. Whether it was the five elders or AOC, they were all great figures he could not afford to offend. Although AOC had given him a den mushi, it did not mean he could contact him whenever he wanted. Its actual significance was similar to the one bestowed by the five elders. At least as long as AOC and the world government remained on peaceful terms, this den mushi could be used to order him around, and the key was that he couldn't even show displeasure. It was obvious even to the dimmest mind if a conflict between the world government and AOC arose. Because of him, the five elders would surely take his head first to settle the matter. There is only one AOC, but there are as many dogs to command as one wishes. During the O'Hara Buster call, AOC's hometown, the New World Duramo Island. Old Town Chief Jike puffed on his pipe, his face deeply wrinkled with age. In his house, many nearby residents were gathered, all looking anxious, chattering softly among themselves. One burly middle-aged man could no longer contain himself and walked up to the old chief. Uncle Jike, what should we do? Alas, there's no helping it. Compared to when AOC left, the Old Town Chief now looked even more aged, his face covered in wrinkles, his hair completely white. At this point, due to his advanced age, he could no longer even use the most basic Haki, though his Haki had only been at an entry level. Seeing me grow older and my strength decline, King Korali will no longer continue to exempt the town from taxes. Although we are not a member of the world government and don't need to pay the heavenly tribute, the desires of those nobles and royalty can never be satisfied. When old Jike first returned to the country, he was still in his prime at around 40 or 50 years old. As one of the combatants on the Rock's ship, his two-color Haki was barely presentable, so the king at that time showed him great respect. To appease him, the king not only arranged a town for him to settle in peacefully, but also exempted the town from taxes for nearly 20 years. Thus old Jike was able to raise a voracious little brat like AOC despite being just an old man. But now Jike was old. Seizing this opportunity, the new king planned to collect the taxes that had been unpaid for 10 or 20 years all at once, doubled plus other internal taxes, and then use them as the heavenly tribute to apply for membership in the world government, so that they would no longer have to worry about powerful pirates like Jike. But the problem was that the townspeople simply could not afford this sum, and there was no way around it. If there is no way, then let this old man risk his life. Although old Jike was old, he was not dead. He still retained some of his youthful physique and combat experience. To take him down would require at least the lives of dozens or hundreds of ordinary soldiers. Just then Jeshi, a young man from the town, ran excitedly from outside, not even bothering to knock, clutching a newspaper. Panting heavily, he raised the newspaper and shouted, "Big news, Dad. Town Chief Grandpa." "What happened, Jeshi?" Old Jike looked up at the young man, who was also the son of the burly man before him and one of AOC's childhood playmates. It's news about AOC." "What?" Hearing this before anyone in the room could react, old Jike, with an excited expression, instantly burst out, with a speed unbecoming of his age, snatched the newspaper, and began to read it carefully. The first photo on the front page stirred him deeply. Yes, it was indeed AOC. This brat was still so handsome. Old Jike laughed, and the residents around him, upon hearing this long unheard name, also gathered around. Black Gun to AOC. After 2 years of silence, he set sail again 3 days ago aboard the Oro Jackson, engaging in fierce conflict with the Navy. Based on his dangerousness and deeds, his wanted poster is now updated. Black Gun Duocha OC, who has reached the pinnacle of the world government's highest combat power, the strength of a Navy admiral. The king of the younger generation, the monster, cultivated by Pirate King Roger, who is about to rule the next era. The king of the next generation, the new overlord of the seas. After a series of titles that shook the seas, the residents directly locked their eyes on the bounty amount. But at that glance, everyone was instantly struck, speechless, mouths agape, pupils trembling violently. Only old Jike, who had seen great sights, could still maintain some composure, but his face was flushed red. He opened his mouth several times, but couldn't speak. Finally, he suddenly jumped up, leaping 3 feet high. AOC, he made it. Ha ha ha. Years of long-cherished wish finally fulfilled. Old Jike felt that his life was now complete. Overlords of the seas like Golden Lion and Whitebeard's commanders. In the end, this old Jike had successfully raised one. He knew that AOC, with his monstrous talent, would surely rise in the future, and he, old Jike, would finally be carried along. Don't worry, everyone. Old Jike was now beaming with joy, as if he had returned to the vigor of his youth. AOC has become an overlord of the seas. Great. The residents who had watched AOC grow up were now full of excitement, looking at old Jike with eager eyes. Then hurry up and contact AOC Town Chief. Yes. But upon hearing this, the beaming old Jike suddenly turned like a duck caught by the neck, unable to make a sound. His face was blank, stammering. After a long while, he slapped his thigh. This brat. I don't have his den mushy. Unaware that he had just been branded a forgetful fool by Old Crow, AOS sat, with a solemn expression, legs crossed, leaning back in his chair, his gaze intently fixed on the ongoing battle, his countenance growing grave. Hey, are you two masters of card games or something? Staring at the wretched hand that could barely form a play, AOS was already beginning to regret teaching them how to play Dodiju. After sailing beyond the waters near O'Hara, bored out of his mind, AOS had taken out a set of entertainment items Sammy had prepared, including a deck of playing cards. Without hesitation, he cheerfully invited Mihawk and Little Robin over, and the three gathered around the table. AOS briefly explained the rules of Dodiju, and the clever pair of Mihawk and Robin grasped it instantly. And then AOS simply started losing round after round. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he watched Mihawk complete his hand, yet again, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Again, this new round proved far more tense. In the end, AOS had only 2 cards left, while both Mihawk and Robin each held just 1. As long as just one of my cards could beat both of theirs, I'd win outright. Having lost several rounds in a row, AOS nervously swallowed and resolved to cheat. But only a moment later, Little Hawk. You actually. Ousta's face twisted in utter astonishment. Mihawk, sitting upright, cast a sidelong glance at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, his eyes gleaming with piercing clarity that saw through all deceptions. As expected, AOS resorted to cheating in the end. Damn it. Little Robin looked at the two of them oddly, utterly confused by their strange exchange. In truth, what appeared to be a simple game of cards had concealed many layers of strategy. Knowing AOS too well, Mihawk had been guarding against this trick from the moment he received his cards. During the earlier rounds when AOS had been losing continuously, Mihawk had been wary of him, using observation Haki to cheat. Sure enough, when they reached the final round and Ousta's expression soured, Mihawk knew right away the guy was about to pull something. So he had deliberately decided to delay playing for at least a minute after AOS played his cards. As predicted, Aus's precognition showed him Mihawk holding onto his cards without playing or claiming a pass. Impossible to tell whether he held a strong or weak hand. So, you can foresee the future, can you? Well, I can anticipate your anticipation of the future. Aus was visibly flustered. I'm done. This is boring as hell. He tossed his cards onto the table, and they vanished instantly, leaving the surface completely clear. Mihawk, unfazed by his tantrum, merely shook his head and strode to the ship's railing with his sword in hand, facing the sea to practice his cuts. Little Robin, on the other hand, wore a gentle smile. Lord Aus was quite an amusing person after all. With his hands clasped behind his head and a gloomy mood, Aus's observation, Haki picked up a prey. He opened one eye, snapped his fingers, and a news delivery seagull appeared in his grasp. At this moment, the utterly bewildered little seagull was equally confused. What the? Wasn't I just flying in the sky a moment ago? Where did I end up? After a brief daze, the news seagull looked at the man holding it, recognized him after careful scrutiny, and shivered in alarm. With the fastest speed of its lifetime, the seagull pulled a newspaper from its bag, spread its wings forward, and respectfully presented it. This caught Aus off guard. Do news seagulls nowadays have this much courtesy? Offering defeated nation etiquette. It made him feel somewhat embarrassed to simply snatch it. His earlier frustration had largely dissipated. Sigh. Might as well pay this time. They fly around all day selling newspapers. It's not easy work. However, before Aus could teleport currency from Belly's store, the seagull raised a wing in a halt gesture, then produced money from its tiny wallet, waving it in front of the stunned Aus and Robin to ensure they saw clearly before seriously placing it back into its wallet. It then gestured extensively, roughly conveying, "Boss, consider this payment already settled. Let a bird live." Aus. His lip twitched as he looked at the seagull, conducting business with professional detachment and eager to deliver its next paper. In the end, he released it. That Morgan's fellow, did he train every single seagull? Any random one recognizes him. Quite adaptable, it seems. Last time's warning got through. Next time we meet, I'll let it keep its bird life. Shaking his head, Aus sighed. With his rising status, there were fewer amusements in the world now. He to seek his own fun. Little Robin, read the newspaper aloud. Read it with emotion, make it vivid. Yes, Lord Aus. Aus reclined in his chair, eyes closed. In his past life, he had loved listening to audiobooks and novels, and was especially fond of live readings. Little Robin beside him held the newspaper and began reading carefully for Aus. Several days ago. 4,409,000,000 berries alive or dead. Utterly heinous. Aus. He slowly turned his head to look at Robin, who was reading with great passion. Why are you stressing utterly heinous so heavily and with such hatred? Edge. Little Robin was confused. Wasn't Lord Aus asking her to read with emotion and feeling? She could see those 8 characters, utterly heinous, alive or dead, were printed in red bold with exclamation marks. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Continue. Aus shook his head and listened on. Grand Pirate Golden Lion has escaped from prison, successfully fleeing from Impel Down. So that guy finally broke free. It was only then that Aus remembered he once had a comrade in arms. Though he was puzzled why the fellow had waited until 1,500 years later to emerge. Perhaps he could find time to chat with the old guy someday. With Aus's abilities boosting the ship, they sailed swiftly and soon reached the edge of the West Blue, where a decent-looking town lay, seemingly quite prosperous. Aus and Mihawk disembarked with a tiny figure trailing behind, about knee-high to Aus. Well, let's grab some snacks. Eating proper meals all day gets monotonous. Aus shoved his hands into his pockets and gazed upward, thinking aloud. If you don't like it, don't eat. Mihawk showed no indulgence, responding coldly as he headed toward the meat and vegetable stalls. Hey, fine, I'll eat. I'll eat, okay. Aus replied helplessly, instantly appearing beside him with a flash step. Then, as if remembering something, he snapped his fingers and produced a pouch of berries, tossing it to Robin. Little Robin was quite delighted, feeling at last that she was useful. Her face flushed with excitement. Is there anything you need me to buy, Lord Aus? No. No need. Aus raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile curving his lips. But the words he spoke sent chills through Robin. This is your severance pay. In this town you may disembark here. Are you sure it's okay? Leaving her alone on this island. The evening breeze blew, causing the hem of Mihawk's white shirt to flutter gently. As the distance from the coastline grew, he could only faintly make out a black dot on the shore, still waving energetically. You seem quite concerned about that, brat. Aus munched on potato chips, looking at Mihawk's back, facing the coast, a hint of teasing in his voice. Mihawk remained silent, offering no reply, simply carrying his sword and walking toward the stern. Aus's voice rang out behind him. I left her a Vivre card and swept the area with observation Haki. This town has no gangs or villains. Besides, you should trust her ability to survive, Little Hawk. Mihawk did not turn around or respond, but his previously slow pace finally quickened only after Aus finished speaking. Truly stubborn. Mihawk. Aus chuckled softly. The daily life aboard the Oro Jackson did not change much with the addition or departure of Little Robin. After finishing his meal at the table, AUS slumped in his chair rubbing his belly. Then as if suddenly remembering something, he picked up his little notebook and glanced at it. "Oh, little hawk, don't throw away the log pose for O'Hara as trash. It's still useful." Hearing this, Mihawk frowned, seemingly puzzled. Though he hadn't gotten rid of the log pose yet, O'Hara was already destroyed. What use was a pointer to a desolate island? AUS propped his legs up on the table, now spotlessly clean. "I'll head back to my hometown for a few months, then go to O'Hara again. A few very interesting fellows will show up there. I've already notified Sammy to have her subordinates keep watch at O'Hara. It's rare to be able to gather two people I want to find at once." Mihawk listened intently, neither asking why nor inquiring who those people were. After all, this was the man he recognized. If AUS wanted to go somewhere, even if it was Mary Geos, Mihawk would dare to accompany him through the storm. You can decide such matters. But what I'm more interested in is whether there are swordsmen stronger than you in the New World. Mihawk's sharp eyes locked onto AUS. He had heard rumors of the New World long ago, but before reaching adulthood, he had roamed paradise and the four seas. Before witnessing Aus's strength, he had once believed he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. But seeing AUS, he understood that this world was far vaster than he had imagined. If there were swordsmen stronger than AUS, then surely life in the future would not be dull. Hearing Mihawk's words, AUS rubbed his chin, pondering. Well, in the New World, there are certainly swordsmen worthy of being called great sword masters. But if you're asking about those stronger than me, there might not be many. In Aus's mind, if he had to think of sword masters whose skills might surpass his own, while still retaining their strength, it would probably be only Rayleigh Garling's Saint and a few others. Shiki was probably crippled, a helm stuck in his head, his sword tied to his foot. His swordsmanship might barely retain 50 to 60% of its former glory. As for the other monsters of the New World, most of them didn't seem to be swordsmen. In fact, the young hawk in his 20s, with his extraordinary talent and swordsmanship, was already on the verge of entering the top echelon of sword masters. He was probably only lacking the awakening of Conqueror's Haki and its coding. Speaking of the New World, AUS clearly had many thoughts swirling in his mind, or perhaps he had long harbored such an idea. "Hey, little hawk, I've had an idea for a long time." He leaned forward, elbows on the table, staring at Mihawk, who was savoring a glass of wine, drawing back the latter's scattered attention. "What?" "Well, I want to control the entire underworld." AUS showed little interest in the four emperors. Carving up the New World and ruling over a territory, while vying for supremacy, didn't suit a personality like his. Following Captain Roger's last wish, using overwhelming strength to balance the seas, that was something Shanks could do. If AUS joined, it would merely be adding icing to the cake. Though he possessed the talent and power, AUS had no desire to become the next Rocks. By controlling the entire world's trade and economic lifelines, becoming the true master of the underworld, his influence would be no less than that of the world government. He could indulge in luxury while maintaining his dignity. AUS expressed great satisfaction with his plan. Hearing Aus's entire scheme, even Mihawk couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If you really do that, you'll likely face the pressure of the entire world. It wasn't fear that made him say this, but Mihawk couldn't help being amazed by Aus's grandiose, whimsical ideas. Ideas that AUS himself often seemed unaware of. AUS smiled unconcerned. "What's the big deal? Don't you trust my strength? Besides, I don't need to recruit troops and conquer the world." He clenched his fist, faint black-red lightning crackling. "If I beat the heads of the underworld into submission, do you think they can escape?" A subtle curve appeared on the lips of this king. His gaze turned somewhat fearsome, a hint of crimson in his pupils. "I don't believe there's anyone in this world who can slip out of my grasp." Mihawk had no doubt about that. He knew that if AUS truly wanted to find someone, it was highly likely that no one in the world could escape. Unless one stayed on some extremely remote, desolate island, never contacting the outside world. Once AUS established his intelligence network, supplemented by observation Haki, with a range of tens of thousands of meters, and the power of the teleportation fruit, even hiding in the deep sea would be futile. AUS would drag them out with his teleportation ability. He trusted Aus's power, but he also trusted his own. Mihawk placed his glass on the table and smiled at AUS. "Then on this journey we are bound to encounter many strong swordsmen. Perhaps by fate's design, or because history always repeats itself, a matter that would determine the future direction of the world was decided in a few casual words between two powerful men laughing together, much like the previous owners of the Oro Jackson." Thinking back, AUS felt that the reason he had initially sneaked onto Roger's ship was not entirely a lie after all. He truly had the qualifications to turn the world upside down. The key point was that this didn't conflict with Captain Roger's will. Those who inherit Rogers will sail freely and fulfill their dreams. What did that have to do with AUS becoming the overlord who controls the world? Two ambitious youths, still green behind the ears, sailed their ship through the calm belt adjacent to the West Sea, heading toward the New World. Come to think of it, the calm belt really has no wind. It was the first time OSS had ventured into the calm belt in his life. Having traveled with Roger's crew, he had visited most places in the world, both Paradise and the New World, but the calm belt, a silent realm, isolating the four seas from the New World, was rarely traversed by the Oro Jackson due to its lack of advanced propulsion. Their usual routes were through Fishman Island and the Twin Capes. And Amazon Lily is in the calm belt. OSS exclaimed, clapping his hands as he steered the Oro Jackson halfway through the calm belt. A real-life island of women. OSS had heard that Uncle Rayleigh had been there. Since visiting the old man wouldn't be delayed much, it seemed like a good idea to drop by Amazon Lily on the way. After all, they were out at sea for fun. With this thought, OSS asked Mihawk for the eternal pose to Amazon Lily, but was quickly scolded. Hey, are you an idiot? Amazon Lily is in the calm belt off the coast of the South Blue, while we're on the calm belt next to the West Sea. Not to mention the detour the red line stood between them. Always so impulsive. Mihawk massaged his temples with a deep sigh. Hearing this, OSS reluctantly abandoned the idea. He'd visit another time. After all, the pirate empress hadn't been captured yet. OSS lay on his chair flipping through his notebook, which recorded events he remembered by year. As he read, he released his Conqueror's Haki, solidified into substance, causing sea kings that approached the Oro Jackson to roll their eyes and fall asleep before they could attack. Mihawk stood at the bow, slashing a massive emerald green sword beam that cleaved the fallen sea kings in two. The cuts were clean and smooth, some to clear the path, others to be carved into food reserves by the young hawk. Just as the Oro Jackson surged forward without restraint, a vast pitch-black shadow suddenly emerged from the seabed. A supergiant sea king. OSS paused his note flipping, turning his head slowly with calm anticipation. It was a monster with a tiger's head and a fish's body, surfacing to glare at the toy invading its territory. Its length, well, it was probably several dozen times larger than the Oro Jackson, so OSS figured he wasn't even as big as its pupil. But it didn't exceed 10,000 meters, still within his observation Haki range. What a huge fish, but I have no plans for fishing today. OSS's expression remained indifferent. Normally, he wouldn't mind playing the part of a fish tamer, but he was about to go home, and that made him happy. He didn't want to waste time chasing or evading this behemoth, since even teleporting the Oro Jackson a few thousand or 10,000 meters would be just a splash in front of it. So, get lost. Buzz. OSS's eyes sharpened. In an instant, his Conqueror's Haki, nearly solid, turned into lightning bolts that crossed the sea toward the colossal Sea King. Struck by the black and red lightning, the Sea King showed a terrifyingly human expression of fear, its house-sized pupils trembling violently. It slowly retreated, then flipped and dove deep into the ocean. The giant waves, stirred by its movements, nearly capsized the Oro Jackson. OSS had to teleport the ship into the sky to escape the massive whirlpool. Seems like the Navy's warships are smarter, installing seastone, like invisible radar. But then again, the Navy had technology while he had brute force. Just charge through with Conqueror's Haki all the way. Hey, almost home. OSS lay back on his recliner feeling cheerful and couldn't help reminiscing about the days before he joined Roger's crew. Where did this brat come from? This old man has no time to babysit you. I'll only keep you for one night, but once I find your lousy parents, I'll send you off. Don't laugh. I'm a great pirate, you know. Just a little baby formula. Ouch. Let go. Are you a monster? A kid just crushed my arm till it's red. Hey, how do you know what's in the birthday present box? Tell me now. Spit it out. Kid, you'll become the greatest monster in the world one day, just like the captains I followed in my youth. Let me tell you when they struck. From now on, you're my grandson. You'll take my surname, Dorter. The future monster Dorter OSS. The future monster Dorter OSS. When OSS was very young, old Gick had transformed from a pirate into a nanny. OSS often heard his complaints and advice. OSS, when you become a great pirate, don't forget your old grandpa. In my youth, I dreamed of being a ruler of the sea too, but I didn't have your advantages. Little OSS, hearing these familiar tales, couldn't really argue. With old Gick's talent, even after training his body from childhood, learning Haki aboard ship, and surviving countless deadly battles, his peak allowed him to fight only Navy rear admirals or lower. He was just an ordinary crewman on the Rock's ship. After a lifetime of effort, he still hadn't reached the starting point of his dear grandson. As far as he remembered, OSS could already defeat a Navy rear admiral in seconds when he was 12 or 13. No wonder old Gick left his dream for OSS to fulfill. It was really his own body that let him down. Besides, raising a ruler of the sea was surely more satisfying than being one yourself, wasn't it? And because of OSS's prodigious talent since childhood, mere feeding was a huge problem. Even with the savings from his younger days, old Gick had to find extra income collecting subsidies from the townsfolk. The residents knew that it was thanks to old Gick that they were spared from the nobles' oppression, so they were willing to help raise the child. Even when their own kids were bullied by OSS, as long as it wasn't too serious, they pretended not to see it. Thus, OSS was essentially raised by the whole town. As a child, he would often hunt several fierce beasts from the mountains to provide meat for everyone. Now returning home, he also wanted to repay that kindness. But how? Maybe he should conquer a kingdom for fun. After all, those nobles were just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Who sat on the throne made no difference. Besides, the world government owed him a favor. On the island of Durasmos, the coastal town had lost its usual leisurely atmosphere. Every household had its doors and windows tightly shut. On the road outside the town, the kingdom's regular army, led by several nobles, was slowly advancing. Though they would crumble at the first sight of the New World pirates fleeing at the mere glimpse of a pirate flag, when facing defenseless commoners they transformed into warriors brandishing blades and spears. Refusing to pay taxes, they would slash your independent spirit with a single strike. In his youth, old Geik was confident he could charge through this rabble 7 times over, but now he was too old even to muster his Haki. Hey old man, surrender. Causing the kingdom such a loss over an old geezer. The old noble at the forefront narrowed his eyes, a glint of greed flashing within them. Count His Majesty, the king demands we resolve this swiftly. The world government officials will arrive soon. Another noble approached and whispered into the old noble's ear. I understand. The old noble adjusted his collar. Then all troops advance. A puff of dust suddenly rose from the front of the column, making the old noble frown. What's going on? No one answered him. In his sight, a short, thin figure slowly emerged, dragging the body of a soldier who had been instantly killed. The figure staggered into view. It was old Geik. Where did this old bastard come from? Old enough to crumble in your teeth, yet you still play the hero. Looks like you're asking for death. The old noble stared at the withered figure, as if looking at a corpse. At your age, what are you still dreaming of? He immediately ordered all soldiers to advance with blades and spears toward the withered silhouette. Just an old pirate. The king had been overly cautious. Recalling the king's instructions before departure, he almost laughed. The world government's investigation has found some suspicious points in this town. We may need to gather more intelligence. Nonsense. If he could seize this town, he would have enough money to join the world government and secure their rule for good. The old noble gazed at the town, which still appeared somewhat prosperous, and began calculating how many berries he could embezzle. On the other side, the sturdy soldiers advanced toward old Geik, putting immense pressure on him. Behind him, the hastily organized militia of townsfolk trembled in their legs. Pitting hoes and knives against blades and spears. How could they possibly win? Damn it. A petty man reveling in his success. Old Geik gritted his teeth, watching the so-called elite soldiers closing in. Such scum couldn't even defeat the lowliest pirate on the sea. A proud dragon in shallow water is mocked by crabs. If OS were here, how could you maggots be so arrogant? Are you babbling nonsense out of fear, old man? Before he could finish his threat, soldiers in the front began to drop one after another. Thud, thud, thud. The old noble's words caught in his throat, his face freezing. Nanny. With that final whisper before consciousness faded, the old noble, leading the troops, also collapsed to the ground. This bizarre scene left old Geik, who had been prepared to fight to the death, frozen in place. But his vast experience quickly kicked in, and he flushed with excitement, looking around wildly. Hey, brat, is that you? But no matter how he searched, he couldn't see the figure he had been longing for. Little did he know the brat he was so eager to see was still thousands of meters away on the sea. Better to arrive late than not at all. OS witnessed everything that had happened on the island, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Amazon Lily wasn't off the coast of the South Sea, or the old man and the neighbors would have been doomed. Your control over the Bawang Se is getting finer and finer, OS. Seeing the Bawang Se lightning released from 1,000 meters away precisely knocked down a group of people, Hua Ku praised sincerely. But OS wasn't really listening, a few black lines appearing on his face. You're the one who's fine. Nowhere to be found. It was a local resident living by the coast who came to tell old Geik that a red ship had appeared on the shoreline. A red ship. After a brief moment of thought, old Geik rushed to the shore. Sure enough, the unmistakable spiked bow and mermaid figurehead. Hey, old man. On the bow, OS saw the jumping figure on the shore and waved. In the blink of an eye, the Aloha Jiksen teleported to the dock. It really is OS. Haven't seen you in years, almost didn't recognize you. Hey Jieshi, is that really OS? He's over 3 meters tall, now isn't he? The townsfolk erupted with unprecedented welcome and surprise at OS's appearance. Only old Geik, who had been jumping and shouting, suddenly quieted down. He stared straight at the confident figure. That aura was so similar. Not in appearance, but the pure imposing presence of a true powerhouse, just like the man he had once followed. The towering figure of over 3 meters suddenly appeared beside old Geik, making him feel unreal. But looking at that face, so similar to the little brat in his memories. What's wrong, old man? Don't recognize me. Brat. Old Geik, looking at OS, who had crouched down to meet his eyes, had planned what to say when they met. For instance, why did you run off with Luo Jia? You brat, don't you know he's my enemy? Ha ha, look at you now, you've made it big, thrashed the Navy, become a king of the sea. You haven't come back to see this old man for so long. You've forgotten your roots. But when he finally saw OS smiling before him, the brat he had raised with his own hands, tears streamed uncontrollably down his wrinkled face. In the end, only a few words escaped his lips. Looks like you've learned to wear a shirt properly and grown quite sturdy. It's really good. Then, let's take this island. Owls uttered the words with a calmness that made it sound as trivial as eating or drinking, yet the townsfolk felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. They gazed upon the child they had watched grow up, now a figure capable of effortlessly determining the fate of an entire nation, their hearts surging with awe that sent tingles through their scalps. Meanwhile, the young women who had grown up alongside Owls, captivated by his handsome, tall, and powerful presence, whispered among themselves, their hearts fluttering with infatuation. "You know, I always thought Owls was really handsome when we were kids." "Huh. Yuli, have you forgotten the time you gave him a handkerchief and he used it as toilet paper when he ran out?" The townsfolk chatted excitedly, but old Jike furrowed his brow and spoke with concern. "You must be aware, brat, that the king of this country has contacted the world government. You're young and don't know. The world government has deep roots. Even Captain Locke's back in the day. 800 years of foundation, that's a behemoth." "Owls, listen to me, don't be so impulsive." Seeing old Jike analyze with such authority, as if fearing Owls might do something foolish, Owls smiled. "Relax, old man. The world government's foundation is strong, but I'm not foolish enough to clash head on. If I want to leave, there's no place in the world that can trap me. Besides, the world government still owes me a favor. I'm sure they won't mind a small new world kingdom." Old Jike was stunned by these words. The world government owed him a favor. And although he knew Owls must be strong now, he had no real concept of how strong, perhaps on par with the former captains. But that wouldn't withstand a siege from the world government's knights. "Well, you'll see tomorrow. It's getting late, so let's rest for now." Owls shrugged. Hearing this, the gathered townsfolk, though still excited and curious, tactfully returned to their homes. Old Jike led Owls and Mihawk toward the house. On the way, old Jike secretly glanced at the strikingly handsome young man carrying a greatsword, his figure cool and aloof. He patted Owl's thigh and whispered, "Is he a crew member you recruited?" "Crew member?" Owls paused, rubbing his chin. "Not exactly. I haven't officially announced the formation of a pirate crew. He's more like a companion. By the way, he's a great swordsman." "Oh, I see, like Captain Shurji, right?" Hearing this, old Jike, who had harbored doubts about whether such a fair-skinned, clean-cut young man was some strange whim of Owl's, suddenly formed a clear picture. Someone capable of unleashing those exaggerated sword slashes couldn't be a fraud. Thank goodness he wasn't some odd grandson-in-law. If he was someone like Captain Shurji, then serving as Owl's vice-captain was barely acceptable. Having been a latent Owl supporter since childhood, old Jike clearly held Owls in high regard, viewing him as the next Lox. So when he saw the note that Owls had been lured away by Roger, he nearly burst with rage. From then on, he developed a habit like Owl's, regularly reading newspapers and keeping tabs on the Roger Pirates' movements. He looked for any news or wanted posters about Owls. Heaven knows how overjoyed he was 2 years ago when he saw Roger captured. He thought the brat would finally return, but 2 years passed without a word, which is why he kept calling Owls ungrateful. "Brat, how long will you stay this time?" Old Jike, hunched over with hands behind his back, glanced sideways at Owls. Though his tone seemed casual, his hands clenched tightly behind him. Probably a few months. I have things to do afterward." "Is that so? Busy then." "Busy is good." Old Jike nodded understandingly. He hadn't expected Owls to stay long, for a top figure on the seas belonged out there sailing boldly. But little did he know Owl's busyness was not about conquering, claiming territory, or recruiting underlings. Aside from fighting the Marines, Owls hadn't done a single thing a great pirate was supposed to do properly. The next morning, old Jike, looking refreshed, changed into a new set of clothes. The uniform he wore as a combatant in his youth now a bit loose on him. Owls, using his observation Haki from his room, saw him like this and chuckled inwardly. He dressed in an instant and appeared in the yard. "It's not that big a deal. Why so formal?" "Brat, this is my first expedition since retirement. Suit yourself. It'll be over in a flash." Owls shrugged and headed to the kitchen, where Mihawk had already prepared the meal. Outside the yard, many townsfolk had gathered at the gate. Old Jike opened the door with a spirited air. The simple folk, aware of what they were about to do, couldn't help but worry. "Are you sure this is okay?" "Old Mayor, those are the royal army and the world government." "Ha ha ha, no worries." Old Jike laughed heartily. "Owls is really strong." Still no news. In the magnificent palace, a group of nobles and high officials murmured among themselves. On the dais sat a young man wearing a crown, questioning his guard. "No news at all. After old Count Hyuk's operation last night, we've lost contact with him." "Damn it." The king frowned at the report. "The world government's dignitaries are about to arrive, and the heavenly tribute hasn't been collected yet. If all else fails, we'll squeeze the residents around the capital again." "Report." Just then an urgent voice rang out from outside the palace. "Enemies." "What a—" Hearing the panicked shout, the young king immediately stood up, descended the steps, and looked at the soldier. "What did you just say?" But the soldier, just as he raised his head to report, suddenly widened his eyes. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't utter a single word. "Moi." Following the soldier's terrified, frozen gaze, the king looked behind him, and to his horror, a black figure sat on his throne, legs crossed. One hand propped up his chin, the other extended with index finger pointing like a gun at the king's head. With a smile he made a sound effect bang. You? Who are you? Gazing at the man seated high upon the throne, the young king, forgetting even his fury and indignation, inexplicably blurted out a question. But no one answered him. The tall young man with legs crossed merely extended his index finger, as if in jest, aiming it at the king's head. Bang! Before the horrified nobles, their king, as if obliging, tilted his head and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Neither wound nor blood to be seen. Bang! The brief silence was shattered by another sound effect. A middle-aged noble laden with mountains of fat inexplicably fell once more. From that moment, the slaughter feast began. The nobles who once prided themselves on bloodlines and decorum now trampled over friends and kin alike, scrambling desperately toward the palace exit. The man atop the throne, like a child playing with a toy gun, lightly tapped his fingers forward. Perhaps they had grown too accustomed to lives of luxury, sucking the blood of the common folk, that even the palace seemed too vast to escape. One by one figures fell, used as stepping stones by their companions. Perhaps finding the pistol too slow. Under the nobles' teeth-gnashing expressions, the man on the throne laughed and raised another hand. Not only his index fingers, but both middle fingers were raised as well. Then the sound effects from his mouth quickened. Da-da-da-da. Like a stunt performer, he shed no blood, yet soon the ground was littered with bodies. Some began to break down mentally. A well-figured noblewoman screamed hysterically at the figure. Don't get too cocky, you bastard. How dare you massacre nobles indiscriminately? Are you not afraid of the world government's wrath? You're nothing but a lowly commoner who got lucky and ate a devil fruit. She eyed his attire. A black military uniform of unknown origin with blades and firearms strapped on, clearly the style of some pirate or mountain bandit. Such people she had always despised. If encountered on the road, she would have her guards kill them at will. As for his ability to knock people down, she assumed it was merely the result of eating some devil fruit. He had been bullied by them before, and now he was taking revenge on those born noble. Such a man was troublesome, but once the world government's strongmen arrived, this lowly creature. Strangely enough, her panicked and furious shout actually made the man on the throne pause. OS's attention was soon drawn to the hysterical figure. A lowly commoner, huh? It seemed they were truly accustomed to looking down on others. Frankly, OS thought his outfit was rather stylish. Perhaps her words had an effect. OS no longer wanted to give them a quick death. Then, experience the pain you once inflicted. Duh. OS chuckled lightly, as if a more amusing idea had struck him. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, whether it was the ministers trying to flee the palace or the mentally broken noblewoman, all froze in place like statues. The slaughter feast was over. The bullets of armament Haki internal destruction teleportation had ceased. The next show was Aristocratic Edition. Don Quixote family descends to the mortal realm. What a morbid taste. Mihawk watched coldly as the nobles bound to the city walls by the commoners raged impotently or begged pathetically for their lives. He expressed his disapproval. Nothing to worry about, little Hawk-kun, said old Jike, who had seen many grand spectacles, mimicking OS's address, unaware of the dark lines forming on Mihawk's face. From the moment they attacked the town and indulged in their centuries of extravagance and oppression, their fate was sealed. Extravagance and oppression. Little Hawk tugged at the corner of his mouth, lost in thought upon hearing that word. He then turned his gaze to OS, who was watching the show. Perhaps noticing the stare, OS turned and met Mihawk's sharp eyes, a faint smile on his lips. What are you looking at me for? Don't tell me you think I'll end up like that just because I mentioned extravagant living. OS's eyes were calm. From atop the high wall, he looked down upon the farce. The commoners overthrowing the tyrants and taking revenge was indeed satisfying, but that was all it was. Perhaps their deaths were just, but that is not the true reason they died. He looked toward the other side of the wall, where a general fully armed prepared to slaughter the residents to rescue the nobles. But upon seeing OS, he dared not make a move. The real reason they died is simply because they were not strong enough. By the wall where the nobles were being executed, several figures in suits strode quickly. A few nobles, already half delirious from the heat, burst into intense desperation upon seeing those figures. Hey, lords of the world government. A riot of commoners. Save us. We'll pay any amount. Take your hands off me. Don't touch my dress. You lowly swine. They gazed with hope at the figures in suits and cloaks, desperately wishing they would slaughter the commoners. Then they could return to the palace and continue discussing the matter of joining the allied nations. They would beg and grovel for that membership, securing the world government's protection. But what shattered their spirits was that the so-called lords from the world government paid them no heed. Instead, they stepped past the mob, walked forward, and finally leaped into the air with moonwalk landing atop the wall. Their faces were panicked and cautious. The leader, sweating coldly, began, "There must be some misunderstanding, Mr. OS." But before he could finish, OS, who was watching, fallen noblewoman raped by commoners, raised a hand to stop him. "I know. Out of respect for the Gorosei, I won't take offense. Baru baru baru." OS didn't bother with these small fry. Instead, he dialed Spandine's den den mushy. Such a trivial matter wasn't worth troubling the highest powers of the world government every time. With Spandine's status and influence within the world government, he could handle it. Under the terrified gazes of these world government soldiers, the voice of their boss's boss slowly emerged from the din mushy devoid of its usual authority and arrogance. Moshi Moshi, is that Lord OS? Any orders? Overwhelmed by the flattering tone of the greeting, AOC was in high spirits. I hope I'm not disturbing you by calling so suddenly. How could that be? A personage of your stature seeking me out. It's my honor. The transponder snail's face perfectly mimicked C. Pandayan's sycophantic grin. This fellow indeed possessed the qualifications to climb the ladder. No wonder the five elders favored employing him. However, AOC hadn't called to listen to flattery. He had heard such words countless times from the girls in the red light district. I have two matters to discuss with you. First, I want to replace the king and nobles of the Dulamosi kingdom and simultaneously have it join the World Government Alliance. Oh, and without paying the heavenly tribute. Upon hearing these words, C. Pandine raised an eyebrow, feeling relieved. He had thought it was something serious, but it was just replacing a king. Wait. As if suddenly comprehending, C. Pandayan's eyes bulged wide, his eyeballs seemingly about to burst out of the transponder snail, his mouth agape. It took him a long moment to recover, then he spoke respectfully, yet nervously. This Mr. AOC is beyond my jurisdiction. It must be reported to the highest authority of the world government. C. Pandine forced a smile, but his heart was trembling with shock. Other matters were secondary, but the legendary Black Gun, AOC, was now to become a king of a member state. Could the round table of the world government truly accommodate such a formidable presence? No. AOC waved his hand, and then aimed the transponder snail at Lao Jike beside him, which made the old man somewhat uncomfortable, unsure of what AOC intended. The one who will truly become king is this gentleman beside me. Huh. Before C. Pandine could react, Lao Jike was startled, first stepping back repeatedly while muttering, "How can you give me this position? I'm just an old man." AOC found this reaction amusing, but didn't press further, simply saying to the transponder snail, "The one who will become the new king of Dulamosi is my most beloved Jijiang, the great pirate, former member of the Rocks Pirates. Dochuar Jike." AOC proudly introduced the old man's titles, momentarily stunning C. Pandine. Although not as shocking as AOC himself, the three titles of this new king seemed to grow more formidable with each one, especially the last one. That was the uncrowned king of a bygone era, a legendary fierce man who single-handedly withstood the three great hammers of the world government, the Navy and the Pirate King. If that's the case, I can take the liberty of drafting an application, but ultimately it must be approved by the five elders. C. Pandane's voice grew softer as he spoke, and AOC understood the implication. The next steps were beyond the scope of even the highest dog of authority. If the application were rejected due to Lao Jike's identity, the lack of heavenly tribute, or fear of AOC, C. Pandine hoped AOC wouldn't vent his anger upon him, explaining that being caught between AOC and the five elders made things difficult. But AOC was clearly confident, smiling as he said, "Don't worry about that. Just relay a message for me when you submit the application. Please go ahead." C. Pandine swallowed nervously. "Tell them directly the favor the world government owes me shall be cashed in now." He believed the five elders couldn't refuse. Dulamosi was already located in the New World, and in the era of the Great Pirate Age, the world government's reach couldn't extend there. The so-called protection was fundamentally impossible. Without paying heavenly tribute or needing protection, it was essentially just a nominal title of a world government member state. The real protection came from AOC's fearsome reputation that spread across the seas. As for the reason, AOC thought it was simply for fun. Later, not only could he legitimately attend the World Conference, but he and the old man, one a remnant of Roger's crew, the other a remnant of Rock's crew, would be escorted by the Navy to the conference. Just imagining it was amusing. The mere thought of that scene made AOC laugh. Another reason was to establish a lasting foundation for the old man and the townsfolk. At least for 20 years, those who had cared for AOC in this generation would be secure. The stray dogs in the village could even be recruited into the Royal Patrol, eating from the government's grain, repaying their generations of guarding the town. What was this called? It was called when one man attains the way his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Dulamosi, which had suffered a massive coup, miraculously stabilized quickly. This was also due to AOC's awe-inspiring presence across the seas and his staggering string of bounty amounts. Didn't even the world government's envoys slink away with their tails between their legs? "Oh my, it's just a coronation, old man. How long are you going to dawdle?" In the royal palace, Lao Jike repeatedly declined the throne, saying he wasn't fit, that he was too old, and so on. Even the townsfolk's urging fell on deaf ears, leaving them anxious. "If you don't become king, how can we become nobles? You all. I think this position should be left to AOC. I'm so old. Old man, I don't have time to be a king. I have to conquer the seas." AOC lied, coaxing him. "You hold the position for me, and I'll take it when I'm free later. Besides, you can choose a wife from across the nation. No more sneaking around." As expected of the one who knew Lao Jike best, the old man was clearly wavering. If it's to build a legacy for AOC, this old man might give it a try. It's definitely not for some wife or anything. With such thoughts, he was indeed shaken. But on the surface, he still modestly declined. Ah, you're so indecisive. Finally, AOC lost patience. He snapped his fingers, instantly changing Lao Jike's clothes into royal garb and teleporting the old man onto the throne. AOC and Mihoaku stood beside the throne, watching the townsfolk clumsily bow, exchanging amused glances. You? Oh, I'm so old. You've really done me in. Lao Jike suppressed the grin he couldn't hide, looking at AOC, who was guarding him, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, he was being carried to glory. The foster king, Lao Jike thought thus. Within the magnificent and spacious palace, old Jike, who usually dressed sloppily, was unusually wearing glasses, gazing gravely at the reports in his hands. You actually look rather presentable, old man. Hearing that voice, old Jike finally lifted his head. A young man clad in a dark crimson suit and black overcoat sat beside the desk, towering over 3 meters tall, with long, powerful legs and a perfectly toned physique, his jet black hair complementing his sharp, chiseled features. Handsome was an understatement. He casually gnawed on a palace fruit. Seeing Austin dressed thus, old Jike's stern face finally softened into a smile. Those new clothes suit you well, you brat. Sometimes I need to switch up my style. Austin casually picked up the papers on the desk, which listed matters of taxation and public security. Hey, old man, I made you king so you could enjoy life. Don't wear yourself out. Even loose governance is far better than the previous king's oppression. The people will thank you. Well, I suppose you're right. Stretching his sore shoulders, old Jike hopped down from the throne. To be honest, he wasn't skilled at managing affairs anyway. He simply signed whatever crossed his desk. For instance, during a recent period of power transition, when commoners rioted, old Jike's approval read, kick their asses. And when increasingly more young men from the kingdom set sail to become pirates, his reply was ambitious. Tell them to visit home often. These bizarre responses left his subordinates bewildered, forcing them to act on orders without understanding the reasoning. Let's go for a walk outside. Honestly, I prefer a more carefree lifestyle. The elder and younger man sat beside a table in the palace garden. Say, Brett, you've learned that technique, haven't you? Old Jike leaned forward, hands braced on the table's edge, gazing at Austin, who rested with his eyes closed. What? Austin opened his eyes, perplexed. That thing. The black-red lightning that takes down entire groups in one blast. Old Jike couldn't describe it properly, but the impression ran deep. The apocalyptic battles of his youth where powerhouses fought, and even the shockwaves could send him flying. Ah, you mean that? Austin was more than willing to satisfy the old man's curiosity, for his greatest wish had always been to become a great pirate like Whitebeard and the others. Now through Austin, that dream was realized in an unconventional way. Of course, he was curious about everything. Austin slowly extended his hand, curling it into a fist. A devastating aura gradually emerged, causing old Jike's pupils to tremble and his body to shudder involuntarily. Yet he was thrilled. Exactly. That's the feeling. A power that shakes you to your bones. Then Austin reined in his aura, concentrating it densely within his fist, as dense black-red lightning crackled. Old Jike struggled to breathe under the oppressive pressure, but watching Austin stand with such domineering presence, he couldn't help but applaud in admiration. What an incredibly powerful force. Hey Austin, can you defeat Whitebeard Edward Newgate now? Old Jike asked eagerly. Austin radiated overwhelming strength, just as Whitebeard had back then, and ironically old Jike couldn't distinguish which was greater. It was like comparing a 1,000-ton boulder to a 10,000-ton one. Of both were simply too massive for any person to lift. The gap was inconceivable. However, old Jike's question caught Austin off guard. Touching his chin in thought, he replied, in terms of raw power, I'd have to admit I'm somewhat inferior. I've witnessed Whitebeard's monstrous strength, his devil fruit abilities, and his Conqueror's Haki, all nearly matching Captain Roger's level. I'm still too young. These words disappointed old Jike somewhat, yet he found comfort in the inevitability of it. Yes, Austin was still young. It would come in time. But Austin's next words brought him back to cheerful spirits. But that gap exists only in raw numbers. In unrestricted combat upon the sea. I'm confident not a single member of the Whitebeard pirates would survive. Not even the fishmen would stand a chance. Austin spoke with casual nonchalance, yet to old Jike's ears it resonated like thunder. He instinctively did not doubt it. After all, Austin had been causing chaos within Marineford since his youth. He felt only growing relief. If even such monsters couldn't harm Austin, then the boy would likely stay safe. He wouldn't need to anxiously scan the newspapers each day for reports about him anymore. Afterward, Austin and Mihawk spent several months living on the island of Dulamos, keeping old Jike good company and taking time to rest. During this time, Austin also obtained Morgan's contact information through a newspaper delivering seagull. Bello, bello, bello. Click. As the den mushy connected, a bird-like face materialized upon it, the figure on the other end smiling warmly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Black Lance Austin. This is Morgan's from the World Economic newspaper. I'm certainly aware of that, given you've been fabricating stories about me in the papers for years. Austin regarded the den mushy in his hand with an awkward smile, beads of cold sweat forming on its surface. His tone remained even. He hadn't forgotten that half his notorious reputation stemmed from this very creature's sensationalism, however grounded in truth. It may have been it had never been authorized. Haha. Speaking of which, what brings someone of your stature to contact me? Morgans quickly changed the subject. In prior years, driven by the pursuit of clicks, he'd lost count of how many fabricated stories he'd spun. Now faced with the actual subject bringing them up, embarrassment was unavoidable. I'm calling about two matters. Austin sipped orange juice through a straw, speaking nonchalantly. First, the kingdom of Delamos in the New World will now fall under my protection. Publish this in your paper. Anyone daring to attack, whether a mighty pirate or a member nation, should prepare for total annihilation. That's simple. Black Lance Austin having his own territory is big news for us. Morgan smirked with barely concealed mischief, already drafting headlines. Shocking. Legendary pirate ignites New World territory struggle. The man behind a 40 billion belly bounty. What are his true intentions? Death to all who approach. New overlord of the New World makes bold declaration. Watching Morgan's dubious expression, OSS raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, yet he chose not to comment further. He didn't believe the bird would dare to be duplicitous, otherwise he would secretly tail the delivery seagull, find the headquarters, and blow it up with a single shot. As Morgans remained lost in thought, OSS continued slowly. The second matter is that I intend to dominate the entire underworld. Morgan's once cheerful expression instantly froze. Would you like to join me, News King Morgans? This? He studied OSS's expression, finding only a calm gaze, a faintly upturned corner of the mouth, and a pair of eyes that seemed to see through the soul, devoid of any threatening undertones. Are you a great figure, truly interested in our humble little ventures? The underworld is no small business, Morgans. As one who possesses a god's eye view of how the underworld kings monopolize maritime operations, OSS knew well that this colossal pie, spanning entertainment, gambling, funeral services, special trades, transportation, media, loans, warehousing, arms brokerage, though unable to shake the top powerhouses, could effortlessly overturn the very foundation of this world. Think it over. You don't really believe you can hide behind those birds forever, do you, eh? OSS's words carried an innate persuasiveness, leaving Morgans momentarily stunned, though he still retained his calm with his own covert methods. Even if you move your headquarters to an airship, it's the same. What a cold sweat oozed from his feathers, trickling to the ground, and his bird-like face turned grim. How could you possibly know? You're in intelligence, so you should know me well enough. Morgans, no need for introductions. OSS's crimson glowing eyes fixed ominously on the den mushy, radiating an invisible pressure. I can always find you, whether in the sky, the sea, or underground. If you join me now, I won't interfere much with your business. Instead, I'll protect you and share some world-shaking secrets. But OSS's gaze sharpened. If I have to go through the trouble of finding you, the consequences are something you won't want to know. He didn't elaborate, but the unspoken threat was the most impactful. Morgan stopped laughing and fell into silence. Because he couldn't refute it, the more he understood OSS's capabilities, the more he realized the terrifying power at his disposal. Hiding to publish rebellious little newspapers was already underhanded, but compared to OSS, he was still far behind. As long as he wanted to spread news and expand his business, he couldn't avoid this monster, capable of unlimited teleportation and observation, Haki covering tens of thousands of meters. As a world-class intelligence agent, he had seen many monsters on the sea, but even those monsters called Black Gun Doter OSS a monster. And notably, he had long anticipated this day. From extensive intelligence, whether it was Mama Sammy's red light district expansion or the recent rise of the new underworld broker Joker, a shadow of this man loomed behind them all. Others might not see it, but he did. These moves unequivocally indicated one thing: this Lord OSS truly intended to set foot in the vast profit field of the underworld. And not merely to join, but to seize control. With his absolute power and unparalleled abilities, he would forcibly consolidate the chaotic, fragmented underworld market under one rule. No one could resist, and no one dared to. Even the world government would have to turn a blind eye. This was an inevitable trend, not a trivial issue to evade. After a moment's deliberation, Morgans finally conceded. Stubborn resistance only made sense with leverage, but his trump cards were far from enough to shake OSS the Buddha, who had even left the world government battered. In that case, I am willing to join your ranks, Lord OSS. If it were Big Mom or Whitebeard, Morgans wouldn't give a damn, but this man was different. His abilities were so absolute, his potential so terrifying that the matter transcended mere power scale. Don't worry, Morgans. Hearing the sensible reply, OSS seemed pleased and offered some reassurance. I normally won't interfere with your business. You can spread whatever news you want to, I won't stop you. As long as you disseminate the information I need, you fulfilled your mission. Moreover, I can tell you a few secrets. No wonder he was a man the world government feared. He knew so many shocking hidden truths. And this was only a fraction. Just how many secrets had this man uncovered with his abilities? What had Roger discovered? A cold sweat trickled down Morgan's brow, a mix of thrill and curiosity stirring within him. Surely following such a king of the underworld would grant access to even more unprecedented big news. Unconsciously, the last trace of reluctance vanished, replaced by full immersion in the forthcoming revelations that might soon be made public. Of course, OSS didn't care about their loyalty. After all, he lacked the ability to probe minds like Redfield's observation Haki. As long as they obeyed obediently, that sufficed. He had always relied on his own absolute power, not on trust. Also, don't forget to pass the word to the other underworld bosses, hurry up and surrender. Tracking them down one by one and beating them into submission is a waste of time. At the end of the conversation, OSS smiled and added, especially that rising star Stussy of the Pleasure District. If she's willing, she can co-run the business with Sammy. If not, his smile widened. Then I won't bother with the world government's CP agencies. In the end, I'll have Vegapunk come and talk to her personally. After finishing his instructions to Morgan, Zos paid no further attention to the matter, for in his view rebellion was simply unthinkable, so long as those so-called kings of the underworld wished to remain alive. Having subdued Morgans, he now possessed the world's intelligence network, unrestricted teleportation, and Conqueror's Haki infusion, transforming him into a thoroughbred humanoid eradication machine. Days of reunion must eventually come to an end, a truth old Cicero naturally understood. At the port along the Dramos coastline, a towering crimson vessel was currently docked. Old Cicero gazed up at the ship and shook his head in ill humor. Rojo's belongings were nothing but cursed. Standing by the harbor, Os, clad in a dark crimson suit with a black coat draped over his shoulders, had just finished his call on the Den Den Mushi. Crates of supplies were being hoisted aboard as old Cicero supervised personally, when suddenly a shadow fell across their position. Time to set sail again. Old Cicero did not turn around, merely clasping his hands behind his back. His expression remained obscured within the shadow as he rasped, indeed. The timeline is quite tight. We must arrive within half a day. Os nodded in agreement. Mihawk said nothing, already making his way onto the Oro Jackson and beginning to inventory the provisions. Then, when you are free, come back and visit. You are the royal scion of this nation. This will all be your inheritance someday. Hearing this, Os could not help but chuckle. It was meant as a retirement retreat for the old man. Anyway, a minor kingdom held no appeal for him. After all, figures like Crocodile and Doflamingo both coveted grand territories like Alabasta and Dressrosa. Why would Os target some small island nation? Then you must watch over it for me, old man. Do not collapse on me too soon. Reading between his words, old Cicero suddenly broke into a wide grin. Naturally. I am counting on you to come back and care for me in my twilight years. Very well. Then I shall take my leave. Os crouched and gave old Cicero's shoulder a brief embrace, drawing complaints about his sentimentality as the old man urged him to board and sail before ruining the mood. Stop clinging. Go on now. You are a sovereign of the seas and still behaving like a child. Your crew will laugh at you. Watching Os walk away, old Cicero remained silent. The vessel departed slowly through the harbor. Old Cicero's stern expression finally cracked as the Oro Jackson vanished from sight. He murmured to himself, visit more often, Os. The moment those words left his lips, a voice echoed from the horizon, I will. Take care, old man. Through his observation Haki, Os watched old Cicero scold him with embarrassed anger and laughed heartily. Noticing Os's cheerful demeanor, Mihawk took a sip of red wine and cautioned, if you wish to arrive in time, you had better make it by noon. No one can predict when they will depart. Understood. I am leaving now. Os snapped his fingers, and the eternal pose materialized in his hand. The next person he intended to meet was one of two figures who would only gain significant prominence much later. A man he had crossed paths with once at Logtown, Monkey D. Dragon, son of Garp, father of the future pirate king and commander of the Revolutionary Army. The other was Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist centuries ahead of his era and the confirmed owner of the human fruit model brain, the very mind behind the world's technological miracles. Os held little interest in Dragon himself, a dreamer seeking to overthrow tyranny, nothing unusual throughout history, yet inevitably trapped by its cyclical nature. In a world where strength dictates order, such ambitions rarely survive. As long as the world harbored individuals wielding monopolistic power, true equality remained impossible, however fleeting its appearance in any region. Though Dragon's cause was none of Os's concern, he found genuine intrigue in Dragon's subordinate. Or rather a figure central to his amusement, the transsexual King Ambrio Ivanov. Even if Os could not recruit him directly, he would ensure Ivanov's abilities served his purposes, performing surgeries on pirates and offenders alike, while supplying the red light district with endless technicians, eliminating labor costs entirely. More crucially, he could not allow his underworld Queen Shallow to be transformed into some rugged brute simply because of Ivanov's influence. His interest in Vegapunk stemmed purely from a desire to witness advanced technology firsthand, and if he could enhance his weapons in the process, all the better. Anticipating the fascinating encounters ahead, Osa's eyes narrowed into a gentle smile, his gaze drifting toward little Eagle practicing swordplay nearby. Though he quickly dismissed the thought. That proud soul would undoubtedly hunt him across the world with a blade in hand. Should transforming into an alluring woman cause him to miss the chance of facing the world's greatest swordsman, even their closest bond would not spare Os. Though Ivanov himself would certainly be reduced to nothing more than minced flesh. What are you looking at? Mihawk, whose swordsman instincts detected something amiss, turned his cold gaze toward Os, sensing something unsettling. Nothing. Just thinking we may soon welcome another companion. I see. Mihawk returned his attention to his sword, releasing waves of slashing energy toward the sea as split fish carcasses floated to the surface. He cared little whom Os recruited, so long as it did not disrupt his training. Besides, no one could escape Os's designs. Not when every scheme he had attempted had succeeded without fail. Whatever methods he employed, the new recruit would simply have to pray for mercy. Then, let us make full speed for the West Sea. We will return to the New World before long. Like a phantom vessel cutting through daylight, the Oro Jackson sailed across open waters, harnessing Conqueror's Haki to pierce through the calm belt as it made its way toward O'Hara. Within just an hour or two, on the outer fringes of the O'Hara waters, a shadowy silhouette materialized along the coastline like a specter. West Sea Aohala. The once lush forest island kingdom had now been reduced to ruins. The towering tree symbolizing knowledge had also fallen. The world government's buster call had long retreated, and this place should have been deserted from then on. But at this moment, several giant ships were anchored by the island's shore. Several giants were holding nets, scooping something from a lake. It was book after book. The submerged books were still remarkably well preserved. They were packed and transported in batches. At that moment, a figure with an exaggeratedly huge head was sticking out its tongue and peeking from behind a rock. Behind him stood a long-haired man holding a flower draped in a dark green cloak. You're still the same, that head. Long time no see, Bei Jiapeng Ko. The scientist called by name Bei Jiapeng Ko slowly turned around. Seeing that it was Long, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's you, Long. Why are you here? Because I have some ties with Uncle Clover. But I don't know why there are still people monitoring the vicinity of Aohala. Is that all right? Long was very alert. He had long noticed those fellows stationed around Aohala. He hadn't exposed himself, but the figures of the giants were impossible to hide, and they had probably already alerted certain people. Are they from the world government? Bei Jiapeng Ko was somewhat worried. If so, these important books would likely be exposed. But Long shook his head. They don't seem like it. They look more like underlings sent by some force on the sea without any appearance of a regular army. Is that so? Long glanced at the giants fishing for books in the distance. Are you concerned about those giants? Yes, these are valuable books. Oh, we can't let them take them away. They are not thieves. I've investigated them. They are. As they walked and talked, the next moment Long suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked toward the distant sea. What's happening, Long? Bei Jiapeng Ko was bewildered by his reaction and quickly asked. But Long did not answer. He just gritted his teeth, his face suddenly turning extremely grim, his eyes fixed on a black dot beyond the coastline. As the ghostly ship's silhouette approached, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Long's forehead. How is this possible? That surveillance team was left by that guy. Yes, I left it. With a smile, AOC grasped the dragon claw fist wrapped in armament Haki. With just a slight exertion of force, he abruptly pressed down the dragon claw that could tear steel and crack the earth. Is this how you greet me right off the bat, Long? How rude. AOC, dressed in a dark red suit draped in a black coat with a sword and gun at his waist, looked calmly at the tense Long before him. Beside him, Bei Jiapeng, who had already retreated far away. Oh, he couldn't withstand the aftershocks of such a battle. Fortunately, Long's attack was merely an instinctive reaction. He had no intention of continuing the fight. The armament Haki on his hand quickly dissipated. AOC also released his grip. After all, the dragon claw fist, which relied on strength, wasn't even half as powerful as his own monstrous strength in his eyes. If Long dared to squeeze back without armament Haki, AOC was confident he could easily crush his hand into a comminuted fracture. Black gun duo to air. AOC, why are you here? Long asked with a grave expression. But AOC did not answer his question. Instead, he turned and appeared beside the hiding Bei Jiapeng, pinching his chin to observe his head. Wow, a head can grow this big. AOC muttered to himself. How many brains must be stored in there to make it so big? No wonder a huge container will be needed to store it later. Black gun. AOC. Bei Jiapeng stuck out his tongue, looking up at AOC, who was examining his head. Behind his small glasses, his eyes held a hint of helplessness with a few beads of cold sweat on his face. Relax, I'm not here to kill you. Perhaps sensing the extreme tension of the two, AOC was about to explain, but as he lifted his head, his words got stuck in his throat. Oh, so there are female giants in Aohala too. I haven't seen one in a long time. He saw the giants fishing for books in the distance, but one of them was actually a beautiful and sexy female giant. The last time he saw one was when he was a child, when he went to Elbaf with Captain Roger and the others. When he was little he used to jump on a trampoline there with Ba Ji and Xiang Kasi. Those were really the noob-friendly days. Compared to Bei Jiapeng Ku and Long, he was clearly more interested in the giants and news of Uncle Jiaba. In an instant AOC appeared before the female giant, smiling and greeting them. But the three were startled, especially Hai Er Ding, who threw a punch instinctively. But when the fist was about a meter away from AOC, it stopped abruptly, as if hitting a wall. Is this how all of you greet people? Actually, it wasn't surprising that they all reacted so strongly. When a figure suddenly appears beside you, or a bug-like creature, a warrior's instinct is always to attack first. Stop. He's not our enemy. Perhaps because Guerzi was more perceptive, she recognized AOC's figure, and quickly called out to Hai Er Ding, who was trying to move his body. But Hai Er Ding was also at a loss. Actually, even if she hadn't called out, Hai Er Ding couldn't move at all. The moment he threw the punch, AOC had already immobilized his entire body with the Don't Move ability. Without extremely strong Haki, unless one's physical strength far surpassed AOC's, even the mighty power of the giants would be helpless against spatial abilities. Are you Mr. AOC? I've heard Mr. Jiaba talk about you, and I've seen your wanted poster. The female giant Guerzi recognized AOC and spoke with pleasant surprise. Oh, Uncle Jiaba has mentioned me. AOC became interested. He immediately released Hai Er Ding's restriction and asked Guerzi. Yes, Mr. Jiaba often tells us about his past sailing adventures. Guerzi smiled. But AOC was clearly no longer listening to news about Uncle Jiaba. As Guerzi spoke, AOC stood in the air, his eyes only able to see that swaying white trampoline larger than his own body. After all, he was just a young man newly of age, full of vigor. It was too much of a test. Thanks to Uncle Jaba's connections in Arabafu combined with OS's own formidable strength and status, the giants showed no hostility. On the contrary, they warmly invited OS to visit Arabafu again at a later date. OS readily agreed, promising he would certainly return someday, though certainly not now, as he still had many affairs to attend to. Under the curious gazes of Dragon and Vegapunk from afar, OS soon mingled with the giants. Thanks to his remarkably high emotional intelligence and eloquence, Gerd quickly struck up an enthusiastic conversation with him. Eventually, the bold and unrestrained warrior even pulled OS into her embrace, pressing his face into the abyss below, barely leaving him room to breathe. OS could have resisted, but why bother? However, since the giants had come on a mission, OS did not delay further. Before taking his leave, he gave them a simple message. Tell Saul that there is no need to worry about little Robin. She is alive and well. After bidding farewell to the giants, OS turned and made his way back to Dragon and Vegapunk. Beside them stood a cold and stern young man carrying a black blade upon his back. Sorry about that. I forgot to bring you in your ship when I teleported just now. Hearing this, Mihawk simply crossed his arms and closed his eyes, unwilling to argue with OS over such trivialities. As the group strolled across the now desolate lands of O'Hara, Dragon, sensing the unspoken tension between the ominous-looking OS and Mihawk, finally could not contain himself and asked, "So, what brings someone like you to seek us out?" He fixed his gaze intently upon OS's expression, his manner grave. "It's nothing of consequence." OS lightly chuckled as he walked onto a flat expanse among the O'Hara ruins. A massive boulder materialized behind him, and he settled himself upon it comfortably. "I merely heard that one of your subordinates possesses a rather interesting ability." "You mean?" "Indeed. The transsexual Ivy Gore." At these words, Dragon's demeanor suddenly stiffened. "Ivy Gore is my comrade. I will absolutely not hand him over to you." Observing the armament Haki flaring across Dragon's hands and the emerald-tinted gales swirling about him, Mihawk drew the black blade from his back in one fluid motion, prepared to unleash a sword strike of staggering power at the slightest provocation. There's no need for such tension. Yet OS merely raised a hand in a calming gesture, utterly unfazed. "I never said I intended to take him away. I simply wish to clarify a few matters." Perhaps sensing no real hostility in OS, or perhaps heeding the subtle signal from Vegapunk, Dragon ultimately relented, first letting the tension gradually ease from his body. "I am no villainous pirate. There is no need to be so wary. Though I am confident I could overwhelm you by force, it would be unnecessary, and I have no desire to make enemies of you for no reason." And then, with a casual snap of his fingers, OS began. Dozens of treasure chests materialized before the group, all standing open. Inside lay neat stacks of berries gleaming brightly enough to blind the eye. Dragon's eye twitched as he observed OS's nonchalant posture. Sharing a glance with Vegapunk, who had his tongue playfully sticking out, he approached cautiously. Reaching into one of the chests, he drew out a thick bundle of bills, each bearing the largest denomination. They were pristine, still carrying the sharp scent of freshly printed ink. Though the aroma was somewhat pungent, to Dragon it smelled sweeter than any delicacy. The Revolutionary Army had been too poor for far too long. Vegapunk's eyes gleamed equally bright beside him. Though he could freely access funds under the world government's patronage, those resources were strictly controlled. If Dragon's domain were not so impossibly impoverished, Vegapunk would never have agreed to work clandestinely for the world government. After all, which scientist could resist the lure of abundant funding? Without money as a foundation, even the sharpest mind would find itself powerless. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. iOS may lack many things, but I never lack money. Watching the greedy glint in their eyes, OS's lips curled into a faint smile. Crossing his legs, he conjured a thick wad of bills in his hand and casually scattered them into the air, letting the wind carry them away without a trace of regret. The sight made Dragon's teeth grind with envy. Damned hell, what he had just waved away must have amounted to hundreds of thousands of berries at least. He immediately activated his ability, summoning a powerful gust that swept the scattered bills back toward him. OS paid it little mind. As he had often said, once one gains control over the world's entertainment, gambling, funeral services, special pleasures, transportation, media, lending, warehousing, arms dealing, and matchmaking, one will find that money has become something akin to an infinite number. Even without fully controlling the entire underground world, OS was already an undeniably trillion Burberry magnate, thanks to the enterprises and assets controlled by figures such as Morgan, Smiley, and Doflamingo. And that figure would only multiply several times over once the remaining players swore allegiance. With the entire underground world at his command, money would never truly run out. It was inevitable. I know you are poor. Consider these dozens of chests my initial investment. Before Dragon could show any sign of joy, OS, lounging with his legs crossed and treating wealth as something trivial, continued slowly. But of course I do have my conditions. With another snap of his fingers, all the chests slammed shut and their locks clicked into place. Of course there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there appears to be one, it is undoubtedly laced with rat poison. Dragon, as though having anticipated this, waited quietly for OS to continue. I require that Ivygor refrain from performing any gender reassignment surgery on anyone without my permission, and that he provide his services unconditionally to whomever I designate. Hearing this condition, Dragon was momentarily stunned. No, perhaps it was not that he found it unacceptable. On the contrary, it was almost too good to be true. Just that. A wave of disbelief washed over him. Could Ivygor's seemingly modest ability truly attract such a massive investment to the Revolutionary Army? I can speak on Ivygor's behalf. I accept your terms. Dragon replied hastily, as though afraid OS might change his mind. Not only would they gain the funds they so desperately needed, but they would also forge a connection with a powerhouse of such caliber. A win-win that would benefit the Revolutionary Army tenfold. Do not celebrate prematurely. OS narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, if I discover he has secretly performed surgery without my consent, the consequences will be severe. Dissolution would be the least of your worries. Meanwhile, Vegapunk, who had witnessed the entire exchange, stuck out his tongue with a look of quiet helplessness. Dragon was still too young and naive. Once the economic lifeline is placed in another's hands, today's small advantage will surely become tomorrow's devastating loss. After all, he was a man with the most powerful brain, seeing clearly not only science and technology, but also human relationships and interests. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the power of money was truly hard to resist, especially when it came from the powerful. Wasn't even Bei Jiapangku himself controlled by the world government in this way? Of course, Bei Jiapangku's speculation was not without reason. If the self-brave army, or even the future revolutionary army, had their military expenditures and various funds controlled by AOC, the king of the underworld, and their own strength could not shake AOC, then things would become very interesting. Was this Revolutionary Army Long's Revolutionary Army, or AOC's Revolutionary Army? The key point was that AOC was currently on friendly terms with the world government, and was even the heir to the throne of a world government member state. The mastermind, who had no intention of contending for world hegemony, chose to hedge his bets. Would the old world government defeat the rising star, or would the new force overthrow the decadent rule? So hard to guess. But no matter what, it probably wouldn't be a loss. After resolving Long's issue, AOC turned his gaze to Bei Jiapangku beside him. Then, Dr. Bei Jiapangku, do you need financial support? This? Bei Jiapangku hesitated. Mainly because AOC's smile, though seemingly gentle, always gave him an ominous feeling, as if he were making a deal with a demon. Its unsettling nature was even more intense than that of those fellows in the world government. You should think it over carefully. Unlimited funds as long as you let me use some of your research results. Don't worry, the world government won't find out. AOC coaxed, because he understood what infinite funds meant to a scientist. By analogy, it was like putting a bachelor of 30 years into a time-limited free red light district. Once conditions were met, he would not stop until he exhausted himself. Sure enough, after a brief hesitation, Bei Jiapangku chose to succumb to temptation again. For a moment, he even considered betraying the world government and switching to work under AOC. After all, the celestial tribute collected by the world government was mainly used for the expenses of the celestial dragons and the Navy budget. The amount available for research, though large, was not unlimited. AOC was different, so wealthy that he didn't treat money as money. His methods of accumulating wealth on the sea even surpassed those of the world government. He was practically the dream client for every researcher. The first task AOC entrusted to Bei Jiapeng was to modify the black gun he carried. Don't modify it into a laser weapon. Just make it comfortable to use and as long range as possible. Of course, don't worry about recoil. No joke, there was probably no gun that AOC couldn't control. Even if he had to carry a naval cannon, his monstrous strength could fully suppress the muzzle. As for the subsequent funds for Bei Jiapeng, AOC would send people to deliver them periodically. With such enormous financial support, if there were any good technological inventions, Bei Jiapeng promised that AOC would naturally be one of the first users, no less than the world government. For instance, Mr. AOC, there is a research project I wonder if you're interested in. What? AOC watched as Bei Jiapeng put away his gun, and upon hearing this sudden question, he couldn't help but become curious. This is just my preliminary idea, a small breakthrough in cloning technology. Since the creation of C2, Bei Jiapeng had been pursuing a more perfect cloning technology, such as inheriting the original's power and adding certain special racial talents along with his budding research on devil fruit abilities. If you are willing, what is cultivated from your blood might become the pinnacle of this technology. Upon hearing this, AOC instantly understood everything, his expression turning strange. Seraphim AOC. Inheriting AOC's current talents and devil fruit ability along with the racial advantages of the Luna Lea tribe. It could be said that with AOC's talent coupled with the Luna Lea tribe's terrifying recovery and defense, he would truly have no weaknesses. A 10-year-old appearance rivaling an admiral, probably even more monstrous than him in the future. Forget it, he didn't like someone using his handsome face to show off on the sea. Too awkward. Let's talk about that later. First, let me see your successful results. Thus AOC chose to brush it off for now. Bei Jiapeng expressed understanding. After all, it was only human nature to not believe in research that hadn't yet yielded results. Everything progressed even more smoothly than AOC had imagined. Perhaps it was because he gave too much money or the disparity in strength was too great. Everything seemed harmonious. Watching Long Bei Jiapeng and their subordinates counting the Bei Li Mihua showed no interest in these matters and simply asked AOC then, "Where do we go next?" Next, AOC thought for a moment, took out a Dian Huachong from his pocket and dialed. That depends on whether Mo Air Gang C has disappointed his new boss. Click. How are the things I entrusted to you, Mo Air Gang C? Lord AOC, are you referring to the other underworld figures, or both? It's like this. Several underworld tycoons have agreed to submit, such as Wu Mite and others. But a few have refused. They said, AOC is nothing. There are other truly big shots involved with interests at stake, so they dare not offend those people. Huh? AOC asked slowly with an intrigued expression. Big shots, who are they? Mo Air Gang C instantly perked up upon hearing this question, a sinister smile spreading across his bird-like face. Finally asked, haha, every time he thought of how some people had cursed him for being AOC's dog, saying he was regressing, he felt a surge of anger. But as angry as he was then, now he was just as thrilled. Those bumpkins. How could they compare with a man like him who dealt in intelligence? AOC's terror was beyond the imagination of those rats, who only knew how to cower in their own territories. Of course, some of the smaller bumpkins, Mo Air Gang C and his people, could handle themselves, but there were many they couldn't. There are many, Lord AOC. The most frequently mentioned is the one who vaguely holds the status of a rising hegemon in the New World. The former captain of the Rocks Pirates, Xia Luo Telling Ling. Huh, the strongest woman in the world. Hearing this familiar name, OSS felt somewhat surprised, but then found it to be normal. When he was a child, he often saw this great beauty on Rock's ship in the newspapers. However, he heard that she had been putting on weight in recent years. But it didn't matter, OSS had no habit of picking up leftovers. He preferred to take things for himself. If it was the youthful version of Lin Lin before she joined Rock's, OSS might have been interested, but now there was no ripple in his heart. It seemed that in his previous life's anime, Big Mom was very keen on dealing with these underworld figures. He didn't expect the signs to appear so early. Then write down the ones you can't handle, and I'll take care of them. Yes, Lord OSS, I'll immediately send you the intelligence on those guys. Morgan's wore a mischievous smile. Among these there were quite a few personal agendas. Some were those who refused OSS's recruitment, others were obstacles in his business. OSS naturally knew that this bird was not honest, but he couldn't be bothered to care too much. As long as he was generally loyal, helping him solve troubles was also solving OSS's own troubles. As for the second matter, the intelligence on Crocodile you requested has been found. He is currently in Alabasta. Alabasta, huh? After being defeated by Whitebeard, he started going astray, little sand. Good, I understand. Thank you for your work. It is my honor to serve Lord OSS. Click. OSS put the Din Mushy back into his pocket, loosened his suit button, and turned to look at Mihawk. We're going to be busy from now on. Mihawk nodded. To be honest, he was also quite interested in the new companion. The Oro Jackson was too quiet. When Little Robin was on board it was better, but now only he and OSS stayed on the ship every day, which was indeed quite boring. We should have an eternal pose to Alabasta on the ship, right? OSS looked at Mihawk. His observation Haki was convenient. He could pick up and put away things on the ship at will, but those log poses all looked the same. He really couldn't tell them apart. Mihawk nodded calmly. In the future, just engrave the name of each island on the pose. Similarly, with innate observation Haki, unlike Queen Otoheim and Redfield, OSS did not focus on the spiritual and mental aspects. If their innate observation Haki was psychological, then OSS's was physical, born with fine detail, no born with subtlety. Even if a letter was engraved on the handle of a pose in the cabin, OSS could quickly pick it out from the pile of poses. Thus this subtlety, even when applied to sensing the wind direction from 10,000 meters away, was enough to make OSS the world's top sniper without relying on his devil fruit ability. The world's greatest sniper. Then, let's set sail for Alabasta. Paradise Alabasta Rain Banquet. In the noisy and bustling casino, countless gamblers gathered, some cheering, some lamenting. Among them there were those who had lost their minds and wanted to attack others. On a seat, a graceful figure was smoking a cigar, her beautiful eyes contemptuously looking at the people outside through the haze of smoke. This body is still too weak. She extended her slender hand, and a small rotating sandstorm slowly formed, then swept outward. The next moment, a dried-up corpse lay on the ground, instantly intimidating all those who had hidden intentions. That woman is a Logia-type devil fruit user, right? Yeah, I heard her bounty is ridiculously high. It seems the intelligence is accurate. After being defeated by the legendary Whitebeard, she actually came to this small place. Crocodile naturally sensed many overt and covert gazes, but she couldn't be bothered to care. She just snorted coldly and returned to her office. She had recently obtained intelligence that among a group active on the seas in recent years, there was someone whose devil fruit ability could change gender. If she could become a man, she would definitely become stronger than she was now. Just as she was preparing for her next voyage to find the so-called self-confidence army, at that moment, two uninvited guests barged into her newly opened casino. Hello, sir, what would you like to play? Well, what do you have here? It's my first time in a place like this. A man in sunglasses, a dark red suit, and a black wide coat asked with a smile. Behind him, a man in a white shirt and sunglasses carrying a cross was twitching his mouth. What kind of outfit is this? But it must be said, among all the people they met along the way, no one recognized them. Because he had been taken away by Vegapunk for modifications, he didn't carry his iconic black gun. Wearing a dark red expensive suit, a sword at his waist, a black coat over his shoulders, and sunglasses, the handsome, tall young man looked more like a gangster's son than a pirate, all dressed up. As for Mihawk, beside him, although carrying a cross was strange, his innate aristocratic aura and demeanor made him completely unassociated with the image of a plundering pirate. Seeing the two dressed in such a style, the casino manager was respectful and received them courteously, as if treating them like gods. But in his heart he was already laughing. Judging by their clothes and aura, they looked rich, but were rookies who had never played. How long had it been since he encountered such fat sheep? Looking at OSS's calm and gentle smile, it seemed to be densely written with a few big words: rich fool, easy money, come quickly. Following the casino manager inside, the first thing to do was to exchange some chips. After listening to the casino manager's explanation, OSS slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a $1 belly bill. The casino manager saw this and instantly broke into a cold sweat. What the hell? So he was a poor guy? Dressed to the nines, though. OSS, however, didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, he casually sat down at a commoner's gambling table. So, what are the rules? With the waiter's explanation, OSS quickly understood a special game here. 10 cards are randomly drawn from the deck, then 5 are randomly dealt to each of the 2 players. Each player selects 1 card to compare the value. If there is a tie, each selects another card from the remaining 4. The bigger wins, the smaller loses, and the winner takes all. OSS sat down at the table, interlocking his fingers and placing them on the table. Little Hawk stood behind him with interest, his sharp eyes fixed on the game. Then let's begin. I happen to have some experience in card games, OSS said with a smile. Hearing these words, both the casino staff and the veteran gamblers who had spent years at the tables shared a silent chuckle. Before any game begins, everyone harbors the fantasy that the goddess of victory will stand by their side. After all, when they first stepped into the world of gambling, they too had been as confident as OS, winning hand after hand at the outset. Once they tasted such an effortless, thrilling way to make money, ordinary labor would seem utterly dreary by comparison. Even fully aware that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, each one still clings to the belief that they are the lucky 10th. To them, OS was just another reckless newcomer, brimming with confidence despite his apparent wealth. They believed that before long he would lose everything he possessed. The moment his opponent took his seat across the table, the first round commenced. 5 cards were dealt to each player. Without a second thought, OS casually flipped over 1 card. It was a 6. As expected, in order to hook the fresh mark, the opponent immediately revealed a small 4. 100,000 berry to 200,000 berry. Congratulations, sir. It seems fortune favors you tonight. A provocative waitress stood nearby, her curvaceous figure swaying as she offered her flattery. She used a fork to feed him fruit, a maneuver clearly designed to heighten his euphoria and cloud his judgment. OS grinned broadly. Indeed, my luck has always been excellent. With a casual gesture, he produced a thick wad of bills, worth tens or hundreds of millions of berry. Laughing heartily, OS stuffed it directly into the deep valley of the waitress's collar. Seeing such effortless generosity, she was delighted and grew even more diligent in her flattering words. Perhaps stunned by OS's lavish spending, the casino manager stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he leaned close to his subordinate and whispered, "Set him up at a higher stakes table. Give him a few small wins to reel him in, then trap him completely." Watching his subordinate nod and leave, the manager wore a sinister smile. Once crushed under enormous gambling debts, no wealthy merchant or noble would ever escape the palm of Yen. Soon he heard OS's cheerful voice urging him on. "Hurry up. I had someone calculate my odds. Today my luck is extraordinary. 100% win rate guaranteed." "Right away, sir. We will arrange the next round immediately. Laugh now. You will have plenty of time to weep later." In the following rounds, the process was largely the same as the first. Sometimes the margin was 8-1, other times 5-4. Regardless of the gap, OS won every single hand without fail. Starting from 100,000 berry, the winnings rolled up to 496 million in no time. A truly colossal sum. This was precisely why the casino manager dared to take the risk, seeing OS appeared to be quite wealthy. He pushed the early stages high, but the real killing blow lay in the double-or-nothing leverage of the next round. If OS lost, not only would he have to surrender everything he had won, but he would also have to pour in over 400 million of his own money. The prearranged cards were inserted, and soon 5 cards were dealt to each side. The businessman-looking man sitting opposite OS confidently flipped open the second card on his right, a jack. 11 points. Seeing this, every gambler in the crowd gripped their breath for OS. They loved watching others lose, but they loved an impossible comeback even more. As the saying goes in Russian roulette, if there is only one bullet, everyone wants to see you die. But if 5 bullets are loaded, everyone will want you to live. OS did not grow tense like the surrounding spectators. Instead, he remained completely calm, and a flash of crimson light skimmed across his face behind his sunglasses. "Your future holds no chance of victory." And then OS extended his hand and slowly lifted the middle card. A king. 13 points. The highest card in the deck, second only to the big and small jokers. How is this possible? They only inserted one high card as a safeguard in case spectators demanded to inspect the deck, and placed it exactly where no one would psychologically choose. And he still drew it. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. The manager's eye twitched violently. 496 million berry multiplied by 4. Over 16 billion. If this went wrong, even selling his entire family would not be enough. Just as he clenched his teeth, preparing to order his men to seal the floor and force OS to continue gambling against his will, the sound of dress shoes suddenly echoed from upstairs. How could this happen? The manager trembled, attempting to speak. "Boss, give me a chance." Silence. A swirling wind of sand drifted slowly down from above, condensing into a vortex before the manager. A truly formidable woman appeared. A cigar clenched between her lips, she radiated an innate aura of authority and dominance. A scar across her face did not diminish her beauty, rather it enhanced her bearing. Her sleek black hair flowed behind her, and over a black dress, she wore a black coat. Her first words dripped with exasperation. "You couldn't even see through their scheme. How much more do you intend to lose?" The manager wanted to explain further, but upon meeting Crocodile's gaze, he fell instantly silent. Ignoring her incompetent subordinate, Crocodile swept toward OS with a graceful, commanding stride. Her expression grew stern, dark lines etching across her face. "Do me a favor and leave with your money. I pledge my reputation in Yen. There will be no complaints and no trouble will be sought." The surrounding crowd had assumed the female boss, a great sea pirate, was approaching to resort to force. But to everyone's astonishment, she was actually yielding. "What? You are kicking customers out now, or simply cannot afford to pay." OS's goal was never to earn such a trivial amount of pocket change. Hearing Crocodile's words, he naturally refused to accept. "I do not care for money. My objective is but one." Upon hearing this, a displeased expression flickered across Crocodile's face. She was furious, yet she was no longer the ignorant young woman who knew neither heaven nor earth. Since challenging Whitebeard, she had come to understand just how absurdly powerful the top monsters of this world truly were. Moreover, with her intelligence, she could not fail to recognize the depth of the person before her. She could certainly fight, but she would certainly lose. All she desired now was to complete her gender transformation and peacefully locate the legendary ancient weapon, thereby establishing a nation that would truly bring her peace and stability, free from the influence of any faction. Thus she chose to endure. But that did not mean she lacked the means to strike back. "Very well. If you wish to play, then I will play alongside you. The legendary sea pirate, the king of an era, Black Gun OS." "What? I thought it was someone else, but it's that black gun OS. Yeah, the black. The words instantly silenced the air. The once noisy casino became as quiet as a library in that moment. The next second it finally returned to its lively state. Hey, you're joking, right? Did that guy Kellokitter just say? Did he say that? Duochuoros. Even in the paradise no one, not even those ill-informed, could fail to recognize that legendary name. Openly and covertly, everyone who heard the name was filled with horror. A few of the faint-hearted even had tears and snot streaming down their faces, and their legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. The intelligence agents and undercover spies mingled in the crowd, trembling their hands, dialing the din mushy frantically. Baru. Report to headquarters, major event. About that legendary pirate with a bounty of 4 billion. Countless people rushed out the door. Only a few daring souls chose to stay here with pounding hearts, and some even tried to step forward to beg to be taken as underlings, but they were all blocked by the horizontal slash of Mihawk's drawn Uru. Having his identity exposed, OS showed little reaction, merely turning his gaze unhurriedly toward Kellokitter. As expected, you're clever. Kellokitter's face darkened, a cigar clamped between his lips, and he sat down generously across from OS at the gambling table. Since you're in the mood, let me play around with you. The gamblers around looked at the two sitting on opposite sides of the table, both crossing their legs with the same posture, feeling both nervous and thrilled. Black Gun, I never expected a man like you to be interested in this kind of game. Kellokitter's long, dazzling white legs almost stole OS's gaze, nearly causing him to lose his cool. Fortunately, his will was strong. As for me, I'm interested in everything interesting, including, but not limited to, games. A flicker of mischief passed through OS's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted as he looked at the beautiful woman with the aura of a big shot before him. Since we're betting, why not go big? Fizz. Ding. Who? Although intuitively she felt she couldn't beat the man before her, Xiaosha's life had no room for backing down. Hearing OS's words, she didn't reply hastily. Instead, she used a lighter to light another cigar and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, maintaining her composure perfectly. As luck would have it, the wind carried the smoke before Xiaoing. He raised an eyebrow, using his hand as a blade to gently sweep through the air, and the smoke drifted away with the flowing currents. No sword style sent dispersion. Through the curling smoke, OS saw a fearless, stubborn look on Kellokitter's face. Then, what is the wager? She didn't want trouble, but that didn't mean she feared it. She had never feared Whitebeard, let alone this mere OS. And what she didn't know was that it was precisely this stubbornness and big shot aura that attracted OS's attention even more. If it were only blind obedience, OS could have indulged in the red light district for a lifetime, with Sammy Xiao, Lu Xiaoqi, and the like treating him like a king and obeying his every word. Encountering a stubborn one like Xiao once in a while adds a bit of spice to life, doesn't it? Perhaps this is the Conqueror's desire of the strong. Since I've doubled my money to 1.6 billion berries at your place, let's keep doubling. 2 billion then. Kellokitter's expression turned somewhat sour. With her entire wealth, it wasn't impossible to scrape together that much, but it would certainly cripple her. No. Looking at Xiao's stunned face, OS gently shook his head, his eyes brimming with undisguised amusement. Now that I've finally met someone I'm interested in, how can 2 times be enough? At least this much. He extended his right hand, one index finger pointing upward. 10 times. Xiao's face turned grave. 160 billion berries. If she lost, how many years would she need to operate in Alabaston to make it back? 5 years. 10 years. She was a business genius with top-notch money-making skills and a mind that ranked among the best of pirates. Otherwise, she wouldn't later lend a large sum to Buggy to start a company, nor would the Marines have increased her bounty for her leadership abilities. Therefore, this bet seemed highly unfavorable to her. Even though she had confidence in winning, what if she lost? Furthermore, even if she won with such a huge amount, OS might still become angry and refuse to pay. Having been holed up in Alabaston for a long time, her intelligence sources were also lagging. She didn't believe that OS had the audacity to casually throw out over 10 billion for a single game of cards. Just as she was about to refuse, OS, upon hearing her words, actually showed a hint of contempt and mockery in his eyes. 10 times. Are you trying to fob off a beggar? What I said was 100 times. 160 billion berries. Before anyone else could react, OS's seemingly crazy words instantly made Xiao unable to sit still. Just hearing that number made her head rush with blood, her eyes bloodshot, and she almost bit through her cigar. Impossible. No matter how you look at it, this number is too outrageous. Impossible. Even someone like you couldn't possibly come up with that amount so easily. 160 billion berries was enough to drain the treasury of a medium-sized country, covering decades of tribute to the celestial dragons. How do you know I don't have it? Suddenly a cold voice cut through Xiao's agitated mood. OS reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out a piece of paper. World Government Member State Certification. Certification: the Duochuo royal family is the sole royal family of the Dulamosi Kingdom. That's right. OS waved the old man's family fortune in front of Xiao Sha, as if he were holding just an ordinary berry. Surely betting a country against this is enough, right? Even if it's just collecting taxes 100 years would be more than enough. Saying that as if afraid Xiao Sha wouldn't believe him, OS pulled out one piece of paper after another from his fourth-dimensional pocket, bank deposit slips, ownership certificates of his enterprises. Not to mention 160 billion, I could even come up with 1,600 billion. Although he didn't have that much now, he certainly would soon. The entire underworld scale made a trillion not an impossibility. Then, it depends on whether you dare to play. OS stared at Xiao Sha like a predator, making her break out in cold sweat, his eyes blazing with a crimson light. Keluokitayer. Within the Yuyin banquet, countless gamblers stared with bloodshot eyes at the sheets of paper casually tossed by AOC, 160 billion. Just hearing that name made them feel a sense of unreality. But no one dared to act rashly. They merely stared at the gambling table, with tingling scalps, witnessing this unprecedented scene of a colossal gamble. However, Keluokitawer's reaction clearly disappointed them. She clenched her silver teeth, and even her crossed fair delicate leg was set down, though her face was shrouded by an unprecedented dark look. This amount. How could I possibly gamble with you? Even if she had confidence in winning against AOC, she knew with her little toe that she could never get her hands on that money. 160 billion was already worth killing for. On the cruel sea, it was common for the strong to decide life and death. Even she herself on many occasions stopped at nothing to achieve her goals. Not to mention, she wasn't 100% certain to win. Even if she was confident that the chance of losing was minuscule, once she lost, she would probably be burdened with an impossible debt for the rest of her life. Huh. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the already flushed little sand who seemed about to explode, his hands crossed under his chin. Are you worried that I'll use my strength to welch on the debt? Or perhaps... After a brief pause, AOC's expression gradually showed surprise, then he revealed a mocking smile that could kill. You? Don't dare. Without waiting for Little Sand to speak, AOC snapped his fingers. Little Hawk. Hearing this, Mihorku reluctantly pulled out an image Den Den Mushi from his pocket. After a brief awakening process, the Den Den Mushi focused its gaze on the gambling table before them, capturing images of both figures. This is... Little Sand was dumbfounded. An image Den Den Mushi, the kind that broadcasts live to the whole world. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Shiji Jingji Xinwen Bao, a large humanoid bird moved among the operators, busily urging arrangements, excitement on his face. Big news. Big news. The world's greatest gambling live broadcast. Lord AOC really didn't deceive me. This image Den Den Mushi has indeed come in handy. Even though the current news king Mo Air Gangxi had not yet truly spread his business everywhere under his development over these years, he had still installed Den Den Mushi projection screens in many countries and regions around the world, including some large nations. Hey, look at the screen in the center of the square, that is. No way, that looks like. Report. Lord Baki, there's a live broadcast about that. Lord AOC, not newspapers. Shanks, look. That seems to be the friend you mentioned. Is that the kid from Roger's ship? Marco. Mama. He really has grown into a strong young man, AOC. Orororo. Hick. What is this? Stop playing house games, come fight. Black gun. After the images were transmitted, even in regions where the Shiji Jingji Bao's business hadn't spread, upon hearing the news about AOC, they quickly found ways to watch the live broadcast. So, the next gamble will be witnessed by the entire world. You should be at ease with that, Little Sand. Already unbothered by the nickname AOC had given her, Keluokitawer stared at the Den Den Mushi in shock. She had been lying low here, though it wasn't a secret, but she kept a low profile to avoid attention, all for the sake of plotting to obtain the legendary ancient weapons. Now she had become famous in front of the whole world. Thinking of this, she slowly gathered a stream of sand in her hand. Don't move, Little Sand. The flying sand slowly halted in midair, then flew back to Keluokitawer's side. AOC said calmly, in the next game no one is allowed to drop out halfway. Timely, all those watching the live broadcast heard a commentator's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Shiji Jingji Xinwen Bao broadcasting the century's greatest gamble. First, the one on the left side of the screen. The great pirate who once roamed the Vida Honglu fought against the Devil's Heir Douglas Barrett and narrowly lost to one of the world's overlords, Whitebeard. Shock. Wow. Little Sand's fiery temperament and attire, coupled with her cigar and the angry yet cold gaze toward the Den Den Mushi, instantly captured the hearts of many men on the sea. Next, the one on the right side of the screen. I'm sure everyone is familiar. Yes, that's right. The legendary Great Pirate. The crew member of the Pirate King. The new overlord of the seas who fought alone against the entire Haijun headquarters with a bounty of 4,049 million Bailey. At only 17 years old, he possesses absolute dominion over the sea. The king of the next generation. Black Emperor Lord AOC. After hearing this obviously lengthy introduction, some citizens who didn't know much about AOC instantly gained a clear understanding. especially the title Black Emperor, which alone evoked a sense of oppression and suffocation. Old Jick, watching the broadcast, was flushed with excitement, shaking the shoulder of a guard beside him. Did you see that, eh? That's my grandson. Ha ha. And what the two sides are about to engage in is a game with the largest stakes in history. The stakes are a brief silence which could be said to have hooked every citizen's heart. 160 billion Bailey. The announcer's excited roar came from the den mushy. What a 160 billion. How many zeros is that? Is it really true? That many Bailey would probably pile up into a mountain. Next, the scene formally turned to the two on the field. AOC on the right was relaxed and cheerful, as if neither the world's attention nor the sky-high stakes could stir his emotions. He simply watched quietly across from him, the already cornered little sand. In fact, his move was spot on. For someone as proud as her to be called out in front of the whole world for not daring to gamble, or for being unable to afford it, was undoubtedly more painful than death for someone with the dream of becoming the Pirate King. Whether it was public pressure or AOC's mockery, Little Sand's body tightened, her face flushed, and her chest heaved. After a long while, she finally slowly lit another cigar. Her small face regained that indifferent, world-weary expression. Little Sand blew out a stream of smoke, her sharp eyes locked on AOC through the haze. I don't know what you're doing all this for, but do you think you've got me figured out? Come on, let's gamble, AOC. So this is the world's top-tier tycoon, not flustered by 160 billion at all. Yeah, who will win this unfathomable fortune that can never be spent thoroughly? Betting opens. Betting opens. Lord OS is so handsome. In the East Sea, an unknown small town. Inside a building, a group of people dressed as circus performers sat in a row, entirely absorbed in gazing at the screen of the image-transmitting snail. The one at the forefront was unmistakably a clown-clad figure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his expression brimming with excitement. Hey, my minions. Watch closely how my dear friend wins this century-spanning high-stakes game in a flamboyant manner. Ha ha. Yes, Captain Bucky. The pirate underlings below also opened their mouths wide, cheering with exhilaration, even though they had no idea why Captain Bucky was so certain that the Black Emperor would win. As for Bucky himself, he was both envious and delighted. No wonder it was OS, 160 billion berry. Even more outrageous than Captain John's treasure. He seemed to have already decided that OS would win. As for the possibility of OS losing, that thought never even crossed Bucky's mind. How could that OS ever face failure? That guy is the best at everything without exception. In the North Sea, the Don Quixote family stronghold. Hey Daffy, if OS-sama loses, we'll definitely be on the hook for part of this debt. On a luxurious sofa, a tall, robust young man with a rebellious air, draped in a pink feather coat, sat with his legs crossed, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he stared at the live broadcast before him. Hearing the anxious worry from the person beside him, his expression remained unchanged. Fufu. It seems you still don't grasp the essence of this event, Treble. An evil grin hung on his face, as if he had transformed back into that arrogant young master. His arrogant voice rang out. If that bastard crocodile really dares to win, then we'll just eliminate him on behalf of OS-sama. Killing two birds with one stone, isn't it? Fufu. Then, let's begin dealing the cards. Under the watchful eyes of the entire world, a game with a bet of over 100 billion commenced. Xiao broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, glaring darkly at the equally nervous card dealer. For the sake of fairness, a brand new deck of cards just unsealed was chosen by Xiao and OS, each picking 5 cards at random. The cards were placed face down, their surfaces flawlessly smooth, making it utterly impossible to detect any bumps through observation Haki. With gentlemanly grace, OS let Crocodile choose first, a composed smile on his face. Xiao, seeing his confident demeanor, dispensed with courtesy and seemingly randomly selected 5 cards. What a lot of little tricks. With his micro-level observation Haki, OS easily saw through the ruse. Among this seemingly new deck, 5 cards were slightly abnormal, as if something had been smeared on them, something like grains of sand. They were extremely subtle, perhaps imperceptible even when rubbed between the fingers. But compared to the other cards, which were pristine to the point of being too clean, these 5 stood out in OS's observation Haki like lamps in the dead of night. Special markings. What a childish way to cheat. At this moment, Crocodile stared calmly into OS's eyes, still convinced that victory was already in her grasp. She no longer entertained any illusions of actually obtaining that enormous fortune. The best outcome she could imagine was to send this plague OS away. So, the largest joker was already in her hand. What are you going to do about it? Duo to AOC. Huh. Under her world-weary gaze, OS casually picked out 5 cards from the deck. Without any pause or hesitation, he directly placed them face down in front of him. So, who will be the ultimate winner of this round? The promotional voiceover sounded at the right moment, its passionate tone gripping every viewer's heart. Everyone held their breath, staring at the table on the live broadcast. After the game, I won't take your money. I just need you to leave Alabasta. Xiao Sha's face was dark and solemn, as if issuing an ultimatum. That won't do. I always keep my word. Besides, why do you talk as if you've already won? Veins appeared on Xiao Sha's forehead. What a troublesome man. At worst, she would have to retreat from Alabasta first. You asked for this. As they both flipped their cards simultaneously, the camera lens tracked the action intently. Then this round. Xiao Sha was about to open her mouth and announce the result. I've won, little Sha. Hearing this light-hearted tease, Xiao Sha's eyes widened abruptly as she looked toward the table. The card she had just marked as the Joker had now turned into. How could this be? Crocodile's cigar fell to the floor, her expression fearsome face filled with overwhelming disbelief. A 3 of clubs. Looking up again, she saw OS smiling as he picked up the card in front of him, flipping it with a finger to reveal its face to Xiao Sha and the screen. There printed clearly was a jester wearing a crown. Joker takes all. As OS revealed his hand, both the scene and the audience around the world watching through the live broadcast fell into a brief silence, followed by an eruption of intense excitement. 160 billion. The Black Emperor, OS, has become the richest man on the seas. You ignorant lot, that's the one who has seen the One Piece. A mere 160 billion berry. The whole world was in an uproar, frenzied over witnessing the world's greatest gambling match. Under this wave of public opinion, OS had thoroughly risen to become the pinnacle figure of the seas. The world's most handsome man. The world's richest man. The strongest man of the younger generation. The uncrowned king who rules the seas. Unlike the external frenzy and OS's delight, Xiao Sha was utterly incredulous, her pretty face filled with horror. That card. Shouldn't it have been in my hand? Then. That means. From this moment on she was burdened with a debt of 160 billion berry. What a joke. How could she ever pay it back? She clenched her silver teeth, but no matter how much she fumed inwardly, she couldn't voice it. Say what? That the Joker should have been hers. That would be admitting to cheating. Either way, she was trapped. Just as her rationality was on the verge of collapse, OS spoke with a gentle smile, his words like the final straw that broke the crocodile's back. What's wrong? Can't pay up. It's fine, you just need to pay it back. Over a lifetime. What a joke. Perhaps because of OS's words, or the weight of the 160 billion figure, she absolutely refused to spend the rest of her life living for some damn debt. Sandstorm. She abruptly overturned the table, and a ring of sandstorm quickly formed, ravaging everything within sight. From the outside, it seemed that a burst of yellow sand covered the screen, followed by a blackout. This concludes the report. For details, please follow the World Economic News. Let's not mention the impact this incident caused on the sea for now. At this moment inside the Yu-Yen, the sky-filling sandstorm engulfed the entire building, reducing it to fragments and dust. The surrounding residents fled in all directions. Some unlucky bystanders who were too eager to watch the commotion failed to escape in time and were swept into the vortex. Buildings, houses, roads. In Alabasta, they lacked everything except yellow sand. On the outskirts of the town, many people fled further away, but many who thought they had reached a safe area turned back to look. All they could see was the colossal sandstorm that seemed to reach the sky. With just one glance, people began running outward again. Hey, that's too exaggerated. If you get caught in it, there's absolutely no way to survive. Suddenly, with a tearing sound of blade light, beside the fleeing crowd, a massive emerald sword aura of 100 meters shot out from the center of the sandstorm. Its sharpness was such that even the earth and tall buildings were cleanly split in two. From within the sandstorm, a path was forcibly carved out, revealing a young man with a noble bearing holding a sword. Such an attack is far from enough to defeat that man. With that, he did not look back even once and walked unhurriedly toward the outskirts. For OS had once said that if he was to fight this time, he would do it himself. At this moment, inside the ruins of the Yu-Yen, at the center of the sandstorm, perhaps because it was the eye of the storm, the damage caused by the sandstorm was not as severe here. So are you planning to default on your debt, Xiao Sha? OS looked at the opposite side. At this moment, Conqueror was wrapped in yellow sand, her eyes staring at OS with icy coldness. Her cloak had disappeared at some point. Her sexy and slender figure combined with the catastrophic sandstorm around her created a strange sense of contrast. You bastard. You've been targeting me from the very beginning, haven't you? Xiao Sha hit the nail on the head, her anger unabated. As smart as she was, how could she not understand the situation now? But even if she couldn't defeat this despicable guy in front of her, she absolutely did not want to admit defeat so easily. At least she had to try. After all, a person like her had not even been adopted as a child by Whitebeard. As expected of someone recognized as smart, I'll be straightforward. The raging sand blew. OS's trench coat fluttered in the wind, but his body stood firm. With a calm smile, he extended one hand. Become mine. Swish. Before he could finish, a desert-formed spike extended without warning from the surrounding sandstorm, slicing straight toward OS's waist. But the next second, a strange sight puzzled Xiao Sha. She then moved her pupils and quickly looked around. Because that sand blade had not cut any blood at all. It had only hit an afterimage. Not even letting me finish my words. You really are different from other pirates. His figure appeared 5 meters in front of Xiao Sha, OS, still looking graceful. You are worthy of boarding my ship. Come on, Xiao Sha, come with me to see the peak of this world. OS himself felt a surge of excitement as he said this. If it were some ordinary small-time pirate or a hot-blooded fool, they might have been swayed by OS's words. But unfortunately, the sand crocodile was not one of those two types. Samsara erosion. Having the courage to fight Whitebeard and not yet being adopted as a daughter, she was unwilling to be subordinate. No choice, then I'll have to kidnap you back to pay off the debt. Debt is debt, now it's time to collect. OS's main principle was to have a just cause. Facing the world turned into sand, OS's eyes flashed with red light. He slowly held his breath. Clang. A bright black armament Haki instantly wrapped around his entire body, flowing like a garment, allowing him to traverse this desert with ease and freedom. Armament Haki. But you'll eventually run out of stamina facing this endless yellow sand. Voices came from all around with a tempting and confident tone, as if trying to break OS's will. But OS, after all, was an old hand at dealing with Logia-type users. He wouldn't back down from a large-scale natural attack. He quietly sensed the changes in the wind and sand around him, slowly drew the long sword from his waist, and strands of flowing black-red began to wrap around it. Then came the compressed black-red lightning, which, when unleashed, even caused the world around to pause. You should know, as long as you have strong enough Haki, even elementalization. Puff. Before the words finished, the figure wrapped in flowing Sakura and Conqueror's Haki suddenly appeared in a corner of the sandstorm, maintaining a slashing posture with the sword blood dripping from the tip. The blood vanished instantly as he sheathed his sword. A figure with blood staining its back was now kneeling before him, facing away. Got you. Perhaps to prevent her from mixing into the sandstorm and escaping by elementalizing into sand, OS's hand wrapped in Haki locked onto her slender neck and lifted her directly from the ground. You bastard. Xiao Sha, with blood in her mouth and a painful, ugly expression, still wanted to be stubborn. But the next second her body suddenly felt weak all over. You're too unruly. Calm down. OS snapped his fingers and a seastone bracelet appeared on Xiao Sha's ankle. Although he couldn't directly touch seastone with his teleportation ability, he could completely control the spatial positions of all seastones within his observation Haki range. Therefore, seastone had no restraining effect on him at all. Unable to exert any strength and being held by the neck in the air, Xiao Sha's face quickly turned bright red. Sorry, it seems I used a bit too much force. Then, let's go back. Set sail together. OS held her with one hand, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and with the unresisting Xiao Sha, his figure quickly vanished from the spot. OS squatted there watching Xiao Sha lying motionless on the lounge chair and poked her cheek. Move a little, eat something. You don't want to starve to death on the Oro Jackson, do you? With a snap of OS's fingers, a plate of seafood fried rice appeared on the table in front of them. OS just stared at her, and she stared back at him with a world-weary expression. OS. Xiao Sha. Perhaps it was because she was too hungry, or because she couldn't stand OS's antics any longer, she finally spoke despite her weakness. You bastard. I can't even lift my hand, how can I eat? Hearing this, OS's eyes lit up. Oh crap, I forgot. Then, can you promise me that if I let you go you'll calm down? Xiao Sha nodded resignedly. OS didn't believe her, not because he was afraid of anything else, but mainly because if she suddenly went crazy and damaged the Oro Jackson, he would be very upset. A flash of red light passed through his eyes. After confirming, OS nodded and snapped his fingers. The black seastone bracelet on Xiao Sha's ankle disappeared instantly. And indeed, she didn't do anything unusual. She silently picked up the spoon and began to eat. OS interlocked his fingers, rested his chin on them, and watched Xiao Sha eating heartily, then asked temptingly, how about it? Want to join us? I know what you're thinking. After realizing that you couldn't become a king by your own power, you became disheartened and wanted to establish a utopia, a pure land in the world free from any threat. So, you're looking for that, aren't you? OS smiled, gently propping his chin on his hand, without looking at Xiao Sha's stunned expression. That's it. The ancient weapon Pluton. How the hell do you know that? Crocodile put down the spoon, her gaze dark and cold. Well, maybe it's because I have observation Haki with prophetic ability. Prophetic? Crocodile repeated incredulously. Even my hawk, who was walking over with a bottle of red wine, was stunned. Both of them looked at OS with some cold sweat on their faces. This monster. How many unknown abilities does he still have? Moreover, I can tell you very responsibly that Alabasta does have a big secret, but you won't find the ancient weapon there. Give up now. Hearing this, the last bit of defense in Xiao Sha's heart was finally broken. So that's it. All her elaborate schemes, plans that stretched over a decade, were all in vain in the end. Xiao Sha slowly lowered her head, her face shadowed, her expression unreadable. Don't be like that. Relying on external forces in a roundabout way, is this all that the great pirate crocodile amounts to? OS's infuriating words instantly made Xiao Sha lose her composure. Just as she was about to angrily strike, a wave of weakness washed over her, and she collapsed back onto the lounge chair. The scene shifted. OS had already appeared behind her, looking down at her upturned face. Ambitious, powerful, she seemed like a reliable person, just like Xiaoying. Moreover, looking at this sexy and sharp female boss-like figure now completely powerless, her face flushed red at his mercy, OS honestly felt a sense of accomplishment. But when he thought about her original form after the sex change, and then looked at her current sexy and beautiful appearance, he felt a bit strange. If you have any ambitions you want to achieve, my place might be a good choice. Just the name Black Gun alone is more intimidating than any fanciful Pluton. Unaware that his subordinates had already elected a new title for him, OS was still quite confident in his old name. When you feel like leaving, I can promise you a world government member state to retire in. Hearing these incredibly tempting words, Xiao remained calm, not getting carried away by the pie in the sky that OS was offering. She just looked at him coldly and spoke softly. Do you mean that you will never lose? Duochoer OS. Even against Whitebeard, the world government, or any other existence. You will never lose. That's, of course. Seeing her suddenly serious, OS turned around and sat back in his original seat. Is that so? Xiao slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Perhaps she truly saw the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of the world in OS, or perhaps it was a woman's innate instinct to seek stability, or maybe she knew she couldn't escape and was doomed to bear a huge debt. If you ever get defeated one day, I'll be the first to kill you. Good. OS could tell that Xiao was agreeing and it sundered away. With a snap of his fingers, the black seastone bracelet disappeared completely. Crocodile stretched her body, then watched as OS, having achieved his goal, lay on the lounge chair, drinking juice instantly, revealing his true nature. She twitched her mouth slightly. Is he always like this? Xiao glanced at Xiaoying, who had just drawn his sword and was about to practice swordsmanship on a sea king. To this question, the other seemed not at all surprised. You'll get used to it. Xiao. Looking at these weirdos, one stranger than the other, she began to wonder if she had boarded the wrong ship. In the end, she simply started to tour the Pirate King's ship, the Oro Jackson. She carefully examined the ship that had traveled the world and reached the final island, Laughtail, with a peculiar look in her eyes. It's a beautiful ship, isn't it? Unbeknownst to her, OS had already come to her side. His height several heads taller forced Xiao to look up at him. In the future, ride this ship and see the world. Seeing OS's expression full of reminiscence, Crocodile, as if possessed, asked, what is your dream? OS. OS was taken aback by the question. Dreams. I once lied to someone saying I wanted to turn the world upside down, but honestly, that's not like me. Without any reason or motive, OS didn't like such thankless tasks. Even if one day he really did turn the world upside down, OS felt that he would definitely have a reason, like for fun or something. My dream is to become the freest and happiest person in the world. Whether it's extreme luxury or looking for trouble, none of that matters. My life doesn't need the comments of insects, because this world is after all a place where the strong prey on the weak. The freest and happiest. Crocodile knew that while it sounded simple, achieving it was as difficult as reaching the sky for ordinary people. Without the strongest power and the greatest influence in the world, so-called happiness and freedom would crumble at the slightest touch. So you have such ambition, you bastard. Well then, let's set sail. At the dining table, the crew of OS, who had not yet formed a pirate group, held a small meeting while eating. OS slammed the table and decided. You've been restless ever since we set sail. Mihawk helplessly cut the steak, pierced it with a fork, and put it into his mouth as he spoke. You open your mouth, and it's war. Don't you have any preparations? The one with a vein popping on her forehead was Xiao, who still found it absurd. What preparations are needed? Just go straight and fight. At this moment, OS had as many veins on his forehead as Kelokitagur, and he said with a grim expression. 2 hours earlier on the Oro Jackson, slowly departing from Alabasta, Xiao, the strategist of OS's crew, roughly assessed the territory and military forces under OS's command and wrote a few suggestions for the next actions. While she was writing furiously, OS was reading free newspapers. It used to be free because he stole them, now it was his own company, so he didn't need to pay at all. After all, even the seagulls had to salute before flying away when they saw OS, and newspapers were delivered immediately. Hey boss, you should have some plans of your own. The scale of the entire underworld is far beyond your imagination. Xiao, holding a cigar in her mouth, looked seriously at the slacker and couldn't help asking, you can decide this kind of thing. I trust you very much. OS nodded perfunctorily. Hadn't he tricked Kelokitagur onto the ship precisely because he valued her wisdom and skills plus a little bit of her looks? With someone to worry about things, he could naturally be a hands-off boss. Speaking of which, that Morgan's guy gave me a nickname without my permission again. Black Emperor. Sounds kind of cool. Hearing OS still discussing titles, Xiao was furious. OS, you bastard. Before she could explode, the sound of a transponder snail interrupted the atmosphere. Mihawk, holding a knife and fork, clutching the plan, and about to get angry, I and OS reading the newspaper. All looked at the transponder snail on the table. Baru. It had just been used to call Morgan's and hadn't been put away yet, and now it was ringing again. Why is she calling me? A flash of red light passed. OS, who saw a real-life VIP early access, raised an eyebrow, and then connected the transponder snail. Instantly a pair of scarlet lips and long eyelashes appeared on the transponder snail, with a red cloak draped behind. A smiling, somewhat arrogant female voice came, "Mama, mama, mama, long time no see OS. In the New World Tato Land, see Whole Cake Island." On a colossal throne, a gigantic female figure was shrouded in shadow. Droplets of saliva fell to the ground, making a corrosive sound. With terrifying eyes, she looked at the transponder snail in her hand. "Yes, the last time we met was with Captain Roger. Charlotte Linlin." Mama, 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 looking at the calm smile and the scarlet eyes on the transponder snail, Big Mom let out a peculiar laugh. "I'm glad you still remember me, OS. The little brat with observation Haki and monstrous strength on Roger's ship has now become a great figure influencing the world. You're not here to reminisce, are you? After all, we only have a history of fighting." OS looked at the overly familiar Big Mom on the other end of the transponder snail and felt strange. Although he had planned to visit Whole Cake Island in person for the underworld matter, he hadn't taken any action yet. Why had she called him proactively? Could it be that the leaders of the underworld had sought her out to help them? Looking at the transponder snail with some curiosity, the three of them wondered what this person who had the potential to become one of the rulers of the New World wanted. "Mama, mama, mama, perhaps because of Roger in the past we had some grudges, but those were just clashes over the poneglyphs. In fact, there's no great enmity between us, right?" Big Mom's tone was relatively calm, and she proactively brought up some incidents from when OS was still an intern. This was indeed true. The first and only time OS had dealt with Big Mom was when she was still young and beautiful. At that time, the Roger pirates were traveling all over the New World for the poneglyphs. As one of the most crucial pieces, the one Big Mom possessed was undoubtedly vital. So the Roger crew played a trick on her. They secretly made a rubbing and then sailed away without a care. It was precisely at that time that the terrifying brat OS first came to Charlotte Linlin's attention. A kid of only about 10 years old could fight evenly with the Katakuri of that time, especially his observation Haki, which was even more terrifying than Katakuri's. It was the first time Katakuri felt the despair that others felt when facing him. That was, "The future I can see is far more distant than yours." His monstrous strength combined with a farther and clearer future made all of Katakuri's limited advantages disappear. At that time, without his devil fruit awakening, he could only fight and retreat, ending in a miserable defeat. There's not much enmity, but recently there is again. OS downed his orange juice and said calmly. Although he really liked the image of the young Linlin, who was like a half-giant in size, and she was strong. A combination of beauty and power. She could almost be called a female version of adult OS. But that didn't mean OS would give up his own thoughts or goals for the sake of his childhood ideal, especially when he knew exactly what an indescribable existence the aged Big Mom had become. "You must have received the news. Those underworld lackeys under your command. My goal is to control the entire underworld. Just this alone means we have an irreconcilable conflict. Mama, mama, mama. Is that all?" The straightforward answer left OS stunned for a moment. For a territorial overlord like Big Mom, when had such a huge profit cake become a small matter? OS had a faint feeling that something was off. Then Charlotte Linlin's next sentence completely broke OS's composure. "As long as you are willing to have a child with me, OS, I can give you all the shares of the underworld as a betrothal gift." What a... When he heard this, even AOC, who was always known for his smile and calm demeanor, could no longer maintain his composure. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes sharp as he glared at the fiery red-lipped transponder snail, his teeth clenched tightly. But on the other side, Big Mom seemed not to notice AOC's unusual expression, still laughing in self-indulgence. In her mind, she seemed to have already imagined a scene of a pink-haired youth unleashing Conqueror's Haki, without restraint, sweeping everything aside and pushing her to the throne of the Pirate King. "Mwahaha, a child inheriting the talents of both of us will definitely become an even greater monster than you, AOC. The power to rule the world is right before our eyes." Thinking she was being infectious, Big Mom looked at AOC with expectant eyes who showed no excitement at all. She had no idea that AOC was inwardly cursing his luck. If she were in her 20s or 30s, he might have considered it. But now Charlotte Linlin, who had become a childbearing machine, and whose figure had begun to deform though not as exaggerated as in her 50s or 60s, had completely lost her former beauty. AOC considered himself a picky connoisseur and thought he couldn't bring himself to it. And what the hell is the betrothal gift? What does he take me for? A breeding machine? Then you wait for me in Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin. I'll come find you right now. Mwahaha, if you can see reason, that would be best. Before Big Mom could finish, AOC slammed the transponder snail shut, exerting a bit too much force, nearly cracking its shell. What do you mean to agree to her? Mihawk's expression remained unchanged, as if he couldn't see AOC's dark face at all. He spoke with a half-smile, his tone seemingly not opposed, as if he truly meant to support AOC. On the other hand, Xiao Xia was chewing on a cigar, his small face full of disdain. Well, I have no objections if you're willing. AOC. Bang. What are you two joking about? An expensive dining table was instantly smashed into dust by AOC. His face was terrifyingly grim, and his words were a roar. Mihawk steadied the plate with one hand, preventing the steak from falling, unsurprised by Aosi's reaction. Xiao Sha, on the other hand, had veins bulging on his forehead. Hey, you bastard. You're not planning to start a war right away, are you? Isn't that only natural? Easy for you to say. Even if we fight single-handedly, the aftermath of war, territorial acquisition, and such cannot be arranged in a few words. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Ignoring Xiao Sha's gritted teeth, the wealthy and carefree Aosi took out the eternal pose to Whole Cake Island that he had prepared long ago. With his abilities fully activated, the Oro Jackson sped forward like a ghost. I can't do anything about you. Mwahaha, this is wonderful. Children, prepare the tea party. To welcome our new guest, the Black Emperor, Aosi. After hanging up, Big Mom was so happy that she ate 2 more cream puffs before giving orders to prepare for the reception. Seeing that their mother was in a good mood, her children all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was Charlotte Katakuri, the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, who stepped forward first. He vaguely felt something was off, but seeing his mother so happy, he didn't say anything and simply promised to arrange everything. Rest assured, Mother, we will arrange this tea party properly. Big Mom looked down at Katakuri's reliable and composed demeanor and nodded reassuringly. By the way, bring all our partners from the underworld here, Katakuri. This is what I promised Aosi. Katakuri naturally agreed as well. At present, the Big Mom pirates' dealings with the underworld were not extensive, only at the initial stage of contact, far from the close relationship 20 years later. So abandoning a cake that hadn't grown big didn't feel like much of a loss. After giving simple orders, Big Mom fell back into her joy and indulgence in sweets. On the other side, such a major event as Big Mom Charlotte Lean, one of the new rulers of the New World, hosting a tea party could not be kept completely secret. Besides the endless homies, the residents of Whole Cake Island of various races were numerous and diverse. Among them, who knew how many were spies infiltrated by various forces. After gathering reliable information, these intelligence agents, without exception, excitedly sent the latest news to their masters. The meeting of 2 monsters born as natural powerhouses naturally attracted the attention of countless forces. What conspiracy are these 2 bastards brewing? Inside the Navy headquarters, Brand New was putting up the wanted posters of the 2 Sea Emperors on the board, introducing their information to his colleagues. Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed the table, his face dark as he glared at the 2 figures on the posters. Hearing Sengoku's angry voice, Brand New flipped through the latest intelligence. According to the latest reports, Charlotte Linlin has invited the Black Emperor Aosi to Whole Cake Island. It seems to be for, He paused, then continued. It seems to be for having children. Nanny. Before anyone could say anything, the 2 vice admirals reacted the most. That daughter Aosi sure can never stay quiet. Kazan spoke softly, his face serious. The bastard child born from 2 monsters of the sea will surely become the greatest threat to justice in the future. It must be nipped in the bud. The voice was cold and merciless, Sakazuki. Towards such an evil bloodline, even if it were a baby, he would show no mercy. Just then a long, annoying voice rang out. It was Borsellino, who was filing his nails with a nail clipper, pursing his lips and looking askance. Oh, 2 monsters of the sea, how scary, but the world government's orders say we are not allowed to start a war without permission. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Then the fleet admiral reminded them, that's correct. And the world government's measure regarding this is support. As far as I know, there is even a professional team ready to take that child of immense potential from Charlotte Linlin and bring it to the highest powers. Yes, for this potential child whose potential might surpass rocks, even a behemoth like the world government couldn't help but feel covetous, even though he is not even an embryo yet. However, this idea was indeed audacious. If AOC found out, he would have to personally call and question the highest powers among the authorities about the true meaning of this order. Not only the world government and the Navy, Oro. That old hag and AOC. What an interesting combination. Herp. In the headquarters of Onigashima, the world's #1 master, Kaido, who was still relatively tall but had not yet developed his monstrous physique, was drinking while listening to his subordinates' reports. How can we miss such excitement? I'll just fight that bastard AOC. What's his title again? Something like King of the Generation. Without my permission, that guy wants to be a king. Beside him, King, with his arms crossed and fully covered in leather armor, looking quite calm, was the first to advise Kaido, boss, if Big Mom and AOC really form an alliance, if you barge in like that, you might be attacked by both of them. Oro. Hearing this, Kaido did not restrain himself at all, though instead madness and eagerness flickered in his eyes. If they can, let them try. Let's see if they can kill me. With a heroic roar that ignored his subordinates' dissuasion, a blue dragon slowly soared into the clouds and vanished above the waters of Onigashima. Cut to the other side. If the ambitious pirates on the sea and major powers like the world government were adopting a wait-and-see attitude toward the meeting between AOC and Charlotte Lean, then the underworld bosses of the New World felt they had been betrayed. How can they play like this? They had just been planning to rely on Big Mom, a former captain of the Rocks Pirates and one of the overlords of the sea, to resist the pressure from the Black Emperor, AOC, but in the blink of an eye the two became in-laws, and they were left out. Hey, Katakuri. We are strategic partners of the Big Mom Pirates. Yes, a large part of your fund's intelligence and equipment were even funded by us. Shouting at the person before them, these shady merchants, holding flintlock muskets, bared their teeth angrily. But what they faced was a monster from the New World, the second-in-command of a dominant pirate crew, Charlotte Katakuri. These are all Mama's orders. Without wasting more words on these guys, Katakuri's eyes flashed crimson as he walked forward without dodging, facing the hail of bullets. Although he was not a Logia type, the bullet's power was ineffective against him. One shot per person. Katakuri, wielding his machi trident, began a massacre among the merchants. Even the hired bodyguards with bounties over 100 million were just a single stab to him. Only after knocking everyone down did Katakuri drag the bodies one by one back to Mama. Standing at 5 meters tall with a cold temperament and attire, Katakuri was hailed as the perfect man, and his appearance undoubtedly added great appeal. Outside the Cake Castle, countless local residents watched Katakuri, holding a spear and dragging a long line of unconscious men walking toward the castle. As expected of my most proud child, Katakuri. Seeing his high efficiency, Big Mom cheerfully ordered the homies to take away those who tried to sow discord between her and AOC. Perhaps it was because the joy on Big Mom's face was too obvious, or perhaps those born with strong observation Haki generally have accurate and intense intuition. Although he hadn't interacted much with AOC, based on his understanding of the man, he really didn't seem like someone who would agree to have a child with Big Mom. After pondering, Katakuri tentatively spoke. Mama, I want to know, how did AOC respond to you? Hearing this, the still delighted Big Mom's pupils shifted, finally fixing on Katakuri with dissatisfaction in her eyes. Katakuri, you should call him daddy, shouldn't you? Hearing this, Katakuri's mind was instantly thrown into chaos. If I remember correctly, that guy is almost 10 years younger than me. Katakuri's face stiffened and his eyelids twitched violently. But in Big Mom's view, the gap in generation could be completely offset by strength, especially for someone like AOC, whose power and talent were even more monstrous than her own. At least in Charlotte Leanlean's own opinion, at 17, she was definitely no match for AOC. Forget defeating him, it would be more like being subdued by him in the same way Rox was. Therefore, if AOC was willing to ally with her, he could completely take on the title of Daddy by virtue of their shared child. A similar nickname would be Big Dad. Big Dad. Katakuri fell silent. Fortunately, Big Mom didn't really press the matter, knowing that her second son's intentions were for the sake of the pirate crew, so she didn't hide it. That AOC guy, actually, when we met many years ago, he was stunned by me. Charlotte Leanlean recalled the past. Actually, I only found out later that this kid AOC grew up reading reports about me, and we are kindred spirits, so. AOC, he actually admired me since he was a child. So he couldn't wait to come find me right after hanging up As a tarnished white moonlight, Big Mom clearly didn't realize how strong AOC's appearance-oriented and cleanliness-obsessed traits were, always believing he was still the same boy from back then. Hearing this, Katakuri also lowered his head in thought for a moment. He hadn't known that AOC had such a history. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Since there was already a foundation of feelings, Katakuri didn't feel it was appropriate to say anything more. If it was for the growth of the Big Mom Pirates and the birth of a future monster among monsters, his little brother, then as the perfect son and perfect older brother, what did it matter if he called AOC daddy? After all, the other's strength was indeed formidable. As a true man, Katakuri was willing to acknowledge such a figure. Meanwhile, AOC, unaware that he had inexplicably been set up to become a father, was piloting his ship over the Red Line. Not flying directly over Mary Geos was already a courtesy to the world government and lordom. Little did he know the 5 black-hearted old men had already set their sights on his yet-to-be-born child. As one of the 2 protagonists drawing worldwide attention after a period of travel, AOC's originally turbulent emotions had now calmed somewhat. The elusive Aloajiksen how completely bypassed the patrol ships on the periphery of Wangwa, utterly unaware that they were meant to welcome them and dock directly at the outskirts of Dangao Island. AOC and his 2 companions walked silently across the land of Wangwa. It's still as noisy as ever here. Sparse laughter and chatter along with the sound of discussion. AOC casually plucked a small flower and was surprised to see a painful expression on its stamen, and it was even crying out in pain. Seeing this scene for the first time, Mihuaka and Koluo Kuda looked around with novelty. The flowers, grass, and trees swaying in the wind, even the earth and stones seemed to love singing, staring at everything passing by, giving a creepy feeling. A powerful black-red lightning bolt swept through, and all the soul-bearing beings finally fell silent, rolling their eyes weakly. Can they really faint like humans? Xiao Sha disdainfully kicked the obstructing flower aside. This is Big Mom's devil fruit ability. They walked forward, passing the Tangwa Bridge. AOC casually broke off a piece and chewed it. It can bestow souls upon all lifeless things, taking and giving souls. If you want, Xiao and your Yi might also be able to come alive. Big Mom's Napoleon is a sword that has been given a soul. Such a thing. AOC said casually, but upon hearing it Mihoka actually felt a bit tempted. Xiao Xia was not very interested in this. She couldn't exactly make her hook become alive, could she? However, AOC seemed somewhat interested, stroking his chin with a thoughtful expression as he stared at Xiao Xia and the hook on her right hand. Who? Hey. You bastard. What were you just looking at? Kuluo Kuda Air noticed this, gaze veins popping on her forehead, her sharp face filled with coldness. Oh, nothing. Your expression doesn't seem like nothing. If it weren't for being on someone else's turf and here to fight, Xiao Xia would have unleashed a sandstorm to express her anger. The news of AOC's group appearing on Dangao Island could not be hidden for long. A large number of Huamaisai and the numerous residents had already spotted these three distinctive figures. AOC. The sudden report from his subordinates gave Big Mom a pleasant surprise. She wolfed down the remaining desserts beside her, leaned down to the guard, and said, "Are you sure? Is it really AOC?" Under the terrifying gaze, the guard, though frightened, stammered back, "Yes, absolutely sure." The figures of Hawkeye and Sand Crocodile were also spotted. Mama, mama, mama. Hearing this, Ya Luo Lingling laughed joyfully, her towering figure rising from the throne. Then, let's begin. Welcome tea party for AOC. Mama, 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 don't forget the desserts and black tea. Welcome AOC's tea party. Mama, 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 don't forget the desserts and black tea. Since the last conflict with Luo Jie, this is the first time we meet. With the orders passed down, almost all the important children and officers of the Big Mom Pirates accompanied Big Mom to the tea party venue, including the sweet commanders who were not yet at their peak, standing on both sides of the road. Ka Ku Li, who had arrived early, stood with his arms crossed at the front of the line alongside Pei Luo, who was sticking out his tongue waiting for the distinguished guests. Pei Luo Li, what a grand welcome ceremony. I guess that's to be expected of legendary pirates. Pei Luo Li. Ka Ku Li didn't say much, just revealing a pair of cold, ruthless eyes. I hope everything goes smoothly. A moment later, accompanied by a commotion in the distance, a red light flashed in his eyes. Ka Ku Li perked up and said in a deep voice, "They're here." A few seconds later, a shadow appeared from the end of the road. It was a group of guards like chess pieces with short Huamaisai soldiers holding swords and spears, marching in neat rows, escorting the three figures in the center of the road. Aren't we here to fight? This atmosphere. AOC had been ready to draw his sword and clear the chess soldiers when he encountered them, but before he could approach, they formed a neat line and bowed, inviting the three to follow them. That's because, when you called Big Mom, you didn't explicitly refuse, did you? Xiao Xia saw through the truth at a glance, the world weariness in her eyes unchanged by the atmosphere. They probably think you've come to fulfill the agreement. Nanny. AOC's eyes were suspicious. Such an obvious, you just wait. Plus, hanging up the phone. Didn't they understand his attitude? Could it be? You just wait in bed. AOC was a bit frustrated, about to draw his sword, but was stopped by Mihoka's words. Since they think we come in peace, why not wait until Xia Luo Lingling gives you life, and then fight? Xiaoying said calmly. In other words, AOC, sacrifice your charm a bit, and then turn hostile after it's done. Kuluo Kuda Air heard this, and a rare smile appeared on her face. She was seeing AOC suffer for the first time. A great captain like you shouldn't be unable to meet such a small request, right? The Black Emperor, who slacks off every day. AOC was unconvinced. His original intention was to defeat Big Mom, and then have her give you a soul. More importantly, I do work on the ship too. You just snap your fingers and use your devil fruit ability to slack off. Well, the slacker was caught red-handed. After a moment, AOC accepted the reality. After all, he wouldn't lose a piece of flesh, he could just pretend for a while. Following the Huamaisai soldiers, the three marched imposingly toward the Dangao castle, passing by the row of Big Mom's bizarre children. AOC could already see the towering figure of 8 meters and 80 centimeters. AOC thought he was already tall at 3 meters and 34 centimeters, even taller than the three admirals by a head, but standing before Big Mom, he realized how vast the world was. He only reached her upper thigh. What a huge vehicle. What an enormous vehicle. Imagine if it were Lingling in her youth, the valiant and heroic woman of the sea from Kaido's memories, 8 meters tall, youthful and radiant, and able to withstand OS's formidable physical prowess. OS was uncertain whether he could truly resist such temptation. But now, her waistline had already begun to straighten, her face had grown pudgy with excess flesh, faintly hinting at the proportions of her younger days, yet already distorted. Not to mention the row of sons and daughters staring at him. Let bygones be bygones. Mama OS, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? You've really given me a surprise. Big Mom was visibly delighted at OS's arrival, greeting him with a smile. There's even more surprise waiting. OS murmured inwardly but maintained his usual smile. Ever since I received your call, I rushed over without a moment's pause. Mama. Hearing this, Big Mom was even more pleased. She walked side by side with OS toward the tea party venue, their respective crews following behind them. Little Hawk and Little Sand remained as composed as ever, men of few words and formidable action. Though intrigued by the cake castle they were seeing for the first time, they maintained their dignity and refrained from gawking. Meanwhile, Big Mom's children looked on with curiosity. So that's the legendary Black Emperor. He doesn't seem much older than my younger brothers. This lord is so handsome. I wish he were my marriage partner, eyes sparkling with hearts. That's not right. Isn't he mother's target? So what? Shut up. The murmurs from the crowd were quickly silenced by Katakuri, who was at the front of the procession. He let out a sharp roar of reprimand. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. These younger siblings of his had been spoiled far too much. They dared to whisper in OS's presence. And as he had expected, both Big Mom walking at the front and OS had overheard the remarks. OS remained unruffled, long accustomed to the adoration of women. But Big Mom, upon hearing the words, seemed suddenly inspired. Right, I should have thought of this sooner, OS. She looked at OS with a smile. I'll pick one of my daughters to marry you, OS. After all, I can't possibly have only you as my husband. What? What are you saying? OS admitted to being taken aback by this sudden twist of logic. Was it even appropriate to say such a thing? Moreover, among Big Mom's children, only a few were passably decent in appearance, and at this time, they were still children. Let's talk about it later. OS twitched the corner of his mouth, barely managing to brush it off. Love and marriage would only hinder his dreams of freedom and happiness. The group soon arrived at the tea party venue, which was indeed lively. Even though there weren't many guests, the homies singing and serving created the entire atmosphere. The grand chorus-like stage performance was so immersive that even OS and his two companions couldn't bring themselves to interrupt. It's starting, it's coming, mother's tea party time is here, flowers, trees, mountain peaks, teacups. Every object burst into song. Made it on time, not late. The Black Emperor has arrived punctually for the feast. Amidst the melodious music, OS stepped into the venue precisely on time as the star guest of honor. The kings of the underworld, who usually commanded vast resources as honored guests, were now reduced to mere extras, standing on the sidelines like lackeys. Lord OS, so handsome, the strongest of the younger generation in the world. The emotionally charged crowd cheered and flattered without restraint. Even OS, who had witnessed many grand spectacles, couldn't help but get swept up in the jubilant vibes. Too delightful. Hey, you're really getting into it, aren't you? Crocodile glanced sideways as OS waved to the crowd surrounded by singing flowers and grass and teased him. He's always been like this, following his whims. Hawk, either accustomed or merely explaining, left a comment and continued walking forward with the group. To be honest, this was OS's first time attending a banquet of such scale. The parties on Roger's ship in the past were nothing more than a bunch of men gathering to eat meat and drink. Nothing like this, so luxurious and lively. Among the numerous figures lining the path as decoration, a few silhouettes caught OS's attention. He stopped at the main table of the tea party and sat down beside Big Mom. Mama, you've already noticed, haven't you, OS? Seeing OS's gaze, Charlotte, lean, having prepared everything, clapped her hands. Homie soldiers escorted a group of figures forward. Some were chained while others walked freely. Among them were several familiar faces. What a precious gift. He naturally recognized them. Those from the underworld who had explicitly refused to submit or were wavering and indecisive. OS held a chocolate bar that appeared from nowhere, chewing on it, as if he paid them no mind. But a few figures did draw his attention. I thought you'd never show your face. Stussy. Across from him, a glamorous, stylishly dressed woman with short blonde hair and a slender figure stood demurely, clutching a small handbag. Lord OS jests. How would I dare defy your will? As one of the few influential figures in the underworld, Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy, and Lone Shark, Lou Field among others, were not humiliatingly bound. Having seen the situation clearly, they pragmatically switched sides, declaring their willingness to serve under OS. Is that so? OS crossed his legs, looking at the neatly standing figures before him, heads bowed. Without a word, he simply snapped his fingers. The next moment, to the horrified gazes of the flowers, plants, and tea party guests, the underworld bosses lying on the ground bound in chains slowly turned to ash and drifted away. You weren't won over by my charm, nor did you realize your mistakes. You only knew that you were about to die. OS took a sip of black tea, savored the flavor, then casually rested his chin on his hand, eyeing the so-called kings of the dark world, who were still standing. Those of you standing, if you want to live, offer up your Vivre cards. Now, life cards attract each other. OS naturally knew this. This sub-card, torn from a life card, has a faint tendency to drift toward the main card, and the burning of the life card also indicates the vitality of its owner. It is worth mentioning that no matter how many sub-cards are torn off, there is only one main card. Even if only a tiny piece remains, the main card remains the main card and will not be attracted in reverse. Based on this principle, OS developed a tracking technique. By teleporting the main card, reduced to a mere thread, into the cardiac muscle fibers of the life card's owner, then aside from elemental transformation and the power of the surgery fruit, no means could escape his control. And this clever trick of teleportation OS had never told anyone. Those subordinates who offered their life cards were also unaware of this additional function. Only after being marked by OS would they discover it in horror. No matter how they tore the life card, they would invariably point toward their own location. By the time they realized the principle of this trick, it was already too late. This also led to the surgery fruit's value far exceeding the initial 50 billion belly in the underworld thereafter. Countless underworld magnates secretly made moves spending hundreds of billions to obtain the power of the surgery fruit. As for these kings of the dark world bowing down in submission, OS appeared quite pleased. At least it saved him a trip. This trip to Wongwa, to be honest, OS was quite satisfied. There was entertainment and effort saved. For a moment, OS didn't want to start a war. But having children, not possible. Never in this life. Suddenly backing out would make Big Mom turn hostile and they'd become enemies. Only by thinking of some way could he barely stabilize the situation. OS racked his brains, but found no good solution, so he could only eat and drink for now. With such a wide variety of cakes and desserts, since things had come to this, let's eat first. And Big Mom was not in a hurry. She also enjoyed the tea party atmosphere and the desserts. During this time, OS proactively brought up the intention of having Yi be endowed with a soul. With a wave of his hand, a magnificently styled black, great sword appeared in OS's hand. This startled everyone present, especially Big Mom's children, who immediately stood up, their faces extremely grave, hands quickly moving to the long swords and pistols at their waists. Sit down. Before they could act, a deep shout came from around. Katakali now had a grave expression, reprimanding his younger siblings. At this moment his pupils were glowing red, clearly having perceived something. Not to mention he had long noticed Mihawk and Crocodile sitting calmly at another table. Your observation, Haki, has improved greatly, Katakali. OS smiled, placing the black blade, one of the 12 Supreme Grade swords, on the table. Lingling, can you do me a favor? Endow this black blade with a soul, just like your Napoleon. Mama, I thought it was something else. OS, you really like to joke. Hearing OS's words, Big Mom finally reacted. She had also thought OS was about to launch a zero-frame attack. Endowing a soul was not difficult, but the more powerful the homies, the more and stronger souls were needed. To show her sincerity, Big Mom waved her hand and countless souls were drawn from the bodies of the homies, pouring into the black blade Yi. The entire process took only a few minutes. Mihawk, who had somehow walked to the main table, stared at Yi, which seemed to have changed. He looked like a husband nervously waiting outside the delivery room for his wife and child. No need to be so tense. At worst, nothing changes. OS teased Mihawk, but the latter rarely did not retort, or rather had no mood to respond. With a burst of milky white energy appearing, it was magically grasped by Big Mom and slowly injected into the blade of Yi. OS couldn't help but stare curiously. Soul power. After Big Mom finished, several eyes curiously stared at the black blade Yi on the table. Did it fail, eh? It seemed there was no change. OS looked at Big Mom, but saw her shaking her head, holding a teacup and drinking black tea. The homie transformation is complete. The only possibility. This might be a child who doesn't like to talk shy. I see it has already transformed into a conscious form. But after all, it's Mihawk's blade, so it should not be shy, but rather aloof like Mihawk. Under Mihawk's expression of wanting to speak, but hesitating, OS directly picked up Yi, examined it in his hand a few times. Let's try the feel, see if there's any difference. Then he slowly raised Yi and casually slashed toward the sky. Whoosh! All the banquet participants' mouths dropped open, eyes bulging, staring at the hundreds of meters-long black sword energy flying straight into the sky. Boom! The clouds. No, the sky split open. Among Big Mom's many children, those who truly walked the path of the sword were the most astonished, including Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 4 sweet commanders. As a swordswoman who had already stepped into the realm of a sword master, she understood the weight of this slash. Had that legendary OS already reached the level of a great sword master approaching the pinnacle of the world? OS felt it subtly waving Yi in his hand. It feels no different. The power is about the same as what Ace swung out. Seeing OS use Yi so wantonly, Mihawk was about to step forward and snatch it back, wielding the sword before its owner. What NTR behavior? Hey, don't grab, I just thought of a way to make it speak. Seeing Mihawk's gradually darkening expression, OS quickly spoke. Hey you, what do you plan to do? Mihawk looked at this unreliable boss with some doubt, but OS always broke the rules, so he subconsciously felt that maybe there really was a way. I naturally have a method for dealing with pretentious, aloof guys like you. After all, I have too much experience. OS was confident. Under the attention of Big Mom, Mihawk, and countless homies and Big Mom's children, he raised Yi and said softly, Young Black Blade, if you don't speak, I'll stick you in a cesspool. Zheng. Perhaps this worked wonders, as a pair of sharp eyes instantly opened on the sword's hilt. As a pair of sharp eyes opened, AOC immediately felt a violent struggle. This dead blade strike was no small force. But under AOC's monstrous strength, all resistance was futile. Endowed with self-awareness, Yi could not escape AOC's grasp at all. Only the trembling of its blade revealed its effort. What a lousy idea. Give it back. Hearing AOC's words, Mihoaku's face instantly darkened. He snatched Yi back from AOC's hand. However, perhaps provoked by AOC's remark, he was now clearly enraged. No sooner had it returned to Mi Huaku's hand than it drove Xiao Ying's still unresponsive arm to slash fiercely at AOC. Clang, a metallic crash echoed. Truly vengeful, just like you, Xiaoying. Wrapped in pitch-black armament, Haki AOC's arm crossed before him, firmly blocking the blow while enjoying a sip of black tea. This sweet little drink was surprisingly tasty. Mama, 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 shall I extract its soul? Dama looked at AOC and offered kindly. No need. I believe it can be tamed eventually. AOC shook his head with a smile. Sure enough, it took only one slash for Mi Huaku to regain control of Yi. After all, having been with its master for many years, even with its own, will Yi remained the weapon Xiao Ying was most familiar with. It had calmed down, but looking at Yi now back in his hand, and once again in aloof mode, Mi Huaku couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. After all, it was the sword he had sworn to become the world's greatest swordsman, with so Mi Huaku could guess some of its intentions. Unless it encountered a swordsman worthy of its attention, Yi would not awaken on its own. This was similar to Mi Huaku's own disdain for seriously fighting half-baked swordsmen. A small knife sufficed. After this minor incident, the tea party proceeded as planned. Desserts, performances, conversations. Everything seemed harmonious and delightful. Even Xiao Xia had unknowingly eaten several pieces of cake. But all good things must come to an end. No matter how joyous the tea party, there was always a time for it to conclude. As time passed, some of the less important guests gradually dispersed. Only the Big Mom Pirates AOC's group and a few underworld bosses remained. Observing the shift in the situation, Xiao Xia set down his teacup and cast a casual glance at the main table where AOC sat. His crossed leg had been lowered. Mi Huaku also put down his knife, wiped his mouth lightly with a handkerchief, and stared silently at Yi in his hand with his sharp eagle eyes revealing neither joy nor sorrow. AOC naturally sensed it too. He sighed inwardly. As expected, it had come to this. It seemed he would inevitably become mortal enemies with Dama. He slowly drained the last of his black tea, pondering whether to strike first with a zero-frame start, but his observation Haki detected another presence. Somewhat familiar. He confirmed the figure. Coming to stir things up at this moment, huh? Ku AI duo. AOC thought darkly, then glanced at Dama, who seemed ready to devour him. His mind raced, turning him into a master of ideas. AOC smiling with glasses, finger-pointing emoji. He had an idea. One that would let him enjoy Show's adulation and cake again next time. Unsurprisingly, that colossal figure, hundreds of meters long, was heading straight for Cake Island. Amid swirling clouds, a shadow rapidly appeared overhead. Now not only AOC but almost everyone noticed the figure. Some of the younger and less experienced guests were so terrified they collapsed from their chairs. Even Dama stood up upon seeing the figure, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Hey, Kai Duo, what are you here for at this time?" Only AOC remained seated, legs crossed, his face shrouded in shadow, his expression unreadable. Oro. Old hag, isn't the answer obvious? Boom! With a thunderous impact that shook the very earth, dust billowed. A tall, burly man emerged from the smoke, a spiked club on his shoulder, his face flushed with drunkenness. "Of course I'm here to kill that bastard, AOC. You want to join Ling Ling?" Burp. Ku AI duo, who reveled in war and death, immediately pointed his spear at AOC and addressed Dama. But whether join meant helping him kill AOC or being killed alongside AOC was highly ambiguous. AOC spoke up, leaving no room for Dama to explain. "I see." AOC slowly raised his head, his face full of sharpness and killing intent. "So the purpose of this invitation was to join forces with Ku AI duo to kill me?" "No. Die." Before Dama could finish, a spiked club swung in a blur before AOC. Chaos erupted instantly. Mi Huaku and Koluo Kuda Air were the first to dodge the residual force of the attack, but many of Charlotte's children were caught in the blast, their fates unknown, much to Kataku Li's horror. "Since that's the case, both of you come at me together." At the epicenter of the attack, two figures were clashing, the ground sinking into a huge crater. AOC wielding AIC firmly caught Ku AI duo's full force swing. Black-red lightning erupted, spreading across the entire sky. Apart from the few, Ida Maka, Air, and others, the surrounding spectators were instantly sent flying backward. Despite the disparity in height and build, AOC showed no sign of weakness. Holding his sword with one hand, he firmly blocked Ku AI duo's two-handed strike, creating a visually striking scene. From the very start, it was an attack imbued with Conqueror's Haki, no holding back, no probing. Oro. With just this one blow, I acknowledge you, AOC. Give me more thrilling combat. Transforming his body, the hybrid form instantly materialized. Thunder, Bagua. Another immensely powerful strike swung out, carrying the might of Conqueror's Haki. A club tore through the air. Countless buildings crumbled inch by inch. The attack that once cured the king's addiction was aimed straight at AOC. AOC admitted that after many years his blood was boiling again, rare and exhilarating. "Come on, 100 beasts, Kai Duo. Big Mom, since you want war, I'll give it to you." His scalp tingling with excitement, AOC instantly wrapped AIC's blade in Supreme Conqueror's Haki and struck fiercely, flash, divine avoidance. When the sensation of a solid hit did not reach his hands, Ki Duo knew something was amiss. As expected, a gash rapidly spread across his chest, blood gushing out like a waterfall. It was only thanks to his massive size and abundant blood that such a hemorrhage would have sent an ordinary person into shock and near death. Yet Kai Duo's eyes merely rolled back before he quickly steadied himself, the wound swiftly scabbing over and halting the bleeding. So this is the legendary version, answer the mythical Zoan. AOC gazed at the bloodstained gash that had caused damage but not a critical wound, casually flicking the blood from his blade. Seeing Kai Duo slashed by a single sword strike, and AOC now brimming with battle lust, Big Mom attempted to explain, but AOC refused to listen. Forced to face AOC's onslaught, she had no choice but to join the fray. At the periphery of the battlefield, all those who had gathered to witness the clash of three top-tier combatants stood frozen in place. The members of the Big Mom Pirates, having snapped out of their stupor, were determined to help regardless of whether they could make a difference. They could not simply stand by. Among them, O1 and the others were the most anxious, clenching their fists and preparing to charge forward. Sandstorm. A sharp voice rang out. Before they could even draw near, a massive sand tornado swept in, engulfing everything. A woman with a world-weary face, clad in a coat and bearing a scar on her cheek, stepped forward. She casually lit a cigar, staring at the crowd as if they were trash. Hey, Kulakudair, what do you mean by this? Do you want to start a war with us? You bastard. Don't get too cocky. The crew members who had narrowly escaped the sandstorm glared at Xiao Sha, but it was Ka-Ta-Ku Li who stepped forward. With a cold expression he began, this is all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, a sand blade suddenly erupted from the ground, thrusting toward his abdomen. But the outcome was clear. Hey Mihoku, I don't need your help. This guy who's as skilled in observation Haki as that certain bastard is mine to handle. Seeing Xiaoing silently gripping you ready to strike, Xiao Sha quickly interrupted. She was furious and eager to beat up someone with excellent observation Haki. Watching Ka-Ta-Ku Li, who had transformed his waist into machi to recover without a scratch, Xiao Sha's expression darkened. It was that disgusting feeling again, completely predicted. Foreseeing the future. Then how about this? Samsara erosion. Hearing this, Ka-Ta-Ku Li's eyes flashed red and cold sweat dripped down his face. Such a wide attack range. In the next instant, endless yellow sand replaced the lavish venue, turning 1,000 meters into a desert. Massive waves of quicksand crashed in, impossible to evade, even by transforming his body into machi. A sand blade struck, and Ka-Ta-Ku Li could only rely on armament Haki to block, attempting to engage Koluo Kuda Air in close combat. But within this desert world, Koluo Kuda Air clearly held the advantage. With a thunderous crash, a dark fist collided with a golden hook, a brief clash that sent both stumbling back several steps. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate. It was hard to determine who was stronger, but judging by the current trend, Xiao Sha would be fighting for a long time in a 50-50 battle. Aside from Ka-Ta-Ku Li, the rest of Big Mom's children were woefully weak. C2 Shi and her subordinates, acting with great loyalty, held them back. The reason was simple: they were still too young. Even Simu Ji and Kuli Jia, who would later become sweet commanders, were now mere youths and young girls. One 25, the other only 15. Around 20 years old, they were the same age as Mihoku and the others, but their potential was incomparably inferior. If a real fight broke out, the current Mihoku would deal with them no more difficulty than Kuzan's invasion in the original story, an instant kill. Even C2 Shi alone, holding nothing back, could handle them, let alone with a group of underworld experts. Mihoku looked around, finding no opponents left for himself. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the main battlefield. Big Mom seemed to be wielding a sword, right? Xiaoing tightened his grip on the hilt, ready to unleash a sword slash. But suddenly, in his observation Haki, he sensed something descending from the clouds, just like Kai Duo before. It was a bizarre pitch-black giant bird diving from the clouds like a fighter jet. The unstoppable momentum made Mihoku tense. Something was flying toward him. No matter. Strike first, ask later. With a swift sidestep, Xiaoing gripped his sword with both hands and swung at the approaching figure. Clang, swoosh, swoosh. Contrary to his expectation of cleaving it in two, Mihoku, who had always been confident in his slashes, able to split mountains with ease, was astonished. The blade struck the bird's beak and was completely deadlocked. Even with the enhancement of armament Haki, this defense was truly surprising. Could such absurd defense exist in the world? After the collision, the strange black bird quickly retreated, its form shifting into a tall figure completely hidden in black leather armor. No skin was exposed, a pair of broad wings extended from its back, and flames burned behind its head. Of course, that wasn't what caught Mihoku's attention the most. What struck him was that the opponent held a blade. A beast pirate's officer Jean. Connecting it to Kai Duo's appearance, Xiao Ying was not surprised. The Black Emperor's right hand, Hawkeye's Jollicle. Mihoku, I've heard of your name. As the right-hand men of their respective crews, both reliable types, Mihoku and Jean had heard of each other. Neither was fond of unnecessary words, though once they confirmed each other as enemies they drew their blades and clashed. Mihua Ku's sharp eyes locked onto Jin, who held a long sword, and the battle fervor surged within him again. It had been a long time since he had fought so exhilaratingly against another swordsman. With a sweep of his hand, a colossal green sword aura hundreds of meters tall soared into the sky, tearing through the earth and buildings as it hurtled toward Jin. Nanny! The slash was too fast. Jin had no time to react. His body was swept away by the aura, crashing through dozens of structures before finally stopping. Even though it didn't inflict real damage, it left him stunned for a moment. Clang! Yi, wrapped in armament, Haki struck Jin's body again through the rising dust, but still couldn't break through. Don't you get it? Just from a biological standpoint, you can never defeat me. Is that so? A single heavy strike cleaved directly into Jin's chest, yet it seemed to do little more than deepen the crater beneath him. Is that so? Perhaps sensing the mockery or encountering a swordsman of sufficient caliber, a pair of icy eyes materialized upon the black blade, Yoru freezingly fixing their gaze on Jin before him. Nanny! Caught off guard by the sudden utterance of the blade, Jin was initially bewildered, but then a sensation he had not felt in a long time. Pain surged through his nerves and struck his brain. He had been breached. The strike that had been blocked now flashed before him, blood spurting forth much like Kaido when his chest had been split open earlier. This? Impossible. Breached Jin's body erupted in fierce flames, temporarily forcing back Mihawk, who was about to deliver another strike. Mihawk's attention now shifted to the blade, gazing at those sharp, fierce eyes. It was the first time he had heard Yoru speak. When Jin rose in fury, he found 4 icy pupils fixed upon him, radiating the killing intent of top-tier swordsmen. Those two are doing quite well. Within his observation Haki range, AOC witnessed the battles of Xiaosha and Xiaoying along with the newly recruited underlings from the underworld. It seemed they were showing signs of being able to take on the 2 emperors. Though the other officers of the Beast Pirates were not present, these forces were not all of AOC's subordinates either. After all, even Doflamingo alone could easily defeat the Flying Six. Of course, this was merely a moment of satisfaction. For AOC, anyone below the rank of a commander could be instantly obliterated, leaving no pressure for his underlings. But AOC did not wish to handle everything himself. Watching his vast force grow under his command was quite entertaining, wasn't it? Hey, AOC, you bastard, dare to be distracted in the midst of battle? Having sustained countless wounds, Kaido saw AOC still paying attention to other fronts. Enraged, he swung his mace toward AOC's head with a booming sound wreathed in Conqueror's Haki. In his dragon-human form, the speed and power of the club reached a terrifying level. Beside him, Big Mom was also growing heated, especially as AOC fought, with sweeping earth-scouring strikes, destroying countless cake castle structures. The intense combat triggered her craving for sweets, and she began to rampage, her excess fat rapidly melting away, momentarily revealing the vigor of her youth. Though neither of them had yet reached their future peaks, they already firmly possessed the strength to step into the threshold of an admiral or emperor. Despite Kaido's fierce struggle with Kazuki Oden appearing lackluster, AOC, as an old hand from Roger's ship, knew that Oden, though foolish, was formidable. After enduring a strike from the king-level Roger, he remained vigorous, and after a fierce battle with the peak Whitebeard, he retreated in defeat. He might be far from the king level, but he had certainly crossed the threshold of admiral or emperor. After all, Oda intended to create a heroic figure, and even if the characterization failed, the power setting was solid. Even if they were not yet complete emperors, their strength was enough to dominate the seas. Facing the combined assault of 2 emperors, AOC showed no fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement. This was real combat. Unlike battles with the 3 admirals where elementalization was overwhelming and only the most powerful Haki could counter, both Kaido and Big Mom favored immense physical strength and Haki in their fighting styles. This kind of bone-crushing, flesh-tearing battle. He had been longing for it for so long. Clenching his fist, AOC slowly assumed a punching stance, his fist wrapped in a dazzling crimson cross-shaped light. The ground instantly sank into a 100-meter-deep crater. With a flash, he dodged Big Mom's frenzied slash, and his fist shot straight toward the mace. The collision's lightning even affected the nearby battles, drawing sidelong glances. 2 Supreme Conquerors' Haki-infused attacks clashed in midair, locked in stalemate. But unlike AOC's smile, Kaido's face grew increasingly grim, clearly losing ground. As expected, the next moment, with AOC's full push, the Thunder Bagua began to tilt backward. This was AOC's proud talent, monstrous strength. A monstrous strength even greater than Big Mom's, enough to crush the Dragon Claw fist into shattered bones. In clashes at their level, unless the difference in Conqueror's Haki was vast, it was hard to purely determine superiority in Haki infusion. Thus, talent became a crucial weight, tipping the balance. Grabbing one of the spikes on the mace, AOC slightly lowered his stance and yanked the repelled Kaido upward. Then with a swing, Kaido's dragon-human form stumbled and collided with Big Mom, who was about to charge again. This scene was captured by a news bird flying overhead. The shutter sound caught AOC's attention. He glanced sidelong at the sky. But unexpectedly the news bird, noticing his gaze, actually saluted him. AOC found it both amusing and exasperating, and simply ignored it, charging forward with his blade. On the opposite side, Kaido felt this was the second time he had fought so frustratingly since leaving the Rocks Pirates. The last time he felt this way was when he fought a terrifyingly monstrous old man with a white beard whose every move broke through defenses and outmatched him in raw power. What a monster, just like the former captain, Dr. AOC. But being a war junkie drunk, Kaido soon burst into roaring laughter. Wororo. Bring on more intense slaughter. AOC. Big Mom also realized that to stabilize the situation, she had to join forces with Kaido, even if it wasn't her original intention. She might as well beat AOC into submission and then force him into her plans. Her fat now gone, her figure regained its seductive curves. Lean's eyes turned red as she silently calculated. Prometheus. Zeus. Yes, Mama. The adorable sun and cloud instantly transformed into flames and storm clouds swirling around Linlin. After a few probing exchanges, Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances reminiscent of the days when the big brother and the dashing sister worked together in the Rocks Pirates. Hey Kaido, let's get this straight. After we defeat AOC, I need his body for something. Don't forget you owe me a favor. Old hag, you're so annoying. The two exchanged a look, and AOC instantly felt his hair stand on end, a threatening sensation washing over him. Could it be? A red light flashed in AOC's eyes and cold sweat dripped from his brow. Then let's go together. Their weapons crossed, rolling Conqueror's Haki lightning entwined around them, radiating an aura of ultimate destruction. It was the most oppressive attack AOC had ever felt, even more overwhelming than the clash between Captain Roger and Whitebeard. Ocean sovereignty.